makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer. Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Our broadcast tonight is The Garden of Allah. Few items of entertainment, novel, play, or motion picture, The Garden of Allah has been all three, have stood up under the test of public approval so well and so long. We regret that Claudette Colbert could not be with us. But we regard ourselves as very fortunate in having tonight for the role of Dominie a very lovely lady who has been with us before, and whom you have recently had a chance to admire in that delightful and highly successful picture, Honeymoon in Bali, Miss Madeleine Carroll. And now, before The Garden of Allah and Miss Carroll, Mr. Chappell has an interesting word for us.
Thank you, Orson Welles. The next time you're having a meal in a fine hotel or restaurant, take just a moment, if you will, to ask your waiter what one dish, in all his experience, he has most often written down on his order pad. See if he doesn't say, with scarcely a moment's hesitation, why, chicken in one form or another. Because there's no denying that for most of us, any dish that includes chicken does hold a special appeal, whether we're eating out or eating at home. And I think it must be because our liking for chicken almost, well, it amounts to a national taste, that Campbell's chicken soup continues to grow in popularity so steadily. People who remember the chicken soup their grandmothers fondly ladle out of home soup kettles when they've tasted Campbell's say it equals the best chicken soup they ever had. It has the deep flavor of chicken clear through. Every golden drop gleams with chicken richness, and even the fluffy white rice holds the good taste of chicken, and there are pieces of tender chicken meat in the soup to add still more to your enjoyment of every fragrant plateful. Have you tried chicken soup as Campbell's make it, in the old home-time, old home way? And if not, won't you do so tomorrow? I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. And now, The Garden of Allah, with Orson Welles and tonight's Playhouse guest, Miss Madeleine Carroll.
It is the greatest love, the love of God. This knowledge comes to all. I myself have had it since my first breath. I, Father Roubier, and that is why I've been happy to serve God as his priest in all my days here in Beni Mora, at the very edge of the great Sahara Desert. This is the story of Dominie, who came here in search of peace and found it, and of Boris, who finally regained here what he had almost forever lost. It would be untrue to say that when I first laid eyes on those two, Dominie and Boris, I had even the faintest idea of what was to come. I first saw them on the very day of their arrival among us, at the Hotel du Désert. She was by herself at one of the tables. He was alone at another. She returned my greeting as I passed, in a direct and friendly fashion. She had a strange, unusual beauty, through which I could sense, even in that first moment, the sincerity and earnestness whose enormous depth I was to learn in the days to come. I did not see his face. He did not look up, and I did not repeat my greeting. It is one of the early lessons we learn on the desert, that each one has a right to his own concerns, to live out his life in the behavior that seems best to him. That afternoon later, I saw her again.
Good afternoon, Father.
Can I help you, my daughter?
Thank you. I'd like to sit here for a moment, Father.
You are a Catholic?
Yes.
If there's anything I can do for you while you are here...
There will be, I know, but for a few days I intend simply to rest.
That is wise. It is a long journey here from...
England.
You are alone here?
Yes, Father.
There is someone else here who is also alone.
Yes. He came in the same train with me.
You don't know him?
No. We traveled in the same compartment all day, and yet... Oh, perhaps I'm making a lot of nothing. It was a feeling he gave me rather than what he did.
What was it that he did?
Oh, nothing really, I suppose, and yet, as I was getting on the train, he was standing in the doorway of the carriage. He paid no more attention when I tried to get past him than if I had not existed at all. He simply stood there and blocked my way. He almost made me miss the train. And then all the way to Bennymora, he never said a word. He just turned his head away whenever I happened to look at him. It was as if he didn't want me to, as if he didn't want anybody to be with him, to be near him, to make it necessary for him to know that there were other people.
That is not uncommon in this part of the world. Perhaps he has something to hide.
He has, Father. I could tell that. Sitting there in that railway carriage, he looked like a criminal, bracing himself to escape detection. He was afraid, I almost thought, of himself.
That, too, is not unusual. We have many here who try to hide from others, my child. Just as many who try to hide from themselves.
I think I know myself what it is to suffer. But I have never seen such a tortured face as his.
Peace will come to him, my child, as it does to all in this desert. I like to pretend to myself that I have within me no envy of anyone or anything. But I have known for years that this is not so. When I think of Count Antione's desert garden, I have always a small pang of envy of the people whom I sent to see it. Nowhere else in the world is there such beauty. Since I have been in Bennymora, I've been there, 1,000 times? 5,000 times. And yet one can only see it for the first time once, as Domine saw it that day.
It was good of you, madame, to come to see my garden.
It was Father Ruby who told me about them, and about you, Count Antione.
Yes, the father and I are old friends. Our beliefs are not the same, but he has done much good here among these people. Come, madame. Now I will show you our desert under the sun. You must see it also by night, by moonlight. Tonight I will send a guide for you. He will take you up to the tower. After that, you must send him away. To see the desert at night, one must be alone.
Oh, it's almost too much beauty. This is my first visit to Africa. I don't know if you can imagine what I think of your garden, what I feel in it.
What do you feel in it, madame?
May I tell you something, Count Antione?
Please, madame.
My father died a year ago in London of a broken heart. He had been a man of devout faith until some years before, until my mother suddenly left him for a reason that nobody was ever able to discover. A month later, she killed herself. From that moment on, he lost all his religion. He tried to make me lose mine. Since his death, I have been neither with nor without belief, without the consolation of faith, without the strength of disbelief. I came here to the desert to renew my heart, to find myself. I came here to find peace.
There is peace here. The desert, all peace. Peaceful. When I'm in Bennymora, I usually come here, where I can see the desert. The Arabs have it. The desert is the Garden of Allah.
The Garden of Allah. Who is that man?
The diviner of the sand. He wants to divine your future for you.
My future?
The sand tells him secrets. Would you like to test him?
I'm not sure.
Mind, I do not press it if you are afraid.
What is he doing now?
Speaking with his ancestor,
His ancestor?
the sands.
Can you understand what he says?
The life of Madame, I see it in the sand. The life of Madame in the grand desert of Sahara.
Oh, please, go on. Translate it for me.
Exactly as it is,
Exactly as it is.
whatever it may be,
Whatever it may be.
whatever it is, you shall know it. He's speaking about the desert. He sees a great storm. Everything is blotted out. The desert vanishes. It is day, yet there is darkness like night. There is a train of camels waiting by a church.
A mosque?
No, a church. In the church, there is the sound of music. The roar of the wind mingles with the chanting and drowns it. You cannot hear anymore. It is as if the desert is angry and wishes to kill the music. In the church, your life is beginning.
My life beginning?
He sees the train of camels that waited by the church start on a desert journey. The storm has not abated. He sees them going toward the south.
By what route?
A long road, the great road to the south. On one of the camels, there are two people protected against the storm by curtains. They are silent. One of them is you.
And the other?
Manitani. He cannot see. The caravan passes and is lost in the desolation and the storm. Now you are far away in the desert. Among the dunes there is a tent.
My tent?
Yes, it is night and you are quite alone. But you cannot sleep. You go out of the tent upon the dunes. The jackals are howling all around you and the skeletons of dead camels are white under the moon. And a figure among the dunes is coming toward you.
Who is it? Who is it?
You watch this figure. It comes to you walking heavily. The dates shrivel on the palms, the streams dry up, the flowers droop and die in the sands, the red fires fade away. All is dark and silent, and now he sees...
Wait!
He sees...
I don't want to hear anymore.
You said whatever it may be.
My mind. I don't want to hear anymore.
He sees it plainly, just because you don't want to listen.
No, I don't. I don't want to. Stop him! Stop him! Please, stop him!
See, madame. A gleam of light there to the west. It is the moon, madame. Shining on the mask of Sidi Azur. Beyond that are the roofs of the greatest caravans going south to Timbuktu. And there, madame, to the east is the great desert that has no end. And there to the north, madame, are the mountains. And beyond in the sea, where are the great ships that will take you home.
I feel as if I had never been home until today.
What did madame say?
Leave me now. Wait for me downstairs.
There is someone else on the parapet. A man, madame.
Where? Oh.
Looks like the stranger, madame. The one from the hotel.
Go down, Batush. If I want you, I will call.
Yes, madame.
Have you been here before? It's wonderful here, isn't it?
Very wonderful, madame.
We seem to be the only travelers here.
Yes, madame. There are not many here. Madame.
Yes?
I have something to say to you. Not much. Yet it is much to me. It is this. Pardon me, madame, for yesterday, my silence in the carriage. I did not mean to be rude. I was unknowing. Unknowing, that's all I can say. But it is the truth. I simply do not know. I have forgotten how... You must forgive me, madame.
I do forgive you. Don't think of it anymore.
Thank you.
Those Arabs down there, they look almost like one of our own religious orders when they wear their hoods. One forgets their religion.
All men are alike, with or without their hoods. With or without their religions.
Oh, I do not believe that, monsieur.
But I know that, madame. Each one of us has his happiness to find. With or without what other people need for theirs.
That should be easy in the desert, then. One ought to find happiness here.
Why? Why should you suppose so?
Oh, it's so beautiful and so calm.
Calm? Where?
In the depths of the desert, there must be peace. Far away from modern men and modern women. Far away from all the things to which we are accustomed, and in which there is no peace.
You think it lies out there, far away in the desert?
I think it must. The very face of nature. There is peace.
I will go down now, madame. You wish to be alone, I know. And I'm still ashamed.
Of what?
Of my conduct, of my awkwardness when I'm with you. I'm not accustomed to the society of women. Anything I've done to displease you.
Oh, I have already forgotten.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. You will shake hands with me?
Of course. My name is Dominique Enfilden. I don't think you told me your name.
I, too, am partly English, madame. My father was a Russian, but my mother was English like you. My name is Boris. Boris Androvsky. I've learned much from you in these few moments.
From me?
You will never know how much. Good night.
In a village like Benimora, there are no secrets. In the days that followed, it was known that Dominique and the stranger were spending much of their time together. Long rides in the desert to a neighboring oasis, peaceful walks together in the cool of the desert night. Often I saw them together on the street, his tall, dark figure beside her slender beauty. Almost it seemed to me that he was avoiding me, until we met one day at Count Antioni's. We had never spoken until that day. It was also on that day that I received a letter from a young French officer named de Trevignac, whose father I had known. If only I could have foreseen that the things he told me in that letter, things seemingly so far removed from the lives of Dominique and Boris, were someday to decide their destinies. In the letter, Lieutenant de Trevignac informed me with understandable anger of a regrettable occurrence at the monastery of El Laragin in Tunisia, which he had just visited. A Trappist monk, many years trusted with the secret of the famous Laragin liqueur, had broken his vows and disappeared. It was an offense that shocked him as it did me.
I told you, madame, I do not care for priests.
Still, for once, for an hour, you could surely...
I prefer not to be with priests.
Oh, if I had known Father Rubier was coming, I would have told you.
Father Rubier hates me.
How can he hate you when he has never seen you before?
Madame, forgive me. I've suffered much. I'm suspicious of everybody. Forgive me.
You will always suffer if you cannot govern yourself. You will make people dislike you, be suspicious of you.
Suspicious? Who's suspicious of me? Who has any right to be suspicious of me? I'm a free man. I'll do as I will. If no one has any right, I'll do as I will.
I am not suspicious of you. I want to help you.
I know. I felt that. That's why you're the only person.
Listen. There it is. That's Larby. He is always playing.
Who's he?
One of the gardeners. The Count says he's perpetually in love. That's why he's always playing.
Is that a love song?
Don't you think it sounds like one?
How should I know? I must tell you something. That song, it does move me, but I don't like it.
Why not?
It seems to me almost like an intrusion. There are things that should be left alone. There are dark places that should be left dark. It seems to me that...
Pardon me, I would not interrupt.
Oh, please, Count Antioni.
Word has come for me. I'm leaving at sundown today on a journey. I'm going to Sidi Hassan across the desert.
Madame, if you'll excuse me.
But I haven't yet shown
Good day, Count Antione. Thank you for having let me see the garden. I must go.
Let me show you to the gate, monsieur.
Thank you, but I would prefer not.
As you wish. Goodbye, Monsieur Androsky.
Goodbye.
Your friend, I don't think he likes me or my garden. Perhaps he has something that's troubling him.
I think you're right. If you'd only let other people help him a little,
No one can help you with something that is really important.
Where is Sidi Hassan, where you are going?
To get there, one takes the caravan route to the south.
My road.
Yours,
The one I shall travel on one day.
if it is the will of Allah,
But if one does not believe in Allah,
it will still be his will. And now I must go. My companions are waiting for me.
goodbye. And thank you for all your kindness.
This garden is yours day and night. May Allah have you in his keeping. And when your summons comes, obey it. And when, if you ever make your long journey on that road, the road to the south, I wish you Allah's blessing in the garden of Allah.
I speak with you?
My child?
Father, do you think it is right to try and avoid what life seems to be bringing, to seek shelter from the storms? Is it not our duty to help others who cannot help themselves?
I have known people, my daughter, who seemed almost to think it was their mission to convert the fallen angels. They confuse their powers with the powers that belong to God alone.
Yes, but if a friend, someone for whom you had great sympathy, were possessed by torture, by the devil perhaps, will you not try?
Friend, this person of whom you speak, it is Boris Androvsky, is it not? As a friend, I warn you most solemnly not to make friends with this man.
Will you give me your reason for this warning?
I cannot. I have no reason to give. My reason is my instinct.
Do you think he is evil?
I don't know if he is evil. I don't know what he is.
I know that he is not evil.
My daughter, you know your own strength best. Only this, I beg of you. I beg you to pause and to think before it is too late.
Thank you, Father. I know what you mean. And I think I know now what I want.
Madame, I've come to tell you. I've made up my mind.
Yes?
Tonight I'm leaving Benimora.
Tonight?
I've come to say goodbye.
I think I knew
That I'd be leaving?
that it would be like this. That you would come here into this garden one day and bid me goodbye. And that I should feel as I do.
I've been standing where you couldn't see me and watching you for a long time. Your face was not happy. You will stay here?
I will not stay here. I will make my journey into the desert.
Alone?
What else can I do?
Once you said to me that peace must dwell out there in that desert. It was on the tower the first time we ever spoke to each other.
I remember.
Why did you speak to me?
We came into the desert together. We had to know each other.
And now we have to say. Dominic, I love you. I love you. But don't listen to me. You mustn't hear it. You mustn't. But I must say it. I can't go till I say it.
I must hear it.
Hear it. I love you. I love you.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Garden of Allah, starring Madeline Carroll and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of the Garden of Allah. But first, a reminder. Some of us will be observing Thanksgiving Day this week, others next week. But whichever date we may be keeping, the fact remains that on this day, our thoughts naturally go back to the hardy pioneers who first established it. And we're apt to think, too, of the simple, homey dishes that nourished our forefathers and that they delighted in. Homespun dishes like corn pudding and johnny cake and good pork and beans and hearty, wholesome soups. Soups of the kind we like today. Now, it's true that changes have come, but they are changes chiefly in method. The tractor, for example, has replaced the ox-drawn plow of the pioneers, but the same corn grows in the fields. The soup kettle is fast disappearing from the home kitchen, but the same fine, nourishing soups are served and enjoyed as Campbell soups are welcomed in home after home. So let me ask you, are your family enjoying the fine flavor of Campbell soups? If not, won't you try them? I know that you and your family will find them the good home kitchen kind. And now Orson Welles continues our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Garden of Allah, starring Madeline Carroll.
Repeat after me. I, Domine, take thee, Boris, for my lawful husband.
I, Domine, take thee, Boris, for my lawful husband.
From this day forward, to have and to hold.
From this day forward, to have and to hold.
For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death do us part.
For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death do us part.
Ego coniungo vos in matrimonium in nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. I had done what I could. I did not appeal to Domine again. It was her right to do what she pleased with her heart. And so, on the morning of a day still memorable for one of the worst sandstorms that has ever come to Benimora, with a heavy heart, I married them in my little church at the edge of the desert. Boris and Domine, those two whom the desert had brought together. Even as I spoke the holy words and placed her hand in his, there came over me once again the feeling that here before me was a man with a nameless fear. A man haunted by an agony too great to be borne alone.
Well, madame, I have fastened the tent. Now, even if the wind rise again, you are safe.
Thank you, Batush. Boris, our tent, yours and mine, our home.
Stay here beside me, Domine, by the fire.
Oh, Boris, are you happy?
For me, there will never be another hour like this. All my life is tonight. I've had no life yet, but tonight I'm alive. Flesh and blood, heart and soul. There's nothing here. There can be nothing here to take my life from me now. The life of our love tonight.
It frightens me to receive so much from you. You make everything I have and am seem small and yet great.
No one is small who loves. No one is poor. No one is bad who loves. Love burns up evil. Only the beautiful remains.
You know what is in my heart, don't you, Boris?
Do I? All that is in your heart.
My heart is full of one thing, quite full.
Then I know.
And yours?
Mine, too.
I have never felt the presence of God in his world as I feel it tonight. Even in the church this morning, he seemed farther away than now. I think I have always known the deeper I would go into the desert, the nearer I should come to God.
Why should you think that?
Because there is love in the desert. That's why the Arabs call it the Garden of Allah.
The desert shall be your garden tonight. There will be nothing in it. Only you and I.
You and I.
The fire is going out. It's dying. Look how small the circle of flame. How the darkness is creeping up about it.
The desert is sending us its darkness. Sending darkness for you and for me. Because of our love.
The fire has gone out. It's dark. Tell me, Domine. Tell me that you love the darkness.
Madame, it is not the master. These are soldiers. Soldiers.
Madame.
Yes, monsieur?
We have been lost for 3 days in the great dunes. This morning our water gave out. And just as we were giving up hope, suddenly we saw the light of your fire.
Oh, you must rest, gentlemen. My husband will be back soon. He has gone after game.
Thank you, madame. These are my soldiers. I am Lieutenant de Trevignac.
Domine, are there lights down there by the well?
Yes, tonight we have comrades in the desert.
Comrades? Arabs?
No, French. An officer and his soldiers who had lost their way in the dunes. He is eating with us.
You asked him?
Why, yes, of course I did. I'm sure that if you'd been here when Monsieur de Trevignac arrived...
De Trevignac?
Yes, the officer. That's his name. What is it, Boris?
Nothing. Nothing.
I'm afraid my men are lifting their voices very loudly, madame.
Oh, let them. It's a long time since we have had strangers with us.
They are grateful for being alive. They owe it to you, madame. And you, monsieur. Tell me, Monsieur Androwski, haven't we met before?
No.
Your face seems familiar to me somehow. I seem to remember...
It's impossible that we should have met. We have not met before.
Then I'm mistaken.
You are mistaken.
You've been here long, here in the desert?
2 months.
It is my good fortune. Let me offer you a toast. If you will permit me, I have a flask of liqueur. May I send for it?
Of course. Batouche.
Yes, monsieur.
You will ask the corporal to give you the bottle of Lariguine. That is in my pack.
Yes, monsieur.
Lariguine?
Yes. You know it, perhaps?
No.
It was the finest of our African liqueurs.
Was?
Unfortunately, yes. There will never be any more Lariguine.
But why?
It's a tragic story, madame. This liqueur has been made for 80 years by the Trappist monks of the monastery of El Lariguine in Tunisia. Every summer, from the first grapes, the monks have distilled a small amount of this priceless liqueur. The revenue going to the free hospital in Tunis. The formula was never written. Always it was known to one single monk in the order who, on his deathbed, would deliver the secret to his successor.
Well, monsieur.
The last keeper of the secret broke his vows.
A monk?
Yes. Early this year, he disappeared.
Perhaps he was a very young man. Perhaps the hard life, the rule of silence must have been...
Madame, he had been a monk for 20 years.
A servant of God for 20 years, and then to... Oh, how terrible. How could a man? What reason?
He may have had a very good reason.
There can be no reason for a man to desert his God.
Here it is, monsieur, the flask you sent me for.
Thank you. A glass, madame?
Thank you. If you don't mind, will you excuse me? I should go down and see if your men need anything.
You are very kind, madame. Your glass?
A Lariguine. Won't be long, Dominique.
I won't, my dear.
A Lariguine!
Where is he, Lieutenant de Trevignac? The liqueur. The bottle has been smashed. What is it, boys? What happened?
Nothing happened. Nothing. Dominique. Dominique, do you really care whether that officer is here or gone? Do you want anyone to be with us to break in on our lives? Aren't we happy alone? Dominique, have you perfect trust in me?
I have given my life to you. What more can I give?
I have nothing but you, Dominique. Nothing. Before you, there was nothing. If I were ever without you again...
You are troubled, Boris. There is something between us.
There is nothing between us. You have all my love.
I had hoped by becoming one, you and I, we could bear your burden of misery together. Give me your sorrow, Boris.
I cannot. I can give you everything I have. More than I have. But I cannot give you that.
There can be no happiness for us unless I know your misery, unless I bear its burden with you. Tell me what it is, Boris.
You must let me alone for a while to think, Dominique.
Perhaps if you pray.
Pray. I'll try. I'll try to pray alone. In the night. In the desert. I'll try to pray.
Boris.
I have returned to you, Dominique.
I've waited for you all night. I have prayed all night for you.
I was on my knees, alone in the desert. I tried to make my confession to it, as if it were a priest. But I couldn't. I could only make it to you, Dominique. Only to you. Do you hear, Dominique?
Tell me, whatever it is, I will understand, because I love
Dominique, you want to know what it is that makes me unhappy? Even in our love, desperately unhappy. It is this. I believe in God. I love God. And I have insulted him. I've tried to forget him. To put human love, the love of you, Dominique, higher than my love for him.
But always I'm haunted by the thought of him. And from that thought has come my despair. Once when I was young, I gave myself to God solemnly. I've broken the vows I made.
You gave yourself to God? How?
I gave myself to God as a monk. You were right. You were right. You've had my love, not my truth. Now take my truth. I've kept it from you. Now you shall have it, Domine. Hate me tonight, but in your hatred believe that I never loved you as I love you now.
Give me your truth.
Even as a child, Domine. Even as a child, I was devout. It seemed to me that there could be nothing more glorious than that I should give up the world. At the earliest moment that I could, I went into the monastery. I was at peace there. Domine, I was happy.
Happy?
It was a lonely sort of happiness, but it was happiness. When it came time to take the eternal vows, I did not hesitate. When even now and then some of the novices went out again into the world, I simply wondered that they could be so blind about their own happiness. I worked in the fields, in the garden. I lived in the sun and the rain, close to the earth, day after day. And at night, there was the long, plain chapel where I prayed, where God seemed very near. There was nothing to mar my peace. I lived in his love, simply, happily.
Go on, Boris.
When the old abbé died, and the new abbé put me in charge of the little house where visitors are received, they absolved me from my vow of silence. Then, for the first time in years, I saw other people, talked to other people. For the first time since I was a child, I listened to the voices of men and women. One summer, we sheltered a man who was tortured by his love for a woman. He talked to me of her day after day, of her beauty, of his agony, trying to free himself from his torture, but only robbing me of my own quiet. And then one day, the woman came to the monastery, unable longer to enjoy her own torture, seeking him out. I saw them rush into each other's arms. Their faces were the faces of angels. At night, alone in my cell, I was unable not to think of what I had seen. The pain, the misery, the torture of love. And all of them together. The ecstasy of love. All the things that were denied to me forever. Every man, every woman. Obsessed me. What was their life? What did they feel? I would look out of the monastery walls toward the lights of the city and think, they are living there. Those people, living. For weeks, for months, I fought with my obsession. Then, at last, one night, I fled the monastery. Now I've given you my truth, Domine. Now you know all there is to know. God help me.
Now you can pray, Boris.
Pray?
Yes. I will pray with you. Our Father who art. Pray with me, Boris. Our Father.
Our Father.
Our Father who art in heaven.
Our Father who art in heaven.
Hallowed be thy name.
Hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom
Thy
come.
kingdom come.
Thy will be done. On earth.
as it is in heaven. We've been journeying for days, Domine. You must tell me where we're going.
Not yet.
Domine, don't take your heart away from me entirely. Domine, don't do that. Do you know that since I spoke, since I told you, you've never come near to me, never touched my hand, never...
I know. And yet I have never loved you, Boris, as I do now. Now I will tell you where we are going. We are going back to Bennymore. You must attain your peace. Not with me, but with God.
Dominique, take me where you will. If it is to Bennymore, I will go. But afterwards...
Afterwards? We cannot think of afterwards, Boris. God knows what is in your heart and in mine. Perhaps in our hearts already he has put a secret knowledge of the end.
The end?
Yes, the end.
Where shall I drive to, monsieur?
Tell him, Dominique.
To Laragin.
To the monastery, madame?
Yes, to the monastery.
Where will you be, Dominique? When I'm gone?
I don't know. I can't think of that now in these last few minutes.
If I could feel that I could sometimes see you, even far away, like those lights down there. But never to see you again, as long as I live.
We will see each other every day in our prayers.
Dominique, till the end of my life, I will think of you. Every day. Every hour.
No, Boris, don't tell me. Don't.
Dominique, don't shrink from this. This is the truth. The truth of my soul. And you love the truth. Dominique, I cannot regret that we have loved each other. That we will love each other forever. I cannot even wish to regret it. Always I knew that I was sinning against God and you, against myself, my eternal vows. But I see it now. Before I knew you, Dominique, I never really knew God. Now I know him. In the worst moments of the agony that is to come, I shall always have that hope. I shall always feel that I know what God is. Because of you.
I know. I, too. Wherever I go, that will be the glory of our happiness, Boris. We will learn to say to ourselves, we are unconquered. We are unconquerable.
Here we are, monsieur and madame. El Laragin. This is the monastery.
Stop here, driver.
But, monsieur, it is not allowed. The visitor's entrance is over...
Stop here.
Oui, monsieur.
Dominique,
Go, Boris. Quickly.
let me touch your hand. Once again.
My darling.
Dominique.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, my love.
Go on, driver.
Madame.
Drive back to Tunis.
Madame does not wish to wait? Monsieur?
Drive back to Tunis.
We do not count time in the desert, as does the world elsewhere. And so, in truth, I could not say now how many years it has been since Dominique came back to us here at Benimora, where she and Boris first met. I know that she is a gentle and gracious lady, and that I spend my afternoons sitting quietly with her in the garden on the edge of the desert, while her child and his, the child that Boris can never know, plays happily at our feet. I know that her eyes are turned almost always in the direction of that hill where, many, many miles away across the Tunisian desert, lies the Trappist monastery of El Laragin, to which Boris returned. And I know, because I see her so often, because I hear every now and then from the abbot of the monastery, that the two of them, Boris and Dominique, have found their happiness, firm and enduring, in that to which in the end all men must return, the greatest love, which is the love of God. Amen.
This concludes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Garden of Allah. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone with tonight's Playhouse guest, Madeleine Carroll. Meanwhile, I'd like to leave just a thought with the mothers listening, and it's this. Why not build a nourishing school day meal for your children around bowls of Campbell's chicken soup? Children love chicken, and they'll taste the flavor of chicken in every gleaming spoonful of this good chicken soup with fluffy rice and tender chicken meat. Wouldn't you like to try it? See if you and your children don't take to it eagerly. Because just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup.
And now, here is Orson Welles. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present to you now our guest of the evening, Miss Madeleine Carroll.
Thank you, Orson. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Madeleine, I can't tell you how glad we are to have you with us again tonight. Ever since you did the Green Goddess last spring, we've been hoping to have you back.
Back is right. I've been in jungles ever since last spring.
Jungles?
Paramount jungles. First I was in the Balinese jungle.
In honeymoon in Bali. Yes, you were wonderful.
And now I'm acting my way through the African jungle in safari. You have no idea how happy I was with you just now in that nice, clean desert. Besides, I've never been in the jungle in my life, and as a matter of fact, I have been in the Sahara Desert.
Well, so have I. What a pity we never met, you and I on the great road to the south, our desert caravan under the moonlight.
Did you ever ride one?
I beg your pardon?
A camel.
Indeed, I did. It's still a matter of lively comment among the natives. Did you?
That's not a matter I care to discuss, Orson. However, what I will discuss gladly is how very much I've enjoyed both the times that I've been here with you on the Campbell Playhouse. There's a very special quality about these shows of yours that makes it a real pleasure to act on them.
Well, thank you, Madeleine. And next time you'll emerge from one of your jungles, you'll please let us hear from you, won't you?
I certainly will. Meantime, shall I give your regards to Dr. Livingston? Good night, Orson.
Good night, and thank you, Madeleine Carroll. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight in our Campbell Playhouse production of The Garden of Allah, Madeleine Carroll played Dominique and Felden. Everett Sloane played the Count. George Coulouris was Father Roubier, and Ray Collins was heard as Lieutenant de Trevignac. Boris was probably identifiable, and the music, as always, was arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And next Sunday, we bring you Dodsworth, which bears the unique distinction of having been written by a great American novelist and made into a play by a great American playwright. The work of Sinclair Lewis, the first American winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature, it was dramatized by the late Sidney Howard, twice winner of the Pulitzer Prize for Drama. First as a book, then as a play, and finally as a motion picture, this story of a successful American and his wife and their trip abroad and what happened to them has never failed to move American audiences. As our guests, we're very proud to have with us the two ladies who in the original New York production created the parts of Edith Courtwright and Fran Dodsworth. Miss Nan Sunderland, whom you've heard with us before on The Magnificent Ambersons, and that well-known American actress of the stage and motion pictures, Miss Fay Bainter. And so until then, until next Sunday in Dodsworth, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell's Soup, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you that great American story, Dodsworth, with Fay Bainter and Nan Sunderland as our guests. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts, presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So, while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer. And now, Mr. Welles.
Tonight, the Mercury brings you one of the loveliest of all love stories. It's by John Galsworthy, and it's called The Apple Tree. Stella's and my silver wedding anniversary. We'd motored to Torquay, where we'd first met, to celebrate. Well, Stella had suggested that we take a lunch and drive out on the moor.
It would be so lovely there, Frank. It's quite warm in the sun. I can do some sketching while you read.
We drove several miles and stopped on a high hill with a view into the deep valley beyond. Stella wandered off somewhere to sketch, and I stretched out in the sun and watched the sky and longed for I knew not what. There was no reason I should be unhappy or even mildly disturbed. My life had been pleasant, my marriage quite successful, but as I lay there, it seemed to me that there was something missing. Something that had nothing to do with pleasant lives or successful marriages. The familiar words of Hippolytus echoed in my mind. The apple tree. The apple tree, the singing, and the gold. The apple tree. And then quite suddenly, I remembered. I'd been here before. Years before. I'd stood on this self-same hill. I knew the valley into which I looked. That ribbon of road and the old well behind. Life has moments of sheer beauty, of unbidden flying rapture, but they last no longer than the span of a cloud's flight over the sun. I'd stumbled on just such a moment in my own life. I'd stumbled on a buried memory, a wild, sweet time. It was after my first year in college. A friend of mine, Robert Cott, and I were making a walking tour of the country around Torquay. But my knee, which had been injured in a football game the year before, was giving me trouble. I knew I'd have to give up the tour. We were looking for a farmhouse somewhere where we could put up until I got better.
I don't think you ought to walk much farther, Frank. Why don't I go ahead and reconnoiter? Oh, I won't need to. There's someone coming.
It was a girl. The wind blew her crude little skirt against her legs and lifted her battered tam-o' shanter. It's clear she was a country girl. Shoes were split, her hands were rough and brown, and her hair waved untidily across her forehead. But her lashes were long and dark, and her gray eyes were a wonder, dewy as if opened for the first time that day.
Hello?
Could you tell us if there's a farm near here where we could spend the night? My friend's getting pretty lame.
There's our farm, sir.
Oh, could you put us up?
I'm sure my aunt would be glad to. If you like, I'll show you the way.
We'd appreciate it very much.
Not very far, just down the valley. Right through the apple orchard, and we're there.
Just through a narrow wood, we came on the farm. A long, low, stone-built house with casement windows and a farmyard where pigs and fowls and an old mare were straying about, and in front, an orchard of apple trees just breaking into flower. A woman stood by the door watching as we approached.
This is Mrs. Narracombe, my aunt.
And we met your niece on the road. She said she thought you might put us up.
Well, I can if you don't mind one room. Megan, get the spare room ready and a bowl of cream. The gentleman will be wanting tea, I expect.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Narracombe. By the way, we haven't been introduced.
No, sir.
Oh, this is Robert Carton. I'm Frank Ashurst.
How do you do, sir?
Hello.
What's your name?
Megan David.
Are you a Devonshire girl?
Oh, no, sir. I'm from Wales.
You're very young, aren't you?
I'm 17, sir.
Well, how many of you live here?
Well, there's my aunt and her 2 nephews. The boys who saw you came. Nick and Rick, they're called. Then there's old Jim, a hired man.
Quite a family.
Yes, sir. If there's anything else you want, you call.
All right. Thank you.
Pretty thing, isn't she?
Huh? Pretty. She's like a flower. Like a wildflower. You come on unexpectedly in the woods.
A bit poetic for me. But I see your point. I say, Frank, your knee is pretty bad.
Yes.
Why don't you say I leave you here for a couple of days?
Well, it does hurt like the devil. What about you?
Well, I have to get back to London, but I can get the train from Torquay. That is, if you don't mind being left alone.
As a matter of fact, I shall like it. Nothing to do but dream and watch spring on a farm. I've always wanted to do that.
Well, good luck to you, then. Look me up when you get to London. And be careful of the wildflowers.
Good to be left alone. I think they were glad to have me. Megan and her aunt worried about my lameness as if I'd been one of the family. From the very first, I'd felt that Megan liked me. She performed little kindnesses for me that weren't part of her duties. As the days went by, I began to expect them. When I woke in the morning, the thought of her made me anxious to be up and downstairs. Even if I didn't talk with her, I liked to be near where I could hear her singing at her work. One day I was down by the big apple tree. And the 2 little boys, Nick and Rick, were playing there by the pool.
Watch out, Rick. The gypsy bogle will get you.
Gypsy bogle? What do you mean by the gypsy bogle, Rick?
The gypsy bogle sits on the stone there by the apple tree sometimes.
Oh, what does he look like?
Dunno. Never seen him. Megan says he sits there. Megan's afeard of him.
Oh?
But she's not afeard of you. She says a prayer for you.
Well, how do you know that, you little rascal?
When I was asleep, she said, God bless us all and Mr. Rashes. I heard her whispering.
You're a little ruffian to tell what you hear when you're not meant to hear it.
You see, Rick, I told you not to tell him.
Nick! Rick, come here, both.
Here they are, Megan.
And I've been looking all over for the rascals. Go into the house at once. Auntie wants you. Now go on with you.
Nick told her about the gypsy bogle.
Go on now. No more nonsense out of you. Children are silly sometimes.
Oh, I don't think so. They're often more sensible than grown-ups. Tell me, Megan, what's this gypsy bogle they're talking about?
He brings bad things. They're bogles in the rocks. They're men who lived long ago. There's one that comes here and sits on that rock.
I should come down one night and sit on the rock there and have a talk with him.
Oh, please don't. Something will happen to him.
What does it matter if anything happened to me, Megan? Would it disturb you a lot? Well, I dare say I shan't see him because I suppose I shall have to be off pretty soon.
Oh, no.
Would you like me to stay?
Very much.
Well, then I will stay. And tonight, Megan, I'm going to say a prayer for you.
You're laughing at me. You're laughing at us, all of us.
That's not true, Megan. Believe me, that's not true.
Why?
Wait, Megan. Your hair, it's caught in the apple blossoms. Don't move, Megan. Don't move. Oh, you're beautiful with those clusters of pink blossoms in your dark hair. Megan.
Oh.
You're so very, very sweet, Megan.
You too.
Megan, come here tonight to the big apple tree after they've gone to bed. Megan, promise.
I promise.
For a long time after Megan had fled away through the orchard, I stood there under the apple tree. This was the beginning of what? She was so lovely, so unutterably lovely and untouched. I felt somehow as if I'd beheld a miracle, and it had transformed me. I walked on toward the wild meadow. Jim, the hired man, was out there.
Good evening to you, Mr.
Good evening,
Asher.
Jim.
It is brave weather for the grass.
Jim, they tell me you've seen the gypsy bogle. Have you seen it, too? Is that right?
Well, 'twere in my mind as 'twas there this evening a little afore. Ask Megan. If she was there, she's seen him.
Yeah. Yeah, she's sensitive. She feels everything.
She's very loving-hearted.
Loving-hearted.
Aye.
Yes. That was it. What was I to do about this girl who loved me so? And whom I loved? I walked for a long time. In the orchard, I broke off a spray from a crabapple tree. The buds were like Megan. Shell pink. Rose pink. Wild and fresh. And the opening flowers white and wild and touching. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to our Mercury production of John Galsworthy's great love story, The Apple Tree. Now, before we bring you the final act of The Apple Tree, here's Jimmy Warlington, who has the glint of an old grad in his eye as he thinks of the coming football season.
Why, yes, Orson. Tomorrow and next Saturday, the old pigskin season swings into action. Those first really post-war 11s gallop out on the field. And that reminds me, of course, of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. For what is that truly great beer but a team? A blend of never less than 33 fine brews, each in itself an all-American for flavor and quality. Yes, and what is finer than to have the team right with you in a tall, foam-capped glass as you sit by your radio and listen to the referee's whistle start the Saturday gridiron battles? Yes, friends, you'll find me tomorrow right by my radio, listening to a football game, and right beside me where I can enjoy that perfect flavor, not too heavy, not too light, but clean, fresh, sparkling, will be a good supply of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And say, incidentally, friends, if you occasionally can't get all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you wish, please keep on asking your dealer for it. We're doing our best to get you your share of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now part 2 of Orson Welles' Mercury production of the famous love story by John Galsworthy, The Apple Tree.
She kept her promise. Megan met me under the apple tree that night. She came straight toward me and into my arms. And our lips sought each other. And we stood there together for a long time in the moonlight. Megan, why did you come?
Sir, you asked me to.
Megan, darling, don't call me sir.
Should I be calling you?
Frank.
Oh, I couldn't.
But you love me, don't you?
I couldn't help loving you, and I want to be with you. That's all.
That's all.
I shall die if I can't be with you.
You shall be with me forever, Megan. Forever. We'll go to London. I'll show you the world.
I don't care where we go. If I can be with you, that's all.
Tomorrow, dear, I'll go to Torquay and get some money and get you some clothes that won't be noticed when we get to London. If you love me well enough, we'll be married.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I only want to be with you.
Oh, Megan, I'm not nearly good enough for you. Tell me, when did you begin to love me?
When I saw you on the road and you looked at me. But I never thought you'd want me.
Oh, my darling. My darling.
Oh, look. Look, the gypsy bogle.
The gypsy bogle? Where? I don't see anything.
They're sitting on the stone under the tree.
Megan, there's nothing there, only the moonlight on the rock.
I saw him, and I'm afraid. Bad
A
sign.
bad
I must
sign.
go in.
Darling Megan, there's nothing there. There's no gypsy bogle. It's only your imagination.
You don't see the bogles, but I see them. I know. Good night. Good night.
Megan! Megan! I heard the gate click. Knew she'd gone. Instead of her, only this old apple tree. And the scent of the woods. A little part of her. And above me and around, the blossoms. More living, more moonlit than ever. Seem to glow and breathe. The next morning, I left early and went to Torquay. I wanted to get some money, and I had to cash a check, but I found that without credentials, I'd have to wait till they wired the London bank for verification. While I waited for the answer, I shopped for a dress for Megan.
Here's something, sir. It's very smart.
The more I looked at those modish gowns, the less they seemed suited to Megan. It was incredible that Megan, my Megan, could ever be dressed in anything except the rough tweed skirt and battered tam o' shanter I'd always seen her wear. Couldn't make up my mind, and yet she couldn't wear her old clothes in London. They wouldn't suit her either. Couldn't make up my mind. I walked the streets of Torquay, confused and undecided.
Well, Frank Ashurst. Haven't seen you since rugby.
Oh, Halliday, Phil Halliday, this is a surprise.
Hey, if you're not lunching anywhere, come with me. I'm here with my sister Stella.
Oh, that's good. I'd love to see Stella, and I haven't any good reason for refusing, Phil. Oh, great Scott, I'd completely forgotten the time. It's after 3 and the bank's closed.
Splendid. That means you'll have to stay over in
No,
Torquay.
I can't do
Oh,
that.
we should love to have you. I know Phil's getting bored to death with me, and we've had such fun.
Yes, it has been fun, Stella. I've been rustic for so long, I'd almost forgotten how pleasant London talk can be. Very well. I'll stay. I sent a wire to Mrs. Narracombe. I hoped that Megan would understand. Just this one day away from her wouldn't matter. It was the life that I'd always known. Gay, cheerful, normal people. Just a few more hours of their life before I left it altogether didn't seem wrong. Stella was a pretty thing. Curious the calm way she looked at me. As if she understood everything and would never question too deeply. that night I couldn't sleep. I thought of Megan. I was with her again. Under the living, breathing whiteness of the blossoms. The moonlight on her upturned face of innocence and humble passion. Megan. Poor little trusting Megan. How much did I really love her? How much was madness? And the spring and the wild beauty of her. I thought of Stella. Stella, cool, poised, and friendly. Stella belonged to the world I knew and understood, a world that understood me. Megan didn't understand, and she never could belong. She loved me, but was that enough for either of us? I didn't know what to do. Phil and Stella had asked me to go with them to Totnes for a picnic. I hadn't given them a definite answer, nor had I sent any further wire to Mrs. Narracombe. Today I had to decide. I knew that. I went out for a walk along the cliff wall. There was a high sea running. There weren't many people out. I'd walked a mile or so, I guess, before I saw her. There she was. Megan in her old skirt and jacket and tam o' shanter. She was looking for me. I knew that at once. She'd look up into the faces of the passers-by, wavering, lost-looking, and somehow pitiful. I followed her a long way. Once she stopped and leaned against the sea wall. I wanted her again. I wanted her kisses. Her abandonment, all her quick, warm, pagan emotion. And the wonderful feeling of that night under the moonlit apple tree. Yet I couldn't move toward her. I couldn't let her know I was there. For suddenly I realized that to go back to the farm and love Megan out in the woods, among the rocks, with everything around wild and fitting, that was what I wanted. And that was impossible. But to transplant her to the town, to keep her in some little flat, and when the wild ecstasy wore off, to find her commonplace, unable to fit into my world, and no longer able to go back to her own, that was worse. Far worse. I took another long, last look at that pathetic, wistful figure staring out over the sea. Goodbye, Megan. Goodbye, my darling. Goodbye. 3 days later, I went back to London, traveling with the Hallidays. On the last day of April in the following year, Stella and I were married. All this I remembered as I sat there on the hill in the warm sun. And as I remembered an ache for a lost youth, a hankering and a sense of wasted love and sweetness gripped me. And the sun no longer warm, I got up and walked a ways down the road. There's a man standing by what I saw was a grave, an old man he was. And the grave was by the crossroads. There was a moorstone to the west. And on it, someone had thrown a blackthorn spray and a handful of bluebells.
Good afternoon to you, sir. Nice day for a walk.
Can you tell me whose grave this is?
Well, now, it's quite a story. 'Twas a poor soul that killed herself. 'Twas a long time ago. She was a pretty girl, but too loving-hearted.
Too loving-hearted.
In them days, I was working for Mrs. Norricombe, and she was, too. There was a college gentleman staying with us. She took a fancy to him. He was a nice fella, too. Then one day he went away sudden-like and never come back. After that, she was crying a lot, and then one day I found her. She was lying in a pool by the old apple tree, by the stone where the gypsy boulder sat. It was June then, but she'd found a little bit of apple blossom and stuck it in her hair.
I walked away. I'd heard enough. On the top of the hill, I lay down and buried my face in my hands. Megan's face brushed close. Megan, with a sprig of apple blossoms and her dark, wet hair.
If I can be with you, that's all. If I can be with you.
Oh, there you are, Frank. Look at my sketch. It's pretty, don't you think?
Oh, yes, it's very pretty.
Still, there's something wanting, isn't there?
Yes. Yes. There was something wanting. The apple tree was singing. And the gold.
You have just heard the Orson Welles Mercury production of The Apple Tree by John Galsworthy. Mr. Wells will return in just a moment. But first, let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when, occasionally these days, he is unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with a real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
Ladies and gentlemen, because we have a couple of minutes before it's time to say goodnight, I'd like to read you a poem. Like our story tonight, deals with love and lost love. It's by Ernest Dawson. It's a great favorite. It's called Cinera. Last night, yesternight, betwixt her lips and mine, there fell thy shadow, Cinera. Thy breath was shed upon my soul between the kisses and the wine. And I was desolate and sick of an old passion. Yea, I was desolate and bowed my head. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. All night upon mine heart I felt her warm heart beat. Night long within mine arms in love and sleep she lay. Surely the kisses of her bought red mouth were sweet. But I was desolate and sick of an old passion when I awoke and found the dawn was gray. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. I have forgot much, Cinera. Gone with the wind, flung roses riotously with the throng, dancing to put thy pale, lost lilies out of mind. But I was desolate and sick of an old passion. Yea, all the time, because the dance was long. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. I cried for madder music and for stronger wine, And when the feast is finished, and the lamps expire, then falls thy shadow, Cinera. The night is thine. And I am desolate and sick of an old passion, yea, hungry for the lips of my desire. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. And now it's time to say goodnight. Next week's show is Shakespeare's King Lear. Till then, we remain as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles, inviting you to listen now to Ann Sothern in Miss Dilly Says No on Cresta Blanca's This Is My Best.
This is My Best, America's greatest stars and the world's best stories. Presented each week by Shenley's Cresta Blanca wine. Wine of friendly nature. Pride of the vintner's art. Symbol of hospitality. Compliment to honored guests. A wine to serve proudly, saying, this is my best. This is Cresta Blanca. C-R-E-S-T-A? B-L-A-N-C-A. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Now for Miss Dilly Says No with Ann Sothern, who appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, the producers of The Picture of Dorian Gray.
Orson Welles again, we're proud to say that tonight's story has been chosen for rebroadcast overseas. And our guest is another source of pride. Past argument, Ann Sothern is one of the most extremely scrumptious and likewise gifted of stardom's citizenry. Her Maisie is an American institution. The heroine she brings to life on This Is My Best tonight is no less remarkable a personage, believe me. Miss Dilly is the name, Miss Dilly, from Theodore Pratt's best-selling fable, Miss Dilly Says No. Scene, that most wildly improbable of all the never-never lands on this whirling globe of ours, the grand capital of glamour, the home of Nutburgers and Mike Romanoff and Hedda Hopper's hats. You guessed it. Yes, Miss Dilly Says No, where no is seldom said. In Hollywood!
Mr. Gladstone's office, Miss Dilly speaking. I'm sorry, I'm only Mr. Gladstone's secretary. Hold on a moment, please. Miss Dilly speaking. What? No, Mr. Gladstone doesn't want the mixed choir or the Swiss bell ringers in the picture. He's decided to use Shetland ponies instead. Sorry. Hello? What's that? Oh, you've got the wrong studio. This is Superior Pictures.
Miss Dilly, whom you've just met, is secretary to one of Hollywood's biggest producers. But Miss Dilly is no ordinary secretary. She's also a writer. For the first 5 years of her endeavor, she's averaged 24 original screen stories, or 2 a month. This made 240 in all, though it was not her grand total. At the moment, however, Miss Dilly has given up all hopes of ever selling a story to the movies, and is collecting rejection slips from the book publishers. In fact, only one thing keeps Miss Dilly from getting a job in some other industry, and that is Mr. Horatio. Mr. Horatio is a member of the board of directors of Superior Studios, and Miss Dilly sees him once a year when he comes to Hollywood to attend the annual board meeting. She's had no more success with Mr. Horatio than she's had with her stories, but as I pointed out, Miss Dilly is a very unusual character. So in point of fact is Mr. Horatio. Your obedient servant will essay the role. If you'll excuse him, please, while he gets into character. Take it away, Miss Dilly.
You rang, Mr. Horatio.
Oh, why, Miss Dilly. Come in, here. Take this chair.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Horatio.
So you're going to help me again this year? Hmm?
Well, I'll be glad to do what I can.
Yes, yes, indeed.
You wanted to dictate a letter?
It goes to Gino Bonelli, Gatehouse, Horatio Hall, Mount Kisco, New York. Dear Bonelli, I have been thinking over the problem which you laid before me just before I left the coast concerning the disposition of the Duchess of Beansborough, Rosebush.
Rosebush?
The letter is to my gardener.
Gee.
To continue, I had seriously considered planting it down near the swimming pool, but I note a tendency to ranginess in the roses we placed there last year. It's too far from the house, and I would hardly ever see it there. On second thought, what do you think?
I beg your pardon?
Where do you think it should go, Miss Dilly?
Well, I guess there's only one thing to do, Mr. Horatio. Plant it beside the gate where you go in and out on your walks every day.
Excellent suggestion, Miss Dilly. Excellent. Then I'll see it every day.
Yes.
I'll see it twice, coming and going. Or I'll see it more than twice if I come and go more than once.
Yes.
Thank you, Miss Dilly, for your generous advice.
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Horatio. In fact, more than welcome.
Yes. Then we'll conclude the letter. There's a helpful friend. That's you, Miss Dilly, in the studio. Has suggested that we plant the rose beside the west gate. Sign it cordially yours with regards to Mrs. Bonelli and the children, E. Horatio.
Yes, well, I'll type this up and send it right away, airmail.
Good. I'll send you a rose from the bush, Miss Dilly.
Oh, Mr. Horatio.
As a reward for your suggestion.
Oh, well, I'll look forward to it.
You shall receive it without fail. The very first time it blooms.
Oh, well, that'll be wonderful.
I'll send two.
Oh, Mr. Horatio.
Well, I expect I'd better be getting on this evening. The board is meeting with Mr. Gladstone, and yes, well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Horatio.
Au revoir, I should have said, Miss Dilly. Until next year.
Until next year. Until next year.
Hi, Dilly.
Hello, Marilla.
So you let him get away again.
Well, he promised to send me a rose, though.
If you don't take the Oscar for a dumb performance, carrying the torch for a guy, you see him once a year, and when the day rolls around, you get him all alone. All you come away with is an IOU for a couple of roses.
Oh, you don't understand, Marilla. He doesn't even know I exist, even.
Funny, he remembers you from year to year. Why, his beard was fairly twitching when he asked me to send you in a while ago.
Oh, it's such a handsome beard. Marilla.
Yes, Dilly.
When you kiss a man with a beard, does it, tickle?
Have you even kissed you?
Oh, Marilla, we live in different worlds, that's all. He's a great financier, and I'm just
Financier? Listen, anybody can be a financier. All you need is the money. Oh, I forgot. I came in to bring you this.
A telegram?
Sure, it's a telegram.
Now, who on earth
Well,
would
open it and see.
Marilla.
What is it? Is somebody dead?
Listen to this. Your manuscript titled Forever Hollywood has been accepted for publication on our spring list.
Dilly!
We reluctantly accept your proviso that no personal information concerning you or your connection with Superior Pictures will be divulged by us. Signed, Algernon Klopman, President, Klopman Schuster Publishing Company.
But, Dilly, why do you want to keep it a secret?
Because, well, I might lose my job.
Oh, what do you care? You're an author now. Why, your book will make $1 million.
Oh.
I'll bet it will.
Oh, why?
Well, even if it only made a few thousand.
But don't you see, I just have to keep my job. Otherwise, I won't see Mr. Horatio next year.
Miss Dilly,
Yes, Mr. Gladstone.
come in here right away and bring your book.
My shorthand book?
You know perfectly well what book I mean. That book. Bring it in here.
Yes, Mr. Gladstone. Yes, Mr. Gladstone.
Sit down. Close the door, Jonah.
Close the door. Right, Chief.
Well, Miss Dilly?
Well, Mr. Gladstone, I never had any idea they'd really print it. Honestly, I didn't. You yourself said my writing stank, even in Technicolor.
This is no time for levity, Miss Dilly. Sit still, Miss Dilly. Answer that, Jonah.
Right, Chief. Who's that? You snail. You earthworm.
Who was that?
Arthur Horntood Jr. over at Culver. The bum.
Oh, now, listen to me, Miss Dilly. I don't want to have any unpleasantness about this, but
Who's this? Oh, you jerks. You double-barreled, three-plied heels, you.
Who was that?
Tantamount Pictures.
That Quickie Factory. You see what you've done to us, Miss Dilly?
No, I don't.
Those other companies.
Crooks.
They want to buy your book.
Buy my book?
Suppose they'd got to you before we knew anything about it. How do you think we would have felt here at Superior?
Well, I'm sorry if some of the things I said in my book were... Well, I mean, one has to write from one's own experience.
You don't understand, Miss Dilly. We want your book, too.
We want to make a picture of it.
We want to pay you money for it.
$5,000.
Yeah, I'll get this one.
Okay.
Who's this? Robbers, talent thieves, bloodsuckers.
Who was that?
Mercury. Those... Yes, those scavengers.
Yeah.
Miss Dilly, don't get your ideas too high. Let's say $7,500.
Have you read my book, Mr. Gladstone?
Of course not.
You, Mr. Jonah?
With the other studios bidding like this, I should waste my time reading it?
Well, how about it, Miss Dilly? 10,000. That's our final offer.
Hey, you better take it, Miss Dilly.
Mr. Gladstone's office?
I didn't mean take the phone.
This is Miss Dilly. Oh, yes, Mr. Cloutman. Well, would $35,000 be too much?
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Cloutman.
Who was that?
My publisher. Imagine, Forever Hollywood has been chosen by the Book of the Month Club.
That means 300,000 right there.
Yeah.
And he says it's selling 1,000 copies a day, including Sundays.
Including Sundays. Well, let me see now. That's 7,000 copies a week at $2.50 a copy. That's $2,625 per week.
Jonah.
Yes, PG?
Do you mean to say that she makes more money a week than I do?
Yes, PG, it looks that way.
Mr. Gladstone. Mr. Gladstone, I think I'm going to faint.
Get some water. She's fainted.
Right, Chief?
No, wait. While she's out, we'd better plan our strategy.
Yeah, it's a good idea, Chief.
Here's what we can do.
Yeah?
After she gets off work tonight,
Yeah.
we have a car waiting at
With Ann Sothern as star, Cresta Blanca is bringing you Orson Welles' production of Miss Dilly Says No on This Is My Best. A witty and practical Frenchman once said, as only a Frenchman would, a poem can ne'er with a dinner compare. Undoubtedly, many of you will agree. You know yourself the feeling of complete well-being you experience after a good dinner. And when you have also enjoyed a fine wine with your dinner, you have special reason for satisfaction. For fine wines and fine foods just naturally go together. One complements the other. And if the wine served with your meal is a fine Cresta Blanca California Sauterne, your dinner is beyond comparison. This excellent Sauterne has a distinctive, dry character that always awakens the hidden flavors in fine foods and creates pleasing taste harmonies. It's a light-bodied, golden wine with a delicious, full flavor. It has a delicate aroma all its own. You'll especially enjoy Cresta Blanca Sauterne when you serve it well chilled.
Orson Welles again, raising the curtain on Act 2 of Miss Dilly Says No. As our story proceeds, Miss Dilly, enacted, as you will have noticed, by Ann Sothern, is still in a dead faint from the shock of having become overnight America's best-selling authoress. Lest the movie rights to her book be captured by some rival studio, Superior Productions, where Miss Dilly is employed as a secretary, have placed her in the protective custody of a trusted studio policeman. As we look in on her now, she's whizzing along one of Hollywood's wide boulevards in a bulletproof limousine.
Where am I? What happened?
Oh, it's all right, Jilly. You just passed out from excitement.
Is this an ambulance we're riding in?
No, it's only Mr. Gladstone's car.
Only? What are you doing here, Timothy?
Well, all I know is I'm supposed to go along everywhere you go and sit outside the door of your apartment and not let anybody in but her.
Well, we certainly aren't going in the direction of my apartment. We're going in the exact opposite direction.
What's that? Well, for crying out loud. Hey, you driver. Hey, Mac, pull up. Stop the car. I got you covered, so you better do as I say.
Keep your shirt on, Copper. I'll park as fast as I can.
Who are you? You're not Mr. Gladstone's driver?
I'm Bill Gretz from Intentional Pictures. This was the only way I could get an interview with Miss Dilly.
Go on, get out. Go on before I let you have it with both barrels.
Look, I just want to ask her one question. Miss Dilly, what was your last offer?
Amalgamated offered me $45,000.
All right. If Amalgamated will verify that, we'll make it 50. You say it's a deal, I'll say it's a deal. Then it's a deal, because a deal is a deal.
No, thank you.
All right. What is your price?
I haven't any.
You want to talk to him anymore, Miss Dilly?
No.
You sure you don't? You heard what he said. 50 grand.
It doesn't matter, Timothy.
But 50 grand?
Timothy, are you working for Superior or Intentional Pictures?
I'm trying to work for you.
All right, then. Just go ahead and do as Mr. Gladstone told you.
Couldn't very well do that, Miss Dilly.
Why not?
Well, after all, Miss Dilly, murder's against the law.
Well, Miss Dilly, have a good night.
Oh, yes, Mr. Gladstone. Fine, thank you.
Nobody bothered you?
Oh, no. No, nothing at all.
Thank the Lord. Miss Dilly, I read your book last night.
You did?
Yes, I don't often read a book, but I must say yours is a dilly.
Yours is a dilly. That's very funny, Chief.
Shut up, Jonah.
Yeah.
Confidentially, Miss Dilly, what's your highest offer so far?
Well,
Miss Dilly, look, we're prepared to go $60,000 if you'll just say it's a deal this minute as of now. What do you say?
No.
She said no.
What do you want, Miss Dilly?
Well, for one thing, I'd like a raise to $40 a week.
What?
Don't cloud the issue, Miss Dilly. We're talking about your story.
Mr. Gladstone, I don't want to sell my book to you or to any other studio.
Nonsense. Who ever heard of anybody not selling a book to pictures?
Mr. Gladstone, you shouldn't get so excited.
I'll get as excited as I
It's
please.
not good for you, Mr. Gladstone. Remember your nerves. You know how you always break out in shingles.
But why, Miss Dilly? Why won't you sell?
Yes, why?
Well, because I don't feel like it.
You don't feel like it?
No. I thought it all over last night, and I got to thinking about you, Mr. Gladstone, and all the men like you. And I decided that for your own good, it was high time someone said no to you.
Hello, Dilly.
Marilla, imagine. Mr. Horatio's invited me to eat dinner and go dancing.
Whoopee.
Goodness, I can't possibly be ready. I don't even own an evening dress.
That, tell Gladstone to get you one out of wardrobe.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Oh, tell him it's business. You're going out with a member of the board of directors, ain't you?
Well, I suppose I could tell him that.
And listen, this time make sure he kisses you. Otherwise, you'll be waiting around till next year again.
Well, how can I make sure?
Oh, simple. Give him the old necktie treatment.
Necktie treatment? What's that?
Well, when you're driving there in the taxi and the taxi goes around the corner, you just lose your balance a little and lean against him. Not too heavy, you understand. Just nice-like. And if that doesn't work, then you notice that his tie is crooked and offer to straighten it for him. If you look right into their eyes while you're fixing the tie, they never last around the next corner.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Horatio.
It wasn't your fault, Miss Dilly. Driver, not so fast, if you please. Good thing I was sitting here beside you, Miss Dilly. Might have thrown you straight out the other window.
Oh, I don't think that would have happened. Now, look what I've done.
Oh, what's that?
Your necktie.
Oh, that's all right.
It's all crooked. Here.
No, don't.
Let me straighten it for you. Oh, why, Mr. Horatio.
I guess I shouldn't have done that.
I'm glad you kissed me.
Well, I'm glad you're glad, Miss Dilly, because I'm glad.
It did tickle.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm very clumsy of me. 2, 3. 1, 2. You waltz beautifully, Miss. Ouch, Miss Dilly.
Oh, well, thank you. so do you.
2, 3. Miss Dilly, there's something I must confess to you. I don't want you to think I've offered you my friendship under any false pretenses. When I explained something to you, Miss Dilly, I really think that I ought to...
Well, I think you'd better wait till we get back to your table.
To my yes, that's splendid. I can't hear yourself think out here.
No.
There we
Well,
are.
now then, you say you have a confession to make.
Well, it's not exactly a confession, Miss Dilly, but I've sometimes wondered if there wasn't a bond between us. Our names.
First names, you mean?
I've noticed you always sign your name S. Dilly.
And you always sign yours E. Horatio.
I'll tell you what E stands for if you tell me what S stands for.
All right. If you promise never to call me by my first name.
You have to promise the same.
I promise.
All right. Mine is Eliphalet.
I think I'd better go on calling you Mr. Horatio.
And yours?
Sophonisba.
Yes. I see what you mean, Miss Dilly. Here we are.
It's been a lovely evening, Mr. Horatio.
Has it?
Yes.
Has it? Do you really think so?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do, don't you?
Well, let's do it all over again tomorrow evening, shall we?
Oh, yes.
Do it all over again.
Well, good night.
Good night. Oh, I almost forgot.
Yes,
Miss
dear.
Dilly, I'm happy to tell you that the studio would like to purchase your book and make a picture out of it. Mm-hmm.
You?
And, yes.
You, too?
And I'm particularly happy to let you know the price we're willing to offer for it, Miss Dilly.
No.
$100,000.
Mr. Horatio, I thought you didn't like financial matters.
Well, I don't. Well, what's the matter?
Can you ask that?
But did you want more money, Miss Dilly? Is that it? If it is, I don't see why it can't be arranged.
Oh, I thought you cared for me. And all the time you were working with the studio to try to get me to sell my book for pictures.
But what's wrong with that, Miss Dilly?
Oh, I never want to see you again as long as I live, you elephant!
Miss Dilly, will you come in here for a moment, please?
Yes, Mr. Gladstone.
Sit down, Miss Dilly. Have a cigarette.
No, thank you.
Don't look so frightened, Miss Dilly. I'm not going to talk about your story.
Then why are you scratching yourself like that?
It's my shingles. They've come back, Miss Dilly.
Oh, that's what I thought. I warned you against getting so excited, Mr. Gladstone.
This is the worst case of shingles I've ever had, Miss Dilly. And I've been asking myself why.
Well, Mr. Gladstone, pardon me for saying so, but you know that scratching like that only makes them worse.
Why, I ask myself, why is it worse this time?
Well, maybe it's because nobody ever said no to you before, Mr. Gladstone.
This is your fault, Miss Dilly. Those shingles, it's all your fault.
Well, I'll do anything I can to help, Mr. Gladstone. Maybe I could help you scratch them.
I lay awake all night asking myself why. Why are they worse this time? Is it Miss Dilly's story I want, or is it Miss Dilly?
Mr. Gladstone.
I love you, Miss Dilly. I've never loved anybody else for an instant. Marry me, and we'll produce your story together.
Now, Mr. Gladstone.
Say yes, Miss Dilly. Say yes, and put an end to my suffering.
Oh, now really, Mr. Gladstone, you don't have to do this. I've changed my mind. Really, I have. I'll tell you the story. You can have it for nothing.
Oh, Dilly, the least I can do... Huh? What's that?
I said I've changed my mind. You can have my story.
Well, now you're talking.
You see, Mr. Gladstone, I thought saying no to all that money might restore some people's faith in human nature, but now, well, I haven't got any faith in human nature myself anymore, so if you want me to, I'll sign the contract.
Miss Dilly, here, sign your name to this quickly before you change your mind.
There's no ink in the pen.
Here, take mine. Right here, Miss Dilly.
Stop. I forbid you to sign that.
You get out of here, you willifulate.
Shut up, Sophonisba.
Now, come. Let's not call each other dirty names.
Miss Dilly, you have misunderstood me perfectly dreadfully. They didn't tell me you didn't want to sell your book. They explained to me that it was just a question of price. They didn't say anything else, not a thing. I thought I was giving you such a nice, big surprise yesterday evening.
Oh, well, how can I believe you? How can I believe anybody? Give me back that pen, Mr. Gladstone. I'm going to sign.
If you sign that paper, you'll destroy all my faith in your integrity. If you sign, I won't even ask you to marry me.
You won't... What?
Ask you to marry me.
Mr. Horatio.
Well, I wouldn't want to go around asking you if I thought your answer was going to be no, Miss Dilly. It wouldn't be no, would it, Miss Dilly?
No. Of course it won't be no. No, Mr. Horatio.
Stanley's Cresta Blanca wine joins the audience here in Hollywood in applauding Ann Southern and Orson Welles for their performances in tonight's play on This Is My Best. In a few moments, Mr. Welles will be back to tell you about next week. A clever hostess soon learns that when good food and good wine keep company at dinner, her hospitality is at its best. Especially when she serves a fine Cresta Blanca California table wine with the meal. She has learned this excellent wine always lends a charming, friendly touch to the occasion. The next time you invite friends for dinner, plan to serve this excellent wine with your meal. Then notice how conversation sparkles and how everyone soon feels at home. There are just two things to remember in serving wine. First, choose the wine you like best and serve it well chilled. You may prefer a red table wine like Cresta Blanca California Burgundy or Claret, or a white table wine such as Cresta Blanca California Sauterne. No matter which you choose, when you see the words Cresta Blanca on the bottle, you can be assured you have chosen the crest of quality in wine since 1889. Now here is your Cresta Blanca host, Orson Welles.
Thank you. I'm thanking you for one of our favorite performers, yours and mine, Miss Ann Southern. She thanks you, and I thank her for a very swell Miss Dilly. Thanks, too, from both of us to the rest of the cast, with special reference to Mr. Gladstone, so richly delineated this evening by a really grand trooper, Mr. Francis X. Bushman. Now, before I tell you about next week's show, just a word about paper. Paper is a war material. With this year's increased manpower shortages, only an intensified paper salvage program can produce the amounts needed. Contact your local paper salvage committee. Thanks. Well, when Cresta Blanca first inaugurated This Is My Best, it was inevitable that sooner or later we'd get around to Walt Disney. We weren't especially surprised to learn that he still considers Snow White his best. So next week, Easter week, seemed an appropriate time to present our radio version of Mr. Disney's very delightful and very tuneful masterpiece. We'll have with us one of the screen's loveliest young singing stars, Miss Jane Powell. So until next week, until Snow White, I remain as always obediently yours.
Our musical score was composed by Bernard Katz. Our radio play was by Robert Tallman. Don't forget next week when Orson Welles will again be with us as your Cresta Blanca host to present Walt Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, starring Jane Powell. And remember, whenever you dine, dine with wine, and make it the best wine. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. This Is My Best, prepared in collaboration with Whit Burnett, editor of the book. This Is My Best is a presentation of the Cresta Blanca Wine Company of Livermore, California, and came to you from Columbia's Playhouse in Hollywood. John McIntyre speaking. Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome one and all to the sign of the Flying Red Horse. The makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil bring you the Orson Welles Show. Listen, America, listen to how an amazing new chemical discovery is speeding victory. For the first time in history, the synthetic bead catalyst, created by the makers of Mobil Gas, is now being used in the refining of aviation gasoline. In Torrance, California, the fourth unit of our vast refining plant is now on stream. It's the first and only refining unit in the world now charged with the catalytic bead. This sensational advance in petroleum chemistry makes possible the production of new and better gasoline for our warplanes. Gasoline that's much more powerful than 100-octane fuel. We call this new super fuel flying horsepower. Its tremendous power ingredients enable our planes to take off quicker and carry heavier bomb loads than ever before. Today, the new synthetic bead catalyst that looks much like an iridescent pearl has just one single job: to improve the quality and increase the quantity of aviation fuel for war. But after victory, it will help to produce new and better gasoline for your car, because flying horsepower is coming in Mobil Gas at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Orson Welles. Tonight we're broadcasting from the Wrigley Building here in Chicago. We came down here to do a Bond show night before last. Martha O'Driscoll was on my plane. You know Martha O'Driscoll. She's got blonde hair and green eyes and, best way to describe the rest of her. But Martha was on my plane when we started out from California. The Treasury Department assigned 2 Secret Service men to keep an eye on her. By the time we got to Albuquerque, they had 4 Secret Service men keeping an eye on the 2 Secret Service men. Well, I was sitting next to Martha. It was embarrassing the way the stewardess kept coming over to tell me to stop smoking. It wasn't her fault, though. How was she to know I didn't have a cigarette? Thank you, Mother. Jack Benny was sitting in front of me on the plane. Every time we came in for a landing, he handed me his wallet and said, "Orson, if anything happens, you owe this to Mary." I also do Ronald Coleman. "Orson, if anything happens, you owe this to Mary." I got off the plane in Chicago, and there were thousands of people, really thousands of people, waving, shouting, whistling. It's quite an impressive sight. But no matter what they did, they couldn't get a taxi. Chicago, as you know, is a convention city now. The Republicans are having their little get-together. Of course, the hotels are all crowded. Quite a few of the delegates are traveling with their relatives, though, this year. 1 or 2 had their wives with them. Some of them brought their mothers. Most of the delegates came with old granddad. Not me, though. I brought a lovely young lady, I mentioned her before, who couldn't fail to brighten up any convention, Martha O'Driscoll.
Thank you. Hello, Orson.
Hello, Martha. I haven't seen you since we arrived. Where have you been?
Well, I know the convention doesn't start until Monday, but I just couldn't resist hanging around Convention Hall.
Well, I can understand that, Martha. After all, you must have been a very little girl the last time you saw a Republican. Convention spirit's really in the air, though, isn't it, Martha?
What do you mean?
Well, you must have noticed all the way from California we had sunny weather, but the minute we got over Chicago, everything began to get a little dewy. I suppose you've noticed there are quite a few women delegates come in for the convention this year. What do you think of them, Martha?
Women delegates are fine, Orson, but when it comes to a really important issue, it takes a man delegate. Why, when he gets up there, he really sways the people. Why, he takes off his coat and his hat and he rolls up his sleeves.
I don't know. Gypsy Rose Lee could do the same thing. It'd be more enjoyable.
Then you're in favor of women delegates?
No, I'm in favor of Gypsy Rose Lee. But frankly, Martha, women delegates frighten me a little bit. They really do. They scare me.
Why?
Well, I don't know. I get a picture of a group of women delegates in one of those famous smoke-filled rooms, in a committee room. They're all seated about the large conference table in the hotel. They're all quietly discussing their candidate.
now. We must get something done. We're here to pick a candidate for president. We've been here for 15 days, and we've had 95 ballots, and it's still Frank Sinatra.
Say, that reminds me, girls. There's a wonderful sale at Marshall Fields today.
Gee, what did they go? Girls, we're picking a president, remember? Now, look, all we need is one more vote to put our candidate, Gutsum Googledorfer, across. Yeah, and we'll never get it. You know those women. Wait a minute. There is a man delegate at this convention, isn't there? A man?
Yeah. Say, Clarence Crovney from Wisconsin. But he's been voting for Sinatra.
Margie, bring Miss Clarence right in, and the rest of you girls just leave me alone.
Oh, God, damn right.
Yeah. Come in.
I'm Clarence. You said you wanted to see me?
Oh, yes. Come in. Won't you sit down?
No, I've got to go out and cast my ballot.
Oh, please sit down.
No,
Oh, that's better.
What's better?
You comfortable?
Yes, thank you. Not too heavy for you, am I?
Not at all. Have a cigar.
No, thanks. Don't smoke cigars. You can smoke one, though, if you want to. I love the smell of good cigar smoke.
Thanks, I will.
I really do.
Clarence.
A Havana cigar. Yes.
Who are you voting for?
A good cigar. Well, my wife told me to vote for Frank Sinatra.
Oh, come, Clarence. Haven't you a mind of your own? Don't you wear the pants in your family?
Yes, but only because my wife is too chubby for slacks. Only kidding, Rita. You know what I mean. My wife would murder me if I didn't vote for Sinatra. Wife would murder me. She dreams about him all the time. All night long, she keeps saying, Frankie, I love you. Frankie, I'm crazy about you. Oh, Frankie.
Doesn't that make you mad?
No, I'm too busy dreaming about Hedy Lamarr. It's all in the script, you know what I mean? It's the situation.
Well, now look, Clarence.
I get back in character.
Clarence.
Yes.
We're all getting behind Gutsum Googledorfer. You better
I beg your pardon?
I said we're all getting behind Gutsum Googledorfer, and you better hop on this bandwagon.
I beg your pardon? That's mean, isn't it?
Don't you want to vote for Gutsum Googledorfer? He's the people's choice.
I'm glad I don't have to say that.
Come on, vote for my candidate.
Does it say hop on the bandwagon here? Did you
say
that?
Yes, it says hop on the bandwagon, and I said it.
All right, I will.
No, I'm afraid not.
All right, I'll ask somebody if they're going to vote for Gutsum Googledorfer.
I'll say, Clarence.
Yes?
Will you please vote for Gutsum Googledorfer?
You better
hop on this bandwagon.
You'll prove it to me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, just open that door, you say, and ask anyone around, and I say, all right, I will. Excuse me, buddy. Who are you voting for?
I am voting for Gutsum Googledorfer. Gutsum Googledorfer is an upstanding, honest, forthright, intelligent American citizen. And I'm proud to say that I am voting for Gutsum Googledorfer.
Thank you. And what's your name?
Gutsum Googledorfer.
You see? See? Now what do you say?
No, I better stick with Sinatra.
Do you really want Sinatra to get in?
No, it's my wife that wants him, but don't worry, Sinatra hasn't got a chance.
What makes you be so sure?
Well, I happen to know. When last seen, Sinatra was dropping a letter in an office building mail chute, and the downdraft sucked him in. A 1-cent stamp would take him anywhere.
Clarence.
Yes.
Googledorfer is the people's choice. You do want to vote for him, don't you? Don't you?
Please, you're mussing my hair.
It'd make me feel so happy if you'd vote for Googledorfer.
No, I don't want it.
Oh, you do want to make me happy, don't you, Clarence?
Lady, do you know what you're doing? If you don't, you better ask somebody.
Now, who are you going to vote for?
Sinatra, the people's choice. I'm going to vote for Sinatra.
Clarence.
I'm going to vote for the Sinatra. The voice of the people. I'm going to vote for Sinatra.
Clarence. Kiss me, Clarence.
I'm going to... Say, that Googledorfer had some good points, too, hasn't it?
Then you're going to see to it that Googledorfer gets a nomination tonight?
Yes, but I'm going to hate myself for this in the morning.
Pardon me. I beg your pardon.
What a pretty girl.
Which one of you is the announcer on this program?
I am.
Oh, no. You can't all be talking about mobile oil.
I'm the announcer, and believe me, everybody's talking about mobile oil. And now's the time to change to summer mobile oil, the right grade for warm weather driving.
Oh.
Do you realize every car needs special care these days? No one ought to drive through summer with the crankcase half full of worn, tired-out winter oil.
That can lead to breakdowns, big repair bills.
Yeah, that's right. So you give your car the world's best seller, mobile oil. You got a car?
Uh-huh.
Then mobile oil for you, for summer and forever. Fresh, clean mobile oil.
It's built to ward off wear and friction.
Huh? Oh, sure, you bet. It's built to keep the motor clean and running smoothly through the hot and dusty driving days ahead. I tell you what, you change right now to summer mobile oil.
Me?
You and everybody.
Drive in right away, folks, at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Say, who are you? How come you know all this and... What's that you're reading?
Here, it's your commercial. I found it on the floor outside the studio.
Well, I'll be...
Gee, I think you're wonderful. Why, you don't even need a script.
Well, I'll be...
Well, I'll be getting summer mobile oil. I'm sold.
This is Orson Welles again. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, we're broadcasting from the great, big, beautiful city of Chicago, which tonight furnishes the background for our Mercury fable. The scene, a modest little apartment on the north side of Chicago. Victor Brill, a modest little businessman, is talking to his modest little wife, Martha. Put down that shade, dear. I don't want anybody to know we're home. Not that they'd stop in, anyway.
Oh, don't be so bitter, dear. You've been brooding for weeks now. Why don't you go out and bowl with the boys for a while?
Well, I couldn't, Martha. I can't face them. No sense in pretending, Martha. They don't show it, but they know.
Well, what if they do know? You still got to look them straight in the eye. Now more than ever, our child needs it.
Well, I understand that. I'm trying to be modern about it, but that doesn't lessen the shame. Think of it. Our Harvey is the only child in Chicago who has never been on the Quiz Kid.
That's all right, dear. I know how you feel.
We have a small group here in Chicago, everybody, but all good friends, and we're so glad you came. I thought I should go right there.
Darling, I know how you feel. It's tough on both of us.
Well, it's not so bad for you, dear. You can hide in the house all day. I've got to go out among people. Their stares, their whispers. And it's the things they don't say that hurt most. Why, do you know I haven't been invited to the Elk Smoker for 5 weeks? Any day now, we may hear a rap on the door and a voice say, Brill, turn in your elk stew.
Don't you care, dear. It looked better on the elk than it does on you.
I've done everything I can. I can say that again. I try in every way to make up for Harvey's shortcomings. Whenever I'm with the boys, I'm the first one to buy a round of Alka-Seltzers. Then the conversation starts. Did you hear what my little Joe said on the Quiz Kid Sunday night? Did you hear what my little Frank said, my Ted, my Fred, my Henry? And it's my turn. What do I say? Have another Alka-Seltzer, boys.
Please, darling, you mustn't let this get you down. After all, Harvey's a healthy little boy.
Healthy, yes. The things he says, sometimes he frightens me.
I don't understand you, dear. I've always believed Harvey's conversation to be perfectly normal.
Normal? Darling, the boy is 9 years old, and he only speaks English. Discouraging. Walk up to a youngster on any street in Chicago and say, nice weather we're having. And he immediately replies, nice weather indubitably. The barometric pressure indicates a reading of 30.14 inches. With a mean precipitation of 69.428, tomorrow cumulus cloud strata, not untinged with cirrus.
That's very clever, dear. Very clever.
Sure, but you walk up to Harvey and say, nice weather we're having, he says it stinks. Discouraging.
But, darling, maybe you're expecting too much of Harvey. What do you want him to do? Grow up to be another Orson Welles?
If he does that, I'll drown him.
Oh, Victor, please.
Hello, Mom. Hello, Pop. Nice weather we're having, isn't it?
It stinks. Look, Harvey, I want to have a little talk with you.
That's right, boys. You have a nice little talk, and I'll go in and prepare supper.
Make a lot, Mom. I'm hungry.
Make a lot, Mom. I'm hungry. Is that all you ever think of, your stomach?
Pop, that's a plain case of the pot calling the kettle black. You eat like there's no tomorrow.
Harvey, let's face it, I'm disappointed in you.
Why, Dad?
Well, I'll show you why. What time is it, Harvey?
6:30.
I knew you'd say that. If I'd asked Joel Kupperman, he'd say 6:30 in Chicago, 7:30 in New York, 12:30 in London, 3:30 in Madrid, and 6:30 in Cairo.
Yeah, but by the time he gets through with that whole routine, it's 10 minutes later in Chicago. What good is information like that, Pop?
It's important. Suppose you flew to Lisbon. How'd you know the time there?
I'd ask a Lisbonian.
You'd ask a Lisbonian.
What would you do, Pop?
What would you do, Pop? I'd fly back to Chicago and ask Joel Kupperman. Harvey, I don't understand you. How do you ever expect to get promoted in school?
That's easy. An occasional apple for the teacher, a box of cigars for the principal. You know, a little greasing in the right places.
Harvey, don't you ever want to get on the Quiz Kids program?
Pop, I've got work to do. Excuse me.
Oh, don't mind me. Go right ahead. Phone, Harvey. I'll be going inside.
Hello, Joe. This is Harvey. 5 across the board on Knickerbocker in the 6th.
Victor, what are you doing in those knee pants?
Martha, I can't stand the shame any longer. This is a little like Hanley Stafford, I think I'm playing. Martha, I can't stand the shame any longer. I'm going to do something desperate.
Oh, you mean you're going to...
Yes. He picks up his cues better, Hanley does.
You mean you're going to...
Yes, hand me my lollipop and I'll be off.
Mom, didn't you hear me? I said, where's Pop?
Quiet, Harvey. I want to hear this program.
All right, children. And tonight we have a new member of the Quiz Kids who has never been with us before. Harvey?
My name is Harvey Brill. I'm 9 years old and I'm a student at the Betty Rowland High School.
That's Pop. He's using my name.
Quiet, Harvey.
Harvey is rather big for his age, folks, but we have an affidavit and a birth certificate proving he's only 9 years old.
Yes, I'm big from age. I eat spinach and I eat spinach. And
Harvey,
I eat quite a lot of
since
spinach
this is your
in
first
the
appearance with us, perhaps you'd like to tell us some of the things you're interested
I'm not
in.
fond of spinach, but I like books and flowers, and I'm crazy about moving pictures. Jane Eyre is my favorite.
And he's only 9 years old.
Jane Eyre.
All right, here's our first question. Mrs. Pampson of 218 North Pine Street wants to know
about 3 or 4 times
if a horse can run a mile in 2 minutes and 16 seconds with a handicap of 20 pounds, how fast can he run 7 furlongs with a handicap of 24 pounds if the wind is 8 miles an hour against him on the backstretch and 4 miles an hour with him on the home stretch, provided the home stretch is half the length of the backstretch, which runs southeast?
Jane Eyre.
Harvey?
Well, let me see. How far can Mrs. Pampson...
No. How fast can a horse?
How fast can a horse carry Mrs. Pampson, who weighs 24 pounds?
No,
No, that's it.
2 minutes, 13 and 3/10 seconds.
No coaching from the audience, please. Harvey, I'm afraid I'll have to give you the answer. It's 2 minutes, 13 and 3/10 seconds. All right, here's the next question. Let's see what you can do with this, Harvey. If a chicken and a half lays an egg and a half in a day and a half, how long would it take a monkey with a wooden leg to kick all the seeds out of a dill pickle?
Would you repeat that, please?
Well, this is a coincidence. This question was submitted by Harvey Brill.
Hey, Mom, they're using my question.
Quiet, Harvey.
Surely you must know the answer to it, Harvey.
I submitted it?
Well, you're Harvey Brill, aren't you?
I submitted it. Oh, stupid of me to let it slip my mind. Of course I did.
All right, Harvey.
Sort of a grown-up Ed Wynn now.
What's the answer, Harvey?
Well, let's see. An egg and a half goes into a chicken and a half. No, it don't. It comes out. Oh, I got it. Don't tell me. An egg and a half divided by a wooden leg. If you move the decimal point over behind the chicken, the answer was it would take 2 hours and 10 minutes for the chicken to kick all the pickles out of the monkey.
Victor, you haven't touched a bite of food. You must eat something.
Sorry, dear. I'm just not hungry.
How far can a horse carry?
Harvey, I said we weren't going to discuss it.
I'm sorry, Harvey. What do you want me to say?
Sorry, Schmarry. You made me look like a jerk.
It wasn't all my fault, Harvey. Fine question you sent in that stuck me with you and you're kicking the pickles out of monkeys. Hello? Oh, I'll wait till I answer the phone for that one. Hello? E.F. Hutton and Company? E.F. Hutton and Company, brokerage, Harv. You want to speak to Mr. Brill?
That's for me, Pop. Hello? Speaking. I think you better sell it. What else you got? That sounds good. Buy 5,000 of that and hold it for a long pull.
Harvey, what was that all about?
Just picking up a couple of hot bucks.
Investments. And where did you get the money to invest?
I'll tell you, Pop. You know that bridge on Michigan Boulevard over the Chicago River? Well, I told the cop I was building him a little shack to keep him out of the sun.
Yes?
Well, when he ain't looking, I hang up a sign, toll bridge 50 cents, and I'm mopping up.
Martha, I've been mistaken about Harvey. Son, you and I are going to do a little trip Monday.
Sorry, Pop, I can't make it Monday.
Well, why not?
I've got to make the nominating speech for Dewey at the Republican Convention.
With pride and no small measure of enthusiasm, the Mercury Theater brings you now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the great singers of our day, a song stylist of high and authentic style, a fine artist, an international favorite, Miss Ethel Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Wells and friends. Don't know why there's no sun up in the sky, stormy weather. Since my man and I ain't together, keeps raining all the time, and life's so bare with gloom and misery everywhere. Stormy weather, just can't get my poor self together, and I'm weary all the time, so weary all the time. When he went away, the blues walked in and met me. If he stays away, old rocking chair will get me. All I do is pray my Lord above will let me walk in the sun once more. Can't go on. All I had in life is gone. Stormy weather, since my man and I ain't together, keeps raining all the time, keeps raining all the time.
And now, if you please, ladies and gentlemen, from Shakespeare. With your kind indulgence, a speech from one of the classic melodramas of our literature, a soliloquy by Shakespeare's greatest villain, the misshapen evil genius Richard, Duke of Gloucester, and later King of England. Here's the plot. 3 claimants stood between the humpback monster and his ambition for the crown. Yet in those desperate days of civil war, blood and destruction were so in use that it was feasible for Richard to plot a way by trickery and murder over their corpses to the English throne.
Edward will use women honorably. Would he were wasted, marrow, bones, and all, that from his loins no hopeful branch may spring to cross me from the golden time I look for. Yet, between my soul's desire and me, is Clarence, Henry, and his young son Edward, and all the unlooked-for issue of their bodies to take their rooms ere I can place myself. A cold premeditation for my purpose. Well, Say there is no kingdom then for Richard. What other pleasure can the world afford? I'll make my heaven in a lady's lap and deck my body in gay ornaments and witch sweet ladies with my words and looks. Miserable thought, and more unlikely than to accomplish 20 golden crowns. Why, love forswore me in my mother's womb. For I should not deal in her soft laws, she did corrupt frail nature with some bribe, to shrink mine arm up like a withered shrub, to make an envious mountain on my back, where sits deformity to mark my body, to shape my legs of an unequal size, to disproportion me in every part, like to a chaos or an unlit bare whelp that carries no impression like the dam. And am I then a man to be beloved? Monstrous fault to harbor such a thought. Then, since this earth affords no joy to me, but to command, to check, and to overbear such as are of a better person than myself, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the crown, and whilst I live to account this world but hell, until my misshaped trunk that bears this head be round impaled with a glorious crown. And yet I know not how to get the crown, for many lives stand between me and home. And I, like one lost in a thorny wood, torment myself to catch the English crown. And from that torment, I will free myself, or hew my way out with a bloody axe. Why, I can smile and murder whilst I smile, and cry content to that which grieves my heart, and wet my cheeks with artificial tears, and frame my face to all occasions, and set the murderous Machiavel to school. Can I do this, and cannot get a crown? But were it further off, I'll pluck it down.
Say goodnight now. Please join us again next Wednesday. Until then, the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil and all of us in the Mercury Theater remain, as always, obediently yours.
Monco Driscoll appears with the courtesy of Universal Pictures and is currently featured in Universal's Ghost Catchers. Ed Roberts speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer. Good evening, listeners. This is Ernest Chappell speaking. Tonight, the Campbell Playhouse presents Orson Welles in his own radio version of that great sea story, Mutiny on the Bounty. But first, a word from our sponsor. Any day you look on the lunch or dinner menu of the most popular restaurant in town, you will likely find that one dish featured is chicken. Ask the proprietor about this, and he'll tell you that chicken is a best seller, not only with the regulars, but with people who are eating out in style. And it's true wherever you go. Chicken is usually first choice when the meal is to be something specially fine. I mention this because it seems to me the widespread liking for chicken is one reason Campbell's chicken soup is enjoyed so eagerly by families everywhere. You see, this soup is chicken through and through, so that as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. In the aroma that drifts up as this soup is set before you, there's an unmistakable promise of chicken. There's deep down chicken flavor in each spoonful as you taste it, and tender pieces of chicken meat, too. That's what makes this such a grand soup, the lavish emphasis on chicken. Why don't you surprise your family with Campbell's chicken soup for some meal this weekend?
Good evening, this is Orson Welles. On the 12th of September, 1792, there occurred in England the most remarkable court-martial in maritime history. 7 naval officers and men were on trial for their lives before the Lords Commissioner of the Admiralty on charge of high treason. Revelations at this trial of conditions prevailing on the ships of the British Navy came finally to exert a powerful influence in humanizing the administration of the world's navies and making more tolerable life at sea.
Roger Byam, midshipman.
Here, sir.
James Morrison, boatswain's mate.
Here, sir.
William Purcell, ship's carpenter.
Here, sir.
Thomas Burkitt, seaman.
Here, sir.
John Mills, seaman.
Here, sir.
Thomas Ellison, seaman.
Here, sir.
You are here to be tried by a special court of naval inquiry assembled aboard His Majesty's flagship Duke under Article 19 of the Naval Articles of War, which read as follows. If any person in or belonging to the fleet shall make or endeavor to make any mutinous assembly upon any pretense whatsoever, every person offending herein, being convicted thereof by the sentence of the court-martial, shall suffer death.
First witness to the Crown, Captain Bligh.
Captain Bligh?
Yes, my lord. Captain Bligh, have you any statement to make to this court concerning the mutiny aboard His Majesty's ship Bounty while under your command in the great South Seas?
I have, sir. I have prepared a statement which I now beg the court's permission to read.
The court will hear your statement, Captain Bligh.
I respectfully beg to submit to the Lords Commissioner of the Admiralty the information that His Majesty's armed vessel Bounty, under my command, was taken from me by some of the superior officers and men on the 28th day of April, 1789, in the following manner. A little before sunrise, Fletcher Christian, who was mate of the ship and officer of the watch, together with the accused and certain others of the crew, came into my cabin, and while I was asleep, seized me in my bed and, with cutlasses and bayonets fixed at my breast, threatened me with instant death if I spoke or made the least noise. I was hauled on deck in my shirt and without a rag else. The boatswain was ordered to hoist the launch out, and the officers and men who remained loyal were ordered into the boat. We then veered astern, and all 19 souls. The boat was so lumbered and deep in the water that it was believed we should never reach shore. The size of the boat was 23 feet from stem to stern, rowed 6 oars. After considering our melancholy situation, I was earnestly solicited by all hands to take them toward home. Therefore, after commending our souls to God, I bore away for New Holland and Timor, across a sea but little known, in a small boat laden with 19 souls, without a single map of any kind, and nothing but my own recollection and general knowledge of the situation of places to direct us. After enduring dangers and privations impossible to describe, we sighted Timor on the 12th of June, and on the morning of the 15th before daylight, I anchored under the fort of the Dutch settlement at Kupang. This voyage, in an open boat, I believe to be unparalleled in the history of navigation. One thing I wish to add, that on the night preceding the mutiny, coming up on deck during the middle watch, according to my custom, I discovered Fletcher Christian, the ringleader of the mutineers, in earnest conversation with Roger Byam, midshipman, one of the accused. In the darkness of the deck, I was not observed by these men who were standing on the starboard side of the quarterdeck between the guns. Nor had I any apprehension at that time that their conversation was not innocent. But as I approached unseen, I saw Roger Byam shake hands with Christian. And I distinctly heard him say these words, "You can count on me," to which Christian replied, "Good. That's settled then." The moment they discovered me, they broke off their talk. I have not the slightest doubt that this conversation concerned the forthcoming mutiny. It is all, my lord.
Roger Byam, stand forth.
Roger Byam, you have been accused with others of mutinous and piratical seizure of His Majesty's armed vessel Bounty. You have heard the Crown's witness. Roger Byam, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
My lord and gentlemen, I declare before God and the members of this court that I am innocent, that I have never been guilty either in thought or in deed of the crime of which I am charged.
Roger Byam, the court is now ready to receive whatever you may have to say in your own defense.
My lords, I joined His Majesty's Armed Transport Bounty as a midshipman on the 21st of December, 1787. We were off Spithead, lying to for stores and crews to come aboard. I remember my first sight of the Bounty. The crew crowded in the afterdeck around the huddled form of a man, lashed to the capstan spar, and Captain Bligh reading from an Admiralty order.
If any person in or belonging to His Majesty's fleet shall strike or endeavor to strike an officer, he shall be flogged in turn on board every ship of the fleet. Master at Arms?
Yes, sir.
How many lashes are due from our ship?
2 dozen, sir.
Very well. Mr. Morrison?
Yes, Captain Bligh.
2 dozen lashes.
One moment, Captain.
Yes, Surgeon.
The prisoner is dead, sir.
Lucky devil, we were only the 5th ship. Well, Mr. Morrison, what are you waiting for?
But the man is dead, sir.
Yes, I heard the surgeon's report. Come, my dinner's getting cold. 2 dozen lashes, Mr. Morrison. 2 dozen lashes, dead or alive.
2 dozen it is, sir.
On the morning of the 23rd of December, with 45 officers and crew aboard, and as the guns of the fleet fired a farewell salute, the Bounty set sail for Tahiti and the great South Seas.
Lieutenant Christian.
Aye, Captain Bligh.
Take charge of raising anchor, sir.
Very well, sir.
Mr. Fryer, the topsails.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Purcell.
Aye, sir.
Stinkler.
Aye, sir.
Sergeant Hogan.
At your service, sir.
Sergeant Hogan, you'll moderate both your voice and your rum rations. At your post.
Very well, sir.
Mr. Morrison, we're ready, sir.
Aye, sir. All hands out or down here. Lash and carry.
All men to their stations. All men to their stations.
Hold short, men.
Close the topsails.
Are you asleep on the foretopsails? The main topmen off the yard. Are you alive, you crawling caterpillar? Way anchor, men.
Yo heave ho! Yo heave ho! Close the foreguard. Ho! Let the mainsail at us. Ho! Heave hearty. Ho! Heave hearty. Ho! Heave ho!
Lord the main tack, be lively.
Ho! Heave ho!
On Christmas Day, we passed Land's End, and the Bounty headed away to sea with topgallant set. She was a small ship, as you know, of little more than 200 tons. And the great cabin aft was rigged as a garden for the transportation of breadfruit trees from the island of Tahiti to the West Indian plantations. Thus, the ship's quarters were more than usually crowded, a circumstance which undoubtedly affected the temper of its company. The officers messed in a screened-off space on the lower deck, aft of the main hatch. At the captain's table sat Mr. Fryer, this ship's navigator, an elderly man long in the service of His Majesty's Navy, and Mr. Christian, the mate, a man of only 24, of fine presence, from a good English family.
Don't you talk to me about seamen, Mr. Christian. I know them better than you. Curse them, a lazy, incompetent lot of scoundrels. Heaven knows the captain has trials enough with such a crew. Dregs of public houses. They don't know a sheet from a tack.
I venture to differ with you, Captain Bligh. I should call Ellison and Mills first-class seamen.
Even Burkett, though he may be willful...
Willful, eh? Burkett's an insolent hound. I have my eye on him. Slightest report of misconduct, I'll have him seized up and flogged.
If I may express an opinion, Captain Bligh.
Yes, Mr. Christian?
Burkett's a man to tame with kindness rather than with blows.
La-di-da, Mr. Christian. On my word, you should apply for a place as master in a young lady's seminary. Kindness, indeed. A fine captain you'll make with such ridiculous notions. Our seamen understand kindness as well as they understand Greek. Fear is what they do understand. Without fear, mutiny and piracy would be rife on the high seas.
There's some truth in that, sir. I can't agree. Seamen don't differ from other Englishmen. There are some, the best of them, who will follow a fair and kind officer to the ends of the earth.
Rot. As far as I trust them as the end of a yardarm. If you have to talk such nonsense, Mr. Christian, don't do it in my mess where I have to listen to you.
Very well, Mr. Bligh. In the future, I shall dine where my opinions are more acceptable.
From that day on, and for the rest of the voyage, Captain Bligh took his meals by himself in his cabin. In latitude 39 degrees north, just off the coast of Tenerife, we ran into heavy weather. A huge wave stove in 3 of our longboats, carried away our cases of beef, and spoiled a large part of our stock of bread. We laid into Santa Cruz for fresh supplies of water and beef. The meat that was taken on ship was so tainted the men threw most of it overboard. Captain Bligh kept the men at work, repairing the ship's boats from morning till night.
Captain Bligh?
Yes, Mr. Fryer.
Men are asking when they can start shore leave, sir.
So they can get drunk in the taverns, I suppose.
We've been at sea nearly 8 weeks, sir.
Maybe 8 months before they set foot in land, and might as well get used to it. No shore leaves, Mr. Fryer.
Aye, sir.
We left Santa Cruz at the end of February. We carried no purser. Bligh filled the office himself, assisted by Samuel, his clerk, a smug, tight-lipped little man who was believed to be the captain's spy. On Monday of every week, he and Captain Bligh opened up the casks and checked over the supplies in the storeroom.
18 pounds salt beef.
18 pounds, sir.
What's wrong with that keg, Burkett?
Seems like it's been opened, sir.
Oh, so it has. Mr. Fryer, come here at once, sir.
Mr. Fryer, Captain Bligh calling you, sir. Yes, Captain?
One of these casks has been opened and 2 cheeses are missing.
Well, they may have been short-weighted when we were provisioned, sir.
They were not, Mr. Fryer. I checked them. These cheeses were stolen.
Well, perhaps you'll recollect, sir, that while we were at Spithead, a cask was opened by your order and the cheeses carried ashore.
Hold your tongue, Burkett. Boat is manned by a pack of thieves.
Surely, Captain, you don't think that
You're all in collusion against me, officers and men. But I'll tame you, by heaven I will. I'll make you eat grass before I'm done with you. Samuel!
Yes, sir?
If the allowance of cheese is stopped, and the officers too, mind you, until the deficiency is made good.
Yes, Captain.
And Burkett, if I hear another word out of you, I'll have you seized up and flogged to the bone. Samuel, you lock the storeroom. Bring the keys to my cabin.
So help me. Bligh ordered those 2 cheeses taken out at Spithead.
I can back you there, Burkett. I carried them myself. 2 cheeses and a cask of vinegar to Bligh's house.
So that's the game, is it? Lining his pockets by starving us.
Curse his blood. I'll be hanged if I do any more work on this ship. If he puts back our cheese rations. I'm with you, lads. No more work by any in this mess.
I'll give the word to Quintal's and he'll pass it on. No more work.
No more work. No more work.
No more work. No more work.
Gentlemen.
Captain Bligh.
Yes, Mr. Christian.
As officer of the deck, sir, I feel it my duty to make a report.
Well, what is it?
The grumbling in the forecastle, sir. It's becoming serious.
Is it? What are the scoundrels grumbling about now?
Many things, sir. Chiefly the food.
They're not satisfied with the rations, sir. By heaven, they'd better make up their minds to be satisfied.
Captain Bligh, a second officer, I am in a measure responsible for their conduct. If I may suggest, sir, I think it would be wise to listen to their grievances.
You may keep your suggestions to yourself, Mr. Christian.
I think it only right that you should hear what the men...
I am the only judge, sir, of what's right and wrong on the ship. I'm tired of their bloody complaints. Since you seem to be their advocate, Mr. Christian, you can tell them this. The first man to complain from now on will be placed in chains.
About 100 leagues off the coast of Brazil, the wind chopped around to north and northwest, and the Bounty lay becalmed. Here another incident occurred to aggravate the resentment of the men. We'd been at sea 6 months, and for 10 weeks now, outside of the officers' mess, there had been no fresh food of any sort on board the Bounty. Taking advantage of the calm, the crew employed themselves with fishing for shark, with pieces of rotten pork for bait.
There goes, look, the shark!
Right under the bows. Give him the bait there. Strike the line.
He's thinking of lads. Look smart.
Got him, Burkett?
Hook, by heaven.
He's on. He's a big one.
One of the little tomahawk is on deck with him. Heave ho! Heave ho!
Here he comes.
Heave
He's a big one, all right.
Heave ho! That'll settle him. Straddle him now.
At him, boys. At him with your knives.
Slice him up, men.
Careful there, Mills. With that cutlass. Watch where you're cutting.
Shark meat's good eating. It's better than dried dog's meat any day.
Look out. Someone's coming. It's Samuel. Samuel. Captain Spy. He doesn't get a scrap of the shark's meat. You hear, men? Not a scrap.
A fine catch, eh, men? I say it's a fine catch of fish you got there. I must have a slice, eh, Mr. Burkett?
So you must have a slice, Mr. Samuel. Well, I must have a glass of grog and a stiff one, too. If you eat shark today...
Come, my good man. You have enough fish there for a dozen.
You have enough grog stowed away for 1,000, by heaven.
It's for the captain's table I want it.
And catch him a shark yourself. This is mine. He gets the best of the bread and the pick of the junk cask as it is.
You forget yourself, Burkett. Come, give me a slice. That large one, and I'll say nothing.
Devil with you. You take your slice right in your sneaking face!
Burkett spent the night in irons. His messmates saved in their entire allowance of grog to fortify him against the flogging they knew to be inevitable. At 6 bells, Mr. Bligh came on deck.
Christian?
Yes, Captain Bligh?
Call all hands on deck to witness punishment.
Yes, sir. All men on aft deck, Orson.
Aye, Mr. Christian.
All hands out on deck. All hands.
All hands, sir! All hands!
I report all men on deck, Captain Bligh.
Very good, Mr. Christian. Rig the gratings, Mr. Purcell.
Gratings are rigged, sir.
Thomas Burkett, step forward. Anything said?
No, sir.
Strip! Mr. Norton, seize him up.
Seized up, sir.
Thomas Burkett, for mutinous conduct, I sentence you to 36 lashes. Morrison.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Morrison, see that you lay on with a will. Report to me at breakfast when you're done.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Burkett when they cut him down? Black in the face he was.
The bone showing through the flesh.
And now the old devil's got Purcell in irons. I say, Mr. Fryer and Bligh ain't speaking no more.
Pretty past that for a ship what's got half the world between her and England.
Wait till we get back. There'll be a day of reckoning for old Bligh.
Aye, and maybe before we get back.
What are you saying, Mills? We gotta get back to England, don't we?
We could get back without Bligh if we had to. There's a man that can take the Bounty home. I ain't a better man than Bligh.
Christian, you mean? Christian. Yeah, that's right. Mr. Christian.
Mr. Christian.
Fortunately for Captain Bligh, a gale blew up that night, and all hands were kept busy keeping the ship from being swamped. Day after day we scudded before strong westerly to southwesterly winds, carrying only the foresail and close-reefed main topsail. At last, on the 20th of November, we rounded Cape Horn. 5 weeks later, we sighted the first coral reefs and saw the great mountains of the island of Tahiti.
Land ho! Land to the starboard! Land to the starboard!
Mr. Christian?
Yes, sir.
Taking sounding.
Yes, sir. Mills?
By the Mark 8, by the deep 7, water shoaling.
Fair anchor.
Yes, sir. Morrison, all men to their stations.
All men to their stations!
Well, there it is, Mr. Christian. The Isle of Tahiti. Long, hard voyage. By heaven, there it is at last.
Looks like a beautiful island, Captain Bligh.
It is. Captain Cook, under whom I sail these waters, loved it. Only next to England. Were I an old man and my work done, I should ask nothing better than to end my days under its palms. Mr. Christian.
Yes, sir.
Sounding.
Mills?
By the deep 5, 1/2 less 5, sir, and shoaling fast.
Lower away.
Lower away there.
Aye, sir.
Natives coming aboard, sir.
Lower the line.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Christian.
Yes, sir.
Set a watch. See that those thieving yellow devils don't steal anything when they come aboard.
The next day, the crew went ashore. The danger of the mutiny seemed past. The hardships of the voyage were soon forgotten. We lived on the fat of the land, amongst affectionate native friends. Those were the happiest weeks I ever spent. Our host was the chief of the island. He had 2 daughters, Hina and Tahani. Mr. Christian and I used to visit them often. The 4 of us would go swimming, sporting in the breakers or lying on the white sand of the coral beach. Hina.
Yes, Byam.
The tide is high. Swim with me out to the reef underwater. How about it, Christian?
Oh, Byam, you're not lazy enough for the South Seas. I'll stay here with Tahani.
Ready, Hina?
Ready?
Come.
You English, you swim like that.
I'll show you when we get to the reef.
Christian,
Yes?
are you a chief in your own land?
Small one, perhaps, Tahani.
I knew you must be. And have you no wife?
None.
I have no husband.
Tahani.
Why do you stop? Tehani is listening.
When the ship sails, Tahani, I must go with it.
But it will be 2 moons before the ship sails.
2 moons will soon pass, Tahani.
We have a legend, Christian, here in Tahiti, that time is a long lizard that sleeps with its tail in its mouth. And to those who keep their hearts within its circle, no harm can come.
No harm will come, Tahani. What are you doing with those flowers?
Tehani make a wreath to go around your neck.
White flower, long stem. What do you call it?
This one, the tafano.
Looks like the lotus. In my country, we have legends too, Tahani. In my country, they say a sailor who once tastes the lotus never goes home.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Mutiny on the Bounty. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a minute or two, we will resume our presentation of Mutiny on the Bounty, starring Orson Welles. Meanwhile, may I say a word or two about mutiny in another form? Over many years, modern genius has been showing women the way to give their families better food with less kitchen time. And call it mutiny or call it evolution, women have been quick to take full advantage of these benefits for their families and themselves. No longer does the good housewife feel she must spend long hours each week making her own bread and churning her own butter. To give her family their favorite dishes, it is no longer necessary to spend so many hours in her kitchen. Her household shelves are laden down with many of these foods, ready prepared for her and of a quality equal to her own good homemade kind. Among these fine foods are soups, Campbell's soups. If you have never tried them, I invite you to try a can of Campbell's chicken soup tomorrow. I cannot think of a finer way to introduce you to Campbell's soups than that. Once you've tasted Campbell's chicken soup, I feel certain you'll be convinced that soup making at home is a task you can well turn over to Campbell's chefs. And now, back to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Mutiny on the Bounty, starring Orson Welles.
Roger Byam, midshipman.
Yes, sir.
James Morrison, boatswain's mate.
Yes, sir.
William Purcell, ship's carpenter.
Yes, sir.
Thomas Burkitt, seaman.
Yes, sir.
John Mills, seaman.
Yes, sir.
Thomas Ellison, seaman.
Yes, sir.
Roger Byam, have you anything further to say in your defense?
I have, my lord. Toward the end of March, it became evident to all hands that the Bounty would soon sail. More than 1,000 young breadfruit trees in pots and tubs had been taken on board. The relaxation of discipline now came to an end. Captain Bligh ordered Samuel to seize all the gifts which the friendly natives had given the men. With abundance around them, the crew were again put on slender rations. 2 of them, deserted to the hills, were caught and severely flogged. On our last visit ashore, Mr. Christian was more than usually silent.
Christiane, you are going to sail. Is that not so?
Yes, honey.
When?
Tomorrow. Sunrise.
Oh,
Where will you be, honey, when we sail?
here on the shore, waving my hand.
I'll watch for you.
Christiane, will you think of Tehani sometimes in your own land?
I will not stay in my own land. I shall come back to honey.
Here, Christiane. These are for you.
Black pearls. Tahani, where did you get these?
I swim very deep one morning off Coral Reef. Our people say pearls make men never forget.
Your people say right, Tahani.
And I shall wait, Christiane. I shall wait for you to come back. And every noon I shall watch for your ship. Me aloha paoli, Christiane. Me aloha paoli.
Mr. Christian, Mr. Byam, you're late, both of you.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize...
Is that no definite time for our return, Captain Bligh?
Come right a minute. Sure he'll be back by 4 bells. What you got there, Mr. Christian?
Some gifts, sir, from our friends on shore.
Mr. Samuel,
Yes, Captain.
you will take charge of these Indian curiosities which may be useful for trading in other islands.
Yes, sir.
One moment, sir. These things were given me as gifts for members of my family in England.
Mr. Samuel, who heard my orders.
Your bundle, Mr. Christian. Captain's orders.
Very well, then. Take it.
Mr. Christian, you still have something in your hand. Come, let me see what it is. Well, pair of pearls. They appear to be remarkably fine stones.
Yes, sir.
Give them to Mr. Samuel, please. Black pearls are highly prized in the Friendly Islands where we shall do some trading.
Surely, sir, you won't take these. They were given to me by a very close friend.
Hand them over to Mr. Samuel.
Captain Bligh, I've obeyed every order you've given me, and some of them with the utmost distaste. But this I refuse. I intend to keep this gift, sir, as long as I live.
Very well, Mr. Christian. I accept your refusal, and I shall remember it.
On the 4th of April, 1788, the Bounty with her cargo of breadfruit trees set sail from Tahiti. All went quietly enough until the evening of April 14th. That morning we left the island of Numuka in the friendly archipelago, where we did our usual trading with the natives. A great many coconuts had been brought aboard and piled up on the quarterdeck between the guns under the captain's eye. At about noon, some of the coconuts were found to be missing.
Mr. Morrison.
Aye, sir.
Are all the officers assembled on deck?
Aye, sir.
Gentlemen, attention. I regret to inform you that several coconuts have been stolen. I expect you to help me find the culprits. Well, speak up. Speak up! Some of you must know the guilty party. Mr. Christian, step forward, please. I wish to know the exact number of coconuts you purchased for your own use, Mr. Christian.
I really don't know, sir.
How, you don't?
But I hope you don't think me so mean as to steal yours.
Yes, I do think so. You must have stolen some of mine. You'd be able to give a better account of your own. You may be officers, but you're rascals and thieves. The lot of you! I'll break the spirit of every man of you. You'll wish you'd never seen me before we reach the Indies. Mr. Samuel!
Yes, sir.
You'll stop the officers' grog until further orders. And instead of a pound of yams per man, you'll issue half a pound to all the messes. Understand?
Yes, sir.
And by heaven, I'll reduce you to a quarter of a pound if I find anything else missing. Make you crawl on your bellies for that.
It was feverish hot below deck that night, and there was an uneasy stirring in the forecastle. I couldn't sleep and went up on deck. It was then about 1 o'clock, and with the exception of the watch, there was no one on deck but Tinkler, curled up asleep under one of the guns. Mr. Norton, the watch, was standing at the rail on the opposite side of the deck. I could make out his form standing in the starlight. Someone appeared at the after ladderway. Who's that?
Oh, it's you, Byam.
Oh, hello, Mr. Christian. Have you seen Captain Bligh tonight?
Did you know that he invited me to sup with him? Why? Can you tell me that? After spitting at me, wiping his feet on me, sent Samuel to ask me to his table.
He didn't go?
After what happened, I should say not.
Maybe he's got a conscience, Christian. His invitation might have been a way of letting you know he was sorry.
I might have believed that once, but not now. Byam, we're in his power, officers and men alike. He considers us so many dogs to be kicked or fondled as he pleases. There can be no relief, none, not till we reach England. Heaven knows when that'll be. Heaven knows if I can stand it till then. Heaven knows if the men can stand it. Byam.
Yes, Christian?
Something I wish you'd do for me. On a voyage like this, one never knows what may happen. If for any reason I should fail to reach home, I'd like you to see my people in Cumberland. That'd be too much trouble for you?
Not at all, Mr. Christian.
Just before I joined the ship, my father asked that I make such an arrangement with someone on board. In case anything should happen, he said that it would be a comfort to him to talk with one of my friends.
You can count on me, sir.
Good. That's settled, then.
Well, Mr. Christian. You're up late.
Yes, sir.
And you, Mr. Byam. Can't you sleep?
It's very warm below, sir.
I've noticed it. A true sailor can sleep in an oven if the case requires, or on a cake of ice. Good night, Mr. Byam. Good night, Mr. Christian.
Smith, wake up. It's 3 bells.
Burton, where's the other lads?
Thompson's gone to the arms chest. Come with me and be quick about it.
Aye, that and I will.
Coleman. Oh, Coleman.
Huh? What do you want, Thompson?
The key to the gun locker. Hurry, man.
It's hanging above the hatch.
Thompson,
Is that you?
Aye, Burkett.
What did you get, man?
10 muskets and a brace of pistols.
Pass them around, mate.
Smith?
Aye, I'll take one.
Quintal?
Aye, give me one with a bayonet.
Ellison? Thanks. Churchill?
Aye, I'm with you.
Where's the rest of the lads, Burkett?
On the aft deck. They see Mr. Christian?
Aye.
We need Christian, we do. He's the man that'll rid us of that swine. Aye, Christian.
Mr. Byam! Mr. Byam, get up!
Yes? Yes?
Put on your clothes!
There's no time about it.
Oh, what is it? Have we been attacked?
Have we been attacked?
No. We've taken the ship.
Captain Bligh is a prisoner.
What? Burkett, are you mad? Have you any idea what you're doing?
We know what we're doing. Bligh done all this on himself. Now, by heaven, we'll make him suffer.
You're going to shoot the dog.
Don't you try any of your young gentlemen's ideas on us, or we'll murder some more of you.
Seize them up, Burkett. They're not to be trusted.
Hold your tongue! Mind the gun locker. Come, gentlemen, hurry into your clothes. Oh, Quintal!
Yes, Burkett.
Stand fast by that door there. No one's to come forward without my orders, you understand?
All right.
Now then,
Come on,
get
boys.
going. Up the ladder way. On deck with you.
Captain Bligh!
Stand back. Don't move a step.
Isn't there a loyal man among
Will you hold your tongue, Mr. Bligh?
Or shall I shove this bayonet into your ribs?
Go ahead, Christian. Murder me. Go on ahead.
I'm master of this ship now, Mr.
Master
Bligh, and
of
by
the
heaven,
ship?
I'll stand no more of your
Christian,
abuse.
you traitor! I'll see you hung. I'll have you flogged.
Hold your tongue or you're dead this
Let
instant.
the dog's throat.
Let him have it.
Quiet! Quiet, the lot of you.
I'll give the orders on this ship. Beckett, get the other officers on deck.
They're fetching him up, sir.
Christian. Mr. Christian, think what you do. Release me. Lay aside your arms. Let's be friends again, Mr. Christian. Mr. Christian, I give you my word that nothing more shall be said of this matter.
Your word is of no value, Captain Bligh.
What do you mean to do with me?
Shoot you swine!
Seize him up at the gratings, Mr. Christian.
Give us a chance at him with the lash.
Silence!
We'll give you justice, Mr. Bligh. Which is more than you've ever given us.
What's your plan, Mr.
We've
Christian?
a right to know.
Aye, that we have.
Mind what you're about, Thompson. I'm master of this ship.
You're a mutinous swine! That's what you are, Christian. They'll never listen to you. They're...
Maybe that'll teach you to hold your tongue.
Mr. Christian.
Stand back, Bam.
Think what you're doing, Christian.
This is my affair.
Up the steps with you.
Fryer,
Put down the guy.
Purcell. Over on that side of the deck with Byam and Morrison.
Mr. Christian, are you in this?
Yes, Mr. Fryer, I've taken the ship. None of you will be hurt unless you resist.
What are you going to do with Captain Bligh?
Kill me! That's what the villain's going to do.
Oh,
Kill
Mr.
me!
Bligh, no, I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to put you adrift in the longboat.
Longboat!
Turn him adrift! Turn him adrift!
Turn me loose in that rotten little boat, will you? 3,000 miles from land? What else is that but murder?
Giving you a chance, Mr. Bligh. It's more than you'd give me. Mr. Mills.
Aye, Mr. Christian.
Near the launch and be lively.
Aye, sir.
Ellison, Quintal, give me a hand with the davits.
Now, gentlemen, you have your choice. The rest of the men who haven't joined us, you stay on ship with me, or you go with Bligh.
I give you warning. Come with me and I'll see you hung.
I'll stay. I'm with you, Mr. Christian.
Stand on this side.
I'm going with the captain.
Not me.
Over here, then. Mr. Fryer?
Mr. Christian, listen to
I've
reason.
no time, Mr. Fryer. Answer my question.
I've sympathy for you, the wrongs you've suffered, but none whatever for what you're doing now.
I have not asked for your sympathy, Mr. Fryer. Mr. Byam, what's your decision? Mr. Byam.
I shall go with Captain Bligh.
Very well. Over here, then. On that side. Purcell?
No matter what I think of Mr. Bligh, I know my duty as an officer.
Mr. Purcell, I shall remember that.
All that are going. Mr. Bligh, ready to man the launch?
She's ready to lower, sir.
In the boat, men. First, Mr. Bligh.
I'll never leave my ship of my free will.
Very well. Carry him, men.
Into the longboat with you.
Stand back. Stand back, gentlemen.
Beckett, keep your musket ready if anyone makes a move. That's it. Into the boat, men.
Keep him in, lad.
Now, the rest of you, Fryer, Purcell, Nelson, all of you that are going, keep moving. Allison's up in the supplies. In you get.
We can't take any more. Christian, we can't take any more. Don't send it anymore. She's overloaded, Christian. She's overloaded with swamp. No more men. Don't swamp the boat, men. I'll see that justice is done you.
Very well. Back the rest of you. Byam, get back.
Yes, Mr. Christian.
Lower away, men.
Aye, sir.
Lower away. One more chance, Christian. One more chance to surrender.
Too late for that now, Mr. Bligh.
You'll pay for this, every one of you. You'll pay.
Give us some cutlasses at least, Christian.
some maps.
Ellison, throw down some cutlasses.
Aye, sir.
You cowards! Are these all the arms you'll give us?
You'll get a belly full of lead.
They're off and turn on the swivel,
That's
Bonnie.
it. Give him a whip of grape. Aye, mate, me well.
Away from that gun, Quiddle. I'll put you in irons. Cast off there below. You scoundrels! Murderers! Traitors! I'll have vengeance on you. I'll see you swing in a yardarm before 2 years have passed. If I have to go to the edge of the earth to get you.
The launch was soon 100 yards from the ship, with Bligh and 18 men crowded aboard. There was no chance of my joining them. A northeast breeze freshened and the Bounty began to gather way. Under Christian's command, we put back to Tahiti. There we parted. It was his intention to turn his back forever on civilization and settle in some remote island in the South Seas. The rest of us well determined to return to England. With him aboard the Bounty went 8 members of the crew, 8 native women, and Tahani, his wife. The last I saw of the Bounty, she was standing off the shore of Tahiti with all sails set, heading north into uncharted waters where the light easterly breeze had been.
Prisoners, stand forth. Roger Byam.
Here, sir.
James Morrison.
Here, sir.
William Musprat.
Here, sir.
Thomas Burkitt.
Here, sir.
John Mills.
Here, sir.
Thomas Ellison.
Yes, sir.
Do any of the accused have anything further to say in your defense?
No, my lord.
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 Having heard the evidence produced in support of the charges made against you, and having maturely and deliberately weighed the whole of the evidence, this court is of the opinion that the charges have been proved against you. It doth therefore judge that you shall suffer death by being hanged by the neck on board any of His Majesty's ships of war not later than 1 month from this date, and at such a time and such a place as the commissioners for executing the office of Lord High Admiral of Great Britain and Ireland shall, in writing, under their hands, direct.
Our story tonight is the true account of an adventure at sea. It is not fiction, it is history. And history seldom accommodates us with a happy ending. The boundaries of fact reach farther than the boundaries of romance. And even when the last of the principles of any action have died, it cannot surely be said that any human event has ended in the sense that a story ends. If our hero tonight was Captain Bligh, then our story concludes with the fulfillment of his promise. For Captain Bligh, sailing without charts or instruments, against thirst and hunger, against heat and cold, after 41 perilous days on the open sea, brought the launch of the Bounty with its crew of 19 souls into the Dutch port of Timor, 3,618 miles from where they had been set adrift. He kept his word, returned to England, brought 7 of the mutineers to trial and saw them convicted to treason and condemned to death. If our hero was Roger Byam, then the story still has a happy ending. For in spite of Captain Bligh, and quite in keeping with the best traditions of melodrama, he was reprieved from hanging at the 11th hour and lived to marry a girl and to become a captain in the British Navy. As to Mr. Christian, the end of his story has not been written. It has been told that with his wife Tahani and a few of the mutineers, he sailed the Bounty far off the trade lanes to an island they called Pitcairn. They may not have lived happily ever after. But for almost 150 years, their descendants have continued in existence, free from the bondage and misery against which Fletcher Christian rebelled.
In a moment or so, Orson Welles will return to the microphone with his guest of the evening, Mrs. Dorothy Hall, a person who has had direct contact with the descendants of the mutineers and who has been recently and dramatically associated with life on Pitcairn Island. While we are waiting for them, let me remind you of something I was talking about a little while ago, of the lavish emphasis on chicken in Campbell's chicken soup. Actually, all the good meat of fine government-certified chickens goes into the making. The broth bubbles slowly and softly in shining kettles until it takes on a golden glint, and the flavor of chicken is rich in every drop. Pieces of chicken meat, cooked deliciously tender, go into the soup, too, along with snowy rice. Every woman knows that the merit of a chicken soup depends on the amount of chicken used in making it. And since that is so, then as surely as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. You like it for lunch, for supper, for family meals, whenever the idea of chicken sounds good. Why not put Campbell's chicken soup on tomorrow's shopping list and have it this very weekend? And now, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last, or at least the latest chapter in the strange story of the mutiny on the Bounty, we're going to tell you tonight, before this broadcast is over. It was written only last summer, and only a few miles from this studio. Hack is a taxicab. It is also what you call a writer if you're mad at him. Quack is what Donald Duck says, and what you should never call a doctor. Ham is the most distinguished reference you can make to an amateur radio operator. But there are two kinds of hams, and smile when you call a radio actor a ham. Say ham to Mrs. Dorothy Hall, however, and she'll just smile. I'd like to make this quite clear before I go on. When you say radio ham to me, it is either dramatic criticism or fighting words, depending on how big you are. But okay around Mrs. Hall, because ham is just a pleasant reminder in the queer vernacular of her own people that she has passed tests A and B of the Federal Communications Commission and belongs to the elect among amateur radio operators of the world. Mrs. Hall's kind of ham pioneered radio. Mrs. Hall's kind of ham stays up late and gets up early, eats irregularly, rescues flood victims, and talks like an E. Phillips Oppenheim spy into an H.G. Wells machine, thinking nothing of such phrases as QRM, QC, QRT, and QSL, the exact meaning of which I am not entirely certain. 88, however, means love and kisses. This I have committed to memory in several languages. 88. Y15KG is what Mrs. Hall assures me she calls His Royal Highness Crown Prince Faisal Ghassel of Iraq. I said Crown Prince Faisal Ghassel of Iraq. And there are a lot of other hams, Mrs. Hall's kind. I mean, there is W5DEW, for example, who is Mary, the Dewdrop of Texas, and the mother of 4 children. There is Howard Hughes. There is Wilmer Allison, the tennis star. There is Dr. James Hard, the John D. Rockefeller of Mexico, who's invested $150,000 in amateur radio. This is the son of Herbert Hoover, too, and Andy Sinella, the band leader, and about 85,000 others, including Amos of our own Campbell Soups, Amos and Andy. I don't know what makes a ham. Mrs. Hall's kind, I mean. But I do know that it's very lucky for an awful lot of people that hams do exist. And 214 of those lucky people are especially lucky and especially grateful to Mrs. Hall. They are the 214 great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren and great-great-great-grandchildren of the crew of the HMS Bounty. Remember the headlines? Pitcairn Islanders face starvation, Bounty survivors isolated by typhoid rumor, Queen's woman rallies British to aid survivors, radio amateur acts to save starving inhabitants. Well, that was only last summer, and only last summer it was that the rumors of a dangerous epidemic forced the little island into a tragic quarantine that threatened to erase all life from Pitcairn. That same Pitcairn, that same paradise that Mr. Christian and the rest of them founded 150 years ago in tonight's story. What happened was this. Stories of a contagious disease on Pitcairn Island spread faster than any disease through the islands, from Panama to Tahiti, from Samoa to New Zealand, and boats, all of them, from the biggest traders to the littlest tramps, kept off. The harbor was closed. Pitcairn Islanders watched them, boats with food and, most vital, with medical supplies, sail past them almost within shouting distance and away into the sky. And so it was that slow death and death by torture faced a community in the very presence of civilization. Faced a people whose ancestors had known this torment and this kind of death. And here's how another chapter was written in the saga of the Bounty. Andrew Young, descendant of midshipman Edward Young, latitude 25 minutes, 4 seconds south, longitude 130 minutes, 6 seconds west, fighting time, fighting the ebbing power of his radio transmitter, found an old friend in the ether whom he knew well and whom he had never seen 7,740 miles away. A colleague in the great good fellowship of radio hams. Found and gave the word to Mrs. Dorothy Hall, 18618 Williamson Avenue, Springfield Gardens, Queens, Long Island, New York. And here she is. Mrs. Dorothy Hall, who picked up the message and gave it to the world. I'd like you to meet Mrs. Hall.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Mrs. Hall, will you please read the entry which you made in your log on July 19th of last year?
Certainly, Mr. Wells. Here it is. 4:38 a.m. While in contact with VR-6AY, he requested that I contact the British Consul that no ships had stopped for trading since May 25th, and they needed food and medical supplies.
Mrs. Hall, when did help finally reach the islanders?
Just 9 days after I received the message.
They must be tremendously grateful for what you've done for them.
Well, they're very nice people.
I think you're understating the situation, Mrs. Hall. I must tell you that since Mrs. Hall rescued Pitcairn Island, I found out from other sources she's become what amounts to its unofficial consul general, purchasing agent, advisor, and guardian angel.
Well, Mr. Wells, that's quite a title.
Tell us, Mrs. Hall, what do you think is the outlook for the islanders?
I'm afraid not so very encouraging. They are entirely cut off from regular professional medical attention, whereas they recovered from this epidemic, which incidentally has never been diagnosed. It is more than possible, particularly with the threat of cholera, that someday a ship will pull into the harbor and find no one alive.
Mrs. Hall, certainly something should be done about this. The people at Pitcairn Island need a doctor. They need someone to tell them what they've got when they're sick and someone to cure them when they've got it. They need at least the simplest medical supplies. I don't know what can be done, but maybe somebody, somewhere, who's listening to this will know the answer. Let's hope so. And now, before wishing you good night, Mrs. Hall, and thanking you for visiting us at the Campbell Playhouse, I'd like our listeners to hear what I found in your log when I visited your home the other day. It's your most recent entry regarding the island. It's just a sentence, but I think it's very eloquent. It's from the Chief Magistrate of Pitcairn Island to Mrs. Dorothy Hall. Quote, "You do what is for our good. It's okay with me." Signed, Richard Edward Christian. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just before I lose my voice and just before we say good night, just a minute of next week's story. A preview is what the movies call it. Music, if you please, Professor Thurman.
When Mr. Phippeny took the mules out of the traces to lead them down to the stream to drink, he noticed that his wife continued sitting on the spring seat staring ahead of her, and that Addie, now 10 years old, remained in the wagon under the canvas. When he came back, they were as before.
Josephine, are you feeling all right?
Fine.
Don't you like this camping place?
As well as any camping place.
Well, what about supper?
I don't plan to cook any more suppers in this fine, free out of doors.
Well, how come?
Tomorrow, Addie and I is going back to some town to live or die. Some town like Natchez.
And leave me?
We two are going back to that town to live or die.
Perhaps Mr. Phippeny's poker playing, in spite of his wife's frequent corrosive remarks about it, had given him some helpful training. At any rate, Mr. Phippeny leaned down and began pulling at Breekstill's long ears.
Breekstill, we don't want to go to town, we do. We're ashamed of the old wagon. Who are we anyhow? Why, we're the chicken wagon family and ain't got no home except only such as this. Yes, Breekstill, yeah. We can't be chicken wagon people no more. It's disgraceful. We're ashamed. We're going to town, we is, Breekstill, and... Hey, we're going to town. And by dogs, we're going to the biggest downtown in the world. We're on our way to New York City.
Mrs. Phippeny screamed.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you've just heard comes about at the beginning of next week's broadcast, and the voice you heard telling you the story, because he happened to visit the Campbell Playhouse in this studio tonight, and because he was nice enough to do this for us, was the voice of America's finest actor, Mr. Burgess Meredith, who is the star of next Friday's story, which is a queer story, a funny story, a very, very good story, and a very, very human story, called The Chicken Wagon Family. Until then, until The Chicken Wagon Family, Burgess Meredith, who is next week's star, my sponsor and I, and all of us on the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
In tonight's broadcast of Mutiny on the Bounty, Captain Bligh was played by Orson Welles. Roger Byam was played by Carl Frank. Joseph Cotton was Fletcher Critchin. Thomas Burkett was played by Ray Collins. Mr. Fryer by Frank Reddick. Morrison by Myron McCormick. Edgar Barrier was Purcell. Richard Wilson was Thompson. William Allen was Samuel. And Memo Holt was Tahani. Don't fail to listen in next Friday night when Orson Welles brings to the Campbell Playhouse Burgess Meredith in that lovable, laughable bestseller of a dozen years ago, The Chicken Wagon Family. This is Ernest Chappell saying good night on behalf of the makers of Campbell Soups. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Network takes pleasure in presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in the second of a unique new summer series of 9 dramatic productions. The first time in its history that radio has brought to the country an entire theatrical institution. Columbia is proud to welcome Orson Welles to its roster of stars and to give him the opportunity of bringing to the air those same qualities of vitality and imagination that have made him the most talked of theatrical director in America today.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles speaking. If there's anything bloodthirstier than a werewolf, it's a pirate. And the Mercury Theater is playing safe. Now, if vampires and their ilk leave you as uncannily cold as old Dracula himself, who was staked down firmly, and it is to be hoped permanently, in his own family plot last week, then there are figures to prove that you are susceptible to buried treasure. We calculate that no decent, law-abiding citizen is immune to pirates. There are cowboys and Indians, there are gangsters and G-men, but these delights are inconstant like the short skirt. I don't care how young you are. Nothing charms, nothing ingratiates Nothing wins like a one-legged, double-barreled buccaneer with earrings, a handkerchief on his head, and a knife in his teeth. What could be more appropriate on the starboard rail of your four-masted brigantine? If you haven't a four-masted brigantine, you have Treasure Island. It's in your library because it's a great English classic, and this evening, because it's a great story, it's on your radio. That's what I mean by playing safe. Once there was a small boy who asked his stepfather, who had written a number of books, please, to write something interesting. The stepfather, seeing his point, immediately contributed a serial to something repugnant called Young Folks, a periodical circulated among that section of the English nation known as Tiny Tots, who were very prevalent in the 80s. The name of the serial was The Sea Cook by Captain George North, and if the Tiny Tots didn't think it was interesting, they should have been boiled in oil. The story was begun, the stepfather says, on a chill September morning by the cheek of a brisk fire and the rain drumming on the window. The small boy himself helped a lot, even though Captain North got the credit, and so did a third and equally incurable small boy, the author's father. They drew a map first, the chart of an island showing very queer and wonderful attractions, Spyglass Shoulder, for instance, and Skeleton Island, and the North Cache with a bar silver. And then, on that chill September morning by that brisk fire of theirs, the three plotters buried their plunder, doubloons and louis d'or, gold and silver and rich jewels and pieces of 8. That's why the story was finally called Treasure Island. It's foolish to guess who's tuned in on this broadcast, but if in some way, while we were retelling this story, hoped devoutly that he, who the Samoans laid to rest in the hills of their own faraway Treasure Island and who is still known out there only as the great teller of tales, would not wish tonight as he did, so unaccountably at first, to suppress the real name of Captain George North. The small boy, of course, should have been decorated. It's a better world because he asked for something interesting. But then he was lucky. There are millions and millions of small boys. But only one of us had Robert Louis Stevenson for a stepfather.
Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson, with Orson Welles as Long John Silver and as Jim Hawkins, who tells the story. Treasure Island.
Squire Trelawney, Dr. Livesey, and the rest of the gentlemen having asked me to write down the whole particulars about Treasure Island from the beginning to the end, keeping nothing back but the bearings of the island, and that only because there is treasure not yet lifted, I take up my pen in the year of grace 1783 and go back to that time 19 years ago when my father kept the Admiral Benbow Inn and the brown old seaman with a saber cut first took up his lodging under our roof. I was 14, but I remember him as if it were yesterday.
15 men on a dead man's chest.
Mother called to me from upstairs.
Jim? Yes, Mother? Jim, there's a man coming up the road. Go out and see what he wants.
He came plodding to the inn door, his sea chest following behind him on a hand barrow. A tall, strong, heavy, nut-brown man, his tarry pigtail falling over the shoulders of his soiled blue coat, his hands ragged and scarred with black broken nails, and the saber cut across one cheek, a dirty, livid white, singing that old sea song that he sang so often afterwards.
Oh! Open up in there! Now then, boy.
Yes, sir?
What do you call this place?
The Admiral Benbow Inn, sir.
Admiral Benbow, eh? Nice, lonely-looking, pleasant-situated grog shop. Folks don't come here much, do they, boy? Not much company?
No, sir, more's pity.
No? Well, then it's the berth for me. I'm a plain man, rum and bacon, eggs, all I want, and that head up there for to watch ships off. I have a mind to stay here a bit. Here, you matey! You with the wheelbarrow! Bring up alongside, help up my chest. You two boys, heavy.
Yes, sir.
Call me Captain, boy. Captain.
Yes, Captain.
Just one thing more.
Yes, Captain?
You ain't seen him, have you?
No, sir. Who do you mean?
Along the road, maybe. You might have seen him somewheres you can't tell. Let me know if you do, boy. A seafaring man.
Yes, sir.
with one leg.
Yes, sir.
Captain!
Yes, Captain.
Bring me a noggin of rum, boy.
And so he came to live under our roof. We never knew his name. We called him the Captain. He was a very silent man by custom. All day he hung around the cove or upon the cliffs with a brass telescope staring out to sea. All evening he sat in a corner of the parlor next to the fire and drank rum and water, very strong. And every day when he came back from his stroll, he would ask the same question.
Jim?
Yes, Captain?
Any seafaring men go by today along the road?
No, Captain.
And Jim?
Yes, sir.
You're a good boy, Jim. You wouldn't lie to me ever, would you, Jim?
No, sir.
You haven't seen him, have you, Jim? Jim, there's a silver fourpenny for you on the first of every month if you'll keep your weather eye open for a seafaring man with one leg. You let me know the moment you see him, won't you, Jim? A seafaring man with one leg.
How that personage haunted my dreams. On stormy nights when the wind shook the four corners of the house and the surf roared along the cove and up the cliffs, I could see him in 1,000 forms. Now the leg would be cut off at the knee, now at the hip. Now he was a monstrous kind of a creature who had never had but one leg, and that in the middle of his body.
Keep your weather eye open, won't you, Jim? For a seafaring man with one leg. A seafaring man with one leg.
Months went by. The captain bade fair to ruin us. We kept on staying week after week, month after month.
And never a penny of money, Jim. Not a penny has he paid us since the day he came here. And me, a poor widow woman.
Mother, why don't you ask him for some?
Well, I'll tell you the truth, Jim. I'm afraid to ask him. I'm afraid of the man. Now, if your father was...
In all that time, none of us ever saw him open the great sea chest that was in his room. There were nights when he took a deal more rum and water than his head could carry. Often I heard the house shaking and all the neighbors joining in for dear life.
Drink and the devil has done. Quiet, amidships! Quiet!
He would force them all to listen to his stories. Dreadful stories they were, about hanging and walking the plank and storms at sea and the dry Tortugas and wild deeds in places on the Spanish Main. By his own account, he must have lived his life among some of the wickedest men that God ever allowed upon the sea. The captain had been living with us almost a year when there occurred the first of the mysterious events that rid us at last of his presence. It was one January morning, very early, a pinching, frosty morning. The captain had risen earlier than usual and set down the beach with his telescope under his arm. My mother was upstairs and I was lying at the breakfast table against the captain's return when the parlor door opened and a stranger stepped in.
Sonny, come here, Sonny. Is this table for my mate Bill?
I don't know you, mate Bill. I'm laying this for a man who stays in the house. We call him the captain.
Well, my mate Bill would be called the captain like as not. Now, we'll put it for argument like that your captain's got a cut on one cheek. And we'll put it, if you like, that cheek's the right one, eh? Well, God save me, there he is now. There's my mate Bill. That's him with a spyglass under his arm. Bless his old heart, to be sure. You and me'll just get back behind the door, Sonny, and we'll give Bill a little surprise, we will. Bless his heart, I says again.
Or a dead man's chest. Yo!
Hello, Bill. Come, Bill. You knows me. You knows an old shipmate, Bill, surely. Black dog as ever was. Bill. We seen a sight of times, us two.
So you run me down. Here I am. We'll speak up. What is it?
That's you, Bill. You're in the right of it, Billy. I'll have a glass of rum from this dear child here, what I've took such a liking to. And we'll sit down, if you please, and talk square like old shipmates. Sit down, Bill. And you, Sonny, get out.
Yes, sir.
And none of your keels on me, do you hear?
For a while, I could hear nothing but a low gabbing. Suddenly, the voices began to grow higher.
No. And an end on it. If it comes to swinging, swing all. Say aye!
I saw Black Dog streaming blood run off down the road. Presently, the captain returned, alone.
Jim, give me some rum.
Captain, are you hurt?
I must get away from here. Get away, that's what. I must get away from here.
What's happened, Jim? What's happened?
It's the captain, Mother.
The captain? Oh, dearie me, what a disgrace. I've been afraid of something like this ever since he came into the house with that old chest of his.
I got the rum and tried to put it down his throat, but his teeth were tightly shut and his jaws were as strong as iron. An hour later, our friend Dr. Livesey came.
Doctor, what shall we do?
Where is he wounded, Doctor?
Wounded? A fiddlestick's end. No more wounded than you or I. The man's had a stroke.
Where's Black Dog?
Black Dog? There is no Black Dog except what you have on your own back. You've been drinking rum, man, and you've had a stroke. Now, listen to me. One glass of rum a day won't kill you. But if you take one, you'll take another and another, and then you'll die. Die and go to your own place like the man in the Bible, and the world will be rid of a very dirty scoundrel. Do you understand that? The name of rum for you is death.
About noon the next day, I stopped at the captain's door with some medicines.
Who is it?
It's me, Jim.
Come in, Jim. Come in.
He was lying very much as we'd left him.
Jim, you're the only one here that's worth anything. You know I always been good to you. Never a month but I've given you a silver fourpenny for yourself. Now you see, mate, I'm pretty low and deserted by all. Jim, you'll bring me a noggin of rum, won't you, matey?
But the doctor...
Doctors is all swabs! Don't have a drain of rum, Jim. I'll have the horrors. I've seen some of them already. I've seen old Flint in the corner there behind you, as plain as print. I've seen him. Jim, I'll give you a golden guinea for a noggin.
When I brought it to him, he seized it greedily and drank it out.
That's some better, sure enough. Now, matey, did that doctor say how long I was to lie here in this old berth?
Why, a week at least.
Thunder, a week! I can't do that. They'll have the black spot on me by then. The lovers is going about getting the wind of me this blessed moment. Lovers is couldn't keep what they got and want to nail what's another's. It's in my old sea chest, Jim. The thing they're after. They'll tip me the black spot, I know it. I was first mate, I was. Old Flint's first mate. And I'm the only one as knows the place he buried it. He gave it me at Savannah when he lay a-dying.
What's the black spot, Captain?
A summons from old Flint's crew. A summons. And them as gets it, Jim, is lucky when they're dead.
So, a week went by. And then, about 3 o'clock of a bitter, foggy, frosty afternoon, I saw someone drawing slowly near along the road. He was plainly blind, for he tapped before him with a stick, and he wore a great green shade over his eyes and nose, and he was hunched as if with age or weakness, and wore a huge old tattered sea cloak with a hood.
Christian friends, take pity on a poor blind mariner as has lost the precious sight of his eyes in the gracious defense of his native country, England, and God bless King George. Where or in what part of his country he may now be?
You were at the Admiral Benbow Inn, sailor.
Eh?
Black Hill Cove.
I hear a voice, a young voice. It's here where I miss me deadlights. Will you give me your hand, my kind young friend, and lead me into the captain?
I held out my hand, and the horrible, soft-spoken, eyeless creature gripped it in a moment like a vice.
No, boy. Take me into the captain.
Sir, upon my word, I dare not.
You heard me. Take me in straight.
Oh!
Will you take me into the captain?
Yes, sir.
Good. And when I'm in view, say to him, he's a friend for you, Bill Bones. If you don't, I'll twist your arm right out of your body. Do you hear?
Yes, sir.
Stash your passer, damn you. Now, forward march.
Here's a friend for you, Bill Bones.
Now, Bill, sit where you are. Business is business. Hold out your left hand, Bill. Boy, take his left hand by the wrist and bring it near to my right. Here's a little bit of paper for you, Bill Bones. Now that's done, I'll be going. Goodbye, Bill. Goodbye.
Jim?
Yes, Captain?
What time is it, Jim?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, 6 hours. We'll daddle 'em yet, Pew and Black Dog and Long John Silver. The whole crew of 'em will.
Captain. Captain. Captain! Captain!
The captain was dead. And there we were, my mother and I, a woman and a boy of 14, alone at night in the house with the dead captain's body on the parlor floor.
He knows his money, he does. A whole year, never a penny from him. And me, a poor widow.
But, Mother, if Black Dog comes back or the blind man...
Black Dog fiddlesticks. There's something in that old chest of his upstairs that's rightfully mine. And we'll have that chest open if we die for it.
Mother.
Close the blinds, Jim. We don't want anybody watching us from the outside. We have to get the key off him.
Look, Mother. Look.
On the floor, close to the dead man's hand, there was a little round of paper, blackened on one side.
The black spot.
I took it up and found...
You have till 10 tonight. 4 hours.
Now, Jim, find that key.
I felt in his pockets one after another.
Perhaps it's round his neck. Tear open his shirt.
There, sure enough, hanging on a bit of tarry string, we found the key. Then my mother got a candle in the bar, and holding each other's hands, we went upstairs to his room.
Give me the key, Jim. Now then. Oh, nothing in here. Not a thing of value, not a penny.
Mother, look.
There, before us, lay the last things in the chest, a bundle tied up in oilcloth looking like papers, and a canvas bag that gave forth at a touch the jingle of gold.
You see, Jim, I knew we'd find it. But I'll show these rogues that I'm an honest woman. I'll have me doing not a farthing over. Here, Jim, hold this bag.
Coins were of all countries and sizes, doubloons and louis d'or, and guineas and pieces of 8.
Mother.
What is it, Jim?
Mother, listen. Come, Mother. Mother, take the hole and let's be gone.
No, I'll have me do, Jim, and no more.
But, Mother, you heard him. That was the blind man.
I know what I'm doing. I know the right.
But, Mother, you don't know.
Oh, dear. I'll take what I have.
And I'll take these papers. Quick, Mother, quick. Take my hand.
Next moment, we had opened the door and were in full retreat toward the village.
Look, Jim. Over the hill. There they come.
Run, Mother, run.
Oh, Jim. Jim, I'm going to faint. Oh, Jim. Take the money and go on.
Mother.
Oh.
Mother.
She had fainted. I managed somehow to drag her down the bank into the shadow of the ditch. A moment later, the house was surrounded.
Bones! Bones! Bill Bones! Will you answer me? Down with the door, then! Aye! In, you lovers! Loot the house and find it! Bill's dead! Like you! Bill's dead! Let him, you shirking lovers! And the rest of you locked and get the check!
It was a good thing my mother had fainted, or she would have had to watch with me while our poor house was pulled apart and smashed. Whatever it was they were after, they did not find it.
Well, is it there?
The money's there!
Jim, what is it, Jim? What are they after?
The map, Mother. Flint's map.
Hey, you! That's the signal!
Tell him that!
Hold on, you sneaks! It's in the house, you know it is! Shiver my soul if I had my eye!
The signal, Pew! The signal!
You dogs! You had your hand on hundreds, on thousands! Are you giving up now? You'd be as rich as kings if you could find it, and you know it's there, and you stand there skulking. There wasn't one of you there, face Bill, and I did it. A blind man, and I'm to lose my chance for you. I'm to be a poor crawling beggar spongy for rum when I might be rolling in a couch. If you had the pluck of a weevil in a sea biscuit among the lot of you.
That's the last signal!
Get him! Duck! Black dog! Johnny! Dirk! You won't leave old Pew, mates. Not old Pew. Johnny! Black dog! Don't leave old Pew. Not old Pew, not old dog. Pew, mates. Help me, mates.
When they picked him up where he lay on the road on his side, Pew was stone dead. The horsemen, as it turned out, were revenue officers who had some news of a strange lugger in Kit's Hole and had set forth that night in our direction. They took my mother to a neighbor's house.
So, Hawkins, they got the money, you say? Well, what in fortune were they after? More money, I suppose?
No, Sergeant. Not money, I think. In fact, sir, I believe I have the thing in my breast pocket. And to tell you the truth, I should like to put it in safety.
To be sure, boy, quite right. I'll take it.
I thought perhaps Dr. Livesey...
Yes, Dr. Livesey. Perfectly right, perfectly right. A gentleman and a magistrate. Dogger!
Yes, sir.
You have a good horse. Take this line up behind you.
Yes, sir.
We rode hard all the way till we came to Dr. Livesey's door.
Dr. Livesey, the doctor's stopping tonight at the Squire's.
Squire? So there we go, boys.
We'd arrived at the Squire's. He rose to meet us very stately and condescending.
Come in, gentlemen.
Good evening, Squire. Good evening, Dr. Livesey.
Good evening to you, friend Jim. What good wind brings you here?
Then the officer stood up straight and stiff and told his story.
Sergeant, you're a very noble fellow. This lad Hawkins is a tramp, I perceive. Hawkins, ring that bell. Sergeant must have some ale.
And so, Jim, you have the thing that they were after, have you?
Here it is, sir.
You've heard of this Captain Flint, I suppose, Squire?
Heard of him? Heard of him, you say? He was the bloodthirstiest buccaneer that sailed. Blackbeard was a child to Flint. The Spaniards were so prodigiously afraid of him that I tell you, sir, I was sometimes proud he was an Englishman.
What interests me is, had he money?
Money! One of those villains after but money.
That we shall soon know. What I want to know is this. Suppose I have here in my pocket some clue to where Flint buried his treasure. Will that treasure amount to much?
Amount, sir? It will amount to this. If we have the clue you talk about, I fit out a ship in Bristol dock and take you and Hawkins here along,
And I'll have that treasure if I search a year, sir.
Very well. Now, if Jim is agreeable, we'll open the packet. A map of an island with latitude and longitude and writing. Tall tree, spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the north of northeast. Skeleton Island, southeast by east, 10 feet. The bar silver is in the north cap.
Lindsay, you'll give up this wretched practice at once. Tomorrow, I start for Bristol. In 3 weeks' time, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 10 days, we'll have the best ship, sir, and the choicest crew in England. Hawkins shall come as cabin boy. You, Livesey, as ship's doctor. I am admiral.
I'll go with you, Squire. So will Jim, and be a credit to the undertaking. There is only one man I'm afraid of.
Who's that? Name the dog, sir.
You, sir, for you cannot hold your tongue.
In a few moments, we shall be bound for Treasure Island with Dr. Livesey, Squire Trelawney, and Jim Hawkins. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Tonight, the Columbia Network is bringing you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in Robert Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island. As Jim Hawkins was telling us, we are eager to leave the Benbow Inn behind and set out for the docks in Bristol.
It was longer than the squire imagined ere we were ready for the sea. Weeks passed on. Then, one fine day, there came a letter from the squire, from Bristol.
Dear Livesey, the ship is moored and fitted. She lies at anchor ready for sea. It was the crew that delayed me, till the most remarkable stroke of fortune brought me the very man that I required. I was standing on the dock, when by the merest accident I fell in talk with him. He had hobbled down there that morning with a parrot on his shoulder to get a smell of salt, he said. Out of pure pity, I engaged him on the spot to be ship's cook. Long John Silver, he is called, and has lost an leg. Well, sir, I thought I'd only found a cook, but it was a crew I'd discovered. Between Silver and myself, we got together in a few days a company of the toughest old salts imaginable. I declare we could fight a frigate. Seaman ho! Hang the treasure! It's the glory of the sea that has turned my head.
On the 16th of April, the schooner Hispaniola set sail from Bristol Harbor. It was more than 19 years ago, but I can remember it as if it were yesterday.
Me in my new blue cabin boy's clothes.
19 years ago.
Leaning over the rail, waving goodbye to my mother, and doing my best not to cry. For at the last moment, it sort of hurt to leave her, and it was the first time I had been away from home. Then, a little before noon, Captain Smollett gave an order. The boatswain sounded his pipe, and the crew began to man the capstan bar. Soon, the anchor was short up. Soon it was hanging dripping at the bars. Soon the sail began to draw, and the land and shipping to flit by on either side. The Hispaniola had begun her voyage to the Isle of Treasure. On the second day out, I made the acquaintance of our one-legged ship's cook, Long John Silver.
Hey there, boy. Come in. Come on into Long John's galley.
To tell you the truth, at the very first mention of Long John Silver in the squire's letter, I had taken a fear in my mind that this might be the very one-legged sailor that I had watched for all those months at the Benbow Inn. But one look at him was enough. I had seen Captain Bones and Black Dog and Blind Pew, and I knew what a buccaneer looked like. Very different from this clean and pleasant-looking sea cook. His left leg was cut off close to the hip, and under the left shoulder he carried a crutch, which he managed wonderfully, hopping about on it like a bird.
Pieces of eight, pieces of eight, pieces of eight.
Are you Mr. Silver, sir?
Yes, me lad, such is my name to be sure. And you're Hawkins, eh? Nobody more welcome than yourself, me lad, in old John's galley. Sit down, hear the news. Your first trip to sea, Hawkins?
Yes, sir.
Well, well. Well, there's a lot of things you're going to learn before this here voyage is over. What do you think, Hawkins? And if there's anything you want to know, Hawkins, you just come to old John Silver and ask him. See, he'll tell you.
His galley was as clean as a new pin. The dishes hanging up burnished, and his parrot in a cage in one corner.
Yes, Captain Flint. I call my parrot Captain Flint. Yeah, the parrot after the famous buccaneer. Yes, Captain Flint, predicting success to our voyage. Wasn't you, Captain? Yeah, she's a powerful old bird, is Captain Flint. 200 years old if she's a day, and if anybody's seen more wickedness, it must be the devil himself. She sailed with England, the great Captain England, the pirate, on the old Walrus. It's Flint's old ship. As I've seen her muck with the red blood and fit to sink with gold. She's been at Madagascar and at Malabar and Suriname and Providence and Portobello. To look at her, you'd think she was a baby, Hawkins, but you smell powder, haven't you, Captain?
Stand by to go about.
And blood, eh, Captain?
Order amidships. Animal hands.
And pieces of eight, eh, Captain?
Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight.
At the end of the third week, we left Madeira behind us. The ship proved to be a good ship. The crew seemed to be capable seamen. There was only one man aboard who was not satisfied, and that was the ship's master, Captain Smollett.
I'll speak plain. I don't like it. I don't like this cruise. I don't like the men. I don't like me officers. That's short and sweet.
But nobody paid much attention to him. Every man on board seemed well content. Double grog was served on the least excuse. There was duff on odd days, and always a barrel of apples standing broached in the waist, for anyone to help himself that had a fancy.
Never knew good come of it yet. Spoil folks' lands, make devils. That's my belief. We're not home again yet.
But good did come of that apple barrel. It was about the last day of our outward voyage. Sometime that night, or at latest before noon of the morrow, we should sight the Treasure Island. Just after sundown, when all my work was over, I thought I should like an apple. I ran on deck. The watch was all forward, looking out for the island. I got into the apple barrel. Suddenly, I heard voices on deck.
Look here, Barbecue. How long are we going to stand off and on like a blessed bumboat? Why thunder I want to go into that cabin, I do. I want their pickles and wine and that.
How long? By the powers, the last moment I can manage, and that's how long. How many tall ships, think you, have I seen laid aboard? And how many brisk lads drying in the sun at Execution Dock? And all for this same hurry, and hurry, and hurry. Here's a first-rate seaman, Captain Smollett. Sails the blessed ship for us.
We're all seamen aboard here, I should
all forecastle lands, you mean? I know the sort you are. You're never happy till you're drunk.
think. Easy all along, John.
I don't know where this treasure is, do I? No more to use as you, and here's this squire and doctor with a map and such. Well, then I mean this squire and doctor shall find the treasure for us and help us to get it aboard by the powers. After that...
After that, what do we do with them, John Silver, after that?
Well, what would you think we does with them? Put 'em ashore like maroons? Or cut 'em down like that much pork? Duty is duty, mates. Wait. Wait is what I says. When the time comes, why, let her rip.
Land ho!
What's that? What's that?
Land
Away to the southwest of us, we saw it. Treasure Island. 10 minutes later, we were gathered in the cabin. The squire, Dr. Livesey, the captain, and myself.
Now, Hawkins, you have something to say. Speak up.
I did as I was bid. I told them the whole story of Silver's conversation. When that was done, all three, one after another, and each with a bow, drank my good health. Then the squire rose.
Captain Smollett, you were right and I was wrong. I own myself an ass. I await your orders, sir.
Silver is a remarkable man. Here's the way I see it. We must go on because we can't turn back. And what I propose is that we don't wait for them to surprise us, but that we come to blows at our own time and when they least expect it. There must be some faithful hands left. Well, we must find out who they are.
Jim here can help us more than anyone. The men are not shy with him, and Jim is a noticing lad.
Hawkins, I put prodigious faith in you.
In the meantime, talk as we please, there were only 7 out of 26 on whom we knew we could rely. And of these 7, I was a boy, so that the grown men on our side were 6 to their 19. Next morning, there was not a breath of air moving, nor a sound, but that of the surf booming half a mile away along the beaches. A peculiar stagnant smell hung over the anchorage. The heat was sweltering, and the men grumbled fiercely over their work. Mutiny, it was plain, hung over us like a thundercloud. Around noon, Captain Smollett came up on deck.
Hey, lads! We're not saying we're all trying not a sword. Quick to the shore and let nobody, so you can take the gig. And as many as please may go ashore for the afternoon. Hey!
Hey, wait a bit, Ben. What's the hurry?
John Silver suspected a trick.
Wait a bit, Ben.
He hopped around the deck on his one leg.
Ben, what's the hurry? Wait a bit, will you, men?
Soon the party was organized. 6 fellows were to stay on board, and 13, including Silver, began to embark. Suddenly, I had a mad notion to go ashore, too. In a jiffy, I had slipped over the side and curled up in the foresheets of the nearest boat. No one took notice of me. The crews raced for the beach. No sooner had we touched shore than I leaped out and plunged into the nearest thicket. Behind me, I could hear John Silver's voice.
Hey, Jim! Jim, my boy! Hey, Jim! Jim!
John Silver was quick at his work. 2 faithful members of the crew were murdered on the island that afternoon. Only an hour after we landed, the second killing I saw with my own eyes. From where I lay hidden among the trees.
Will you tell me you let yourself be led away with that kind of a mess of swabs?
As sure as God sees me, I'd sooner lose me hand than turn to get me duty.
Mate, it's because I think's gold dust of you. Gold dust.
John Silver, you're mate of mine no more. If I die like a dog, I'll die in me duty. You've killed Alan, have you? Kill me too if you can. But I defy you.
He started to walk away.
Try this, then.
Long John whipped the crutch out of his armpit and sent it hurtling through the air. It struck him in the back and killed him. Then Silver brought out a whistle. I didn't wait. I ran. I ran as I never ran before.
Daddy McGraw!
I looked up the side of a hill. Far above me, I saw something leap behind the trunk of a tree. It seemed dark and shaggy. I turned and began to run. Suddenly, the thing appeared in front of me, and running forward, threw itself on its knees before me, and held out its clasped hands in supplication. Who are you?
I'm poor Ben Gunn, I am. I haven't spoke with Christian these 3 years.
3 years? Were you shipwrecked?
No, mate, maroon. 3 years. Lived on goats since then, and berries and oysters. Mate, my heart is sore for Christian diet. You mightn't happen to have a piece of cheese about you now? No? Well, many's a night I've dreamed of cheese, toasted mostly, and woke up again, and here I was. What'd you call yourself, mate?
Jim.
Jim. Well, now, Jim, you wouldn't think I was rich to look at me, would you now?
Why, no, not in particular.
Oh, well, but I am, Jim. I'm rich, powerful rich. Oh, Jim, you'll bless your stars, you will. You was the first that found me.
Suddenly his eye fell on the Hispaniola lying far below us. Between it and the land was the jolly boat, with 5 men moving toward shore. But I could not tell if they were our men or the mutineers.
Jim, tell me true. That ain't Flint's ship?
It's not Flint's ship, and Flint is dead. There are some of Flint's hands aboard, worse luck for the rest of us.
Not a man with one leg?
Silver?
Woo! If you were sent by Long John... Oh! I'm as good as pork, I know it. I was in Flint's ship with John Silver when old Flint buried the treasure. He and 6 along, 6 strong seamen. They was ashore nigh on a week. And then one day, here come Flint by himself in a little boat, and the 6 all dead. dead and buried along with the treasure. How he done it, not a man of us could make out.
I told him the purpose of our voyage and the predicament in which we now found ourselves.
Oh, that Long John, he's a bad un. And you're all in a clove hitch, ain't you? Well, you just put your trust in Ben Gunn. Ben Gunn's the man to help you. You tell that to your squire, Jim. Ben Gunn's the man, that's what you'll say. And Ben Gunn says you has ideas of his own. Ah! Look at that.
Far below us, we saw a Union Jack fluttering in the air above the woods.
There's your friend, sure enough.
More likely it's a mutineer.
No, mate, Silvered Fly, the Jolly Roger. That's your friend, sure enough, ashore in the old stockade made years and years ago by Flint. Whoa! What's that?
That's the ship's cannon. They're shooting at the stockade. Come on.
Wait a minute, Jim. Wait. Ben Gunn is fly. Rum wouldn't bring me down there. But remember, Jim, Ben Gunn's the man to help you. And when Ben Gunn is wanted, you knows where to find him. Just where you found him today.
I started to run towards the flag.
Hey, Jim! Jim!
Yes, sir?
Yeah, you won't forget that piece of cheese, will you, mate?
It was less than a mile to the stockade. It was heavy running through the woods. The shooting was getting louder. Suddenly before me, I saw a clearing. The smoke of muskets fired nearby. Hey there!
Who goes there?
Hey! Don't shoot, it's me!
Who's me?
Me! Jim Hawkins!
It's Jim!
A moment later, I was over the stockade among my friends. And soon afterwards, the firing ceased. The mutineers were saving their powder. The stockade was a good place, with a paling 6 feet high all around it. We could have held it against the regiment. And here Captain Smollett decided to stay and await our enemy's next move. I told Dr. Livesey and the squire about Ben Gunn.
Hey! Flag a truce! Flag a truce!
Who's that?
It's Silver.
Keep indoors, men. 10 to 1, this is a trick.
Who goes? Stand or we fire.
Flag a truce!
Doctors, watch on the lookout. Dr. Livesey, take the north side, if you please.
Yes.
Jim, the east. Gray, west. The watch below, all hands to load muskets. Lively men, and careful.
What do you want with your flag of truce?
Captain Silver, sir, come to my terms.
Captain Silver? Why, you black-hearted scoundrel?
Silence, sir. Silence. If you wish to talk to me, you can come, and that's all. If there's any treachery, it'll be on your side, and the Lord help you.
That's enough, Captain. A word from you's enough. I know a gentleman, and you may lay to that.
You'd better sit down.
You ain't gonna let me inside, Captain? It's a main cold morning, to be sure, sir, to sit outside upon the sand. Oh, there's Jim, the top of the morning to you, Jim. Why, there you're all together like a happy family in a manner of speaking.
If you've anything to say, my man, better say it.
Right you were, Captain Smollett. Duty is duty, to be sure. Well, here it is. We want that treasure. We'll have it. That's our point. You just soon save your lives, I reckon, and that's yours. You have a chart, haven't you?
That says maybe.
Oh, well, you have. I know that. What I mean is, we want your chart. You give us the chart to get the treasure by, and I'll give you my affidavit upon my word of honor to clap you somewhere safe ashore.
Is that all you have to say?
Every last word, by thunder. Refuse that, and you've seen the last of me but musket balls.
Very good. Now you'll hear me. If you'll come up one by one, unarmed, I'll engage to clap you all in irons and take you home to a fair trial in England. If you won't, as my name's Alexander Smollett, I've flown my sovereign's colours, and I'll see you all to Davy Jones. You can't find the treasure. You can't sail the ship. And you can't fight us. I stand here and tell you so. And they're the last good words you'll get from me. Now, tramp, me lad.
Laugh. Laugh, by thunder, laugh. For an hour's out, you'll laugh on the other side. And then the die'll be the lucky ones.
10 minutes later, nothing remained of the attacking party but the 5 who had fallen. 4 on the inside and 1 on the outside of the palisade. The mutineers did not come back that night. They had got their rations, as the captain put it. The next day was stifling hot. After dinner, Dr. Livesey sent for me.
Jim, was it cheese you said Ben Gunn had a fancy for?
Yes, sir, cheese.
Well, Jim, just see the good that comes of being dainty in your food. You've seen my snuff box, haven't you? And you never saw me take snuff. The reason being that in my snuff box I carry a piece of Parmesan cheese. A cheese made in Italy, very nutritious. Well, that's for Ben Gunn. Oh, goodbye, my lad.
Then he took up his hat and pistols, girt on his cutlass, put the chart in his pocket, and set off briskly through the trees. That afternoon, the blockhouse being stifling hot, and the little patch of sand inside the palisade ablaze with midday sun, and so much blood about me, and so many poor dead bodies lying around, a new idea came into my head. This was to swim out under cover of the night, cut the Hispaniola adrift, and let her go ashore where she fancied. The mutineers, after their repulse of the morning, had nothing nearer their hearts than to up anchor and away to sea. This, I thought, would be a fine thing to prevent. It was evening when I reached the east coast of the island. I could see the Hispaniola lying at anchor offshore. And there was the Jolly Roger, the black flag of piracy, flying from her peak. As the last rays of daylight dwindled and disappeared, absolute darkness settled down on Treasure Island. The next night, I was back on land. I was proud of myself, and with good reason. I had grounded the Hispaniola, beached her up tidily in the North Inlet with no harm done, safe from the mutineers. I had no trouble finding the stockade. Coming in from the shore, keeping close in shadow where the darkness was thickest, I crept into the blockhouse. I could see nothing. The doctor and the squire must have worried about me. I should lie down in my own place, I thought, and enjoy their faces when they found me in the morning. I felt for a place to lie down.
Pieces of eight! Pieces of eight!
Now go!
Pieces of eight!
Now go! Bring a torch, Dick. Well, shiver my timbers. Jim Hawkins. Dropped in like, eh? Quite a pleasant surprise for poor old John. I've always liked you, I have, Jim, for a lad of spirit. I picked her my own self when I was young and handsome. Always wanted you to join my camp and take your share and die a gentleman, and now, my cock, you've got to. You can't go back to your own lot.
Where are they?
Now, where do you think, my son?
Have you killed them?
What do you think?
Well, I'm not such a fool, but I know pretty well what I have to look for. But there's a thing or two I have to tell you. And the first is this. Here you are in a bad way. Ship lost, treasure lost, men lost. And if you want to know who did it, it was I. I was in the apple barrel the night we sighted land. And I heard you, John, and you, Dick Johnson, and Hans, who is now at the bottom of the sea, and told every word you said before the hour was out. And as for the schooner, it was I who cut her cable. And it was I who brought her where you'll never see her more, not one of you. I no more fear you than I fear a fly.
I'll put one to that, and here goes, you sneaking son of a scrub. So will I. Come on, sir!
Who are you, Tom Morgan? Maybe you thought you was captains here, perhaps.
I'm gonna kill the boy.
Did any of you gentlemen want to have it out with me? Him that wants it shall get it. You won't fight, then by thunder you'll obey. You may lay to it. I like that boy now. Never seen a better boy than that. He's more a man than any pararati in this here house. What I say is this, let me see him that'll lay a hand on him, that's what I say. And you may lay to it. Seem to have a lot to say. Pipe up and let me hear it, or lay to.
Yeah?
What?
We got something for you, Jordan.
Step up, I won't bite you. Hand it over, lubber. The black spot. I thought so. What's on it? Deposed. Deposed, that's it, is it? Very pretty wrote, to be sure. Like print, I swear. But it ain't one bit prettier wrote than this.
What's that?
And what does it look like, lads? A chart, that's what it is, a chart. A chart of this island, old Flint's chart. Now, what do you say to that?
Yes, that's Flint, sure enough. That's it. JF, and a clovitch to it. shall we done ever?
Silver's the man.
Silver.
John Silver's our captain, lad.
Barbecue forever.
Barbecue for captain.
John Silver, the captain.
That was the end of the night's business. Only much later, I woke up suddenly and felt someone beside me.
Jim. Jim, my boy.
Yes, Long John?
I saved your life here tonight, Jim. Now, you and me stick close, Jim, back to back like in case of trouble. And talking of trouble, Jim, why did those friends of yours leave that chart behind when they cleared out of here? They did, though. I came in here this morning and found the place empty and the chart lying there on the table where I couldn't miss it. And there's something under that. Something under that. Good or bad.
The next morning, we set out after the treasure.
Tall tree, spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the north and northeast. Skeleton Island, east, southeast, and by east, 10 east.
Hey, over there! Come quick!
At the foot of a pine, half covered with green creeper, a human skeleton lay on the ground.
A skeleton, by God!
It lay perfectly straight, the feet pointing in one direction, the hands raised above its head like a diver's, pointing directly in the opposite.
It ain't natural. It ain't natural, but you know, lads, I've a notion in my old numbskull. Now, here's the compass. There's the tip-top point of Skeleton Island sticking out like a tooth. Just take a bearing, will you, along the line of them bones?
East, southeast, and by east.
I thought so. There's the pointer. Right up there's our line for the Pole Star and the Jolly Dollars. This is one of Flint's jokes, and no mistake. Him and these 6 was alone here. Alone. He killed 'em. Every man. And this one he hauled up here and laid down by the compass, yes. 6 they were, and 6 we are. And Bones is what they are now.
I saw him dead, old Flint. There he laid with penny pieces on his eyes.
Dead, aye, sure enough he's dead. But if ever spirit walked, it'd be Flint's. Dear heart, but he died bad, did Flint.
Oh, that he did.
May not it were. And the windy was open, and I hear that old song of his coming out clear as hell. And the death all on man already.
Listen. Do you hear what I hear?
That's Flint, begad. Old Flint.
Oh, Lord.
It was his last words. Old Flint's last words about board.
Oh, Lord, have mercy on us.
Shipmates! Shipmates! They're 750,000 pound, not a quarter of a mile from here. When did a gentleman of fortune show his star under that much dollars for a boozy old seaman with a blue mug? And him dead, too?
Hey there, John. Don't you cross a spirit.
Spirit? Well, maybe. You know whose voice that was? It was like a somebody else's. It was like a... By the powers! Ben Gunn!
Aye?
Aye.
Aye. So it were. Ben Gunn it were. Why, nobody minds Ben Gunn. Dead or alive, nobody minds him.
Spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the northeast, Skeleton Island, southeast and by east, 10 feet.
Hey, mate, here's the tall tree.
The first of the tall trees was reached, and by bearing proved the wrong one. So did the second. So the third.
Here it is. Aye, Long John, Mary, here it is.
Before us was a great excavation. In this was the shaft of a pick broken in two, and the boards of several packing cases strewn around, all branded with the name Walrus, the name of Flint's ship. The treasure had been found and rifled. The 700,000 pounds were gone. We turned and saw above us on the edge of the pit Ben Gunn, Dr. Livesey, Gray, and the squire, all with muskets. The doctor's plan had worked. The pirates had fallen into his trap.
John Silver, you're a prodigious villain and an impostor, sir. But you saved this boy's life, and I'll not prosecute you. But the dead men, sir, hang about your neck like millstones.
Thank you kindly, sir.
I dare you to thank me. It's a gross dereliction of my duty. Stand back!
It took us 3 days to move the treasure from Ben Gunn's cave on board ship. On the 8th day of December, the Hispaniola reached Bristol. 5 men only of those who had sailed returned with her.
Well, that was 19 years ago. All of us had an ample share of the treasure and used it, wisely or foolishly according to our natures. Captain Smollett is now retired from the sea. As for Ben Gunn, he got £1,000, which he spent or lost in 19 days, for he was back begging on the 20th. Silver vanished on the voyage one night off the coast of Mexico, and we heard no more of him. The bar Silver and the arms still lie, for all I know, where Flint buried them. And certainly they shall lie there for all of me. Oxen and wain ropes would not bring me back again to that accursed island. The worst dreams that ever I have are when I hear the surf booming about its coast or start upright in bed, with the sharp voice of Captain Flint still ringing in my ears.
Pieces of 8, 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 pieces of 8.
You have been listening to Treasure Island, starring Orson Welles as Long John Silver in his own radio version of Stevenson's great adventure story. This is the second in a series of 9 special broadcasts presented by the Mercury Theater. And here is Orson Welles himself, writer, director, and star of these programs, to tell you about next week's production. Orson Welles.
First of all, I'd like you to meet Jim Hawkins, Jr. Our leading man is 14 years old. Last season, he made a really startling contribution to the stage history of Shakespeare's plays. This was during the course of some experiments with the Mercury Theater sprinkler system. As a consequence of what must certainly have been extensive research in that field, he caused it to rain, actually to rain, and copiously to rain, where in more than 300 years it has never rained in Julius Caesar before. It rained on Brutus. It rained all over Brutus. In the Forum, I was Brutus, and I ought to know. Now, as dramatic criticism, I found this telling and even final. There's a surprise item in the funeral scene. I can assure you that the unexpected appearance on the stage of so many gallons of real water created in us all an impression that was almost overwhelming. Our popular leading man says that he did it all with a match. I don't dare think what he'll do. He's old enough to run for president. But meanwhile, no matter what happens to the plumbing, he can always work for the Mercury. As you've probably discovered, he's something more than a very gifted performer. And as I told you, he's something less than 15. His name shall not be withheld. I refer to that fine old actor Arthur Anderson. Mr. Anderson is not new to the microphone nor the Mercury. He was prominent in Shoemaker's Holiday and in Julius Caesar as Brutus's boy Jeeves, the sleepy-eyed, silver-throated Lucius in brass buttons. He was at least unforgettable. As to our celebrated Mark Antony, George Coulouris, who has always somehow cleverly escaped Rainmaker Anderson, he played Captain Smollett tonight. Eustace Wyatt, late housebreaker of Heartbreak House, was the squire. Ray Collins is responsible for Ben Gunn, among other things. And that was Alfred Shirley as Blind Pew. Then you heard Stephen Fox and Agnes guess what she played, Moorhead, and a Mercury roundup, William Allen and Richard Wilson inclusive. Jim Hawkins Sr. will bear no comment. Next week, we offer you the ominous and authentic click of the world's most famous knitting needles. Madame Lafarge's needles and Madame herself. Dr. Manette, Sidney Carton, and the entire French Revolution, same time, same station. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done. Charles Dickens, that is correct. That is absolutely correct. Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities. There is at this moment a disturbance in the sub-control room, and if it isn't a tumbril, it's Arthur Anderson. It's a good thing the program's over. Good night, everybody. Thanks. Please write me the stories you'd like to hear, and goodbye till next week.
Remember, 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time next Monday night for the Mercury Theater on the Air with The Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. On tonight's production, Bernard Herrmann composed the original music and conducted, and Davidson Taylor supervised for the Columbia Network. Dan Seymour speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles just saying hello before the show starts. This is your radio almanac for March 8th. The moon entered Virgo this morning. The moon in Virgo is a nice, sociable sign, friendly and helpful, like the man who sells you your mobile gas. Prudence Pratt, I think we've got a minute for a household hint.
The white of an egg and a few drops of lemon juice will enable you to whip coffee cream. Doesn't taste very good, though.
Thank you, Prudence Pratt. And now our Wonders of Science Department, Colonel P. Bristle.
Chicle, which comes from the equatorial jungles, is the basis of all chewing gum. To prevent chewing gum from becoming matted in the eyebrows, stop blowing such big bubbles.
Welcome, one and all, to the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Tonight and every week at the same time, over these same stations, the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil bring you Orson Welles.
Good evening, good evening. Tonight we present, let's see, what do we present? Where's my secretary, Miss Grimmett?
You needn't snap at me. You know I can always go back to driving rivets.
Yes, but why should you strain yourself? They have machines for that now, you know. Let's forget the entire incident. I wish it had never happened. Who's our guest this evening?
Lucille Ball.
Oh, that's right. She'll be over later. She would have been here now, but she's working on an income tax blank. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine the government wants Lucille Ball to fill out her form? Anything else?
Yes, there are 3 feeble-minded young ladies out here, the Orson Welles Swoon Club.
Feeble-minded? They're not feeble-minded.
They swoon when they see you, don't they?
Yes.
I rest my case.
Well, rest it in the outer office and send them in.
Okay, girls, swoon bait will see you now.
There he is, Wellsy.
In the flesh.
Members of the Orson Welles Swoon Club, I bid you welcome. Very nice swooning, girls. But I must remind you that the function of the Swoon Club is to follow the chosen one at all times. Where were you last Thursday night at 11 o'clock?
At Grumman's Chinese Theater.
Oh?
Picketing the Academy Award Committee. They didn't give you an Oscar.
Oh, I don't mind. I'd sooner they gave it to some of the less experienced players who need the encouragement. Furthermore, where were you on Friday? I came out of the Players Club expecting an ovation, girls swooning at my feet, and what happened? A dog bit me.
That was me. I got excited.
Oh, what we need is more members.
Yeah, I know a girl I might talk into joining the club.
Oh, fine, bring her around.
I can't.
Why not?
They never let her out of the cage.
Oh, well, there must be some way to get new members. Perhaps if we gave out some marvelous prize or premium, nylon baby socks, Bobby socks, I guess that is. Bobby socks. For me, it's booby socks or something. Now, I've got it. An autographed photograph. How would this go, girls? An autographed photograph of me. By the way, Aggie, did you get that new picture I sent you?
Yes, I put it up over my bed like you told me. Oh, Orsie, you look wonderful in a sarong.
What's sarong? I never had a picture taken in a sarong. That must be Dorothy Lamour you have.
I thought it was funny. Bob Hope and Bing Crosby kissing you. Don't worry, Orsie.
And don't you feel bad about not getting an Academy Award?
Yeah, Wellsy, here's a little present we brought you. We knitted it ourselves.
Oh, girls, you shouldn't have done it. It's a lovely knitted tie. But what's this bump on the end of it?
That's the big toe. It started out to be a pair of socks.
All right, girls, run along now. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, Master.
Miss Grimmett.
You called?
Yes, Miss Grimmett. Have you notified Miss Ball we're expecting her?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, fatso.
That's better. We must have discipline around here.
The Hotel Carlton has been calling you all week. They're suing you.
The Hotel Carlton suing me? What for?
You did a magic show in their ballroom, and the rabbits you produced did a lot of damage.
I only produced 2 rabbits. Couldn't they round them up?
No, they're short-handed.
Well, why didn't they enlarge their staff?
They did, but so did the rabbits.
Well, I'll try and straighten the matter out with them. The Hotel Carlton, get me that, please. Perhaps if I rent a suite of rooms, they'll drop their suit, and Harry Esmond will dial it on the phone.
Here's your party.
Hello?
Good morning, Carlton Rabbit Farm. If it eats lettuce, we have it.
Isn't this the Carlton Hotel?
Formerly the Carlton Hotel. Now we're in the rabbit business.
Well, this is Orson Welles. I feel I've done you people an injustice with my rabbit show, and to make up for it, I'd like to rent a suite of rooms at your establishment.
One moment, please. Hello? Sorry, we can't give you a room.
Did you tell the management's for Orson Welles?
Yes?
What'd he say?
Nothing. Just keeps staring at me with his big pink eyes.
Miss Grimmett, Lucille Ball is our guest tonight. Have the florist send her 24 roses, please.
Roses? Vallisneria spiralis?
Thought it'd
Good
be thoughtful.
heavens, are you out of your mind? How about something of the genus Malva rotundifolia corniculatus, commonly known as Senecia vulgaris?
Definitely not.
Why?
I don't know. It sounds dirty. Sound dirty to Louis Titterton, I know. He's the censor, Louis Titterton. Of course, if you had a name like Louis Titterton, anything would sound dirty. Louis Titterton sounds dirty. Let's get back to the script. Look, just run down to the florist. Run down to the florist and get a bunch... Run down to the florist and get a bunch of the genus Magnesius perhuvus pragelcarcus.
For Miss Ball?
Yes, and what's wrong, please, with Magnesius perhuvus pragelcarcus?
Nothing. But do you think she'll like stinkweed?
Well, then you pick something out.
Oh, I forgot. Here's a package that came for
Oh, for me?
Yes.
Flowers from Lucille Ball. Open them up, Miss Grimmett. What kind are they?
Magnesius perhuvus pragelcarcus?
I know.
Stinkweed.
And
one more thing. There's
Yes?
a man from the reducing salon here to see you.
What? Send him away. It's just propaganda. I won't see him.
Oh, bonjour,
What are you
bonjour,
laughing at?
bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Monsieur Welles, n'est-ce pas?
Yes?
Are your hands clean?
Yes?
My card. Never mind, I will read it to you. Presenting Jacques-François Louis-Philippe Pepe Moishe de Champagne.
How do you do?
How would you like to have an estimate on a new body, eh? We give you complete renovation.
I do not need complete renovation.
Oh, let me look you over. Ooh la la, you are one big fellow.
Certainly I'm one big fellow. What do you think I was, 2 little ones?
Allons, we take out the tape measure. We measure the chest. 40 inches. Take a deep breath, please. Chest expanded, 39 and a half.
Well, I expand from the inside. I'm no show-off.
Hips.
No.
Hips have to tie 2 tape measures together.
Nonsense.
No. You cannot argue with me. I know if a person is too heavy. I've not worked 15 years for nothing in Bullock's basement. I am the girdle coordinator.
Girdle coordinator? What's that?
If a size 44 tries to get into a size 38, I help push.
Sure, you must leave the ladies breathless.
Folks, the Mobile Gas Mathematics class is now in session. My subject, fractions. Not the grade school kind, the gasoline kind. Gasoline for automobiles is made by blending light and heavy fractions. The light, which spark up first, are there for snappy start. The heavy fractions bring you mileage. Since Pearl Harbor, more and more of these lighter elements have gone to fuel our fighting planes. So driving's different these days. Yes, in every way. Your gasoline, your speed, the length of trips you take. Now, the makers of Mobile Gas want you to get the best results from wartime driving. Here are tips to help you. 1, warm up a chili motor 30 seconds before driving. 2, don't jam down on your accelerator. Press it gently. 3, drive a moderate speed, neither race nor crawl. 4, keep your battery in condition to turn your engine over quickly. And finally, switch to mobile gas for mileage. This famous gasoline is packed with every wartime mile it's possible to give you. Mobile gas in 1944 is giving all the mileage that it gave in peacetime. Can you beat that? Brother, you cannot. So drive in, get friendly with your friendly mobile gas dealer. Trade your coupons for America's favorite gasoline, Mobile Gas, at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Thank you, John McIntyre. Ladies and gentlemen, your radio almanac brings you now a little music, but first, here's a last-minute bulletin from Dr. Snake Oil.
If a fishbone becomes lodged in a person's throat, turn him upside down and slap him on the shoulder blades. Caution, in an upside-down position, a person's shoulder blades are not where you think they'd be.
Well, Lud, that was, of course, you recognized it, Bessie Mucho. Lud Gluskin playing it. Extraordinary name, Lud Gluskin, isn't it? Sounds like an unborn burp. Back to our script. And here's our guest of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. An enthusiasm I know you share with me, Miss Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Orson.
Lucille, we're very happy to have you back with us in the Mercury Theater, and I'd like to tell you that for the occasion, I've written a sketch which is just full of romantic love scenes.
Oh, good. Who have you got to play it with me?
Well, Oh, seriously, Lucille, I trust you were joking. We could be a sensation on the radio. I can just hear the announcer saying, "The makers of Crunchies bring you Lucille Ball and Orson Welles. Friends, have you tried Crunchies for breakfast? Crunchies is that new crispy breakfast cereal that pops and snaps, crickles and crackles, wheezes and snorts. It makes a heck of a racket. But here's the real surprise. When you put Crunchies in a bowl and pour milk over them, they get soggy, spelled S-O-G-G-Y. And now, the case of the blue blood stain, or it was too Utter and McKinley. On with the play.
Mickey, darling.
Mm-hmm.
Mickey?
I just want to glance over the headlines, dear. Have you seen this?
No, what?
Man found in alley, stabbed, shot, poisoned, robbed, and hung. Police suspect foul play.
Well, that's nice. This is your night off, dear. Stop playing detective.
All right. Go to bed.
Alone? My feet are cold.
I know.
Mickey, where were you last night?
Oh, Dora, don't be silly. You know how I feel about you. You're the eighth wonder of the world.
Yeah, well, don't ever let me catch you with the other 7, bub.
Oh, well, I guess we might as well turn in.
Oh, Mickey, it's so nice to spend an evening like this. Lounge around in pajamas and then flop right into bed. It's so nice, dark and quiet. Mickey, scratch my back. Mickey, is your circulation good? Your hand feels so cold. Mickey? Mickey?
What do you want, dear? I'm in here brushing my teeth. You say something, Dora?
I screamed.
Well, please don't. The neighbors will think I'm beating you again.
There's somebody in that bed and he's cold.
We'll throw another blanket on him, dear. Don't be inhospitable.
Mickey, I tell you, there's a man in that bed and it looks to me like foul play.
Well, it's probably not as serious as you think. Maybe he just died.
Then what's he doing in our bed?
Well, you know how difficult it is to find a room these days.
Well, the least you could do is turn the light on.
That's an idea. Here we are. Yep, there's a body, all right. Wonder whose it is.
Well, don't stand there. Do something.
This is strange, Dora. This fellow's got 18 knife wounds in him, and there are no holes in his shirt. What do you make of that?
Must have been an inside job.
Yeah, something of that kind. We can't leave him here. Give me a hand, Dora. Push his feet. Sit, Daisy. Well, what do we do now?
Let's go to sleep.
Oh, not with him lying there, dear. It's practically indecent.
I don't care. I'm sleepy.
Well, I suppose we could go to sleep and clear this up in the morning.
That's better. Did you hear that?
What?
That. Look, that closet door. It's opening.
Fine thing, a squeaky door on an oil program.
Mickey.
Yes?
Mickey, there's somebody in that closet. What's the matter? Scared to go in there?
Of course not. I'm not scared. I'm a detective. I must be brave. I must be strong. I must be courageous. I must be going. So long.
You come back here. Come back here. Mickey.
Yes?
You know that body we just took out of our bed?
Yes?
He brought a friend.
So he did. So he did. So he did. Someone, and I threw a rock through the window with a note on it. It says, keep your mouth shut and throw $1,000 out of the window or you'll never get another sound effect. No, excuse me. Keep your mouth shut and throw $1,000 out of the window or there'll be 4 bodies in your room.
$1,000. We haven't got $1,000.
Another rock with a note on it. It says, P.S. I'll settle for $9.50. Stay here, dear. I'm going to take a look in the kitchen.
Well, hurry back, dear. These two aren't much on conversation, you know.
Dora, come here quickly!
Mickey!
Dora! Dora!
What are you doing up on that chair? Did you see another body?
No, a mouse. Help me down, dear. That must be the murderer. Come in.
Pardon me, I was just passing...
I'll take that line again. That must be the murderer. Come in.
Pardon me, I was just passing in the hall, and I heard you say you was going to move.
You should have kept moving, Pop.
We'd just like to sublet this apartment.
Say, darling, do you smell gasoline?
Yes.
I've solved the case. Stick 'em up, flat top.
No, you don't. I got you both covered. I'm going to let you both have it. Where do you both want it?
Look here, you're not going to shoot us in cold blood, are you?
He's not going to warm it up for us. Where's your patriotism? You can't shoot him.
Why not?
Don't you know the government's trying to save waste fats?
That does it.
Friends, try a bowl of crunchies. Crunchies topped off with delicious, luscious, fresh strawberries in cream. What a dish. If you can get strawberries and cream, what do you want crunchies for? Crunchies. And now back to Mickey and Dora.
Darling, you've been hit. You're bleeding.
It's nothing.
I know, but we've just had the rug cleaned. Where's Flat Top?
Right there. I hit him on the head during the commercial. I also called the police. There you are, officer. There's your man.
I got him.
And incidentally, there are 2 corpses in the bedroom. Would you pick them up today, please?
I'm sorry, we only pick up on Fridays. OPA rolling, you know.
Friends, not long ago, we checked 10,000 cars, and what'd we find? 6 out of every 10 needed fresh oil. Now, neglect like that encourages burned bearings, worn-out cylinder walls, and wasted gasoline. It's not enough to have your crankcase full. The point is, are you sure that oil is clean? Do you think because you're making shorter trips at slower speeds you needn't change your oil so often? Boy, you're in reverse. Under these conditions, oil thins out, gets dirty faster, dust and sludge accumulate, engine parts corrode, get worn, and parts are almost irreplaceable today. So drive on into lubrication headquarters at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. Get your crankcase filled up full with fresh, clean Mobil oil, the world's best seller. Make this your motto. Fresh Mobil oil frequently.
And now we're going to hear from a young lady who always leaves the song better than it was before she found it. Miss Ella Mae Morse.
You've seen him up and down the avenue, and now he's wearing the navy blue. She had a tear in the corner of her eye as he said his last goodbye. Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Your papa's off to the 7 seas. Now don't cry, baby. Don't sigh, baby. Bye, 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 baby. When I come back, we'll live a life of ease. Seems kind of tough now to say goodbye this way. But Papa's got to be rough now, so he can be sweet to you another day. Shoo, 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 baby. Don't cry, baby. Bye, 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 baby. Papa's off to the 7 seas. To you another day. Shoo, 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 baby. Don't cry, baby. Bye, 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 baby. Your papa's off to the 7 seas, but he'll be back when the war is over. And we'll all be living in clover. He's off to the 7 seas.
Ladies and gentlemen, the serious side of your radio almanac is dedicated tonight to that solemn assumption upon which the peoples of the earth have erected their democracies, the immense premise that every man belongs to all men. This, I think, is nowhere better said than in the devotion of John Donne's I'm going to quote from. You'll recognize in it the source of a Hemingway title. I'm sure you'll hear in it the just resonance of truth. Nunc lentus sonitu dicunt morieris. Now this bell, tolling softly for another, says to me, thou must die. All mankind is of one author and is one volume. When one man dies, one chapter is not torn out of the book, but translated into a better language. And every chapter must be so translated. God employs several translators. Some pieces are translated by age, some by sickness, some by war, some by justice. But God's hand is in every translation. And his hand shall bind up all our scattered leaves again for that library where every book shall lie open one to another. And therefore, the bell that rings to a sermon calls not upon the preacher only, but upon the congregation to come. So this bell calls us all, who bends not his ear to any bell which upon any occasion rings, but who can remove it from that bell which is passing a piece of himself out of this world. No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less, as well as if a promontory were, as well as if a manor of thy friends or if thine own were. Any man's death diminishes me because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Well, it's time to say good night now, everybody. Please join us again next Wednesday night. Until then, my sponsors, the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil, and all of us in the Mercury Theater, remain as always, obediently yours.
The makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil invite you to listen in next week, same time, same station, to your Radio Almanac. Mr. Wells' guest is Charles Lawton. Lucille Ball appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn Mayer, producers of Broadway Rhythm. And Ella Mae Morse is soon to be seen featured in Universal's new Olsen and Johnson comedy, The Ghost Catchers. John McIntyre speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles. Tonight we're going to take you back to a time when romance of the gun-toting, bandit-chasing variety was not yet dead on our frontiers. When stealing a horse was a more serious offense than committing homicide, and when the night raiders descended on the one-street Texas towns, igniting the shadows with gunfire and stirring up the border citizens with raids and with mayhem. In those not-so-far distant days, the gun-toter was likely to be a real man. Popular hero, not the villainous victim of the Federal Bureau of Investigation or the dope-shaken, machine-equipped rat of the current gangster films. Life was more direct on the border, and the bandit had his code. This code was a semi-honorable collection of prejudices, but what was important, it was adhered to. Now, such a sterling, perhaps the correct term would be silver-plated character, is Pancho Lopez, whom we bring to you tonight in The Bad Man. His prototype was supposed to be Pancho Villa, who made life exciting down Texas way until Pershing had him chased deep into Mexico and eventual oblivion. Certainly Port Emerson Brown, who wrote this Broadway comedy success, had the Mexican guerrilla leader in mind when he created the character. Reviews of the day indicate that Holbrook Blinn, who was a tremendous success in the role, had successfully copied some of the mannerisms of Villa. Well, tonight we're going to show Pancho Lopez in action, coming in his naively honorable fashion to see bloody justice done by Mrs. Lucia Pell, a handsome girl in difficulties on the old border. The latter, I'm delighted to announce, will be played by Ida Lupino, one of our younger and more sparkling stars, who's made a special trip from Hollywood to be with us tonight. First, a word from Ernest Chappell.
If I should ask you, do you like chicken? I'm sure you'd be surprised. And indeed, it would be a strange question, because the fact is that just about everybody everywhere likes chicken. Among my own family and friends, I know there isn't any food more highly praised. And anywhere you go, from a little restaurant along the wayside to the dining room of a great hotel, and more especially in any home you may visit, you'll find a general fondness for chicken. It continues to be, as it always has been, a great American treat. Now, as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. Gone are the days when the finest chicken soup was made only at home. During the last few years, thousands of families have discovered Campbell's rich chicken flavor fills every drop of its broth. There's white, fluffy rice all through it, too, and delightfully tender pieces of chicken meat. And best of all, they can enjoy Campbell's chicken soup whenever they wish, again and again. When are you going to have Campbell's chicken soup? To find out for yourself how delicious it really is. And now, Orson Welles as the bad man with Ida Lupino.
Diga, ¿dónde estamos?
This is Eagle River.
Eagle River, eh?
Yeah.
Aquí está el banco.
Sure, First National Bank. What do you want?
Hola, General. Pancho. Aquí estamos. First National Banco.
Venga, Pancho.
Aquí está el dinero, Pancho. Jose, venga, Pedro, los caballos.
Sí, Pedro.
Where do you fellas think you're going?
Por aquí, Pancho.
Say, it's a hold-up. Sí, senor, it's hold-up.
Arriba.
Por aquí, Pancho.
Pasen el dinero.
Here. What's going on here?
¿Usted es el presidente del banco?
Sure, I'm the president of this bank.
¿Qué tal, presidente?
Hey, who are you?
Pancho Lopez.
Why, you low-down murdering cattle thief? You think you'll rob my bank, do you? I'll show.
There. See what you've done? You make me kill you. Why you do this?
All ranger stations in southwestern Texas. A band of 20 desperados held up the First National Bank at Eagle River this afternoon. Last seen headed south. Leader is presumed to be the notorious murderer of Pancho Lopez. Sharp lookout is being kept by border patrols, and there is little chance of his escape. Reward of $25,000 has been offered for his capture, dead or alive.
Dear Dot, I guess you think I'm a rat. Well, maybe you're right. But I swear, honey, since we started from New York, I haven't had a free minute. Come and go hither and yon. You know how it is on a honeymoon. Well, here we are now at last in Texas, and I could stay here for the rest of my life. Talking about Texas, a funny thing happened to it. You remember that boy I used to go around with at home in Bangor, Gilbert Phipps? Well, he has a ranch down here near the border. Cattle or something. And somehow Morgan found out about it, and we drove over here yesterday. Gilbert asked us to stay a few days, and here we are. Isn't that strange? Do you know how jealous Morgan usually is and how fussy he is about the places he stays? Well, Morgan was the one who insisted on staying. Funny. He hasn't changed at all. I mean, Gilbert. That's the boy at whose house we're staying, the boy from Bangor. He's just as cute and shy and sweet as he can be. He lives on this place with his uncle. Well, I guess that's about all for today. He's waiting for me to go riding with him. I'm not staying in the house another minute, not even to write to you. Give my love to the Atlantic Ocean, and I don't care if I don't see it for the next 100 years. Love, Lucia. P.S. Say, about the bandit you were asking about. The place is crawling with them. That's what they say, and I bet it is. You can feel it in the air. There's a fellow called Pancho Lopez that they tell about who has killed about 400 people in the last 3 years. Quite a man. If he ever drops in for dinner, I'll get his autograph for you. Well, that's all for now. So long, Lucia.
Aquí está el pulque, señor Phipps.
Senor.
What are you making a face like that for?
Senor Phipps. That's as good a New England name as you'd want to hear. The Phipps been living in and around Bangor, Maine for more than 150 years, same as your folks, Lucia. And now it's Senor Phipps, like we was foreigners. Well, I guess I got only myself to blame, myself and that gosh darn nephew, Gilbert of mine. Well, I didn't have to listen to him and his crazy ideas. Should have used my good Yankee sense instead of letting him talk me into coming 3,000 miles down here to the border among a lot of cows and foreigners. And that ain't the worst of it. Invested my life savings, took all I had in the bank in Bangor, Maine, ma'am, and what to get with it? Heh, makes me sick to think of it. Bought me 800 acres of land and 400 cows.
Well, I think it's wonderful here.
You and my nephew Gilbert like the same things, Lucia. Always did. Heck, there ain't even a place to go fishing around here, and you say you like it.
Like it? I love it.
Do you?
Don't you?
Makes me sick.
Why, it's beautiful.
Beautiful? What's beautiful about it?
The desert.
Lot of gall darn sand. Grazing land, they call it, huh? Why, I tell you, man, there's more for a cow to eat on the main street of Bangor than there is in the whole 800 acres of grazing. Of course, that don't matter now anyway, because we ain't got any cows left. First come the drought, then last year come that bandit, Pancho Lopez. He won't bother us no more, though, because the Rangers plugged him, got him 6 months ago. Yeah, but that don't do us no good, because before they got him, he got a couple of hundred of our cows.
Oh, that is dreadful, Mr. Phipps.
That ain't the half of it. Next thing you know, we got that hoof and mouth disease. They got a fella down from Washington now, sort of a cow expert, smart fella, I guess, because he licked that foot and mouth disease in no time at all. Of course, that don't do us no good either, because the last of our cows died 6 weeks ago. Now all we got's the land, and when I say we got it, well, we got it till 8 tonight.
8 tonight?
That's what I said, 8 p.m. tonight. If the bank in Bisbee don't get the money by 8 o'clock, they foreclose the mortgage, and we ain't got no place to live.
Oh, Mr. Phipps, I had no idea things were that bad.
They're worse. It's all the fault of that gosh darn nephew of mine. It's a lucky thing for you didn't marry him.
You think so? I've often wondered if...
Good evening, Phipps. Hello there, Lucia.
Hello, pal.
Hey, how about dinner?
Oh, Morgan.
I guess it ain't ready yet.
What are we waiting for? It's nearly 3 o'clock.
You don't say. Well, I'll see about it now.
Say, Phipps, haven't got a drink in this house, have you?
Nothing good. But I think the cook has some amateur tequila.
Tequila?
It's a local drink.
Has it got a kick?
Never heard nobody complain. After 2 or 3 of them, I never saw anybody able to complain.
Well, what does it taste like?
Sort of like gasoline with bichloride of mercury in it.
You ought to like that, Morgan.
No raw alcohol in it?
It's safe enough. Like to try it, pal?
Sure, bring it on. I'll try anything once.
And anything to drink more than once.
I'll see if there's any left.
Suppose it's no use again of my asking you not to do that.
Do what?
Order these people around in their own house.
Why not?
But if you can't see...
There's no use you're trying to tell me. Is that it? You've said that on the average of about twice a day for the last 5 weeks. I see what you mean, but I don't agree. Because we're guests at their house, why should I be deprived of my liquor and forced to eat burned beans 3 times a day? I can't see.
This isn't the Ritz, Morgan.
Well, if they set their liquor out and see the meals are all right themselves, then there wouldn't be any need for me saying anything.
When we're enjoying their hospitality...
Enjoying? Suffering, you mean? Well, thank heaven it's only for another day.
Well, it wasn't my idea to come here on our honeymoon. Now that you're here, nobody's keeping you.
As far as I'm concerned, Lucia, this is a business trip. Our geologists have made a careful study of this land.
I can't see what geologists have to do with honeymoons and grazing land.
Oil. According to them, there's a good chance of oil being found below Phipps' land.
And that's why you were so anxious for the Phipps to ask us down here.
Exactly. It's a lucky thing that you and the old man's nephew went to school together.
If I'd known, I'd never have come. All you want here is to steal their land away from them.
Steal? Well, that's not a nice word for a wife to be using about a new husband. Anyway, it's a perfectly straight business transaction. The bank in Bisbee holds a $10,000 mortgage on this property, which expires tonight. I placed a bid with the bank to buy it.
But isn't there a chance that the bank might renew his mortgage if he hadn't offered to buy it?
My dear, my business here is to get this land for myself, not to save it for Phipps and his nephew.
Oh, hello, Gilbert.
Hello, Lucia. I'm sorry dinner will be late.
You mean later, don't you?
Yeah. Here's a drink for you.
Thanks.
Great Scott! What's the matter?
I've been poisoned.
Yeah. Folks down here like the liquor strong.
Yeah, from what I've heard, they like other things, too. Especially things that don't belong to them.
Well, we're pretty near the border, if that's what you mean. Now that Pancho's loose again, guess it'll be worse than ever.
Pancho, who's he?
Oh, he's a desperado around these parts. Just the other night, Pancho stole over 800 head of cattle from Steve Gavin's ranch. I don't suppose Steve even missed him. He's got so many.
What's the matter with the Rangers? What are they paid for? Why don't they get after him?
Well, they had him stopped for a while, but lately he's come back. Up to his old tricks, rustling cattle. Holding up banks.
Yeah, sort of a tough guy, eh? Well, I don't suppose he'll be bothering us, then, eh?
No, I guess there isn't much to take around here.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm going outside for a bit of fresh air. That tequila was a little too heavy for me. Call me when dinner's ready.
Yeah, sure will.
Well, Gil.
Well? Gee, Lucy, you're looking great.
Am I? Thanks.
Wonderful you're coming down here all this way, Lucia.
Sort of funny, isn't it? I mean, seeing each other after all these years.
All these years. You talk as though you were 100.
I am nearly. 22.
Gosh.
I was 18 when you went away. That's more than 3 years ago. Why didn't you come and see me before you went away?
Oh, I don't know.
I didn't know you'd gone. You never even came to say goodbye, did you? Did you?
Oh, I was broken. Oh, I don't know.
You're all right now, aren't you, Gil?
Huh? Oh, sure. I'm doing splendidly now.
I'm so glad of that, Gil. You still haven't answered my question.
You mean about my not coming to say goodbye? Oh, I guess I was kind of proud and... Oh, I don't know.
I thought maybe you were sore at me.
Sore. You couldn't do anything to make me sore at you, Lucy.
Then what was it all about? Because you were broke, Gil? Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
I hope to pick a fortune off a tree somewhere, quick. Come back and surprise you with it. I was going to buy an automobile. One of those low ones, you know, as long as a Pullman car, and fill it full of roses and come roaring up to your front door and take you for a ride through the hills. It was going to be autumn. I even had that fixed.
Why didn't you ever write me?
I was waiting for some good news to tell you.
Why didn't you ever get married, Gilbert?
Married?
You need someone to take care of you.
Yeah, I guess you're right, but it ought to be a guardian or maybe a keeper.
Gil, we're leaving here tomorrow.
You're really leaving, huh?
That's what Morgan said. Oh, and I kind of hate to go and think of you always like this, alone.
Oh, I'll still have Uncle.
Seriously, Gil, you need a girl. A wife, someone to look after you.
No, I don't.
Oh, Gil, don't you see? Don't you see what it'd mean to you to have someone always here? To kiss you goodbye when you go, to be there when you come back, to laugh with you when you're feeling good and comfort you when things go wrong. Don't you see, Gil?
Yeah, I see.
Then why don't you do it, Gil? She'd make you happy, a girl like that. Don't you see?
Sure, I see. What do you suppose I've been seeing ever since...
Ever since when, Gil?
Don't you know?
Oh, Gil. Gil, you darn fool. I'd have waited for you. I'd have waited 10 years. I wouldn't have...
Wouldn't have what?
Oh, never mind. Come here, Gil. Oh, Gil, darling.
Darling.
My pet. I read your letter this morning on top of a Fifth Avenue bus, and I nearly fell off. Gosh, it isn't fair. Honestly, I could kill you. There you sit in the sun with the air like wine, as you say, and the caballeros, and the fiestas, and the sombreros. Oh, I can see you right this minute, lying there, stretched out in the lap of luxury, native servants swarming around you, anticipating your every wish. Oh, what's the use? Some people get all the breaks. Money, travel, security, a loving husband.
Yes, it was quite a touching little scene you and Mr. Phipps staged this morning. Quite a few things I'd noticed lately became suddenly rather clear to me. Things that had been puzzling me. You're in love with him, Lucia. Answer me. Kiss me, my dear. Well? No, I don't want to kiss you. I want you to kiss me.
Morgan, please.
So, my dear, it's just as I thought. Some women could, but not you, my dear. You're too honorable, aren't you? Not too honorable to be making love with the first cowhand who happens
Morgan.
Well, it's true, isn't it?
I've told you how I feel about you. But you know that as long as I'm married to you...
You think I'm a fool?
Morgan, I promise you.
You've had your turn, you and Mr. Phipps. Now it's mine. I know you don't love me, my dear. I never did understand why you married me, but you did, and I'm not letting you go.
What are you going to do? What is it this time?
What I saw another sensible husband do under these circumstances. Nice and convenient. Those spurs on the wall.
Put those spurs down.
Horses don't always know who they belong to. There's no reason why women equally ignorant shouldn't be similarly treated.
Morgan.
These spurs are sharp, and they're going to dig deep.
Let me go.
If horses can be branded, so can you.
Morgan!
Senor and Senora. Good evening. You are the prisoners of Pancho Lopez. Pedro.
Si, General.
Bring me all the women who are on this rancho.
Si, General.
Luis! Luis! Find the cook! Find the cook, Luis! The cook is drunk!
Si.
Bring him here.
Diego, vamos, compañero, vamos.
You are drunk.
No, señor. ¿Quiere matarlo, General?
No, don't kill him. Not till after dinner.
Después de la comida, sí, General.
Hey, cook frio, General Lopez. I do anything.
It's nothing I want you to do, only cook. Pronto, go quick.
Si, General. Si, Excelencia. Hey, Pancho. Aquí está la mujer, General.
Uh-huh, Pedro, you bring the women. What? One woman only? What kind of rancho is this? Let me see this woman. Come here.
Why do you want me?
I want to look at you. Turn around. Oh. How old are you?
22.
22, huh? Let me see your teeth.
My teeth?
Yeah. How much you weigh?
Haven't weighed myself lately.
What's your name?
Lucia. Lucia Pell.
Lucia. It's a pretty name.
So glad you like it.
Come here. I want to see more of you. Yeah. Not bad. You like to go with me to my country?
What?
Well, you hear what I say.
Oh, I don't think I can do that.
Why not?
I'm married.
Well, okay. We not take the husband. Just me and you. We go to a bullfight, get plenty drunk, huh? Show you a good time. How you say?
I say no. No soap.
Soap? What do you mean?
I mean no.
Nobody ever offered you a good time before?
Not like this, mister.
You've been married with one man all your life?
Yes, about 5 weeks.
You poor woman, it's too bad. It's not too late. Come on, come with me to my country, to the land of the purple mountains, where I shall love you myself. Personal.
Yeah.
You don't wish to go with me?
No.
You mean you wish to stay married with this man?
Well, I guess so.
Why you do this when you are so young and beautiful?
Henry,
Huh?
aquí está la comida.
Oh, you bring the food. Good. This, Lucia, she shall wait on me.
You're speaking to me.
Yeah, I speak to you. Serve me the food. All right, you cook. You go away.
Gracias, Henry. Gracias, Excellency.
Now, Mrs. Lucia Spell, give me the eat. Your hand is shake. For what? Maybe you're afraid of me, huh?
I'm going to dream of you nights.
Why are you afraid of me?
Well, I don't care for killers.
Oh, but that is not so.
All right? I'll take your word for it.
Well, you're wrong. I am killer. But you need not be afraid, Miss Lucia. Yeah, I shall not hurt you. That is not yet. Chile, please. Chile! So you're afraid of me because I kill people, huh?
I'm not attracted by it.
You think it's wrong to kill?
I guess you kill people the way other people brush their teeth.
Why not?
Does life mean as little to you as that?
Life? Well, to be here is life. Not to be here is death. More chili, please.
You do kill your prisoners, don't you?
Sure, you catch prisoner, you let him go, he come back to fight with you again. So you kill him. But as a rule, I only kill evil men, and when I kill evil men, it makes me very happy, for I've did a good deed.
But who decides whether a man is good or bad?
I do, Pancho Lopez. Now that I finish eating, we will all go down to business. Hey, you, prisoners! Prisoners, we shall have plenty of fun together, at least for a little while. And you, Lucia, you will not worry about being married once you come with me.
Well, let me tell you something. I'm not going to be... What are you bringing me?
Shut up! Who are you called?
Pell, Morgan Pell.
So, you are the husband?
Yes. And who do you think you're...
Shut up! You, the old man.
Huh?
Who are you?
None of your gosh darn business, huh? I should tell my name to a dirty old foreigner. Why, I...
Pedro, give me my knife.
Just a minute. I'm Henry Phipps, sir. Yes, sir. Henry Phipps.
All right. Now go down to the business. I shall ask a question. Is my custom anybody what does not answer the truth shall be quick shots.
Shots?
See.
You mean that, Pedro?
Why I waste my time listening to what are not true.
Thank gosh I ain't got nothing to lie about. That lets me out.
Gracias, Senor Phipps. You give me an idea better as my own. I shall use it.
Huh? What's that?
If anyone here shall tell a lie, everybody shall be shot.
Gee, Manetti.
That is all but you, Mrs. Bell. I have other plans for you.
Other plans? I thought we'd gone into...
Shut up! Now to business. And remember, the first one what tells a lie, everybody gets right away shot.
Hope Mr. Pell tells one.
You wish him to be shot?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because he comes to skin us out of this place. Gul darn him.
Oh, this is so.
No, I only came down here to take up an option the bank in Bisbee holds on this place.
Tell him why you want it so bad, Pell. I dare you.
Keep still, you old fool. You want to get us all in trouble?
I do. And gul darn it, I'm going to do it. Take my life savings from me, will you?
This is true? He tries to take your money?
Ask him, Mr. Lopez. I only hope to thunder he tells a lie.
What about it, Senor Pell? You answer?
No.
There's your chance, Mr. Lopez. Shoot him quick.
I just bought an option on this ranch.
But you didn't give me the money.
You don't own this place anymore. It belongs to the bank.
Not yet, it don't. He's lying, Mr. Lopez. Why don't you shoot him? No, wait a minute. Ask him why he wants the place.
Oh? Well, why you want this place, Pell?
Well, I...
Get ready, Mr. Lopez. He's going to lie.
I thought there might be oil here, but under these circumstances, I'm not so sure I'll take up my option.
You have these options?
I have it here.
Give it to me, quick.
Here you are, Lopez. Well, the place is yours if you care to pay for it.
No, it ain't.
No, I have the option.
This place don't belong to nobody but me and my nephew until 8 o'clock tonight.
Your nephew? What is this nephew? Where is he?
He ain't here. He's down the shed, fixing the Ford.
Louis, you're to find him. Bring him here, quick.
Let's talk,
Now listen here, Mr. Lopez.
Yes. You keep this fella Pell here, Mr. Lopez, 8 o'clock tonight, so he can't get to the bank, and then you lend me and my nephew $10,000, and we'll give you $1 million.
You call me Mr. Lopez. What, $1 million?
The first $1 million we make out of this oil that's here.
I will lend you $10,000?
Absolutely, will you?
Why do not lend, Senor Phipps? I take. And besides, you do not know where is oil on this place. I do know where is oil.
You do?
Sure, for a long time I know.
Wait a minute, Lopez. If you know where the oil is, I'll buy that option from you.
You buy how much, Senor Pell?
You sure there's oil here?
Sure.
$20,000.
He's no good.
$50,000.
$50,000. You give $50,000 for this option?
You heard me.
He's no good.
$75,000.
No.
$100,000.
No.
Make him pay more, Mr. Lopez.
$150.
Ridiculous.
$200. $200.
Senor, it is not enough.
No?
It is enough. It is too much.
Hey, what's
The idea, Senor Perry, is this. You think I believe you would go away and bring back $200,000? 200 soldiers, maybe. But $200,000?
Here, give me that option, then.
What I care for a little piece of paper.
Give it back to me.
Senor Perry, you are my prisoner. I wish to find out if you are rich enough to make it worth my while to take you with me to my country. And only for ransom. Well, you are.
Ransom?
Serves your goddamn good right, Mr. Pell. Coming down here trying to take everything away from me and my nephew.
What?
I found the other one. The one was down in the garage fixing the car.
Listen, Mr. Lopez, if Gilbert
Shut up.
Stop shoving me, you. I can walk all right.
Vaya.
Take your dirty hands off of me.
This is the one, General.
Oh-ho. You are the nephew.
Yes, I am. What do you want here?
So, it is you.
Now, look here. What are you doing on my ranch?
For months and months I have looked for you. And now you don't know me. Oh, my friend, my brother. How glad I am to see you some more.
Well, what do you know about that?
Dear Dot. Well, my dear, it's happened. Remember the bandit I told you about, Pancho Lopez? Fellow who killed 600 men in the last 3 years? Well, he's sitting in the parlor right this minute with his feet on the table smoking a big black cigar. Here's how it happened. This afternoon, about 3 o'clock, we were waiting for lunch. Gilbert was out on the porch, and Morgan and I were having a few words in the parlor, when suddenly this bandit walks in with a gun in his hand the size of the Chrysler building. And what do you think? He turns out to be an old friend of Gilbert's. You remember, that's the boy I was so crazy about in Bangor, the fellow at whose ranch we're staying. Well, this bandit turns out to be an old friend of his. Within 5 minutes of his coming into the house, they were hugging each other like brothers. He's not exactly a friend of Gilbert's, but it seems about 6 months ago, the Rangers had this bandit cornered in a canyon and wounded him. And it seems he got away and hid in a bush. Presently, Gilbert came along. Gilbert, that's the boy I used to... Oh, yes, but I told you. I told you about him, didn't I? Well, Gilbert came along and fixed the bandit's wound and helped him on his horse and saved his life. So you see, it's a small world. Well, that's all for now. Love, Lucia.
Maybe you can help me, Senor Phipps.
Do my best, Pancho.
It's for your nephew, Gilbert, my friend. What's the matter with him? Always he look worried. Is something make him unhappy? I don't know. Always he look like he got trouble. Now what is?
Well, it may be fine and dandy for you. Reckon a bandit. I mean a man like you, Mr. Lopez. Don't have much trouble, except maybe the Rangers chasing you. But we're really in a peck of trouble. We ain't got nothing. It's the gosh dangest thing, but you ain't heard the half of it yet. You ever been in Bangor, Maine, Mr. Pancho?
Bangor? What is this?
Well,
Bangor?
say you missed something. If you ain't seen Bangor, you ain't seen nothing. You take our soldiers' monument and our cemetery. Why, they've got the swellest cemetery in Bangor that you... Now, then, here's the thing. When we was still sensible folks back in Bangor, my nephew Gilbert, he was a-courting a girl, and then one day he up and left me and Bangor and her. Said he had to make some money before he got married, gosh darn fool. And that girl, she waited around quite a spell, but guess she got tired. She went to New York and married a fellow down there, a fellow by the name of Pell.
Pell?
Yeah, you heard me. Now, gosh darn it, if they don't turn up down here in Bisbee and Gilbert's in love with her all over again.
This Senor Pell, he make plenty trouble, huh?
You're gosh darn...
All right, Phipps. Last year in Canyon Diablo, your nephew do something for me. This time I'm going to do plenty for him. Pretty soon, in a minute, all the trouble go.
What?
Just watch. Pancho Lopez, he gonna fix everything. Everything. Luis!
Si, General.
Bring to me Americano, Senor Perla. Luis!
Si, General.
Anyone else who wants to come into this room, you know what to do now.
Los pego, General.
You shoot him right away, quick. He's good. Now, Phipps, tell me one thing. If this Pearl does not take the option from the bank, what will happen?
Why, not a thing. You see, nobody except Pell knows that there's oil in this land. And if he didn't buy the mortgage in the bank, why, I reckon they'd let us keep this ranch of ours.
You sure it's true what you say, Phipps, that my friend Gilbert and Lucia Pell, Love each other.
Absolutely. Heard him with my own ears.
Good. Then I give her to him. She's very beautiful. I should miss her, but I give her to him. What is one lady between friends?
General, tenga lucky.
Oh, you have him. It's good.
Hello, Phipps. What's on your mind, Lopez?
Nothing at all. Me and you is going to have a little talk.
Yes? About what?
Sit down, Mr. Pearl. I'm going to ask you now a few questions. Why you want to take this land from my friend Gilbert Phipps?
I'm not taking the land from him. The bank's taking it. I'm not to blame because he's a rotten businessman.
It is not his fault because I have still all his cattle. Besides, even if it does belong to you, I have the option on this ranch, no?
Now, look here. If you're interested in this property, I'm willing to make a settlement.
Aha, now you speak like a sensible man. And now you settle everything. Everything will be fixed.
I hope so.
Cost me plenty of money. I could have taken you with me for ransom. Hey, big ransom. $1 million, maybe. No, I don't do that.
$1 million?
Don't worry.
You aren't going to hold me for ransom?
No.
Well, I'm glad you're not going to do that. What are you going to do?
They kill you.
Well, I'll be gosh darn.
Kill me?
Say, why not? Hey, Louis.
Yes, aquí, General.
You're joking.
Joking?
You must be.
Senor Pearl, I do not like you.
I don't like him either, Pancho.
You see, nobody like you. Alive, you're no good. Dead, you will make two people, which I love, very happy.
Well, if that's all, I'll give my wife a divorce.
You will? You give her a divorce.
He can have her. I'll give it to him.
Stand up, Senor Pearl. I want to look at you once more before I shoot you. I have seen such men which would not fight for their money. Yeah, I've seen men which would not fight for their lives. But I have never seen such men which would not fight for their women.
If you kill me, you'll be hanged.
Yes, you will at that, Pancho.
If I'm ever caught, I shall be hanged many times.
Wait. I'll give you money. Plenty of money. $1 million, $2 million.
It is not that we do not want money. It is that we do not want you.
You mean you're going to kill me? No. Don't do that. He can have her. You can have her. If you'll only spare my life...
Ah, before I know that even a dog could be so yellow. Louis!
Si, General.
I do not hunt rabbits. You kill him, Louis.
No. For the love of...
Well, for the love of Pete.
You've done a good thing, Louis. He was an evil man.
What was that shot?
Hey, Louis.
What was he shooting at?
Only your husband, Mrs. Pearl.
You killed him?
I have. Most enjoyously, too.
Dead as a doornail.
Louis, he never misses.
But don't you see what you've done, Pancho?
Sure, I know what I've done. Amigo. 1 hour ago, you have no money. No rancho, no woman. 1 little hour. Now you will have plenty of money. The rancho, she is yours. The woman you want to marry, she is yours. Tell me, amigo, have I not keep my promise? Have I not make you in 1 little hour the happy man? I tell you, Pancho Lopez makes everybody happy, no? He's good work, no?
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Bad Man, starring Orson Welles with Ida Lupino. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment or two, we will resume our presentation of The Bad Man. For some of us, certain times of the year will always be associated with certain things. And to many country-bred men and women, Maytime will always mean fresh asparagus. Once you've enjoyed it, who can ever forget the thrill of the season's first asparagus, so tender it melts in your mouth? May means asparagus time to Campbell's, too. Fresh from the farms, bright green bundles of tender asparagus come pouring into Campbell's kitchens to be made into delicious, creamy, smooth asparagus soup. Later on, Campbell's soup kettles will be bubbling with the bright richness of tomato soup. Another time, they'll be giving off the enticing aroma of celery soup. And so it goes. Crop after crop matures, is gathered, and made into fine soup for you to enjoy anywhere, anytime, at a moment's notice. All told, your grocer offers you 21 kinds of Campbell's soups. They lend variety to your meals and cut down the hours you have to spend in the kitchen these fine spring days. Why not order several kinds tomorrow? And now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Bad Man, starring Orson Welles with Ida Lupino.
P.S. Dear Dot, I just had to open this letter. Remember that bandit I was writing you about? Well, he just shot Morgan, and he's just sent me up to my room. And he and Gilbert and old man Phipps, that's Gilbert's uncle, are all sitting in the parlor right now with poor Morgan lying there as stiff as a board. I do hope he doesn't do any more killings for a while. In haste, love, Lucia.
Gilbert, my friend, you are one big fool. What's the matter now? Why are you not more happy? Why you don't sing? Why you don't get drunk? After all I've done for you, why you not happy? Are you not rich? Have you not a beautiful woman for a love yourself, person? What more you ask?
Pancho, I know you meant well, but don't you see what you've done?
What I done? Answer me, well. What I done?
You killed her husband. Here, in my house.
Oh, of course I killed him. Why not? He was in the way. Anyway, I don't like him.
Yes,
plenty.
sir. Smoothest thing I ever saw. That pal was standing there shooting his mouth off. Next thing you know, you had him plugged. Cool as a cucumber, by Jiminy.
That's murder, Pancho.
What do you mean, my friend? It was a pleasure.
Don't you see what that does to us? Lucia and I...
General.
What is it, Pedro?
Tienen aquí los rancheros.
What
Vamos,
is that?
General.
General, en 2 minutos...
All right, get the horses.
Si, General. Anything the matter, Mr. Lopez?
He says he's coming this way, Texas Rangers. So, it's about time. I was expecting him.
Texas Rangers after you?
See? Why not?
You ain't even excited?
For why? Is no worry.
Vamos, General, vamos!
All right. What's the matter with you? They're getting nervous, my boys. Maybe I gotta shoot a couple by and by. Keep them quiet. Huh?
Pero, General, le digo.
Shut up. He's ready, the horses?
Si, General.
Okay, then we go. Mr. Phipps, he's nice to meet you.
Sure sorry to see you go, Pancho.
Gilbert, my friend, adios. I hope you will be very happy, you and that beautiful woman. You say goodbye to her for me, huh? You say goodbye. Maybe by and by, Gilbert, we meet again. And maybe not, who knows. Goodbye, my friends. Louis! Pedro, we go.
Gosh darn, what a man! With the whole troop of Texas Rangers are coming after him as fast as they can ride, he walks out of here just as cool as you please. Yes, sir, that's my friend Pancho Lopez. Yes, sir, sir. There he goes. 3 cheers for Pancho Lopez. Hooray! 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 Yes, that's them now. That's the Rangers.
Keep under cover, everybody. Lucia, keep down.
What's the matter with them fellas? Shooting away like that, wasting the taxpayers' money.
All right, you boys cover the back. Then just pull the lead as soon as you set eyes on him. All right, Lopez. Come on out. Come on out, we shoot.
You're too late, Ranger. He's gone. Come on in.
Gone, eh? How long ago did he leave?
Just a few minutes ago.
Who are you?
Why, Phipps is the name. As good a New England name
This
as
your place?
Yes, officer. We own this ranch. This is Mrs. Pell, a guest of ours.
Who's that on the floor?
Well, that's the lady's husband, Morgan Pell.
Wounded?
Dead as a doornail.
Who did this, Lopez?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Popped him right through the head, clean as a whistle.
I'm sorry for you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We've got to be going. Now, look here, Bud. You better not touch the body till the coroner comes.
But, officer...
Sorry, ma'am, but that's the law. Don't you worry about Lopez, folks. He won't bother you no more. We got him this time. You'll never see him alive again. Come on, boys! After him!
There she goes.
Goes what?
He means the ranch. It's 8 o'clock.
Hey! Jiminy Crickets.
What's the matter?
He moved.
Who did?
Him. The stiff. Pell.
Moved.
I seen him.
How could he? He's dead.
I don't know how he could, but he did.
Morgan. Morgan.
Oh, ain't we got enough trouble without him coming back?
Gil, it's true. He's alive. Feel his pulse.
You're right, Lucia.
Well?
He's alive. He's breathing. It's just a flesh wound. Bullet must have grazed his head.
Lopez should have done the job himself.
I'll get some water and some bandages.
All right. Come on, pal. Here, let me help you. Now, sit up in this chair.
What was it? What happened? I can't remember.
You were shot.
Shot? Who shot me? A friend of mine. I remember. Yeah, that bandit, Lopez. He's not here yet, is he? No, worse luck.
No, he's gone. You'll be all right, pal.
Here, Morgan. Let me help you.
Oh, so you're there, are you, Lucia, my dear?
We thought you were dead, Morgan.
We? Oh, yes, we. You and Gilbert Phipps.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but aside from a slight pain in my head, I never felt better in my life.
Shall I bandage it for you?
No, thank you. Now, my dear, it's past 8 o'clock, and since Lopez tore up my option, I imagine this ranch is on the market at this moment. First thing tomorrow morning, Mr. Phipps, you're going down to drive me into Bisbee. Like heck he is. Say, Gilbert, does that mean that we pay our mortgage before Pale gets the bank? We can keep the ranch?
Yes, that's about the size of it, Uncle. Where will we get the money to buy the mortgage?
Oh, gosh, I hadn't thought of that.
That's right. As soon as I get into Bisbee, this place will be mine, and you two can get ready to leave.
Yes, I guess we're right back where we started from.
Oh, not quite, Mr. Phipps. Come here, Lucia.
Now, look here, pal, if you think you're going
Don't be afraid, Lucia. Remember, I'm your husband.
Now, wait a minute. I sure am sorry you were shot, and I sure am glad you aren't dead, but Lucia isn't going back with you.
That's right, Morgan.
Lucia's going with me.
Lucia? What were you saying, Lucia? Something about leaving me and going with him? I wasn't listening very closely. There's a little nick on my head. Well, you want to leave me, eh, and go with him? All right, go ahead. I've no objection.
You're lying, pal.
Well, I don't blame you for thinking so. You haven't been shot today. You should try it sometime. It kind of changes one's viewpoint. Now, here we are, we three. She's my wife. But she doesn't love me, and she does love you. What is the best way out for all of us?
You'd give her up?
I can't hold her if she doesn't want to be held, can I?
You don't intend...
To fight for her? Oh, no. I'm going back to New York and forget that either of you ever existed. Your problem is more difficult. Your ranch is as good as lost, and you haven't a cent, either of you.
Well, I can earn money.
$100 a month punching cows while she lives in a boarding house in Bisbee waiting for you.
I can take care of her.
Of course you can. You can go with your friend Lopez if he escapes the Rangers. Become a professional killer. You know, Gilbert, you forget Lucia's used to decent people.
I know him, Gil. He's trying to frighten us.
I'm not trying to frighten you. I'm just trying to help you, that's all.
All right, boys.
Yeah, what's that?
That's them. That's the Rangers headed for home. Hope they missed him.
Sorry to bother you folks, Lamar.
Oh, sure.
You got any water? I'm in kind of a hurry,
Yeah.
especially with him tied up on a horse outside.
Who?
Lopez.
Lopez?
That's what I said, mister. We got him.
You mean you captured Pancho Lopez?
You bet we got him, and we got him good this time. Filled him half full of bullet holes. That's what we did.
Good work, officer.
Hey. Say, I thought... Hey, mister, wasn't you dead?
I was. I mean, I had a scalp wound, that's all.
Well, give me that water, will you?
Here you are.
Thanks. I want to get him in alive if I can.
But you can't take him out like that if he's wounded.
Why not? You think I'm going to wet nurse a murderer like him around these parts?
For heaven's sakes, man, if he's dying, bring him in here.
I'm throwing this party, mister. Much obliged for the canteen. I'll send it back later. All right!
Poor old Lopez.
So they really got him.
Fortunately for us, my dear. Now, we're certain not to be disturbed while we try and work out a solution for this little problem of ours. You see, there's a question of money.
Money?
She doesn't want your money, pal.
No, well, in that case, I suppose there's nothing more to be said.
You mean you'll let us go?
Why not? I know I won't stop you.
Well, before I say goodbye, Morgan, is there anything I can do?
Yes. All of you can do one thing. Put up your hands.
What?
Way up! I've got you. Got you, all of you.
Gil.
You didn't bother to reach for your guns, Phipps. I went to the trouble of lifting them out of their holsters while you were bandaging your head.
I told you he was no good.
Shut up, you old fool. Now, you two thought you'd make a monkey out of me, did you? Well, I'll show you.
He means it, Gil. Look out.
Our wife is right, Mr. Phipps. It isn't killing that I mind. It's being killed that I object to.
They'll hang you, pal.
The unwritten law works in Texas as well as other places. Get away from him, Lucia.
I won't.
All right. Then take what's coming to you. You both can go together.
You better shoot straight, pal, because if you miss...
Ah!
Puerca grandissima. How many times must I kill you today, anyhow?
Lopez.
Pancho Lopez.
Well, don't this beat it?
Hello, amigos. Luis.
Si, General.
Didn't I tell you to kill his pal once before? Maybe I should kill you too, huh?
Pero, General, I shoot him.
You do not. Pancho Lopez must come back to do it. You're not such a good shot anymore, Losey.
Pero, General, no es mi culpa si este señor tiene una cabeza de ferro.
Shut up! All right. You better take him away. He's no more use to anybody.
Sí, General.
Now then, amigos. Everyone here is all right, huh?
Pancho, I thought the Rangers had plugged you.
Said they had you tied on a horse and was taking you to town.
No, he's no me there, plug. He's my double.
Double?
It's an idea I get from the moving pictures.
Then it wasn't you they captured.
I should be chased all over the place by the Texas Rangers. I don't get time for that sort of thing. A long time ago, I fixed that.
How do you work it, Pancho?
I pick from my men the best rider, put him in the same clothes I wear, so when the Rangers wish to chase me, my double go while I stay behind. Save me much exercise.
I told you he was a smart one.
Say, Gilbert, my friend, why didn't you kill this pal yourself a long time ago? Why you wait for me?
I couldn't do that, Pancho.
This is the difference from us three. Me, you, and him. You was afraid to kill. He was afraid to die. Me, Pancho Lopez, I'm afraid of nothing. Give me a drink. Well, amigos, what do you do now, huh?
Oh, I don't know. Lucia and I are going away somewhere.
Well, you stay right here in your home sweet home, my friend.
No, I guess we've lost this place. After 8, and we can't take up that mortgage anyway.
Oh, it's a gosh darn shame. I was just beginning to like it.
You have lost nothing, my friends. No, not for at 7:30. What do you think I do? I tell you what I do. While my double is being chased by the Rangers, I go to Bisbee.
Bisbee?
Why I go to Bisbee? I go to the bank and I pay the mortgage on this ranch.
You what?
I pay the mortgage.
Where'd you get the money?
It's all right.
Where did you get it?
I robbed the bank.
You robbed the bank.
Sure. That's why I go to Bisbee.
That's no good. Stolen money?
No, I take the money to a lawyer. What is a friend of me? Go to the judge and tell him, Senor Phipps, send him money to pay for the mortgage. The judge says, sure, now the rancho is yours.
What a man!
But I must pay him back.
All right, I have plenty of money. I'll lend you $10,000. You send back, should you be so foolish.
You can pay it back, too, Gil. The oil.
Oil?
Well, you said there was oil on the place. You said you knew where it was.
I am sorry, my friends. There is no oil.
No oil?
But you said...
I know. I tell her one big lie. But you know I get $1 million from my husband when I kill. Don't you get that?
Oh, Gil.
You don't think we'd touch one penny of that, do you?
All right. You're still rich anyhow.
How do you make that up?
Tomorrow I shall send back all the cattle that I've steal from you.
You will?
And plenty more what I should steal for myself, personal. Now then, it's all right. You have the money, the lady, the everything.
Oh, no, you're wrong, Pancho. I still don't have Lucia.
Now what's the trouble?
I want Lucia more than anything in the world, but under these
Well,
circumstances...
Cucarandissimo, what's the matter with you? I come here work like a crazy man all day to make you happy, and the best I get is this under the circumstances.
We don't mean to be ungrateful, Pancho.
You make me sick. Both of you, no blood, no courage. For you, Gilbert, Phipps, I'm finished, like this.
That's telling him, Pancho.
I'm sorry, Pancho.
Sorry. It's all you can say is a sorry. All day I've tried to make them man from you, but it's no use. Gilbert Phipps, there is no man in you, all right. You will not let me make you happy, boy, no? You will not take her?
I've tried hard to explain.
Well, then, I take her.
You take me. Say no.
Shut
you
up.
think...
Listen to me. All day I ever want her. It's the first time in my life that I want a woman all day and not take her for me. As a favor, I give her to you. Now, since you are one big fool not to take her yourself, I take her from me, Pancho Lopez. And what do you know about this?
Don't you touch me.
Oh.
Now, wait a
Do
minute,
it.
Pancho.
Sí, General.
Take her away.
Listen, you big gorilla.
Go on, take her away. Vamos, we go home now. Take this woman, too.
Wait! Reach!
What?
Come on up with him, Pancho.
You too, Pedro. Put your hands up. I know what you tried to do, Pancho, and I'm grateful.
And you will not shoot?
I will if I have to.
Oh, the wolf in the sheep's overcoat, huh?
Gil.
Get behind me, Lucia. Now then, Pancho, I'll give you just 10 seconds to get out of here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Dear Doc, I can't tell you how happy I am. Gilbert's wonderful. He really is. He's the sweetest, bravest thing you ever saw. And I know we're going to be very happy. For a while there, it looked bad, though. That bandit, the one I told you about. Do you know what he tried to do? Tried to abduct me. Oh, my dear, he had a couple of his guerrillas actually laying hands on me. They were going to tie me to a horse or something and drag me across the border. And what do you think Gil did? You remember, that's the boy I used to be crazy about up in Bangor. Quick as a flash, he pulled a gun. Well, the bandit changed his tune after that. Oh, I wish you could have seen Gil at that moment. He was wonderful, just like in a movie. He said to the bandit, "I'll give you just 10 seconds to get out of here." And then he counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Seven, 8, 9.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
What are you laughing about?
A big I have make the man from you at last. Fine man what would kill for his woman.
Believe he would, Pancho.
I know, and it makes me very happy. Very happy. Amigo. You could not leave her now, could you? Now, that's it, boys. More trouble. And more arrangements. I go now.
Pancho.
Oh, no, you shall not thank me. I shall thank you. For here in your quiet home, you have given me the most peaceful day I've spent in a long time.
Pedro!
Si, General.
Luis! My horse, Prado.
Si, General.
Well, amigos. Mrs. Pell. Mrs. Phipps. My friend, Gilbert. For the last time, Pancho Lopez.
¡Adelante, muchachos!
This concludes the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Bad Man, starring Orson Welles with Ida Lupino. In just a moment, Mr. Welles brings Miss Lupino back to the microphone. But in the meantime, a word on behalf of our sponsors. A while ago, I remarked that the days are past when the best chicken soup was made only at home. Thousands of people have found Campbell's chicken soup as fine as any they've ever tasted, or even better. That's because of the painstaking steps by which Campbell's prepare it and the good, wholesome ingredients that go into each kettleful. I know, because I've seen it being made. Campbell's use only plump, government-inspected chickens, all the good meat of them. And just as you would at home, they simmer the broth long and patiently till it gleams with golden color and is rich with chicken flavor. Fluffy, nourishing rice is added, and chicken meat, too, each piece delightfully tender. Now, as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. Because it's brims with the good taste of chicken from the first spoonful to the last. Why not have it this weekend? And now, here is Orson Welles.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now that we've guaranteed the future bliss of Lou Chappelle, it's time to come back to reality and introduce you to the actress who played the part tonight. Miss Ida Lupino of Naples, of London, and of Hollywood, in the order named. Miss Lupino, we are all delighted to meet you and to have you with us this evening.
And I'm delighted to meet you all. Thank you, Pancho Lopez. Orson Welles. You shot that dirty dog in the well-known nick of time.
I hope you didn't worry. I promise you were never in any danger. I was lurking beside the doorway all the time. Now, Miss Lupino, when I mentioned those cities, I was referring, and stop me if I'm wrong, to your birthplace, Naples, to London, where you appeared on the stage and in films, and to your current office and residence, Hollywood. Is that correct?
2 hits, 1 miss, Senor Lopez. I wasn't born in Naples. My grandfather and grandmother were. I was born in London between engagements.
I think I should explain, ladies and gentlemen, that Miss Lupino has the theater in her blood. That the Lupinos take their place with the Kendalls, the Barrymores, the Bennetts, as one of the world's greatest theatrical families. That both parents, Stanley Lupino and her mother, Connie Emerald, are famous in their own right abroad, and that, in a sense, the family goes back before Shakespeare. How far back does it go, Miss Lupino?
Well, it seems there have always been Lupinos in the theater. We have pretty definite records for 250 years in England. Before that, there were clowns and performers in Italy.
Well, with that background, you should... You couldn't help yourself. And tell us about that great moment in any performer's life, the debut. Were you carried on in your mother's arms at the age of 1?
No.
6 months?
No. There was none of that in my family. My father, Stanley, was very strict with all of us. And my sister and I had to learn everything, from cartwheels to Shakespeare, before we were in our teens. I made my debut in a London pantomime and then was rushed into a film there. First thing I knew, I was being imported to Hollywood to play Alice in Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, I don't remember that film. Whatever happened to Alice in Wonderland?
That's what I've been wondering. Seemed to be a good idea at the time, but somebody else played the part.
Oh, yeah, but since then I've seen you in, One Rainy Afternoon, Anything Goes, Paris in Spring, many others.
Oh, they've kept me pretty busy since I went west 6 years ago.
I remember stories when you arrived of the sensational 16-year-old Lupino who had all London excited.
Now, Orson Welles, you know an actress is only as old as the publicity department commands. I was publicly and actually 16 when I arrived, but became 19 overnight. They've kept me 19 ever since, but this year I'm old enough to vote. Just between you and me, I'm one of the few performers in the world who is younger than Orson Welles.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lupino. It's been very nice interviewing you. Good night. Mr. Herman, down on the music for a moment, I'd like to introduce Mr. Chappell, who will tell you who played the parts tonight. Mr. Chappell?
Thank you, Mr. Wells. In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Bad Man, Orson Welles was heard in the role of the bad man, Pancho Lopez. Ida Lupino played the part of Lucia Pell. Frank Reddick was heard as Gilbert Phipps, and Ray Collins as Uncle Phipps. Morgan Pell was played by William Allen, Dot by Diana Stevens, and Louis by Everett Sloane. Edward Jerome played the part of Pedro. Music for the Campbell Playhouse is arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, if you please, Mr. Wells, will you tell us about next week's story?
More music, ladies and gentlemen. More music from Mr. Bernard Herrmann to suggest or indicate, however vaguely, and maybe we're a little vague about it ourselves, about next week's show. Next week's show, ladies and gentlemen, and we're pretty serious about it, even if I seem to sound a little flippant, is the Campbell Playhouse's radio document dedicated to the American idea. It seems to us that there would be no better time for the story we want to tell you next week, which is the story of democracy. And we're sure we could find for this broadcast no finer actress than Miss Cornelia Otis Skinner. And so, until then, till next Friday, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse, remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Friday evening when Cornelia Otis Skinner, brilliantly gifted star of radio and stage, joins him in thumbing through the pages of American history for a variety of famous characterizations for our American cavalcade. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Theater on the Air. The Columbia Broadcasting System brings you the 15th program in its weekly dramatic series featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air, the brilliant producing company which has been acclaimed by critics throughout the nation for giving to radio the same new stimulus they brought to Broadway. This evening, our play is an adaptation of a modern classic, Booth Tarkington's 17, with Orson Welles in the part of William Sylvanus Baxter. But first, a word from the director of the Mercury Theater, the writer, star, and producer of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
No man can explain the mystery and misery of being 17. That period which is almost a full stop in the involved sentence of a man's life. When every man's universe has growing pains, and every man is his own Hamlet. Booth Tarkington has left us a perspective of this sharp condition of human agony, so true and brutal and beguiling, that posterity will understand William Sylvanus Baxter long after a new and easy world has forever abolished the institution of adolescence.
My name's Parcher, Henry Parcher. I live on Maple Street, number 42. Wife and one daughter, May, 18 years old. On one side of us is Doc Watson's house, vacant now. On the other is George Baxter's, Mr. and Mrs. and two children. Little girl about 10, I forget her name. Boy Willie, 17. Just now we've got a visitor, a friend of May's, staying with us. Lola Pratt. Talks baby talk. Well, I guess we can stand it for a weekend. Anyway, the young folks don't stay around the house these days. In this town, they spend most of their time at the Main Street Pharmacy.
Hi, Ray.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, man. How's Pig? Oh, nothing new. Town's dead.
Well, Mr. Baxter, what'll it be?
Make it a banana split, Ray.
Yours, Mr. Bullitt?
Same.
Wow. The boys must be flesh today.
Oh, we got enough. Let me call you sweetheart. Love, always love. Why can't songwriters write something about something else?
They will. I heard May Parcher has come back to town yesterday.
Well, let her for all I care.
Well, they say she's brought a girl to visit her. Said she was a regular ring-dinger.
What if she is? Makes little difference to me, I guess.
Oh, no, it don't. You don't take any interest in girls. Oh, no.
No, I do not. I never saw one in my life. I cared whether she lived or died.
Honest? Honest? Is that so?
Yeah, honest. If I could all die, I wouldn't notice.
Oh, I didn't know you felt that way about it, Will. I always thought you were kind of...
Well, I do feel that way about him. You can tell him so for me if you want to.
Say, would you look what's walking down the street? Isn't that May Parcher?
Yeah. Say, who's that with her? Carrying the parasol and the little dog.
Well, that must be the girl. Isn't she a ring-dinger?
Hey, Will. Joe, don't you want your splits? To my lady with the little dog. I do not know her name, though it would be the same where roses bloom at twilight and the lark takes his flight. So I will call her Milady. By the sands of the sea, she will always be just Milady to me. William Sylvanus Baxter, Esquire, July 14th.
Willie!
Ye gods.
Willie, Mama wants you.
Oh, go away, Jane.
Willie!
What do you want?
Willie, Mama wants you. Wants you to go home, Genesis, bring some wash tubs home, and a tin cold boiler from the second-hand man store.
What?
She wants you to hurry, and I got some bread and butter and applesauce and sugar for coming to tell you.
Oh, go away, will you, Jane? Go on.
Willie, open the door, please.
All right, Mother. Carry wash tubs. That's a nice thing to ask me to do. Ye gods, do you think Joe Bullitt's mother would dare to...
Wait, dear. I just want to explain.
Explain, ye gods!
Now, just a minute, Willie. What I wanted to explain was why it's necessary for you to go with Genesis.
Mother, you expect me to walk through the public streets with that awful-looking old colored man?
Well, Genesis isn't old, is he, Mama?
Oh, he is so old. Besides, he's practically in rags, and he doesn't even wear an undershirt.
Now, who on earth minds what Genesis wears or doesn't wear?
Second-hand wash tubs and tin clothes boilers. That's what you want your son to carry through the public streets in broad daylight. Ye gods!
Well, there isn't anybody else. Now, please don't rave so, Willie, and don't say ye gods so much. It really isn't nice. Now, I'm sure nobody will notice
Nobody? Oh, no, nobody except the whole town. Why... When there's anything disgusting has to be done in this family, why do I always have to be the one? Mother, why can't Genesis bring the second-hand wash tubs without me? Why can't the second-hand store deliver them?
The second-hand store doesn't deliver things. And Genesis says he can't possibly carry 2 tubs and a wash boiler himself. Now, I don't like to ask you, but it really isn't much. You and Genesis can just slip up there and...
Just slip up there. Ye gods!
Oh, really, Willie, it isn't worth your making all this fuss about.
Oh, no, it's nothing. Nothing at all.
And, Willie, dear, on your way downtown, you might tell the tailor to call for your father's full-dress suit. He hasn't worn it in 4 months. It's too tight for him. Needs to be altered.
Ye gods, do I have to do everything in this house? Ye gods!
Mama, what's the matter with Willie?
Well, you see, dear, he's 17.
Land's sakes, Mr. William, watch out. You can't see where you're going with that tin boil over your head. I don't want to see, and I don't want to be seen. You sure is fixing to get run over. Let's carry the big tub between us like this, and you can guide me. Now, come on, Genesis. Hey, is that Muddy you're still following us?
Sure is. Clem never stopped following me yet. I reckon it's the followingest dog in the world.
Well, he can... Oh, don't let him follow through the streets. Not a moth-eating mongrel like that. It's bad enough to be seen carrying all this junk.
Man, sakes, ain't nobody can tell who you are with that wash tub over your face.
Genesis, make that dog scat,
Ain't
please.
nobody'd make that dog scat. I ain't had it more than 2 weeks, but I don't believe President of the United States make that dog quit following.
Well, keep him as far back as you can so people won't know it's us he's following.
Go on, Clem. Stay back, dog. Hey, careful, Mr. William. We're crossing the street.
You tell me if anything's coming.
Oh, well, road's clear. Come on.
All right. Where roses bloom at twilight, and the lark takes his flight by the sands of the sea, she'll always be...
What's that you reciting, Miss William?
Oh, just something I made up.
It sounds kind of like a poem.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
Lacy, the funny laundryman street. Stop it, Missy, too. No, they'll hear you.
Hey, what's behind
There's 2 young ladies. One got yellow hair and kind of pretty. Carrying a funny little dog. Looks like a caterpillar. Bet Clem could eat him in one swallow.
Now, the dance office must have $1 nickel rotten.
Now she got that little bird walking.
Hurry, Genesis, hurry.
Hey, what you in such a rush for? I got plenty of time.
How close are they, Genesis?
And ladies? They about 20 feet. Mr. Williams, stop pulling on this tub. My handles most wore through my hide.
Molly, you better not let Floppet near that awful-looking dog.
Little dog better not mix with old man Clem.
Doggy must belong to Funny Laundryman. Stay near me, precious Floppy.
Hurry up.
Here, Floppy. Floppy, what do you know? You stop that horrible dog, or I'll have you arrested. Yeah, precious darling, come to Mama. Is he all right, Lola? Isn't Pickle hard to beat him so sloppy? Hey, you!
Me, ma'am?
Where's that other laundryman? It's his dog, isn't it?
Laundry, ma'am? What? He ain't no
I'd like to get my hands on him. I'd have him arrested. Tom, precious. Don't Mumsy make them all white and precious Floppy?
Miss Willie. Miss Willie. You come behind that hedge now. He's gone. We better be getting along home with these tubs.
Oh, Genesis. Isn't she wonderful? Hey, Genesis, did you ever see anyone like her, Genesis? Huh? Let me call you sweetheart. I'm in love with you. Let me hear you whisper that I love you. Let the love light linger in your eyes so true. Let me call you.
Isn't that awful? When I said a week ago this was my house, it was a gross exaggeration. My daughter's guest, Miss Lola Pratt, now occupies the house. She and a pack of boys that follow her like flies after honey. The worst of the bunch is that Baxter boy, the one with the cracked tenor. Every night he sits on my porch in a full-dress suit. It's pretty big for him, and I'll bet it's his old man's. While I lie here on my bed, which is about all the space left me in my own house, trying to sleep, but it's no use. I used to think the katydids were the dullest insects you had to listen to on a summer night, but that was before Miss Pratt moved in on us.
Willie, you don't have to be so quiet just because you're so indifferent.
Oh, but I'm not indifferent, Miss Pratt. Honest, I'm not.
Oh, but Josie Joe says you're indifferent. Ichabod Baxter is indifferent, isn't he, sweetest Floppet? Isn't he a mean old wicked thing, precious Floppet?
Well, I suppose I am indifferent to most girls.
Lola forgives him if Ichabod Baxter make imitation of Darlin' Floppet again. Darlin' Floppet, look.
Oh,
my soul.
More. Again, Ichabod Baxter. How did he learn such marvelous imitations of Darlin' Floppet? He ought to go on the big stage and be a really actor. Wasn't he, Darlin' Floppet? He could make millions and millions of dollars. Couldn't he, Darlin' Floppet?
Oh, I hardly would care to adopt the stage for a career. Would you?
It's my dream.
It was wonderful of you to say that to me. I shall never forget it. You would make a glorious actress.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Huh? Ichabod Baxter times flabberbox us, Darlin' Floppet. Naughty Floppet.
No, I mean it, but...
But what comes?
What do you think about actors and actresses making love to each other on the stage? Do you think they have to really feel it, or do they just pretend?
Well, sometimes one way, sometimes the other.
Yes, but how can they pretend like that? Don't you think love is a sacred thing, Miss Pratt?
Yes?
I do. I think love is the most sacred thing there is. I don't mean some kinds of love. I mean real love. You take some people, I don't believe they even know what real love means. They talk about it maybe, but they don't understand it. Love is something nobody can understand unless they feel it. And if they don't understand it, they don't feel it. Don't you think so?
Yes? You talk so beautiful.
Love is something nobody can ever have but one time in their lives, and if they don't have it then, why, probably they never will. Don't you think so?
Yes.
I think real love is sacred, don't you?
Yes.
Don't you think love is the most sacred thing there is? That is, if it's real love?
Yes.
I do. I'm glad you feel like that because I think real love is the kind nobody could have but just once in their lives because the real love a man feels for a girl and a girl for a man, if they really love each other, and you look at a case like that, of course they would both love each other. It wouldn't be real love. Well, what I say is if it's real love, well, it's sacred because I think that kind of love is always sacred. Don't you think love is sacred if it's the real thing?
Here, Tickle Boy Baxter. Do flop it again. Say flop it.
He is Floppet.
Jane.
Oh, do I have to practice much longer, Mother?
Until your hour's up. Now try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1,
You've got to do something about that child. I cannot stand it.
Oh, you've been gone all morning, Willie. I thought your father mentioned at breakfast that he expected you to put in at least 2 hours a day on your geometry.
That's neither here nor there. Mother, I just want to say this. If you don't want to do something about Jane, I will. Just look at her. I ask you. That's the way she looked half an hour ago out on the public sidewalk in front of the house when I came by here with Miss Pratt. That was pleasant, wasn't it, to be walking with a lady on the public street and meet a member of my family looking like that? Oh, lovely.
Now, Jane doesn't look so disreputable. Come, Willie, you're interrupting her piano lesson.
Wait till I tell you the rest. Then she hollered at me, Mother. She hollered, "Oh, Willie!" She hollered, "Oh, Willie!" at me. Anybody'd think I was about 6 years old. She hollered, "Oh, Willie," and she rubbed her stomach and flushed applesauce all over her face, and she kept hollering, "Willie," with her mouth full. "Willie, look, good bread and butter and applesauce and sugar. I bet you wish you had some. Willie."
Well, you did eat some the other day. You ate a whole lot. You eat it every chance you get.
Now, you hush up. She kept following us, Mother. She followed us, hollering, "Willie," till it's a wonder we didn't go deep. And just look at her, Mother. I don't see how you can stand it to have her going around like that and people knowing it's your child. Why, she hasn't got enough on.
Well, for this very hot weather, I really don't think people notice or care much
Notice?
about...
I guess Miss Pratt noticed. Hot weather's no excuse for outright obesity. I ask you to look at her back. You can see her spinal cord.
Spinal column, Willie.
Well, what do I care which is it? People aren't supposed to go around with it exposed, whichever it is, with applesauce on their ears.
Well, there is not.
Look, I just ask you to look, and that's the sight I have to meet when I'm out walking with Miss Pratt. She asked me who it was, and Mother, I wish you'd seen her face. She wanted to know who that curious child was, and I'm glad you didn't hear the way she said it. "Who is that curious child?" she said, and I had to tell her it was my sister. I had to tell Miss Pratt it was my only sister.
Willie, who is Miss Pratt? I don't think I've ever heard
Willie's mashed on her, and she wears 4 side curls. One almost came off. She's visiting Miss May Parcher. But the Parchers are awful tired of her. They wish she'd go home, but they don't like to tell her so.
Now, if you don't punish her, it's because you've lost your sense of duty.
Now, wait, Willie. Jane doesn't mean to hurt your feelings.
My feelings? You stand there and allow her to speak as she did of one of the noblest. One of the noblest.
Oh, Jane didn't mean anything. Now, don't get so upset about things,
Upset!
Willie.
Upset, ye gods!
What made you say that? Where did you hear such things?
Well, I was there.
You were where, Jane?
At the Parchers.
Oh, I see.
Yesterday afternoon, Miss Parcher had the Sunday school class for lemonade and cookies.
Well, did you hear Miss Parcher
No,
say?
I ate too many cookies, I guess, maybe. Anyways, Miss Parcher said I better lay down.
Lie down.
Yes'm, on the sofa in the library. And Mrs. Parcher and Mr. Parcher came in there and sat down after a while. And it was kind of dark, and they didn't hardly notice me. And Mr. Parcher said since Miss Pratt came to visit, there wasn't anywhere he could go because Willie Baxter and Johnny Watson and Joe Bullitt and Miss Pratt were always arguing something about love. It made him just sick at the stomach. And he said Willie was the worst.
What?
And he said he couldn't sit even in the library, but he had to hear either Willie Baxter or Joe Bullitt or somebody or other arguing about love. He said, Mama. He said he couldn't stand those...
James, you mustn't say such things.
Well, I didn't, Mama. Mr. Parker said it. He said you couldn't stand those...
James, no matter what he said, you mustn't repeat.
But I'm not. I only said Mr. Parker said he couldn't stand those... But, Mama, how can I tell you what he said?
Hush. You must never, never use such a terrible and wicked word.
I won't, Mama. Oh, I know I'll say word instead. Won't that be all right?
I suppose so.
Well, Mr. Parker said he couldn't stand those word boys. That sounds all right, doesn't it, Mama?
I suppose so.
Well, they kind of talked along. Mr. Parker said when he was young, he wasn't any such a word fool as these young word fools were. He said in all his born days, Willie Baxter was the wordest fool he ever saw.
That was very unjust and very wrong of Mr. Parcher.
Mrs. Parcher said he oughtn't to say word, Mama. She said, hush, hush to him, Mama. He talked like this, Mama. He said, I'll be worded if I stand it. And he kept getting crosser and crosser, and he said, word, word, word.
There, that will do, Jane. We'll go on with your practicing. Now try that exercise again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1.
Jabber, 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 jabber. On and on. That's the way these young folks talk. Same things over every night like finger exercises. No sense, no rhyme, no reason. Just jabber, 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 jabber. Wonder what they find to talk about.
Genesis, I want to ask you something.
What's that, Mr. Willie? Oh, seems like this ice cream ain't never gonna freeze.
Genesis, how old were you when you were married?
Well, sir, I had 3 children when I was 20. I had 2 when I was 18.
You did?
Go away, Jane. Genesis, how old were you when you had the first one?
I was just your age, Miss William. Yes, sir, I was 17.
Well, Genesis, what became of the one that was born when you were 17?
Well, Miss Willis, I never did know.
Was it a boy or a girl?
It seemed like it must have been a boy, Miss Jane.
Well, did it die?
Well, I think it must be dead by now. A good many of them dead. What I knows is dead. Yes, I reckon so.
Genesis, how old were you when you were married?
Me? Well, that depends. I recollect I was married once in Louisville.
Well, I heard of people getting married even younger than you were. Yeah, you take India, for instance. Why, they get married in India when they're 12 and even 7 and 8 years old.
Oh, they do not. The mothers and fathers wouldn't let them, and they wouldn't want to anyway.
I suppose you've been to India and know all about it. Well, the matter of that, there was a young couple got married in Pennsylvania the other day. The girl was only 15 and the man was 16. It was in the papers, and their parents consented and said it was a good thing. And there was a case in Fall River, Massachusetts, where the young man, 18 years old, married a woman 41 years old. It was in the papers, too. And I heard of another case somewhere in Iowa. A boy began shaving when he was 13 and shaved every day for 4 years. Now he's got a full beard, and he's going to get married this year because he's 18 years old. And Joe Bullett's got a cousin in Iowa that knows about this case. He knows the girl this fellow with the beard's going to marry, and he says he expects it'll turn out the best thing could have happened. And right here in our own county, there were 11 couples married in the last 6 months under 21 years of age.
My goodness, how you collect all them facts, Miss Willie? Land name. What puzzles me is how you remember them after you didn't collect them. If it was me now, I couldn't collect them in the first place, and even if I could, it wouldn't be no good to me because I couldn't recollect them.
Well, it isn't so hard if you kind of get the hang of it, Genesis. I always did have a pretty good memory.
Oh, Mama says you're the most forgetful boy she ever heard of. Says you can't remember anything 2 minutes.
Oh, you hush. Genesis, do you remember when you were married? Genesis? Genesis, how'd you feel about it? I mean, were you sort of shaky, for instance? As if you were taking an important step in life?
Let me see, I felt mighty shaky once, I recollect. That time a man started shooting at me from behind a snake fence.
Shooting at you, Mr. Genesis? What'd you do that for?
Nothing in the wide world. Bound to shoot at somebody, and they pick on me because I was the handiest. Well, ice cream and all fresh. I think I better throw it in the kitchen.
He must have been 16
When, Willie?
when he was married. Things you don't understand. You run in the house. Go on, Jane. Go on.
Between Willie Baxter, Lola Pratt, and the heat, I'm slowly losing my reason. This morning, I discovered my tobacco box behind a bench in the backyard. When I took the lid off the box, I found a faded rose, a girl's silver shoe buckle, a tortoiseshell hairpin, white ribbon faintly smelling of violets, 3 withered four-leaf clovers, other vegetation now indistinguishable, and a note on lavender paper addressed to Ickle Boy Baxter. What ickle sanity I still have left I owe to the sudden appearance this evening of a small, frank-faced child, munching on a piece of bread and butter, applesauce, and powdered sugar.
Mr. Parcher. Mr. Parcher. Good afternoon, Mr. Parcher.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Parcher, my brother Willie's been at your house all afternoon.
I suppose so.
Listen, Mr. Parcher, my brother Willie isn't coming back to your house tonight, but he doesn't know it yet.
What?
Willie isn't going to spend any more evenings at your house at all. He isn't, but he doesn't know it yet.
Are you sure he isn't?
I know he isn't. On account of something I told Mama.
Told your mama what?
What you said.
What about?
About Willie. You know.
No, I don't.
It was when I was laying in the library that day of the Sunday school class. You and Mrs. Parcher was talking in there about Miss Pratt and Willie and everything.
Good heavens, did you hear all that?
Yes, I told Mama all what you said.
Murder.
Well, I guess it's good I did because, look, that's the very reason Mama did something, so he can't come anymore except in daytime. But he hasn't found out yet.
Found out what, please?
He hasn't found out he can't come back to your house tonight, nor tomorrow night, nor day after tomorrow night.
Is it because your mama's going to tell him he can't?
No, Mr. Parcher. She just did something.
Huh? What? What'd she do?
Well, it's a secret. Oh, I could tell you the first part of it, up to where the secret begins, I expect.
Do.
Well, it's about something Willie's been wearing. I can't tell you what you were because, well, that's the secret. But he had 'em on him every evening when he came to see Miss Pratt. But they belong to Papa, and Papa doesn't know a word about it.
Yeah, I thought he didn't.
Well, one evening Papa wanted to put 'em on. Mama couldn't find 'em, and she rummaged and never did find 'em. Until, don't you believe, I saw Willie inside of 'em only last night. So I told Mama, and she said it had to be a secret. So that's why I can't tell you what they were. Well, this afternoon I was with her in Willie's room, and...
Yes.
So there she found them under Willie's window seat, all folded up.
You found what?
Well, I told you it's a secret.
Oh.
So she wrapped the secret up, and we took it to a tailor. And she told him to make it bigger, because then it'll fit Pop again, Mr. Patcher. She said he must let the secret way out. So I guess Willie looked kind of funny in it after it's fixed. And anyway, Mr. Parcher, the secret won't be home from the tailor's for 2 weeks, and maybe by that time Miss Pratt will be gone.
Do you honestly think so?
Well, anyway, Mr. Parcher, Mama said... Well, she said she's sure Willie wouldn't come here in the evening anymore. When you're home, Mr. Parcher, after you've been wearing the secret every night this way, you wouldn't like to come and not have the secret on.
I suppose that's what you meant when you said he wasn't coming back, but didn't know it yet.
Oh, yes, Mr. Parcher.
I know your last name, of course, but I'm afraid I've forgotten your other one.
Well, it's Jane.
Jane. Jane, I should like to do something for you.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Parcher. Well, I guess I'm from home now. Goodbye, Mr. Parcher.
Goodbye, Jane. I'm afraid little Jane has her first beau. A gentleman is going to send her a 5-pound box of candy, and that gentleman's name is Henry Parcher.
You are listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in an original adaptation of Booth Tarkington's 17. The performance will continue after a brief intermission. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
we've got still a new boarder at the Parcher house. Beside Lola Pratt and her usual string, there's Joe Bullett's cousin George from out of town. George has an excellent appetite. He's going out today with a crowd on a picnic. Well, we'll have one meal in peace.
How it pains, up and down the system, when it rains.
Oh, boy!
Pass the corn, Johnny.
Hey, I want some of those cucumber pickles.
Say, who's hiding the gravy?
Joe just lost his fork. Got an extra fork, anybody?
Oh, somebody lost his girlfriend. Hey, has anybody seen Willie Baxter's girl?
You think Willie was at a funeral? Hush your mouth. Joe Bullitt looks kind of sick, too. What you moping for, Joe?
Oh, stop teasing him, boy.
Hey, why aren't you sitting next to Lola, Willie?
Dry up, will you? She looks kind of occupied. Joe Cousin's rushing her. Pass the chicken, will you, man?
You've had 3 helpings already. Why aren't you eating, Willie?
Oh, 'cause I'm not hungry, that's why. Me, I can't keep up with Joe's cousin. Look at that George eat. What'd you have to invite the big lummox for, Joe?
How did I know George was going to hog Lola and eat his fool head off? Oh, look at that goop. I tell you, I'm going to...
Floppet want to snuggle Jay, big man? Oh. Want to hold it, go Floppet, Uncle George?
Oh. Why, you bet I do, Lola. Dogs are always crazy about me. Dogs and children. I don't know why it is, but they just take right to little Georgie.
Floppet looks so tootin' tunnin' on Dre Big Enormous Man's lap.
Well, he does look kind of small compared with good old George. Well, I always was a good deal bigger than the fellas I went with. I don't know why it is, but I was always kind of quicker, too, as it were. Take me in an automobile now. I got a racing car home.
Ooh, Georgie can drive like Dre Big Racing Man.
Lola, I'd like to have you see how I handle that little racing car. Girls over home, they say they like to go out with me just to watch the way I handle it. They say it ain't so much just the ride, but more the way I handle that little car. Yes, I don't know why it is, but that's what they say. Oh, pass me more potatoes, Lola.
Ooh, go Floppet, watch Uncle Georgie can eat enormous dinner.
Why, you haven't seen me start. Hey, here, don't take out that pie. I'll finish the platter.
Oh, look, precious Floppet. And Dre Big George eats 3 pieces of pie. And 2 Georgie comes.
Well, I only wish I had something to top it off with, like champagne or ice cream.
How'd you like a smoke, George?
Oh, say, I don't smoke papers and old carpets. Not me.
Oh, but cigarettes so lovely smell. Uncle George may be too little boy for smoking.
Oh, now it's not that, Lola. I only smoke cigars.
Cigars? Oh, splendid. Light one, Uncle George. Light one ever and ever so quick.
Oh, well, yeah, I forgot my cigar case.
Hey, George, here's some cigars. Cuban sweethearts.
Oh, Cuban sweethearts. Floppet, just think. Cuban sweethearts.
Thanks, Baxter.
Light one. Light one. Look, everybody. Dre Big Man can't be happy unless they have a tobacco smoke. Light it, Georgieton.
Oh, boy, that's good. That's the old stuff. That's what I was looking for.
Watch, everybody. Now, Georgie comes. Dre Big Enormous Puffs. That's it. Now, another one. Another one.
Sure. These are fine.
Another one, Georgica. Dre Big Enormous Puffs. Puff hard, Georgica. Another one.
Just a second, I...
Don't stop, Georgica. Make Dre Big Puffs for precious Floppet.
But I can't. I guess I better go outside for a minute. Just a minute.
What's wrong with George? Is he sick?
See how pale he got?
Oh, come on, Willie. We got to take care of him. Maybe he needs a doctor.
Ah, you take care of him. The big lummox is your cousin.
Ickle boy Baxter.
Yes, Lola?
Come here. You don't ever talk to little Lola. So indifferent today.
Well, Lola, gee whiz,
Then let's talk about it. Here, take precious Floppet. Hold him nice and cozy. Floppet love old friends best, don't it, precious? Floppet love little boy Baxter better than anyone else. Kiss him, Floppet.
I guess the happy day's in sight. Saturday night, we're giving a farewell party at the Parcher household for Lola Pratt, our weekend guest, who stayed for the summer. Never has a party meant so much to me as this one. Farewell party, farewell Lola, farewell silly boys, mixed quartets, farewell Willie Baxter, farewell party.
Father.
Yes, Willie?
Dear me, Willie, you do look pale. You better rest up for the party Saturday.
Father. Father.
I suppose you got Miss Pratt safely home from church. She might have been carried off by footpads if you three boys hadn't been along to take care of her, huh?
Father, I have come to...
What on earth's the matter with you?
Father, I have come to place before you something I think it's your duty as my father to undertake, and I have thought over this step before laying it before you.
My soul.
At my age, there's some things that ought to be done and some things that ought not to be done. If you ask me what I thought ought to be done, there's only one answer. When anybody as old as I am has to go out among other young men his own age that already got one, like anyway half of them have, who I go with, and their fathers have already taken such a step because they felt it was the only right thing to do, because at my age and the young men I go with's age, it is the only right thing to do, because that is something nobody could deny. At my age, I have thought over this step because there comes a time to every young man when they must lay a step before their father before something happens that they would be sorry for. I have thought this undertaking over, and I am certain it would be your honest duty...
My soul. I thought I knew you pretty well, but you talk like a stranger to me. Now, what's all this? What do you want?
A dress suit.
A dress suit? Well, I'm glad you're talking about something, because I honestly thought it must be too much sun.
Father, I got to have one.
Got to? At your age, I thought I was lucky if I had any suit that was fit to be seen in. You're too young, Willie. I don't want you to get anything like that on such stuff on your mind, and if I have my way, you won't have a dress suit for 4 years more, anyhow.
Father, I got to have one. I got to have one right away. I don't ask you to have it made or to go to expensive tailors, but there's plenty of good ready-made ones that only cost about $40. They're advertised in the paper. Father, wouldn't you spend just $40? I'll pay it back when I'm in business. I'll work.
Not the money, son. It's the principle that I'm standing for, and I don't intend...
Father, won't you do it?
No, I will not.
Oh, ye gods!
Poor boy. He won't feel like going to the party in his everyday clothes.
Poor boy, nothing. Think of his coming out here and starting a regular debating society declamation before his mother and father. I guess he can wear the kind of clothes most of the other boys wear. What's the world getting to be like? 17 years old and throws a fit because he can't have a dress suit.
Mother.
My, Willie, dear, you look worn out. What's the matter?
Mother, I want to speak to you.
Well, first you better eat your supper. I left it on the table.
I want to speak to you about something important.
Yes, Willie?
Oh, please send Jane away. I can't talk about important things with a child in the room.
Oh, Mama, do I have to go?
Just a few minutes, dear.
Mother.
Hmm?
Mother, I want to ask you please to lend me $3.60.
What for, Willie?
Mother, I just asked you to lend me $3.60.
But what for?
Mother, I don't feel I can discuss it any. I simply ask you, will you lend me $3.60?
I don't think I could, Willie, but certainly I should want to know what for.
Mother, I am going on 18 years of age, and when I ask for a small sum of money like $3.60, I think I might be trusted to know how to use it for my own good without having to answer questions like a child. And after all...
I don't think I ought to, dear, and I'm sure your father wouldn't wish me to unless you tell me what you want it for.
You won't do it.
Well, you see, dear, I'm afraid the reason you don't tell me is because you know that I wouldn't give it to you if I knew what you wanted it for. Now, sit down and eat your supper. You mustn't be late to the party. But, well, Willie, where are you going?
I don't want any supper, and I'm not going to the party.
Well, of all things.
Oh, Mama.
Yes, Jane?
I was hiding behind the door so I could hear everything.
Now, Jane, you know you shouldn't do that.
But, Mom, I had to. I know why Willie asked you for the money. Genesis told me.
Jane, what did Genesis tell you?
First of all, Willie didn't come home today because he was counting knotholes and shingles.
He was what?
Yes'm. Genesis knows all about it. This lumberyard man got into some kind of a fuss because he had bought millions and millions of shingles, Mama, that had too many knots in. And the man don't want to pay for them, or else the store he bought them won't take them back. And they got to prove how many shingles are bad shingles or something. And anyway, Mama, that's what Willie's doing. Every time he comes to a bad shingle, Mama, he puts it somewhere else. And every time he puts 1,000 bad shingles in this other place, they give him 6 cents.
Good gracious.
Oh, but that's nothing, Mama. Just wait till you hear the rest. That part of it isn't anything at all, Mama. You wouldn't hardly notice that part of it if you knew the other part of it, Mama.
Jane.
Yes'm?
I want to know everything Genesis told you, and I want you to tell it as quickly as you can.
Well, I am telling it, Mama. I'm just beginning to tell it. I can't tell it unless there's a beginning, can I?
Try your best to go on, Jane.
Yes'm. Well, Willie needed some money bad, and you and Papa wouldn't give him any. And so he began counting shingles today, because tonight's his night of a party, and he just has to have it.
Well, how did Genesis know that? Did Willie tell Genesis?
Listen, Mama. Genesis knows all about a second-hand store over on the avenue, and it keeps most everything. And Genesis says it's the nicest store. And Genesis says this man is the bargainest man in the whole wide world, Mama. Well, and so this man's name is One-Eyed Belgis, Mama. That's his name, and Genesis says so. One-Eyed Belgis told Genesis that Willie came in there and tried on the coat of one of those waiter suits.
Oh, no.
Yes'm. And One-Eyed Belgis told Willie that suit was worth $14. And Willie said he didn't have any money. Well, and so they bargained and bargained and bargained. And then after they bargained and bargained, One-Eyed Belgis said Willie should give him $3.60 for Willie to pay before he'd get the suit. Well, and so the worst part of it is, Genesis says the suit is haunted.
What?
Yes'm. Genesis says that suit is haunted. Genesis says everybody over on the avenue knows all about that suit. And he says that's why One-Eyed Belgis could never sell it before. Genesis says One-Eyed Belgis tried to sell it to a colored man for $3. The man said he wouldn't put it on for $300. And Genesis says he wouldn't either, because it belonged to a waiter that... Mama, this waiter, he lived over on the avenue. And he took a case knife he sharpened, and he cut off a lady's head with it.
Oh.
And he got hung, Mama. If you don't believe it, you can ask One-Eyed Belgis. I guess he knows.
Hush.
And he sold this suit to One-Eyed Belgis when he was in jail, Mama. He sold it to him before he got hung, Mama.
Hush, Jane.
And he had that suit on when he cut the lady's head off, Mama. And that's why it's haunted. They cleaned it all up except for a few little spots of blood.
Jane, you must not talk about such things. And Genesis mustn't tell you stories of that sort.
Well, how could he help it if he told me about Willie?
Never mind. Did that crazy child... Did Willie bring that suit into this house?
Yes, Mama.
Well, I'm going right down to Mr. Belgis's. He'll turn back Willie's money or I'll have him arrested.
Arrested? Mama, can I go along?
No. You stay here and finish the dishes. Oh, dear. Jane, yesterday I took your papa's evening clothes back to the tailor to get them pressed and, I guess he must have misunderstood because he took them way in again and now they're much too tight for Papa. They just about fit Willie, I guess. So there they are, hanging in the hall closet upstairs, all pressed. But don't tell anyone what I said, Jane.
Oh, no, Mama. Willie! Oh,
Magic lanterns, music, summer night, farewell party, farewell summer, farewell Lola Pratt, farewell Lola Pratt.
Lola, I gotta have a dance. Yeah, I got it, Lola.
The cowboy buster naughty. Come later, Lola's party. Lola's little dance part all filled up.
I couldn't help it, Lola. Honest, I couldn't, honest.
Sorry. Lola promised boy comes all her dances.
Listen just a second, Lola. Hey, Lola, please.
Lola must go. Boy comes waiting for his little partner.
Hey, Johnny, you look here, Johnny. And Joe, you listen too. You both got 7 dances apiece with her. All on account of my getting here early enough. And listen, you got it.
Well, it wasn't because of any such reason. I
I asked her for mine 2 days ago.
Well, that wasn't fair, was it? Just because I never thought of sneaking in ahead like that, you go and...
Well, you ought to have thought of it. I can't stand here gabbing all night.
Joe, I've done a good many favors for you.
I gotta go and see a man. Now, let me go, Willie.
Oh, Joe.
Somebody I gotta see right away before the next dance begins. Honest, I have.
Oh, ye God. Can't you wait a minute? You gotta give me anyway 2 out of all the dances, whether you heard her tell me yourself that she'd be willing if you or Johnny or...
Well, I only got 5 or 6 with her and a couple of extras. Johnny's got 7.
Listen, Joe, listen. If I'd got 6 regular and 2 extras with Miss Pratt last night and you got here late and it wasn't your fault, I couldn't help being late, could I? It wasn't my fault I was late, I guess, was it? Well, if I was in your place, I wouldn't act the way you and Johnny do. Not in 1,000 years I wouldn't. I'd say, you want a couple of my dances with Miss Pratt, old man? Why, certainly.
Yes, you would.
Well, now, look here, Joe. Don't you realize this is the very last night of Miss Pratt's going to be in this town?
Well, you bet I do.
Joe, you and I have been friends ever since you and I were boys. Well, when I look back, I expect I've done more favors for you than for anyone else, Joe.
Bill, there's other girls here you can get dances with. There's 1 or 2 of them sitting around the yard.
Oh.
You can have a bully time, even if you did come late.
Joe, you gotta give me anyway 1.
Look, sitting yonder over under that tree all by herself. That's a visiting girl named Miss Boat.
Oh, Miss...
She's a little fat, but, well, I bet she's a good dancer. May Parcher says so. She was trying to get me to dance with her myself, but I couldn't, or I wouldn't, or I would have.
No,
I gotta go, Bill. I got to.
No, wait just a minute.
I gotta go. I got to
Hey! Oh, no, hey!
Hey, Mother.
Yes, dear?
Look at that Baxter boy. Must have got hold of his father's dress suit again.
Now, how do you know it's his father?
That's a secret between Miss Jane Baxter and myself. Say, that boy's face has more genuine idiocy in it than I've seen around here yet. And I've been seeing some miracles in that line this summer.
He's looking at Lola Pratt.
Yeah, that's the trouble with him. Why doesn't he quit looking at her?
I think probably he feels badly because she's dancing with one of the other boys. Of course, he ought to be dancing with somebody. There are 1 or 2 more girls here than boys. He's the only boy not dancing. I believe I'll... William.
Good evening, ma'am.
Don't you want to dance?
Ma'am?
Don't you want to dance? Have you looked around for a girl without a partner?
Girl?
You come with me. I'll fix you up.
But, ma'am,
Miss Boat, this is Mr. Baxter. He and you both came late, dear, and he hasn't any dances and gays either. So run and dance and have a nice time together.
Hello, Miss Boat. May I have this dance with you, Miss Boat?
Very pleased to.
Doggone.
Oh, you mustn't be discouraged with yourself, Mr. Baxter.
Yeah.
You know, I've met lots of men that had trouble to get started and turned out to be right good dancers after all.
Yeah?
Well, it seems to me we're kind of working against each other. I'll tell you. You kind of let me do the guiding, and I'll get you going fine. No. 1, 2. 1, 2. There. Oh, I just love dancing, don't you, Mr. Baxter?
What? Yeah.
It's a beautiful floor for dancing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I just love dancing. Don't you love it, Mr. Baxter?
Yeah.
It's lovely. Oh, dear, I hope they don't play Home Sweet Home very early at parties in this town.
No,
I could keep on like this all night.
I think those musicians would be dead.
Well, let's go out on the porch, Mr. Baxter. All right. Oh, just look at those stars. Aren't they just glorious?
Yeah.
You can sit closer. Come over here. You know,
We used to dance a lot up at the lake. It's a floor like this is tonight, just about oily enough and as nice a floor as I ever danced on. Of course, there weren't so many men like this here tonight, and I must say I am glad to dance with a man again.
Yeah.
My, what a shindig, Mother. Genesis adds just the right touch with that waiter's uniform. I'll bet it's borrowed, too. Well, everyone's having a grand time except that Baxter boy. I've been watching him all evening, and I never saw true misery show plainer. By George, I've begun to feel sorry for him. Can't you trot up someone else so he can get away from that fat girl?
I've tried, and I've tried, and I've tried.
Well, do something. We don't want to find him in the cistern in the morning.
I know. I'll make May and Lola and their partners come and sit in this little circle of chairs here. Then I'll go and bring Willie and Miss Boat to sit with them. I'll give Willie the seat at Lola's left. You keep the chairs and tell Genesis to get busy with the sandwiches.
Naughty Ickle Boy Baxter. Lola's last night and Ickle Boy Baxter flirting. Flirt all night with Dre Big Girl.
Now, Lola, if you let me explain, Lola
Lola saw Dad Boy Baxter under Dre Big Tree flirting with Dre Big Girl.
Lola.
Flirting all night with Dre Big Norman's girl.
Lola, it wasn't.
Oh, Tross?
Oh.
'Twasn't my fault about dancing. Bad boy. What made you come so late? Who'd be so tall, Lola go talk to nice men who glad to talk to her.
Lola. Oh, Lola.
Naughty boy Baxter Tross. I dance with Josie Wosie. Come on, Josie.
Let's get started, Mr. Baxter, before the floor gets crowded. Don't let's waste a single moment. You know, when I meet a person whose step fits in with mine the way yours does, Mr. Baxter, I love to dance straight through an evening with one
Lola. Dear Lola. Dearest Lola. Just after you left, I went up to my room and began writing this poem to you. Lola, I want you to keep it with you always. The sunset light fades into night, but ne'er will I forget the smile that haunts me yet.
Willie! Look who's down here playing with me.
What?
Her name's Rennie Kirkwood. She just moved to Mr. Watson's house next door.
Oh, what do I care? Let me alone.
Jane, who's that? It's Willie. Is he your papa? No, it's Willie. Randy, let's play follow the leader. You do everything I do. Come on, you run after me.
The smile that haunts me still, whate'er my name and station, whilst receiving my education, though far away you seem, I will see thee in my dream.
Randy, stick your stomach out like this. Now walk with it all out of joint. I'm walking. Look, my stomach.
Jane.
What?
Stop that putting your stomach out in front of you like that. It's disgraceful.
Why doesn't he like it, Jane? Oh, I don't know. He doesn't like much of anything. Come on, stick out your stomach again.
I will see thee in a dream. Signed, William Baxter. Darling, when you read this poem, you'll really understand me. And remember, I shall be your Ickle Boy Baxter, always and always, just for you.
That is your father in the window, isn't it, Jane? No, I told you 5 times it's my brother Willie. That's kind of crazy. That's because he's in love with Miss Pratt. She just went home after Mr. Parker pretty near died. She stayed so long.
I'll see to you.
Move on, Reddy. He's coming after us. Run. I won't run, not for him. I'll stay right here.
You get out of here, hear me? You get out of here.
I won't. You can't force me. You're only Willie.
Why, you ugly, sooty-faced, big tail little girl, you...
Yes, sir, that's what he called her. I was standing on the porch at the time, and I heard it with my own ears. Well, sir, that was a long time ago. 10 years since the Kirsteads moved in Doc Watson's house next door. A lot of strange things happened in 10 years. For instance, you'd never believe it when I tell you Willie Baxter, age 27, is finally doing a sensible thing. He's doing the only sensible thing he ever did in his life. Yes, sir, he's doing it right this minute, over at the Stone Church on Grove Street. He's standing kind of straight, his head up, at the end of a long aisle. There's a fine-looking girl got hold of his arm. Ranny's not got pigtails anymore, but she's still got good sense. And that's something Willie can count on for the rest of his life.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to 17. Not the celebrated stage play, but the Mercury Theater's own adaptation of the Booth Tarkington story. Tonight the cast included Ray Collins as Mr. Parcher. Ray Collins, one of the Mercury's unstarred stars, and Mary Wicks, another, as Mrs. Parcher. Joseph Cotton as Genesis. Betty Gard as Mrs. Baxter. Ruth Ford as the baby talk girl. Marilyn Erskine as Jane. Elliot Reed as Cousin George. And Patty Chapman as Ranny. William Sylvanus Baxter was probably all too recognizable. And finally, because the Mercury is often inclined that way and sometimes can't help it, and chiefly because he was kind enough to be party to this moment of good old-fashioned theater sentiment, Joe Bullitt, William Baxter's best friend, was played again tonight by one of the Mercury Theater's foremost and finest actors, Mr. Morgan Farley, who created the part in the stage play. Next week, inevitably, and because it's about time, Mr. Jules Verne's immortal romance about the man who kept his word, who watched the clock and lived up to it. Phineas Fogg, Passepartout, the beautiful Indian princess, and 1,000 other highly recognizable characters who I'm sure you've already identified with Around the World in 80 Days. Good night.
Tonight's Mercury Theater broadcast, the orchestra was conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. This is Dan Seymour speaking. We invite you again to listen next week to Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in Around the World in 80 Days by Jules Verne. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Feeling unlimited.
Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. This radio show is brought to you by the men and women of Lockheed and Vega. Tonight we're going to talk about voyages. What's the definition of a voyage? Voyages are made by man in two dimensions, space and time. On November 28, 1520, Magellan brought his high ships into the Pacific from the Atlantic side. On April 7, 1521, he anchored at Cebu in the Philippines. A voyage of 8,000 miles in 128 days. What we say a voyage was? Man's passage through space and time. All right, then. Here's another voyage. 8,000 miles in 7 days. Out in San Francisco Bay, the China Clipper idles her engines. It's Friday, November 22nd, 1935. President of the line talks to Ed Music.
You have your sailing orders, Captain. Cast off and depart for Manila in accordance therewith.
Well, this is it. Practice flights, flying blind, landing blind. Now the real thing. Important item concerning China Clipper's flight from San Francisco to Manila. It got there. Stirring message radioed back by Captain Music when big news syndicate radioed for interesting episodes during trip.
Sunset, 6:39.
Dramatic remarks of Captain Ed Music on landing exactly on schedule at Manila.
No incident.
Sunset 6:39. Trip without incident. Years of work made those speeches that short. A room full of dreamers in 1927, the first 90 miles. In 1941, the Clippers flew as many people as live in the city of Houston, Texas. A lot of people in the sky. Voyages? Pacific Clipper on its regular run, rather smugly on schedule. December 7th our time, December 6th their time. The wireless starts to chatter. Radio officer John Poindexter hands the message to Captain Ford. They look at each other. Message is 2 words. Plan A.
Pacific Clipper to Pan American Terminal, Auckland, and proceeding according to Plan A just received. Japs between us en route back to Hawaii. We'll have to make a return trip the long way around.
The long way around, I'll say. Around the world. Voyages? Over the Timor Sea, across the Dutch East Indies, Java, Sumatra, the Bay of Bengal, India, the Arabian Sea, the Persian Gulf, the Congo, the Atlantic Ocean. A single hop to the northern shoulder of Brazil, and on the bitter cold morning of January 6th, 1942, in the glass wall control room at LaGuardia Field, New York.
Pacific Clipper inbound from Auckland, New Zealand. Captain Ford reporting. Due arrive Pan American Marine Terminal 7 minutes.
And 7 minutes later, 14 men stepped from the plane into the bitter dawn wearing summer clothes, tropical shorts. Never mind what they were wearing. The space and time? Yes, sir. 31,500 miles in 34 days. All the way around the globe to avoid the enemy. Never mind asking if those men dressed in Singapore shorts didn't feel a little silly as they sat shivering in a New York taxi. Never mind asking about the radio officer Poindexter. Told his wife to hold dinner for him in San Francisco on the night of December 2nd. A dinner that waited cold on the table for 31,500 miles. 34 days. Never mind, because we're talking about voyages in their simplest terms. Man's passage through space and time. What is space, anyway? Is a mile in a 4-engine plane with a 50-mile wind on its tail the same mile that Magellan's cutwater rippled through and his slow lugger? Even those Bibles of space, maps, can be liars. When Pan American sent out an expedition to set up a base at Midway, they took along the official survey map. In the 13 years since the map was made, the island had grown, added 1,200 feet to itself. No, the word space is out if it's an accurate scientific definition you're after. What about time? Time's all right in its place, I guess. Don't let it go out of bounds, that is, but keep it down to nice, homey proportions. It's very handy to navigators and watch merchants and railroad engineers and senators who get themselves into a frenzy over something called time and a half. Nothing's the matter with time. It's all right. Even if you do have to overlook such a clumsy convention as that place on the vacant side of the world, the date line in the Pacific, where Tuesday is Thursday or Thursday Tuesday, depending on which way you're headed, and Wednesday's something you just don't talk about. But look through a 10-inch telescope at the nebula in Andromeda. A great watch spring, suddenly released and expanding, even exploding. A still picture of a universe exploding. And if you look at it for 300 years, you'll still see no movement. But it will still be exploding. Someone else's idea of an explosion. Someone else's time. And the creeping beetle's time, measuring his day not by one revolution of the earth, but by 1 inch of change in a reaching shadow of grass. So time is a gray-haired man in the back room of a railroad Caesar, a midnight supper in his desk, the green eye shade in his eyes. For time is a static giant, unwinding universes with his slow hand. For time is the thin, quick pulse of a beetle. So there's our definition of a voyage shot to pieces. No space, no time that we can count on.
Excuse it, please, Mr. Wells. But I know what you left out of that definition. Men. Guys like us.
And who are you?
Nobody much. But take that voyage you talked about. The China Clipper's first trip across the Pacific. 8,000 miles in 7 days.
Were you along?
No, but there wouldn't have been any voyage if us guys hadn't made bases for the Clipper on Midway and Wake.
What was your job?
Crane operator. We didn't have any harbors where we were going. But we dumped 10,000 tons of airway base there, 75-foot water tanks, a 100-foot beacon, a seawater distiller, and a pier. Then there was Wake Island. You've heard plenty about Wake, but there wasn't anything there to talk about until us guys made it a place the Japs wanted to take. A 3-island atoll with nobody on it but a lot of screaming frigate birds that hadn't seen a man for 200 years. We had to unload lighters, 2,000 tons by hand. And we had to push those lighters into the lagoon with our own hands, too, standing in 10-foot surf, with those frigate birds screaming at us, and us feeling like pirates come to bury a treasure. But the pirates came after, to steal it from us, our work and all. I guess a lot of boys gave their lives to protect all that work we put in on Wake Island. Well, anyway, mister, that's what you left out. All that corn about time and space don't mean a thing. Nothing matters except people, guys, and what they do. And I guess those Japs came to steal that place, and all the good sweat and work we put into it, they're going to find out sooner or later, too.
How about the planes? Well, I don't mean the planes, but us fellas have built them, eh? You can't put your finger on space and time, but you can on us. Then there were the kids who made the weather books. Researched every steamer log for the Pacific in 30 years. They had to go back, like us. We had to go to the museum and measure seagulls. They found what they wanted in the faded logs of sailing ships. American clippers of the 19th century. Sailing ship weather is closer to airplane weather.
So what would you say, then, was a definition of an important voyage?
Well, I don't know. Except that it's got to be a pioneer voyage. That is, if you don't add something new to what you know already, it's not a voyage that means anything. Excuse the words, but, well, it's got to add something to the prestige of man.
All right, then. A voyage of historical significance is the passage of man through time and space in which he gains knowledge or other possessions. That's true, doesn't the voyage the Japs made to Wake Island fit the definition, too? Look at the prestige they gained at home.
Oh, no. Excuse me, sir. But there you go again. Of course it don't fit. We came to build. They came to destroy. The world goes ahead. The world's on a voyage, too. They're not just stopping us. They're stopping the world. And themselves, too. And someday they'll learn they can't set back our clock without busting their own.
Pardon me for interrupting.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Wells.
Yes?
You talked about the 14 men who stepped out of that plane last January in Singapore Short. Remember?
Yes?
Well, I was one of them.
Oh?
Yes. I worked on the clipper that made that round-the-world trip. Well, look. You gave everybody the idea that that was some sort of hit-or-miss voyage. You made them think that just because we had to give up our regular flight from New Zealand and come home the hard way, that we were just lucky we got there at all. Mr. Wells, we knew what we were doing, just as clearly as we knew what the Japs, were doing. I remember thinking about the night we crossed from Africa to South America. I was lying in my bunk, flying as steady as the moon on our beam. I could see all our guys in the moonlight. John Mack, Roddy Brown, Captain Ford, doing all the things they'd been training themselves for since they started flying. There wasn't any excitement. Nobody was scared. Maybe that was because we weren't just 14 guys after all. We were the sailor here, and this engineer, and all the hundreds of millions of men who've ever sat up late, fooling with a ham radio set or a wheel or an amateur telescope, smiling a little sheepish and proud when their wives come out to look at what they went and made. The war hasn't busted us up, mister. Flying war schedules now instead of peace schedules. But our clock isn't stopping or even missing a tick.
So a voyage is a passage through time and space that adds to the dignity of man. I think that says it. Good night, Americans.
We approach the new year. America must be prepared to take her place of leadership in the air age, so much of which Pan American has already pioneered. Pan American pioneered from scratch the development of long-range transport planes. Pan American pioneered the fully equipped life-saving raft, the kind that saved Rickenbacker. Pan American pioneered engines completely accessible in flight, self-sufficient multiple crews, long-range aerial navigation. That's why on December 7th, America had the world's greatest system of air transport. Pan American's leadership typifies the vision, patience, perseverance, and determination which must inspire us on to victory. For Pan American has always built not in pace with, but ahead of the times. And victory today is closer because of just such pioneering. Ladies and gentlemen, Lockheed and Vega are proud not only that Lockheed planes are in the service of Pan American, but proud, too, to have brought you a portion of the story of one of America's greatest transportation pioneers. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mercury Theater on the air. The Columbia Broadcasting System welcomes you to the 7th program in the distinctive series of weekly productions featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. In addition to the coast-to-coast audience reached by the regular CBS stations, tonight's performance is being carried to our friends in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This evening, the Mercury Theater brings us The Affairs of Anatole by Arthur Schnitzler, with Orson Welles in the part of Anatole. And here is the director, star, and producer of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Arthur Schnitzler died in 1931, 6 years before Austria was finally erased off the map of Europe. He said once, speaking of a friend's death, that a man is not really dead until all those who knew him and loved him are dead too. In a much deeper sense, this is true of a city. Vienna still lives today in the music and the words of the men who knew her and loved her. Not the city of ghosts and shadows that she had become since the war, but the flashing imperial Vienna that she was at the turn of the century, when young Arthur Schnitzler, as a young man, gave up his medical practice to become her favorite writer. The Affairs of Anatole is Schnitzler's first and most popular work. Subsequently, he wrote plays, novels, and short stories. And almost every word he wrote is about the city in which he spent the 70 years of his life. The streets of Vienna, the parks, the Viennese woods. These are the places where Schnitzler is most at home. With a few deft touches, he can conjure up the old world charm, this easygoing, pleasure-loving spirit that is so typically Viennese. One can almost feel the cobblestones in the old and narrow streets. Hear the icy wind piping around the corner of the Stephanplatz. See the exquisite carved outlines of the Stephankirche melt into the snow. A few words. We see the Prater at night, bright with gaslight. The lines of carriages outside the theaters. The lovers under the willow trees along the Danube, among the distant waltzes. Here, in this brilliant, charming city, live the men Schnitzler has created for us. And here live the women who love, and for whom love and happiness are just half understood, enchanting melodies that drift on the wind, who never think of the future or the past, who live from moment to moment untroubled by the depth of their emotions, who carelessly receive and waste the fragments of happiness that fall to their lot. From among these people, Arthur Schnitzler spins his wistful, humorous, and tragic story, The Affairs of Anatole.
I am Max. For better or for worse, I am Anatole's best friend. We were at school together, and then in the Hussars. I remember that winter well. It was the winter we had the Golden Room at Sacre's every night for supper. It was the winter it snowed so much. It was the winter Cleo de Meraux danced for 6 weeks at the Bonbonniere. It was the winter Rico the Gypsy played his violin at the Bristol before he eloped with the Queen of Saxony. It was the winter I was in love twice, and Anatole 7 times. Altogether, it started as a very gay winter. Later that winter, something happened. Anatole began to behave very curiously. Now and then people reported meeting him in the strangest places, in the snowy streets and beyond the ring at twilight, in little restaurants in the suburbs. And then suddenly, it was Christmas Eve in Vienna, and there were wreaths and candles in the windows. And the shops in the Kürtnerstrasse were full of people buying presents for each other, and then hurrying home for dinner in the snow as the evening bells began to ring high up in the Staple Tower.
Dear lady. Oh, dear lady.
What is it? What? Oh, it's you, Anatole.
What are you doing with all those parcels and no umbrella?
I'm trying to find a cab.
Oh, but it's snowing.
That's the reason. I've been buying presents.
Oh, let me carry some of them, please.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
I insist.
You really mustn't trouble.
Oh, let me be a little attentive for once in a while.
Well, take this then.
Oh, but that one doesn't amount to anything. Here, give me this. It's a great big one.
No, I can manage that.
I insist.
Very well, then.
Won't you believe that I like being polite?
As one only notices it when it's snowing and Christmas Eve.
Warm weather for Christmas, isn't it?
Very. Marvelous to see you at all.
Not been to call once this year. Is that what you mean?
Oh, haven't you?
Fact is, I've not been anywhere much. How is your husband? How are the dear children?
Why ask that? You don't in the least want to know.
You read me like a book.
It's such very large print.
I wish you knew more of it by heart.
Don't say things like that.
They just spring from me.
Give me back my parcel.
Oh, now don't be angry, please. Please, I'll be good.
Oh, there's a cab. No, it's full. Oh, dear. Do say something.
Say something? Say something I'm longing to. The censorship is so strict.
You can tell me your news, can't you? It's ages since we met. What are you doing now?
Nothing, as usual.
Nothing?
Rather less than nothing.
Isn't that a pity?
Why say that when you don't in the least care?
You shouldn't take that for granted.
If I'm wasting my life, whose fault is it? Whose? Would you mind telling me, dear lady?
Give me back my parcel.
I didn't imply it was anyone's fault in particular. I just wanted your valuable opinion.
Idler?
I'm not idling tonight. I'm as busy as you are.
What with?
I'm buying Christmas presents, too.
Are you?
If I could only find something worth buying. I've been looking at the shops for weeks. They haven't a notion among them.
That's for the customer to supply. An idle person like you ought to be thinking out his presents all summer.
Dear lady, how do I know in summer whom I want to give presents to at Christmas? So here it is. Only 2 hours before they light the candles and the Christmas trees. And I'm still empty-handed.
Could I help?
Dear lady, you're a darling. Now, don't take the parcels away from me.
Why, I had no...
Then I may call you a darling.
Will you be quiet?
I'm as quiet as can be.
Where shall we go? What sort of a present shall we get? Who's for?
How shall I tell you?
It's for a woman, of course.
Didn't I say you could read me like a book?
What sort of a woman? Is it someone I know?
Not at all.
I think I know your taste. Something from the suburbs. Slim and blonde.
Blonde? Yes, I'll admit that much.
I might have known it.
And don't sneer.
Can she read you like a book?
Heaven forbid. In the suburbs, I'm loved. In society, only understood. Now, you know...
I really don't know what you're talking about. Now, look, here's a wonderful shop. This is just the place for you.
Dear lady.
Why, yes. Look in here. Little cases of scent in the window. One with 3 sorts. Patchouli, Jockey Club, Cherry Blossom. I'm sure that's the very thing.
You're unkind.
Wait a minute. Look at this window here. Brooches and things. Look at this pin here with 6 paste diamonds in it. 6! Oh, how sparkling. Or a bracelet with charms hung round, or a long bead necklace. Quite savage. That ought to please in the suburbs.
I'm afraid you know nothing about the suburbs.
Oh, here, quick, look here. How perfectly charming. What do you think of that hat? The bow is too large, of course, and they put a few feathers too many. But it's adorable. That really would be a sensation in the suburbs.
I think you probably underestimate the taste of the suburbs.
It's so hard to be helpful. Make a suggestion yourself.
You're waiting to laugh at it.
I won't laugh. Tell me about her.
I don't think I can.
Of course you can. How long have you known her?
Oh,
Well,
ever so long.
don't be so difficult. Tell me all about her.
There's nothing to tell.
Oh, what nonsense. Where did you meet her? What's she like? What's her age? Is she short, or tall, dark, or fair?
It'll only bore you.
No, it won't. I've always wanted to know about that sort of person, what they're like.
My dear lady, you'll never know.
Why not?
As long as you really believe that women you haven't called on don't really exist at all.
But I want to learn better. Please go on telling me about your friend.
You simply must know, must you?
Certainly I must. What's her name?
Louise.
How did you first meet?
How does one meet people? In the streets? The seaside? In a bus? Sharing an umbrella?
Never mind how one meets people. How did you meet her? The girl we're finding a Christmas present for. I'm sure she's like nobody else.
She's just as like every other girl of her sort as you were like every other woman of yours.
Am I indeed?
Oh, now don't be offended. Or as I'm like every other man of my sort.
What is your sort?
I, madam, I'm a toy philosopher.
And mine?
You're a married lady.
And what's she?
She's just a dear little girl.
Then let's hear all about your dear little girl.
It's not that she's so beautiful or so very smart. She certainly isn't so terribly clever.
Never mind what she's not.
Well, she has the soft charm of a spring evening, the grace of a fairy princess, and the soul of a girl who knows what love means.
That sort of soul is to be found quite frequently in the suburbs, I believe.
Dear lady.
I'm sorry. I believe in your fairy princess. What sort of a castle does the princess live in?
Can you imagine a fairy princess in anything but the smartest of drawing rooms?
Thank you, I can.
Because this one lives in a little dim room, very small, with painted walls, and a few Christmas numbers hanging about, and a white painted lamp on her table. You can see the sun set from the window, over the roofs, through the chimneys. And in the spring, you can almost smell the flowers in a garden across the way.
Must be a sign of great happiness, looking forward to the spring.
Yes. Yes, I am happy. Now then?
It's getting late. You must buy her something. Something for that little room of hers.
Well, she thinks it's so pretty as it is.
Is she waiting for you now?
Certainly.
She's waiting. Tell me, how will she receive you?
Oh. The usual way.
She hears your step on the stairs, doesn't she?
Sometimes.
And goes to the door.
Yes.
Throws her arms round your neck and kisses you and says... What does she say?
Oh. What one usually says in such cases.
Well, for instance.
I know of no particular instance.
What did she say yesterday?
Oh, nothing special. Sounds silly if you didn't hear the way she says it.
I'll try and imagine that. Tell me the words.
It's good to have you back again.
It's good to... Is that it?
to have you back again.
That's very beautiful.
You see, she means it.
And she lives there alone?
Yes, she's quite alone. She has no father, no mother. Not even an aunt.
And you are all the world to her.
Possibly.
I'm afraid I'm getting cold. Walking in the snow like this. All the cabs seem to be full.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have kept you. Let me see you home.
Yes, they'll be waiting for me at home. What about your present?
Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'll find something.
Will you? But I wanted to help you buy it.
Oh, no. You mustn't trouble.
I wish I could be there when you give it to her. I wish I could see that little room and that dear little girl. She doesn't know how lucky she is. Oh, there's an empty cab now. Would you call it, please?
Oh, why all this hurry all of a sudden?
Please do as I say.
All right. All right, dear lady. Cab! Cab!
And give me my parcels. May I send her something?
You?
Take her these flowers. Will you give her a message as well?
Of course.
Promise.
I promise. Why shouldn't I?
This is the message.
Yes?
Tell her, these flowers, dear little girl, are from someone who might have been as happy as you, but who hadn't the courage. Goodbye, Anatole.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Cab. Cab. I say cab. Oh, cab.
Anatole gets in. He gives the driver an address in the suburbs. Then he settles back on the cushions, for he has a long drive before him. And soon the streets full of Christmas shoppers are left behind. One evening in February, it was the week Pretty Chef was singing at the Wintergarten. Anatole asked me to meet him for supper at Sar's. The Golden Room had been reserved by an Hungarian duke with curly mustaches, so we had the Red Room on the second floor, with the gingerbread mirrors and the crimson plush. Anatole took a long time ordering supper that night.
And with that, a white Moselle wine, sir.
That's right.
Yes, sir. And with a filet au truffe, champagne, Veuve Clicquot, 1906.
Veuve Clicquot, 1906. What do you think, Max?
Anatole, haven't you done ordering yet?
I've told you, Max. It's a very critical occasion. Yes, Clicquot, 1906.
Yes, sir.
And, see now, after that, vanilla cream a la Sacher. It's her favorite dessert.
Vanilla cream, sir. A supper for three, sir?
Yes, supper for three. You can serve us as soon as the lady arrives.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Suppose she doesn't turn up after all.
It's only 10. Well, quarter after. Couldn't be here yet.
The ballet must have been over long ago.
Give her time to take her makeup off and get dressed. I say, Max, should I go over and wait for her?
Oh, don't spoil the girl.
Ha, ha, ha. Spoiler. Huh. Spoiler.
I know you behave like a brute to her. Well, that's one way of spoiling a woman.
No doubt. You know, Max, I feel very solemn tonight.
Solemn? Have you asked her to marry you?
Worse than that.
You have married her?
I have not. What makes this evening so solemn, my friend, is that it is the end.
What?
Yes, our farewell supper.
What am I here for?
You, my best and oldest friend, you are to be the undertaker to our dead love.
Thank you. I shall have a very charming evening.
All week I've been putting off this supper.
You must have quite an appetite for this time.
Oh, we've had supper every night, but I've never known how to begin the right words to use. I tell you, Max, it's nervous work.
Do you expect me to prompt you?
No, I expect you to stand by me, smooth things down, keep up quiet, explain.
Then suppose you explain first.
With pleasure. She bores me.
I see. And there's someone else who doesn't.
Yes.
Ah.
The other.
What type?
Oh, no type at all, Max. Something quite new. Quite wonderful. You know, she makes me feel as I've never felt before. I can't describe her. She's like a Viennese waltz. Simple, sentimental, dreamy. A little blonde head, blue eyes. Can't you see? Oh, no, of course you can't. And how can I explain? If I take her a bunch of violets, she receives it with a tear in the corner of her eye.
Try her with a bracelet sometime.
I knew you wouldn't understand in the least. I should no more think of bringing her to a place like this with people like you. Do you know where she likes to go? No, you don't. She likes to go to little, cheap, quiet places with flowered wallpaper and a phonograph in the corner. Yes, we've been to one every night this week.
You said you had supper with me.
Well, so I have. So I have 2 suppers every night this week. One with a girl I'm trying to win, the other with a girl I'm trying to lose. I haven't done either yet.
Well, suppose you take Mimi to the little cheap restaurant and bring the new blonde here. That might do it.
That shows how little you understand. Oh, such a child. If you'd seen her face when I ordered a bottle of wine.
Tears in the corner of her eye.
She simply wouldn't let me.
What have you been drinking all week?
Well, beer after 10. Such is life.
Your life.
But I've had enough of it. To a man with my nice sense of honor. My nice sense of honor, Max.
I heard you the first time.
If I go on much longer with this double life, I shall lose my self-respect. I remember telling Mimi, in so many words, soon after we met, when we swore that nothing should ever part us. Mimi, dear, I said, Mimi, whichever of us first discovers that our love is over, must tell the other. Quietly and calmly.
Besides swearing that nothing should ever part you. Good.
If I have said it once, Max, I have said it 50 times. Mimi, I have said we are both perfectly free, I said. We shall go each our own way. Calmly, Max, and quietly. Only remember, Mimi, I said, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's deceit.
Then it ought to be quite easy to...
Easy? I don't know. It comes to the point somehow I can't tell her. Oh, she'll cry, Max. I know she'll cry. I can't bear that. Suppose she cries and I fall in love with her again. That wouldn't be fair to the other one.
And if there's one thing you can't stand, it's deceit. And what do I do here tonight?
Well, it'd be easier with you here, old man.
Happy to oblige. How shall I start? Tell her she's better off without you? Is that what you want me to do?
That's something of the sort. Tell her she won't be losing so much,
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, there are hundreds of better-looking men. Better-looking, richer men.
Handsomer, richer, and cleverer.
I shouldn't exaggerate. Come in.
Lady, sir.
Sure in.
This way, madame.
Oh, so here you are.
Yes. Here we are. Here we are. Let me take your wrap.
You're a nice one, aren't you? I looked all over the theater.
Good thing you hadn't far to come, wasn't it?
You said you'd be there. You ought to be there. Hello, Max. Let's feed. Come in. What's he knocking for today?
Well, you can serve supper now,
yes,
waiter. Yes.
You weren't out front tonight?
No, I wasn't out
front.
front.
Well, you didn't miss much. It was awful. Anatole, I've a bit of news for you.
Have you, my dear? Have you? Important.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it may surprise you a bit, perhaps.
Well, I have a bit of news for you, too, my dear.
Oysters, madame?
Of course I want oysters.
You needn't stay, waiter. We will ring. Well, my dear?
I think perhaps it'll surprise you, Anatole. Though I don't see why it should. And then again, perhaps it won't. Shouldn't, really.
Don't tell me they've raised your salary.
Don't interrupt, Max.
No, why should it? I say, are these English or Belgian oysters?
Belgian.
Oh, I do like oysters. They're the only things you can go on eating and eating.
Eating and eating and eating.
That's what I always say.
Well, this is important news.
Do you remember something you said once?
Oh, I say so many things.
Oh, I remember your saying it. You said, Mimi, if there's one thing I can't bear, it's deceit.
Go on. Go on.
Always tell each other the whole truth before it's too late. That's what you said.
Yes, I'm...
Anatole, suppose it is too late.
What's that?
Oh, it's all right. It isn't too late. I'm telling you in time. Just in time.
Mimi, are you crazy?
What's this?
You stop staring at me and eat your oysters, Anatole, or I won't say a word.
Confound the oysters.
Eat!
If you go on with what you were saying, I don't like these jokes.
Now, didn't we agree that when the time came, we wouldn't make any fuss? We'd tell each other quite calmly and quietly. Well, the time has come.
You mean?
Yes, I do, Anatole. This is the last time we have supper together.
Would you mind explaining?
All is over between us.
Is it?
Admirable.
Nothing admirable about it. It's true.
My dear Mimi, I'd like to understand. Has someone asked you to marry him?
Oh, Anatole. I wouldn't throw you over for that.
Throw me over?
It's no use, Anatole. I'm in love. Madly in love.
Max, shut up.
There's nothing to laugh at, Max.
Oh, never mind him. Now, Mimi, I think you owe me an explanation.
Well, I'm giving it to you. I'm in love with somebody else. And I'm telling you straight out like you told me to. Calmly and quietly.
May I inquire what sort of a low...
No, my dear, don't be coarse.
I demand to know.
Oh, do ring the bell, Max. I'm so hungry.
Hungry. Such a moment. Hungry.
Well, remember, old man, this will be the first supper she's had tonight.
Come in. What do you want?
You rang, sir? Yes, bring the next course.
Where's the wine, waiter? Where's the wine? Are you asleep tonight, waiter?
Beg pardon, sir. The wine is on the table.
No, the champagne.
Very good, sir.
Now then, you will please explain.
Never take a man at his word. Sounded so nice when you said it. When we feel it's coming to an end, you said, say so. And we'll each go our own way, calmly and quietly. That's what you said.
For the last time. Mimi, are you going to tell me?
He calls this being calm and quiet.
My dear girl, doesn't it occur to you that I have some right?
Ooh! What wonderful wine.
Drink it up.
What's the hurry?
You generally get it down quick enough.
Oh, but it's goodbye to wine, too, Anatole. Maybe for years. Maybe forever.
Oh? Why?
No more Moselle for me. No more oysters. No more champagne. And no more filet au trou. It's all over now.
Now then, who's the lucky fellow?
If I told you wouldn't be any the wiser.
Well, what sort of a chap is he? How'd you come across him? What does he look like?
He's a perfect picture of a man.
It's fine.
Yes, that's fine. There'll be no more oysters for me.
Yes, he said that.
No more champagne.
Confound it, there must be something else to tell about him besides the fact that he can't buy you oysters and champagne.
Yes, that isn't what you'd call a professional.
Oh, you make me sick. What do I care as long as I love him? I'm going to try throwing myself away for once. I've never felt this way about anyone before. Ever.
Is he a clerk, Mimi? Is he a chimney sweep? Is he a candlestick maker?
Don't you insult him.
You tell us.
He's an artist.
What kind of an artist? A trapeze artist?
He's a fellow artist of mine.
Oh, an old friend, eh? You've been seeing a lot of him, eh?
Do you think I'd be telling you if I had? I'm taking you at your word. I'm telling you about it now, before it's too late.
So, you're in love with him?
Yes.
Oh! Do I know the fellow?
I don't suppose you've ever noticed him. He's in the chorus, but he'll go far.
When did this thing start?
Tonight?
That's not true.
Oh, yes, it is. Tonight, I knew it was my fate.
Your fate, Max. Her fate.
Yes, my fate. Why not?
A thing like that is fate.
Now, Mimi, I want to know the whole story. I have a right to know. Now, how long has this been going on? When did it begin? When had that fella the
Yes,
confounded
I
impudence...
think you really ought to tell us.
So, this is all the thanks I get for doing the straight thing. Give me some more champagne now.
Haven't you had enough?
What? When it's the last I'll get?
For a week or so?
Forever. I'm going to stick to Carl. I love Carl for himself alone. He won't bully me, the darling.
Mimi, I want the truth. How long has this thing been going on under my very nose? How long, Mimi? Tonight, indeed.
Don't believe it if you don't want to.
Mimi, tell the truth. You and Anatole can't part friends unless you do.
And after that, I've a bit of news for you. Yes, Mimi?
Well, it began like this. Champagne, please.
Here you are. Go on.
Well, 2 weeks ago, he brought me a rose.
A rose?
Oh, so shy he was. Shy? I laughed. I couldn't help it.
Why didn't you tell me?
And he hung around at rehearsals and made me cross at first. And then it didn't.
No, I'm sure it didn't.
And then we began to have little chats. And then I began to take such a fancy to him.
What did you chat about?
Old things. He got expelled from school. And then he went into business, and that wasn't any good. And then he thought perhaps he could act.
And never a word to me about all this.
And then we found out that we used to live close to each other as children. Just fancy.
Most touching.
Wasn't it?
Well?
That's all. Champagne, please. It's my fate. Can't struggle against your fate, can you? Can't struggle against...
Mimi, I still haven't been told what happened tonight.
What happened?
She's asleep.
Oh, well, wake up. I want to know what happened tonight. Mimi.
Tonight he told me he loved me.
What did you say?
I said I was awfully glad. And I must be straight with him, mustn't I? So it's goodbye to you, Anatole. I don't think I ever really liked you, Anatole. Not really.
Thank you. I'm happy to say that leaves me cold.
Don't be mean.
Would you be surprised to hear that I hope to get on very well without you for the future?
Really?
Yes. I am in love, too.
Think of that.
And have been for some time. Ask Max. I was telling him when you came in.
Yes, I'm sure you would.
Yes, she's younger and rather prettier than you.
I'm sure she is.
And I'd throw 670 of your sort into the sea for one of her. You needn't laugh. Ask Max.
If I were you, I'd have thought all that up a little earlier.
Oh, but it's true. It's true. I've not cared about you since... You've been boring me till I could only stay in the room with you by sitting and thinking of her.
Ditto to that.
Well, that's not all. Say ditto to this if you can.
To what?
I could have told you all you've been telling me months ago. And days ago I could have told you a good deal more.
You mean...
Yes. Yes, I do. I behaved very badly to you, dear Mimi.
Oh. You cad. Max, give me my things. Hat and cloak. It only goes to show it.
Doesn't it? Show what?
What a brute a man can be.
A brute, am I?
Yes, a brute. A low brute. After all, I never told you that.
What?
Oh, never mind.
Never told me what?
I never would have told you either. Only a man could be so low.
I beg pardon, sir. The dessert.
Ooh! Vanilla cream. Give me mine quick.
Can you eat vanilla cream at a moment like this?
Oh, yes, of course she can. It's goodbye to vanilla cream forever.
No more vanilla cream. No more Moselle. No more champagne. No more oysters. And thank goodness no more Anatole. Oh, waiter. Cigars. The biggest you have.
Yes, madame.
I say, what on earth, you
Don't
cigars?
worry. They're not for me. They're for him, the man I love.
Bye. Well, there you see. It's very easy after all.
You are listening to the CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in Schnitzler's The Affairs of Anatole. The program will continue in just a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue now with the performance of The Affairs of Anatole, featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air.
Now comes a sad day for the ladies of Vienna. It is spring. The woods of Semmering are full of lovers. In the Wienerwald, the chestnut trees are in bloom, and Archduke Louis Ferdinand's hussars are out on their black horses in their tight silk uniforms of blue and crimson. But for the ladies of Vienna, it is a sad day. In his rooms on the Graben, the rooms they know so well, with the high molded windows and the shining floors, Anatole awakes for the last time.
Did you ring, sir?
Yes. Yes, Franz. Bring me some breakfast.
Very good, sir. Breakfast for one, sir?
Yes, Franz. Breakfast for one. Oh, and Franz, bring me that box. A box I was looking at yesterday.
The one with the letters, sir?
That's right.
There it is, sir. Right beside you.
Oh, thank you, Franz. There's someone at the door this time of the morning. Answer it, Franz.
Yes, sir.
You know, I don't feel in the least like getting married, Franz.
No, sir.
No. Oh.
My dear fellow!
Breakfast for two, Franz.
Anatole, old fellow!
Max, what are you doing here at 8 o'clock in the morning?
Nearly 10.
Well, what are you doing here at 10 o'clock in the morning?
I say you're very jumpy. What's the matter?
Yes, I am very jumpy.
Not today. You shouldn't be jumpy.
Oh? What is it you want?
It's about this wedding.
Oh, the wedding.
You know your cousin Alma's one of the bridesmaids. About her bouquet.
Well, what about it?
I forgot to order it. I forgot to ask her what color she's wearing. What do you think? White or pink or blue or green?
Certainly not green.
Are you sure?
You know Alma never wears green.
How do I know?
Don't shout. It's nothing to be excited about.
Do you know what color she'll be wearing at your wedding this morning?
Yes, pink or blue.
Which?
Who cares?
Confound it, the bouquet's supposed to match.
You order to. You can wear the other in your hair.
That's a silly joke.
I'll be making a sillier one in an hour or two.
A cheerful bridegroom, I must say. What on earth have you got there, all those letters and things?
Those letters and things are my past.
Your what?
My past. My dead and buried past. Yes, Max, I'm going to ask you to take care of it for me.
Your past? Better burn it, I should think.
I can't do that.
Why not?
Well, this is how I'm true to them. To all the women I've ever loved. You know, I never forget a single one, Max. I have only to turn over these letters and dead flowers and locks of hair. You'll have to let me come around to your place and turn them over occasionally, Max. And, you know, back they'll come to me. I'll be in love with them all again. And I'll adore them as before.
Yes, the idea being that you want to use my rooms as a meeting place with your dead love.
Suppose there were some magic phrase, Max, that could force them all to appear. Call them back out of the utter nothingness.
Well, let's think of a phrase. What about, my only love?
Yes. Yes, my only love. And then they'd all come. One from a villa in the suburbs. One from her crowded drawing room. One from her dressing room at the theater.
Several from their dressing rooms at the theater.
Several. One from a shop. one from the grave. One from here, one from there. My only love. You see, Max, I'm a methodical man.
Is it done alphabetically?
Oh, no, there's a label for each, like the motto on a cracker. A verse or a phrase will recall the whole thing to me. Oh, no names. Susan and Jane and Mary suggest nothing.
May I look?
No, I wonder if I can still remember them all, Max. I kind of looked at some of them for years.
I loved her. When she left me, I thought I should have killed her. My kisses on your neck remain, and nothing else, Matilda. But that's a name. What a name, Matilda.
It wasn't her real name, Max. I'd written killed her, and there aren't many rhymes to that. I always did kiss her on the neck, though.
Who was she?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I loved her. Once. That's all there is to...
Well, stand down, Matilda. She does up small, anyhow.
Yes, one lock of hair.
No letters?
Letters from Matilda? That would have inked her fingers. Don't you sometimes wish women weren't taught to write? Fix it, Matilda.
Poor Matilda.
No, you mustn't insult her. I've loved her. She's sacred.
How stupid of me.
Yeah.
Who's next? When sad, my child, and sick of earth, my thoughts to your young man fly far, and then I laugh for all I'm worth. Oh, dear, how funny some things are.
So they were.
What's inside?
A photograph. She and the young man.
Oh, did you know him, too?
Yes, that's what's so funny. He really was quite an exceptional fool.
Stand down, my child, with your exceptionally foolish and mirth-provoking young man. What's this?
What?
A box on the ear.
Oh. Yes.
Is that how it ended?
No, how it began.
Ah. Oh. She always carried her curling tongue.
Yes, you know she always did. Then it didn't matter what happened. I tell you, she was confounded pretty, that one was. There's a bit of a veil left, isn't there?
Feels like that.
Yeah.
How did I lose you? How did you lose her?
That's the point. I never knew. You know, Max, one fine day, she just wasn't. You know how you leave your umbrella somewhere? You don't think of it till days later? No idea where you put it down?
Fare thee well, my lost umbrella. Let's see, what's this one? Sweet and dear you were to me.
Girl with roughened fingertips. Past all...
Oh, that was Hilda.
You remember Hilda.
Well, what became of her?
She married a milkman.
Did she now?
That's what happens. I love a girl. I'm all the world to her. And then she marries a milkman. My only love.
Hello? Yes, madame. One moment, madame.
France. France!
One moment, madame.
Who is it, France?
It's a lady, sir.
Well, tell her I'm out.
I'm afraid she heard you, sir.
All right. Excuse me for a moment, ma'am.
Yes, of course, ma'am.
Hello? Oh. Yes, hello, darling. Yes. Beautiful. And you? Splendid. Splendid. What? What's that? Breakfast? Oh, no, darling, not this morning. It's not possible. No, darling. I tell you, no. No, not this morning. You can't come to breakfast here this morning. Why? Why? Because I've got a man here, a man with some papers. Yes, that's right. A whole stack of papers. What's that? I said last night. Forever? My only love. What? Oh, of course I meant it. Yeah. You know, every word of it, darling. But not this morning. What's that? You coming right over? You're coming right over? I tell you, you can't. Just a minute. My darling, I tell you...
Well, really, Anatole.
Let me explain.
If this is how you
Let
begin
me
your married
explain.
life...
Don't be an ass.
I'm not a moral man myself, but hang it
Will
all.
you let me explain?
Hurry up, then. It's almost 11, and your wedding's at 12:30.
So it is. So it is. Well, last night I was at a party.
I know that. I was there.
So you were. So you were. I forgot. You were all there. You were all very lively. Yes, there was lots of champagne. Well, you drank my health and Louise's health.
I drank your health and her health and wished you both happy.
So you did. Happiness, yes. Thank you very much.
You thanked me last night.
Did I? Did I? We broke up about 12:30, didn't we? Yes, I gave Louise a kiss. And she gave me a kiss.
Well?
Well, it was snowing. After the party was over and you'd all left, then I was all alone. All alone in the street by myself.
Poor old boy.
Alone in the cold and in the snow. Great big flakes. Perfectly beastly.
So what did you do?
So I thought I'd go to the ball at the opera.
Oh.
You see, Max, it suddenly came over me, made me perfectly wretched that I wasn't going to be a free man anymore. Never more a jolly bachelor. My last night out.
Go on.
They were in full swing at the opera, and I got there. And I watched for a bit, and I plunged in. I wanted to breathe in the sound and the scent of it all. Bathe in them. For the last time.
Time is getting on. What happened then?
Was I drunk at Pop-in-Law's?
Not a bit.
Then I must have got drunk with that dancing. Mad drunk. It was my opera ball. Mine. Given by the city of Vienna to say goodbye to me forever.
And then?
Then I met a friend.
An old friend?
Can't you guess? You know, Max, when I got engaged, I had to tell quite a few stories, you know. Going away for a bit and back soon, you know. There was one in particular. Ilona. We met and sat under a palm. You're back again, she said. Yes. Yes, I said. When, she said. Not till last night. And why haven't you written? Where on earth have you been? Far, far away, I said. But I'm back again. Do you still love me? I love you still. And don't I love you still? She said. We'll never be parted again, she said. Never, I said. The waiter brought champagne, and we were very happy.
Well, I'm blessed.
And now she's coming to breakfast. You know, looked at it in a certain light. This is pathetic.
It's perfectly disgraceful.
Yes, it is disgraceful. It is very pathetic, too. Who's that?
Hello, Franz. Hello. Oh, so there really is a man here. Oh, it's only Max.
Only Max?
Well, why didn't you tell me? How are you, Max? And what do you think of this scoundrel?
I think that's just what he is, a scoundrel.
I've been crying my eyes out for him for months, and all that time he's been... Anatole, where have you been?
Oh, places.
Didn't he write to you either? But now I've got him safe. He doesn't get away again. Never to part. Oh, darling, give me a kiss.
Oh, no. Really,
Max doesn't mind, do you, Max? Oh, what a face. Look pleasant. Let's all have breakfast and be happy.
Certainly.
Ilona, I'm afraid I can't stay, and I really don't see...
What don't you see?
Anatole ought to...
What ought Anatole?
Anatole, it's high time that you...
High time for what?
He ought to dress.
What's the hurry? You can stay at home today.
My dear, I'm afraid I can't.
You can if you try.
I'm asked out.
You send a message and say you can't go.
He must go.
I'm asked to a wedding.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
But it does matter. I'm what you might call the best man.
Ah. And are all the bridesmaids desperately in love with you?
Let's not go into that.
I am, so he'd much better stay at home with me.
My dear child, I must go.
He really must.
For a couple of hours.
Oh, sit down, both of you, and let's have breakfast. There. Now, how many lumps, Max?
I really ought to be going.
How many lumps?
You know I always take 2.
Cream or lemon?
You know I take lemon.
Lemon and 2 lumps of sugar. I remember.
I say, I'm going.
Oh, no,
Drink
Max.
the tea first, Max.
Yes, my dear, I simply must go and change.
What time is this silly wedding?
12:30.
Are you asked to?
Yes.
Who's the man?
No one you know.
Who is it? It's no secret, is it?
The whole thing's a deadly secret.
You see, his people...
Oh, you're both dear boys, but you're lying in your teeth.
I beg your pardon.
It doesn't matter. You go where you like, Max. Anatole stays here with me.
I tell you, I can't. The man's my best friend. I must get him married.
What do you say, Max? Should I let him go?
Dear Ilona, I think you'd better.
Where's it to be?
What do you want to know that for?
Oh, I'd like to go and look on.
You mustn't do that.
I must have a look at your bridesmaid, Anatole. Best men often marry bridesmaids, don't they? I can't have you getting married.
Well, what would you do if he did?
Forbid the banns.
Would you? No.
Or I might make a scene at the church.
That's vulgar. I wouldn't do that.
No. Why don't we invent something new?
For instance?
Turning up at the wedding dressed like a bride, too. Oh, that would be very striking.
Yes, very. I must go.
Look here, Ilona. I simply must change. I shall be late.
Mr. Anatole.
What is it, France?
The flowers of concert.
What flowers?
The flowers, sir.
I'll take them.
Well, let me see.
It's the bouquet for his bridesmaid.
Oh, orange blossoms. It's a bride's bouquet.
For heaven's sake, Yeah, my goodness, if they haven't sent the wrong one. France, send back that bouquet at once. At once. Leave it in the hall. There you are. I sent France back with it.
Well, I'll go myself and see that they get the right one.
You're coming back?
Right away, right away.
Ah, thank goodness he's gone. Darling. Oh, be nicer than that.
My only love.
Must you go to this silly wedding?
I can't get out of it, dear.
Shall I drive with you to the church?
Better not, my dear. I'll see you tonight. Supper at
Oh.
the theater. Oh, look at the time. France!
Yes, sir.
France, you put out my things.
Your wedding things,
Yes,
sir?
the things in which I always go to weddings.
Very good, sir.
After the theater, then. That's all settled.
Oh, and I thought we'd have such a jolly day together.
Now, don't be childish, my dear. Jolly days have to give way to more important matters.
Oh, I do love you, Anatole.
Yes, I know.
Your things are laid out in your dressing room.
Thank you.
Well, don't shut the door. Are you really going to change?
I wouldn't go to a wedding like this, could I?
Must you go?
Don't let's begin all over again.
But I'll see you this evening.
I said after the theater.
Don't be late.
Late? Why should I be late?
You kept me waiting an hour once.
Did I? I dare say I did.
Anatole.
What is it?
Where did you go when you were away?
I told you.
You didn't.
I did, last night.
Well, I've forgotten.
I went to Bohemia.
Why Bohemia?
Shooting.
No, not shooting.
Yes, rabbits.
For 3 months?
Every day.
Why didn't you come and say goodbye to me before you went?
I just thought I wouldn't.
Tried to give me the slip, didn't you?
Oh, no.
Oh, you did try once.
Yes, I tried.
What's that?
I said I tried. I tried hard, but it didn't come off.
I should think not. It's not likely to.
Ha ha.
What did you say?
I said ha ha.
That's right. Mumble away in the next room. Oh, you wouldn't dare come out here and say that to my face.
Ha ha.
Oh, come back here. That's all right, my darling. You won't get rid of me in a hurry.
Think not?
I'm sure not.
Quite sure?
Quite sure.
We'll see about that.
Don't you be silly. Do you think I'll ever let you go?
When you can't help it.
When will that be?
When I get married.
And when will that be, my precious?
Soon, my precious.
How soon?
Don't shout. This time next year, I may be quite an old married man.
You idiot.
Suppose I get married in a month or two.
Someone's simply waiting to marry you.
There is at this very moment.
In a month or two?
Or even less. You needn't laugh. You needn't laugh. I'll be married in a week. You needn't laugh, Ilona. I said you needn't laugh.
When are you going to be married?
At 12:30.
What?
12:30, my dear.
Oh, Anatole, don't be silly.
I am perfectly serious. I'm going to be married 12:30 today.
Oh,
12:30. France,
Sir.
bring those flowers.
Anatole.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you, France. Now then, look carefully, Ilona. You see orange blossoms.
It's true, then.
Quite true. Hey, what are you up to?
You face.
Hey, what are you doing? That's my bride's bouquet.
Oh, not when I'm through with it.
Anatole, it's getting late.
Why, say, what's going on here?
Late, is it? I'll show you.
Here, Max, help. You break up.
Neat. Care.
Ilona, what are you doing? That's my bouquet.
You're as bad as he is.
Ilona, do be reasonable. Look at the
Reasonable.
thing.
You take it like this, but you wait, I'll show you. You'll see.
What are you going to do now?
You'll soon see. You let me go.
Ilona, what are you up to?
Let me go.
Be reasonable.
I will not.
Ilona! My house! My teacup! My picture frame! Ilona!
Excuse me, sir. The carriage is at the door, sir.
Oh, it is it?
Come on!
Back!
Come on!
Back! Say! My hat!
Come on!
My hat!
Lock it, quick! My only love!
Shut up!
I, Anatole, take thee, Louise, to be my lawful wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System, through its affiliated stations coast to coast, and the network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, has brought you Orson Welles as Anatole in a dramatized version of Arthur Schnitzler's Viennese narrative, The Affairs of Anatole. The adaptation for radio was made by Orson Welles, the brilliant young star, director, and producer of these weekly broadcasts by the Mercury Theater on the Air. And here is Orson Welles to tell you about next week's broadcast.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like you to tell you about the cast tonight. Gabrielle, the first of Anatole's three affairs this evening, is played by Miss Alice Frost. Mimi, she of the oysters and the champagne and the Moselle and the cigars, was Miss Helen Lewis. Ilona, who tried to ruin the wedding morning, was Miss Arlene Francis. France the servant was Mr. William Alland. And finally, Max was Mr. Ray Collins. You've heard Mr. Ray Collins a good deal on these programs. He commenced on the stage playing 900 parts. He has joined radio and has been heard in our series as the Sea Captain, Ben Gunn, Billy Bones, Frampton Nuttall, Bert, the man with the hooded eyes in 39 Steps, and goodness only knows what he'll play in The Count of Monte Cristo, which is next week's show. So tune in then, and until then, goodbye. Thanks, everybody, and good night.
In tonight's program, Bernard Herrmann conducted the orchestra, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for Columbia. Dan Seymour speaking. We invite you to join us again next Monday evening at this same time for the 8th broadcast in this unique series featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. The play, Dumas' The Count of Monte Cristo. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So, while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer. And now, Mr. Welles.
Tonight, the Mercury brings you two great American short stories. The first, as per last week's promise, is by Sherwood Anderson. His loving study of puppy love at the turn of the century is called I'm a Fool.
Well, it began at 3 o'clock one October afternoon in 1912 as I sat in the grandstand at the fall trotting and pacing meet at Sandusky, Ohio. It was a good hard jolt for me, and it all came about through my own foolishness, too. Summer before, I'd left my hometown with a fellow called Bert French with two horses as campaigning through the race meets that year. Gee, it was fun. We got to county seat town maybe on a Saturday or Sunday, and the fair began next Tuesday, and you took your horses to the track and fed them. You got your good clothes out of a box and put them on. The town is full of farmers gaping because they see you as horse race people, and all the dudes come around asking questions, and all you did was to lie and all you could, you know, about horses you had and lie and say you owned one. Gee, oh, this is what I want to tell my story about. We got home late November, and I promised Mother I'd quit the races for good. And there's a lot of things you got to promise a mother because she don't know no better. And then as I started to tell you, the fall races came to Sandusky, and I got the day off and went. And I had on my good clothes and my new brown derby hat and a stand-up collar. I had $40 in my pocket and 3 25-cent cigars. That was bought me at the West House by a fellow with a cane and a Windsor tie. Gee, it was fun being on a track again.
What do you give for Palmigan?
Gee, it was fun being on a track again. There was my old friend Bert French standing around with his horses. Hello, Bert.
Well, hello, Joe. Hello, stranger.
How'd you been, Bert?
Oh, never better. Say, you got any money, Joe?
Sure.
How'd you like to watch it go?
Like it fine, Bert.
All right, come over here, then. I'll tell you something. Now, listen, Joe. In the second race, the 218 pace, there's a horse I'm handling. Abu Ben Adam. There he is, number 7. That gelding's fast as a streak, Joe. Belongs to a fellow called Mathers in Marietta, Ohio. We got him marked at 221, but he can step in 08.
08, gee.
In the first heat, don't you touch him. He'll go on like an ox, hit through a plow. After that, you get a right down and lay on your pile.
Thanks, Bert, a lot. Have a cigar?
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Well, sir, I went and bought myself the best seat I could get.
What a popcorn, crisps, strawberry
Right
bars.
in front of myself, I could see that there was a fellow with a couple of girls, and they was about my age, and the young fellow was a nice guy, all right. He had a sister with him and another girl, and the sister looked around over his shoulder. Accidentally at first, not intending to start anything. She wasn't that kind, and her eyes and mine happened to meet. You know how it is. Gee, she was a peach. She had a soft dress, kind of blue stuff, and she blushed when she looked right at me, and so did I. She was the nicest girl I ever seen in my life. Well, pretty soon the horses came in for the 218 pace, and there was Bert's horse in among the rest.
How we go down this time?
Well, you know as much about it as I do.
What about the brown one there with the long tail? He's kind of cute.
Heck, ma'am, that mare couldn't beat a streetcar. They looked up kind of surprised, but they didn't seem mad, and anyway, I'd done it now. Might as well go on. Maybe I can help you folks. There's a horse in this race, number 7. That horse is as fast as a streak. Bull Ben Adam, his name is. Bull Ben Adam. But look, don't go betting on this first heat, because he'll pace it like a lame cow. But when the first heat is over, go right down and lay your pile on a Bull Ben Adam. He'll come right out and skin him alive. That's what I told her. Gee, and what did that young fellow do but have the nerve to turn to ask the man next to him to get up and change places with me so I could sit with his crowd?
I want you to meet Miss Eleanor Woodbury.
Pleased to meet you.
And this is my sister, Lucy Wesson. Oh, my name's Wilbur. We're from Tiffin, Ohio.
Popcorn, crisps, and strawberry bars.
I suppose it was their having such swell names got me off the trolley, and then that girl, you know how a fella is. There's something in that kind of nice clothes and kind of nice eyes she had, and the way she looked at me a while before over her brother's shoulder and me looking back at her and both of us blushing. I couldn't show her up for a boob, could I? I made a fool of myself, that's what I did. Glad to know you all. My name's Walter Mathers.
How do you do, Mr. Mathers?
I'm from Marietta, Ohio.
And you really think this horse is going to win, Mr. Mathers?
Then I told him all the smashingest lie you ever heard. I said my father owned this horse, Boo Ben Adam, and it was supposed to be a secret because I told him our family was proud and never had gone in for racing that way. Here's what I think of that horse. Wilbur, will you do me the favor when you go down to place these 30 bills on a Boo Ben Adam at whatever odds you can get? I'd go myself, but I just soon our trainer and the swipes didn't see me. I'm supposed to be here keeping an eye on him, incognito. And sure enough, a Boo Ben Adam went off his stride up the backstretch and looked like a wooden horse or a sick one and came in to be last. People, what'd I tell you, like a lame cow.
You certainly were right, Mr. Mathers.
Then this Wilbur Wesson went down to the betting place out of the grandstand, Miss Woodbury with him, and Lucy Wesson and I was left alone together like on a desert island. Gee, Miss Lucy, I'd like to show you our place down at Marietta. It's on a hill, a great old red brick house with the stables behind it, way up on a hill, up above the Ohio River.
Oh, I like rivers.
Her eyes were shining. Then she kind of, with her shoulder, kind of touched me, how a woman can do. They get close, but not getting gay either. You know what they do. Gee, I began to wish I was on the square with her and to see what a fool I'd been. There wasn't any way of getting myself on the square now. There ain't any Walter Mathers. Like I said to her, there ain't ever been one. But if there was, I bet I'd go to Marietta, Ohio, and shoot him tomorrow. And then Wilbur Weston come back with Miss Woodbury, and he'd gone and bet $50 on this horse, and the girls had gone put in $10 each of their own money, too. Gee, I was sick then, but came out okay.
There he goes!
Boo Ben Adam stepped the next 3 heats like a bushel of spoiled eggs going to market before they could be found out. Yeah.
He's coming up! Boo Ben Adam! He's coming up! He's coming up! Boo Ben Adam! Get him out! Mr. Mathers! He's going to win! He's going to win!
Well, we all got 9-2 for our money after the race. We had a hack downtown. Wilbur stood us a swell supper at the West House and a bottle of champagne besides. And there I was with that girl, big boob that I am. And she wasn't saying much. I wasn't saying much either. One thing I know, she wasn't stuck on me because of that lie about my father being rich and that lie about all that. There's a way you know. Perhaps in mind, there's a kind of girl you see just once in your life. You don't get busy and make hay, then you're gone for good and all. You might just well go jump off a bridge because what it means is you want that girl to be your wife and you want nice things around her like nice flowers and swell clothes and you want her to have the kids you're going to have and good music played and, not ragtime. Gee. Well, there's a place over near Sandusky across a kind of bay. It's called Cedar Point. And after we had supper, we went over to it in the lodge, just the 4 of us by ourselves.
What time's that train, Wilbur?
10:40.
And is that the last train?
Yeah, that's the last train.
Oh, Shaw.
Over at Cedar Point, there was a beach you could walk along, get where it was dark, and we went there. She didn't talk hardly at all. Neither did I. I was thinking how glad I was my mother was all right and always made us kids learn to eat with a fork at the table, and not spill soup and not be noisy and rough like a gang you see around a racetrack that way.
Hey, Lucy! Lucy! We're going up the beach a ways. Are you coming? Oh, go on ahead. We'll wait for you here. I feel kind of tired. Don't you?
Oh, yeah. I guess so, Miss Lucy.
Well, why don't we sit down a while? It's nice here.
Lucy and I sat out in a dark place where there were some roots of old trees the water had washed out.
Feel that wood. How smooth it is. Like silk.
And there was a watery smell, and the night was like as if you could put your hand out and feel it. So warm and soft and dark and sweet, like an orange. After that, the time till we had to go back in the launch and they had to catch their train was nothing at all. Went like winking your eyes.
Lucy! Lucy, it's nearly there.
Lucy!
I've got to go. We've got to go to the train now. Will you kiss me goodbye?
She was most crying then, but she never knew nothing I knew. She could be all busted up as I was. Gee whiz. Sometimes I wish I'd never been born. Guess you know what I mean. We went in the launch across the bay to the train like that, and it was dark, too.
What are you thinking about? You know what I was thinking?
What?
Well, I was thinking that you and I could get out of this boat right this minute and walk on the water.
Sounded foolish, all right, but I knew what she meant. And quick, we were right at the depot, and there was a big gang of yaps crowded and milling around like cattle, and how could I tell her?
Oh, it won't be long, because you're right, and I'll answer you.
I got a chance like a hay barn of fire, a swell chance. I gotta answer her. Maybe she'd write me down at Marietta that way, and the letter'd come back and stamped on the front of it by the USA. There ain't any such guy, or something like that. Whatever they stamp on a letter that way. Well, goodbye, Walter. Goodbye. Thanks for the tip-off. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Mather. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.
When that train went, I busted out and cried like a kid. Gee, I could have run after that train, made Man of War look like a freight train after a wreck, but socks almighty, what was the use? Did you ever see such a fool? Me trying to pass myself off for a big bug and a swell to her? Did you ever see such a fool? I'll bet you what, if I had an arm broke right now or a train had run over my foot, I wouldn't go to no doctor at all. I'd go sit down and let it hurt and hurt. That's what I'd do, big fool that I am. Why was I such a boob to go and tell such a lie that could never be made straight to a lady like her? If I'm not a fool, you just go and find me one. I'll quit working and be a bum and give 'em my job. I don't care for working and earning and saving for no such boob as myself. You've just heard part one of our Mercury broadcast for tonight, I'm a Fool. We offer you another famous American short story for part two, maybe the most famous of all. Like our first selection, this is a study of a terrible mistake, but there all similarity ends. Clearly, Sherwood Anderson's hero lived down his mistake and lived happily ever after. The same, however, cannot be said of the murderer in Edgar Allan Poe's monologue, The Telltale Heart. That's next on the bill, but first here's Jimmy Wallington with some sound conclusion on the subject of picnics.
Out here in California, It's always picnic time, unless, of course, we happen to have an extra heavy dew. So, as a Californian and an old hand at picnics, I want to tell you there's nothing which puts over one of these outdoor banquets better than plenty of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Yes, that potato salad, those hard-boiled eggs. I like the devil kind myself. Those cold cuts. Everything just naturally tastes better when blended with those never less than 33 fine brews. And you know why? Well, it's because Pabst Blue Ribbon has just the right flavor for a picnic. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clear, sparkling with a real bet there's no finer beer. Picnic time or any time. Blended into Pabst Blue Ribbon. So if your dealer is unable to supply all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like, why, just keep on asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now Orson Welles brings you his Mercury production of The Telltale Heart.
True. Nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It's impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture. A pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and thus rid myself of the eye forever. I was never kinder to him than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it. Oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. Took me a whole hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh, so cautiously, cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon that vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights. Every night, just at midnight, but I found the eye was always closed. And so it was impossible for me to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone and inquiring how he'd passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. On the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. To think that there I was opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. He fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me. For he moved on his bed suddenly as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back. But no. I did not draw back. I kept pushing the door. Steadily. Steadily. I had my head in and was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening and the old man sprang up in the bed. I kept quite still and I said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been saying to himself, it's nothing but the wind in the chimney. It's only a mouse crossing the floor. Or it's merely a cricket which has made a single chirp. But it was all in vain. Because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern, so I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until, at length, a single dim ray like the thread of a spider shot from out of the crevice and full upon the vulture eye. It was open. The eye was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed on it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct precisely upon the damned spot. Now there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well. It was the beating of the old man's heart. Increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder, every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say louder every moment. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over it. And then smiled gaily. To find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length, it ceased. The old man was dead. Stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. night waned, I worked hastily. I took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited his corpse between the scantling. I then replaced the board so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. When I'd made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, but still dark. Dark as midnight. A knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered now 3 men who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted familiar things. But ere long, I felt myself getting pale, and I wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied that ringing in my ears again, but still they sat and still they chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued until at length I found that the noise was not within my own ears. It was a low, dull, quick sound. Much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I talked more quickly, more vehemently. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Oh, God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore, I swung the chair from which I'd been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder. Louder. Still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible? They heard not? Almighty God, no! They heard, they suspected, they knew. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must breathe or die. Louder. Hark. Louder. Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more, I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here! Here! It is the beating of his hideous heart!
You have just heard Orson Welles in his Mercury production of The Telltale Heart. Mr. Wells will return in just a moment. But first, let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when occasionally these days he is unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with a real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
Next week, Moby Dick. Until then, the Mercury remains as always, obediently yours.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Campbell Soup presents The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
I am the Count of Monte Cristo, and the world is mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Campbell Playhouse brings you those famous lines again. Revives tonight for you the world's favorite romance. This is Orson Welles, speaking to you only after a low bow to the memory of Henry Miller and James O'Neill and all the rest of his betters who've played the mysterious gentleman from Corsica before him. Of the author, of Alexander Dumas, who wrote Monte Cristo, there is no reasonable explanation. Dumas was a rich man. We note with interest that he went bankrupt in the theater. He was a revolutionary. His grandfather was a marquis. His grandmother was a negress. He was born as Napoleon became emperor. He died in poverty as the Germans marched into France. He wrote The Count of Monte Cristo as a newspaper serial. And shortly after the last installment, a ball and a bullfight were organized for him in Seville, and finally, in Algiers, the customs man let his baggage through without examination. Such things don't and can't happen today. But then neither does Alexander Dumas himself the wildest romance of a man who could and did openly maintain at 70 numerous establishments and a literary factory as well, whose quantitative output is equaled in the arts only by the fabulous studio of Rubens. There's a good story about what Dumas père told Dumas fils. Father, said the inventor of Camille, I have just read your latest book. Have you, my son, said Dumas père. What's it about? I'm not sure I have. It's no secret and no shame either that the Chateau Monte Cristo was haunted by many ghostwriters and that its owner signed his name to more books than anyone could ever write. It is not expected of Pharaoh that he build with his own hands his own pyramids. And the mere blueprint of one Dumas plot is an airtight alibi for a whole career. Of all these plots, out of question the most gloriously complex, as perfect as Watchworks, and as big as Pittsburgh among all others, one Dumas plot persists as the most ingenious, tall story ever perpetrated by the mind of man. God's vengeance on radio scriptwriters and your indestructible delight in spite of us. Here, then, is our humble 57 minutes worth of The Count of Monte Cristo. And just before we begin tonight's story, I want to confer the freedom of the microphone upon Ernest Chappell.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Ladies and gentlemen, just the other day I sat down in the dining car of a train. I glanced around the tables near me to see what others were having for dinner. Perhaps you've done the same thing now and then because it sort of gives you an idea, doesn't it? Well, of 16 men and women whose plates I saw there in the diner, 10 were eating chicken. And I found my pencil writing on the order card. Chicken. Right then and there, I said to myself again, it must be this liking so many of us have for chicken that accounts for the great popularity of Campbell's chicken soup. Because this soup is chicken, through and through, from its golden surface to the very bottom of the plate. Its broth fairly glistens with chicken richness. Its fluffy rice is steeped in chicken flavor. And there are tender pieces of chicken meat in it to further tempt your spoon. That's why I promise you that just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. If you haven't tried it, why don't you? Perhaps at dinner tomorrow night. And now...
His Excellency, the Count of Monte Cristo.
Mercedes,
Yes, Fernand?
may I present the most talked of man in Paris, the Count of Monte Cristo, the Baroness Montiego.
I am deeply honored.
Count of Monte Cristo.
What is it, Mercedes? Are you ill?
No, it's nothing, Fernand. Perhaps the heat of this room. Very kind of the Count to come here tonight. Will you give me your arm, Count Monte Cristo?
I am honored, madame.
Is it true, Count, what everyone is saying about you in Paris?
What are they saying, madame?
That you have seen so much, traveled so far, suffered so deeply.
I have suffered deeply, madame.
Now are you happy?
No doubt, since no one hears me complain.
Your present happiness, has it softened your heart?
My present happiness does not equal my past misery.
Are you not married?
I am married. No, madame.
You're alone, then?
I am alone.
You have no sister, no father?
I have nothing.
How can you exist, though, with no one to hold you to life?
Madame, a long time ago, I loved a girl. I was on the point of marrying her, madame, when we were separated. I thought she loved me well enough to wait for me and even to remain faithful to my grave. When I returned, she was married. Perhaps my heart was weaker than that of most, and I suffered more than they would have in my place. That is all, madame.
And you still preserve this love in your heart? It's true we can love only once. Did you ever see her again?
Never.
You've forgiven her for all she made you suffer?
Yes. I have forgiven her.
Do you still hate those that separated you? Do you still want to punish them?
They will be punished, madame. But it is not I who will punish them. It is their own past. Rarely has European society been more intrigued than it was the winter of 1834, when the mysterious Count de Monte Cristo appeared in the city of Paris. It is time now that the world should hear his story. Of the title of this man, nothing was known that winter save that he derived it from a small and uninhabited island off the coast of Corsica. The source of his fortune was equally obscure, and it seemed inexhaustible. The paintings in his house in the Champs-Élysées were valued at 7 million francs. His collection of precious stones far exceeded in value that of any of the crowned heads of Europe. Yet it was not his wealth alone that made him remarkable. At a dinner party that winter, a woman was heard to say that the Count of Monte Cristo had the look of a man who had been enclosed for a long time in a tomb. I heard her say it. For long years in solitary confinement sharpened the hearing. The look of a man, she said, who has been enclosed for a long time in a tomb. No man but I could know how truly the lady had spoken. If to live in darkness for 20 years, in darkness and silence, underground and alone, if this is to dwell in a tomb, then the Count of Monte Cristo had dwelt in a tomb. I alone can speak of these things, for I alone know the true name of the Count of Monte Cristo. It is mine. It is Edmond Dantes. The story of Edmond Dantes begins in 1814, the year the Emperor Napoleon was a prisoner in Elba. It begins with a wedding.
Answers to the name of Edmond Dantes.
Edmond Dantes, he's my son. What do you want of him?
Edmond Dantes, in the name of the law, I arrest you.
Arrest me? What have I done?
I cannot inform you. You'll be duly acquainted with the reason for your arrest at your first examination.
Did you hear that? What he done? Officer, he's done nothing wrong. He's my son. He's a good boy.
Edmond Dantes, you're under arrest. Follow me. Forward, take up!
What is your name?
Are you the king's prosecutor, sir?
Yes.
My name is Edmond Dantes.
You will kindly give me all the information in your power. You have served under the usurper Napoleon?
No, sir.
Edmund Dantes, it is reported that your political opinions are extreme.
My political opinions? Alas, I never had any opinions. I'm hardly 20, sir. I was to be married today.
What do you make of this? It is a letter, Monsieur Dantes. Well, read it.
The King's prosecutor is hereby informed by friends of the throne and religion that one Edmund Dantes, mate of the ship Pharaoh, arrived this morning from Smyrna, having touched at Naples and the Isle of Elba. He has been entrusted by the usurper Napoleon with a letter to the Bonapartist Committee in Paris. This letter will be found on his person, or at his father's, or in his cabin aboard the Pharaoh. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I don't understand it.
You know the writing?
No, sir.
Well, whoever wrote it writes well. Have you any enemies?
Not that I know of, sir.
Now, answer me frankly. Not as a prisoner to a judge, but as one man to another. Is there any truth in this accusation?
No, sir. I swear by my honor as a sailor,
Go on.
The day after we left Naples, when my captain lay dying, he gave me a package to be delivered on the island of Elba.
What did you do with it?
What should I have done? What every man would have done in my place. I sailed for the island of Elba. I delivered the packet and was given in return a letter to be delivered to a man here in Marseille. I did exactly what my captain told me to do, sir. I landed here yesterday. That's all, sir.
I see. Well, it sounds like the truth. Now, you give up this letter you brought from Elba and give me your word that you will appear at your call, and you may go back to your friends.
I'm free then, sir.
Yes, but first give me the letter.
Here you are, sir.
Very well. By the way, to whom were you to deliver this letter?
To Francois Noirtier of this city.
Noirtier?
Yes, sir. Why? You know this man?
A faithful servant of the king does not know conspirators. Have you shown this letter to anyone?
To no one, sir, on my honor.
No. No one knows that you are the bearer of a letter from the Isle of Elba, addressed to Francois Noirtier?
Nobody, sir, except the one person who gave it to me. Why, sir? What's the matter, sir?
You give me your word of honor that you are ignorant of the contents of this letter?
My word of honor, sir, but what's the matter? You're ill, sir. Can I help you?
No, stay where you are, Edmund Dantes. For me to give orders, not you. I am sorry. I am no longer able, as I had hoped, to restore you to liberty. Before doing so, there are formalities to be gone through.
Yes, sir.
I will try to make them as short as possible. Now, the principal charge against you, as you know, is this letter. You see what I do with it. You see, I destroy it. Now I confine it to the flames.
You for your goodness itself.
Now then, do you trust me?
Order me, sir, and I will obey.
Hey, listen. This is not an order, but advice that I give you.
Yes, monsieur.
I shall keep you until this evening, here, in the Palais de Justice.
Yes, sir.
Should anyone else question you, do not breathe a word of this letter.
I promise.
You see, the letter is destroyed. You and I alone know of its existence. So if they question you about it, deny all knowledge of it.
I will, sir.
It was the only letter you had?
Yes, it was.
I swear it.
I swear it.
Good. Now then, not a word to anyone, remember.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor. You will take this man to the guard room and hold him there. He is to see nobody, you understand? Nobody. Yes, sir. Follow this officer, Monsieur Dantes. Later, I will give him his orders.
Come to fetch me?
Yes.
By the order of the King's prosecutor?
I believe so. Come with us.
Where are you taking me?
You don't
For the love of heaven, where are we going?
You, a native of Marseille and a sailor, and you don't know where you're going?
I've no idea.
Unless you're blind or have never been outside the harbor, you must...
No!
Look around you.
The prison. The Chateau d'If.
Quite right, my friend. The Chateau d'If.
Help, let me go. I'm innocent. I'm innocent.
Darcy. Haven't you slept?
I do not know.
Are you hungry?
I do not know.
Want anything?
I want to see the governor. The governor, do you hear me? I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I'm innocent.
Reasonable today?
I want to see the governor.
I've told you that's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
Not allowed.
Why is it not allowed? I'm innocent.
Take my advice, my friend. Don't brood over what is impossible. You'll go out of your head.
Listen to me. I want to see the governor.
If you don't let me see the governor someday, I'll hide behind the door, and when you come in, I'll dash out your brains with this stool.
Put on that stool.
Are you going to let me see the governor?
Put on that stool. Put it down.
Well, do I see the governor?
Yes, we'll see the governor at once. At once. Sooner than you think. Corporal! Corporal of the guard! Halt! By the governor's order, take this prisoner to the floor below.
The dungeon?
That's where we put our madmen. The dungeon.
What? Attention! I tell you, I'm innocent. What? I'm innocent! I'm innocent!
In darkness and silence, underground and alone. Every day, twice a day, morning and evening, the jailer came to my cell and put down the vile food and went away without speaking to me. My hair and nails had grown long, and my skin was white as a leper's. I'd been proud the first month. Now I began to beg. I begged to be moved from this dungeon to another. I begged to be allowed to walk around. I begged for books. Nothing was granted. I spoke to the jailer when he brought me my food. He rarely answered me. I tried to speak when alone, but the sound of my own voice terrified me. After what must have been 3 or 4 years, the governor of the Chateau d'If was transferred. The new man did not trouble to learn my name. I was no longer Edmond Dantes. I was number 37. I took to praying, but not as men pray in prosperity. In my prayers, I laid every action of my life before the Almighty. Still, I remained a prisoner. Then a deep gloom took possession of me, and then furious rage and savage thoughts of revenge, and wildly I dashed myself against the walls of my prison. I tore at my own flesh with my nails, and then I began to think of dying. I swore I would starve myself to death. So every morning and every evening, I threw out through the small grated window all the food the jailer brought me. At first gaily, then thoughtfully, then with regret. I held the plate in my hand for an hour at a time, gazing at the morsel of bad meat, of tainted fish, of black and moldy bread. One day I found I had not sufficient force to throw my supper out of the window. The next morning I could hardly see or hear. I knew I was dying. The day went by. I felt a stupor creeping over me. The gnawing pain at my stomach had ceased and my thirst had abated. When I closed my eyes, I saw myriads of lights dancing before them. I was on the edge of that mysterious country called death. Suddenly, a little after dark, I heard a hollow sound in the wall against which I was lying. I sat up and listened. It was a continuous scratching, as if made by a huge claw, some iron instrument scraping against the stones. Then all was silent. Soon it began again. Nearer and more distinct. Perhaps it was only a workman repairing a neighboring dungeon. I'd soon find out. The sound continued. With my earthenware jug, I knocked against the wall where the sound came. Someone had heard me. Each time I knocked, the knocks were repeated on the other side of the wall. When I stopped knocking, the other also stopped. After that, there were no more sounds. The night passed in complete silence. I never closed my eyes. 3 days passed. 3 long days. And never a sound. At last, on the 4th evening, whoever it was quite close to me now. I wanted desperately to help him, but I had nothing, no knife or sharp instrument. I smashed my earthenware jug. That night, I moved my bed from the wall and started to scrape the plaster with a piece of the broken jug. Soon the fragments of plaster began to fall away. In 3 days, I uncovered a large stone. The next day, about noon, the stone began to move. Oh, my God. My God. My God, don't fail me now.
Who talks of God in this place?
Speak again.
In the name of heaven, speak!
Who are you?
A prisoner.
Of what country?
A Frenchman.
Your name?
Edmund Dantes.
How long have you been here?
Since the 28th day of February, 1815.
Your crime?
I'm innocent. And you? Who are you?
I am number 27.
How long have you been here?
Since 1804. 20 years.
All that night we worked. Then, just before dawn, a portion of the floor in my cell gave way, and from the bottom of this passage, the depth of which was impossible to measure, appeared the head, then the shoulders, and lastly, the body of a man. To this man, I owe all that I possess, all that I know, all that I've become. In the prison, he was known as the Mad Priest. I never learned his name. For 8 years, we saw each other every day, using the tunnel he had dug through the solid rock, concealing the mouth of the passage with stones carefully fitted in place. By the sundial he had traced on the wall of his cell, we knew the hours of the guard's visit. The rest of the day, we were together. He'd been a great scholar in his day, and all that he knew he taught me with infinite, loving patience, day after day, year after year. Then one morning, when I came down, I found him standing in the middle of the cell, pale as death.
Quick, Dantes, quick. Listen to what I have to say.
What is it, Father? Tell me, I beseech you.
I'm dying. Help me to my bed.
Yes, Father.
You see, half of my body is paralyzed already. Careful.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, my son. Now listen to me.
Yes, Father.
All is over with me. This night or tomorrow, I will be dead.
Oh, but Father, you can't.
I know the illness. There is no hope. And I shall never leave this place now. Before I die, there's something I want to give you. Here. Look. It's just a burned piece of parchment. But, my child, it is my treasure. From this day forth, it belongs to you.
Your treasure?
Oh, yes. I know what is passing through your mind at this moment. Even now, you, like all the others. But be assured, my child, I'm not mad. This treasure exists. Have you ever heard of the great Sparta treasure?
The Sparta treasure? I've heard sailors talk of it.
For 10 years, I worked for the House of Sparta. That paper that you have in your hand is what is left of the will of Cardinal Sparta, murdered by Rodrigo Borgia. Now, take the paper and put the two pieces together and read.
On the 25th day of April, 1498, being invited to dine by His Holiness Alexander VI, and fearing for my life, I declare to my nephew, Guido Spada, my sole heir, that I have buried in a place he knows, in a cave of the island of Monte Cristo, all that I possess of ingots, gold, monies, jewels, and diamonds, which treasure may amount to nearly 10 millions of Roman crowns, which you will find in the farthest angle of the island cave, and this treasure I bequeath and leave entirely to him as my sole heir, Cesar Spada. 10 million crowns.
Yes, 100 million francs of our money. Think of the good a man could do in the world with 100 million francs.
Yes.
The treasure is yours, my son. I bequeath it to you. Whenever you are freed, you have only to go to the island of Monte Cristo, and it will be there for you.
But I have no right to it, sir.
You are my son, Dante. You are the child that God sent to console me in my captivity.
2 days later, in fearful agony, he died. I closed his eyes and laid him out to rest as well as I could, and that night the governor of the prison came down to look at the boy. I watched him from my hiding place in the cell.
Is he dead?
He's dead, all right, Your Honor.
Poor devil. He was a priest. Get him the newest sack you can find.
What time shall we bury him, sir?
The usual time, before dawn. And report to me when it's done.
Very good, sir.
When the cell was empty again, I went in. On the bed at full length and faintly lighted by the light of a single candle was visible a sack of coarse cloth, and in it was stretched a long and stiffened form. Quickly, I unlaced the sack, drew out the corpse of the priest, and carried it through the tunnel to my cell. I laid it on my bed, turned the head to the wall, and covered it with a sheet. For the last time, I kissed the ice-cold brow. Then I went back to the dead man's cell. Could hear steps in the passage and voices as the guards came back with a stretcher. Quickly, I got into the sack in place of the corpse. I laced the sack around my body. I lay stiff, hoping that they would not hear the beating of my heart.
Here we go. You take the head, I'll take the feet. It's heavy enough for an old man. They say every year adds half a pound of the bones. All right. Up you go. I got it. Here we go. Funny thing. You're feeling through the sack. It's dead 12 hours and you're still warm. Yeah, only when I open this door. Oh, Lord, it's cold up here. This'll cool him off. Have you got the weight? There it is. Tie it on. Round his feet. Yeah, that's right. Tight. See if you can do it any tighter. Yeah, that's all right. That'll sink him. All right, now. You ready? 1, 2. Wait. Wait a minute. Get nearer the edge. The last one was mashed on a rock, and we got the blame for it. All right. Come on. Easy. Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Count of Monte Cristo, starring Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of The Count of Monte Cristo. Lately, I've been speaking of the increasing numbers of good home cooks who, after years of making their own soup, have put by their kettles and are now letting Campbell's make soup for them. Tonight, I'd like you to hear from a woman who is herself one of these good home cooks. She's Mrs. Barbara Roth of 2134 24th Street, Astoria, Long Island, who has come to our studio to tell you personally what she told us in a recent letter. Will you read it now, Mrs. Roth?
Ever since I can remember, we've had soup with our main meal every day. Mother and I would cook soup each Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, a 2-day supply each time. It was a big job and a long cooking procedure, but Mother has always insisted we need soup every day. About 6 months ago, we tried our first can of Campbell's soup. Well, the decision was unanimous in favor of Campbell's. Since that time, we've enjoyed not only the good taste of Campbell's soups, but also the easy way of preparing them. So I just don't wonder at all that people are giving up soup making at home. We've tried nearly every soup that Campbell's make and found each one such a treat, we thought you were entitled to know about it.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Roth. Indeed, we do appreciate knowing about it. Certainly, we at Campbell's are devoting time and care and all our skill to the making of soups worthy of a place at your table. And that's why I want to say to every other good home cook listening tonight, we'd like to make soup for you, too. If you haven't done so already, will you give us a trial? Try Campbell's chicken soup, for instance, for its deep, rich chicken flavor. Or try Campbell's vegetable soup, a soup that's practically a meal in itself. If you'll do this and let the fine flavor of these Campbell soups speak for itself to you and your family, I'm almost certain you'll say, well, soup is one thing I no longer need make.
in my home. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Count of Monte Cristo, starring Orson Welles.
In the late summer and fall of the year 1834, merchant vessels plying their trade between the south of France and the coast of western Italy arrived in port with a strange story. Some miles north of the Isle of Corsica, there was a small island known as the island of Monte Cristo. Naked and barren, it offered no shelter for ships, no possible place for human habitation. Even the savage Barbary pirates who infested those waters were known to avoid its rock-bound, treacherous shores. From this island, a thin column of smoke was now seen rising day after day as from a fire, and a large ship was seen standing out to sea, flying no flag. On one or two occasions, when curious merchantmen attempted to approach the island, they were greeted with a cannon shot across their bows. Then one night the ship vanished. After that, there was no more smoke, and the island of Monte Cristo remained barren and deserted as before. September 1834. There arrived in Marseille a man of about 38 or 40 of a pallor that was almost livid. He gave the impression of a man who had been enclosed for a long time in a tomb. Soon after landing, he inquired for an old man by the name of Dantes. And hearing that he had been dead for the past 14 years, he inquired for a tailor of the city called Cadarus.
My name is Cadarus, monsieur.
There are a few questions I'd like to ask you.
Yes? What makes you think I can answer them or that I want to?
This.
1,000 francs.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I'm tearing this 1,000-franc note in two, my friend. One half is yours now.
But,
the other half will be yours when you've answered my questions. Monsieur Cadarus, in the year 1814 or 15, did you know a young sailor by the name of Dantes?
Sailor? Dantes? Yes. Why do you ask? Is he alive?
No. He died in prison.
Died, eh? What did he die of?
What do young, strong men usually die of in prison? He died of sorrow and a broken heart.
Oh, dear.
And here's the strange thing. To the very end, Dantes swore he was utterly ignorant of the cause of his imprisonment.
So he was, poor fellow.
Why do you say that?
For no reason. Go on.
I was with him when he died. And with his last breath, he begged me when I came to Marseille to clear his name, and he gave me the names of the people who were his friends. There are three, he said, besides my father and the girl I was betrothed to. One of them is you, Cadarus.
He said that?
The second man is a man called Danglars.
Danglars?
The third is a certain Fernand Mondiego.
Mondiego?
Yes. You know these men?
Know them. Listen. I could tell you something about those two. Not that it would do much good now that he's dead.
Who?
That young fellow you were talking about. The sailor, Edmond Dantes.
What do you mean? It wouldn't do him much good.
Just what I say. Do you know who sent Dantes to prison?
No.
Well, I do. Two men who were jealous of him. One for love and one for ambition. And you know who they were? I'll tell you. Mondiego and Danglars.
I thought they were his friends.
Yes, so he thought.
What did they do?
They denounced him to the police as a traitor.
And was he a traitor?
No more than you or I. But they knew he had a letter on him from the Emperor Napoleon in exile. Something his dying captain had given him, and it looked bad.
Which of the two denounced him?
Both. Danglars was the shot one. He wrote the letter, and Mondiego put the letter in the post.
What? When was this letter written?
In a cafe. The night before his wedding.
How do you know? Were you there?
I was at the next table. They thought I was too drunk to hear them, but I heard them. They sent the letter to the magistrate, de Villefort.
De Villefort? If you knew all this when they arrested him, why didn't you speak?
I was afraid, monsieur. I was afraid of what they'd do to me, those two. Danglars was the sharp one, but Mondiego was quick with his knife. Oh, often at the time I've repented it.
Well, now you've told the truth at last.
But Edmond Dantes is dead and has not forgiven me.
He never knew what you'd done.
He knows it now. They say the dead know everything.
Yes. Now then, Caderousse, another 1,000 francs if you tell me the truth. You say those two gave him up because they were jealous of him.
That's right.
Why? Why was this Danglars jealous of him? They were shipmates.
Shipmates? How did you know that?
You told me just now. Why was he jealous of Dantes?
Danglars? Because he wanted his job.
Oh.
Yes, and they were mates together on the same ship. When the old captain died and the owners made young Dantes captain, Danglars never forgave him.
And the other one, this Mondiego, what did he have against Dantes?
A girl.
A girl?
Yes, a girl Dantes was engaged to marry. She was Mondiego's cousin, and he wanted her, too. And, well, when he got his chance to get young Dantes out of the way, he took it.
I see. And now tell me, what happened to those two, Danglars and Mondiego? Do you know them still?
Where in heaven's name have you been, my friend? There isn't a man in France who doesn't know them. Danglars a millionaire, has a banking house of his own. Baron Danglars, he calls himself now. And Mondiego's a baron, too, and a cabinet minister, and an officer of the Legion of Honor with a house in Paris a block wide. They've done pretty well for themselves, they have. And you'd think they'd remember their old friends, wouldn't you? But not they. They send the butler out with a 10-franc note. That's what they do.
Now then, tell me, how about this girl Edmond Dantes was betrothed to?
The girl?
Yes.
Mercedes?
Yes. Yes, that's her name. What happened to her?
Oh, that's a sad story. When Dantes was arrested, she was nearly mad with grief. Pitiful it was. 6 months went by, and there was no news of him, and every day there was her mother telling her that he was dead and telling her to marry Mondiego. She used to come to see old Dantes. Edmund is dead, he said to her. If he weren't, he would have returned to us. Then the old man died and left her quite alone. Still she waited, and still no word from him. Then, in the end, after a year, she married Mondiego. Now she's one of the greatest ladies in Paris.
A year? She waited a year?
What'd you say?
Nothing. Nothing. You say Edmond Dantes' father died?
Yes, soon after his son disappeared.
What did he die of?
Well, if you want to know what I think, he died of starvation.
Starvation?
The doctor had another name for it, but I know better. He locked himself up in his room and died of starvation.
Later that day, the stranger appeared at the town hall and asked to see the prison records for the year 1815. He obtained permission to go through the case of a certain Edmond Dantes, imprisoned that year and subsequently reported as dead. He read the examination and record and noted with surprise that the name of Francois Noirtier, to whom the fatal letter had been addressed, never once appeared in it. There was a notation in the margin which read as follows: Edmond Dantes, an inveterate criminal, be kept in complete solitary confinement and to be strictly watched and guarded. It was signed Francois Noirtier de Villefort. Below, in another hand, was written, prisoner killed while attempting to escape. That night, the stranger left Marseille, going north. Mondiego Danglars de Villefort. Mondiego Danglars de Villefort. Ollie?
Yes, master.
Here are 100,000 francs. Spare no expense. Find out everything there is to know about those three. Every move they've made, every word they've said, every line they've written.
Yes, master.
Find out about their homes, their wives, their children, friends.
Yes, master.
Find out where they got their power, how they made their money, whom they robbed, whom they cheated, whom they murdered.
Yes, master.
One day in November, Baron Danglars, head of the banking house of that name, received a visit from a new client.
I have the honor of addressing the Count of Monte Cristo.
You have, Baron Danglars?
Have you been in Paris long, sir?
Since this morning.
I have a letter here, sir, from the firm of Thompson and French in Rome. A letter of credit in your name.
Good. Then I take it beginning today my checks will be duly honored by your house.
In this letter, there is one thing not quite clear.
Indeed.
According to this letter, the Count of Monte Cristo is to have unlimited credit on our house.
And what is there in that simple fact that requires explanation?
Merely that term, unlimited.
Are you suggesting that Thompson and French are not looked upon as solvent bankers?
Oh, no. It was not their solvency I spoke of, but the word unlimited in financial affairs is so extremely vague a term.
To me, Baron, the word means exactly what it says. It means without limitation.
Well, I assure you, sir, that up to the amount of $1 million...
I beg your pardon.
I assure you, should you at any time be hard-pressed, were you even to require $1 million francs...
1 million? Why, Baron... I always carry 1 or 2 million in some corner of my pocket. Expect me to call on you for 10 or 15 million on my first draft.
Well, I admit I have hardly been at...
If you would prefer not to handle this account, Baron Danglars, I have letters similar to yours addressed to Barings of London and Baron de Rothschild of the city. You need have no scruples in declining.
I assure you, I never entertained...
No. You merely wish to be convinced that your stockholders ran no risk. Nothing more. Very sound, Baron Danglars. I understand they include some of the greatest names in France. Am I right? The Count de Mondiego?
Eh?
The Baron de Villefort?
It is not generally known that...
Oh, of course. Now we understand one another. I should like to draw tomorrow the sum of, shall we say, 6 million francs. Half gold, half note.
6 million francs? As you say...
If I should require more, I'll let you know. Oh, by the way... Buy me tomorrow 10,000 shares of Austrian Commonwealth.
You have some information, sir, about this stock?
You will find, sir, that I never gamble, except in certainties. For Mondiego. Ali.
Yes, master.
What have you found out about these men? One, Danglars.
Danglars, banker. 3 times bankrupt. Convicted of using charity funds. Recently suspected of plunging heavily with the funds borrowed from his own bank.
2, de Villefort.
De Villefort, formerly King's agent in Marseille, where he acted as Bonapartist spy under the name of Francois Noirtier.
Francois Noirtier.
Known to accept bribes. At present, Prosecutor General of King's Court. Said to speculate with funds borrowed from Danglars Bank.
3, Mondiego.
Mondiego, dismissed from naval service for theft. Tried for murder, 1816. Deserted French Army, 1824. Believed involved heavy losses, Danglars Bank.
Danglars, Villefort, Mondiego. 1, 2, 3.
Well, gentlemen, you're late, Villefort. What is it, Danglars? You sent for me in court. I hope it's something good this time. We need it.
Just arrived. A private message for the Count of Monte Cristo from the firm of Thompson and French from Rome. They've never been wrong yet.
Does he know we intercept his messages, Danglars?
Who cares?
What does it say? Read it, man.
A secret treaty has been signed tonight. Anglo-Italian shares due sharp rise. Buy all available shares. Thompson and French.
Well?
We are going to buy.
Danglars, I'm worried. Everything we've touched has gone wrong lately. Those Belgian bonds we bought, we lost $500,000
Whose fault is that? On whose information were they bought?
Can I help it, Danglars, if the government changes its mind?
Gentlemen, our situation is desperate. We've got to plunge. We have no choice. If it were not for the Count of Monte Cristo's deposits, we'd have been bankrupt 3 weeks ago. Yes, you understand that? Bankrupt. If that money should be called for today or tomorrow or the next day, this bank is ruined.
Danglars, I don't see what that has to do with us.
You don't, eh? Well, if I go, you go. All of you. Make no mistake about that.
Oh, gentlemen, what do you propose to do about this, Danglars?
I propose to buy every share of Anglo-Italian that comes into this market.
With what?
With what? You forget, gentlemen, that the Count of Monte Cristo has 16 million francs on deposit in this bank.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, what about this message of his? Does the Count of Monte Cristo get to see it?
This message, gentlemen, was lost in transmission. Buy 300 shares of Anglo-Italian. 104.
No, Danglars and Company. Sell 200 Anglo-Italian.
110.
Oh, Danglars and Company. 500 Anglo-Italian.
110.
115. 150.
125.
Gold, Danglars and Company.
Buy 300 shares of Anglo-Italian.
130.
135.
No, Danglars and Company.
Buy 1,000 shares at 150. 175. 210.
215.
Anglo-Italian. I'll buy anything offered. Anglo-Italian. I buy anything offered. Anglo-Italian. I buy anything offered.
Rarely has Paris been more intrigued than it was that winter by the mysterious Count of Monte Cristo. His wealth seemed inexhaustible, and it was said that for his carriage wheels alone he had paid 1 million francs. It was at the end of December that a great ball was given by the Baron Danglars.
Count of Monte Cristo.
Countess de Mondiego.
We have missed you.
In so short a time, madame.
A strange thought occurs to me.
Yes, madame?
It seems to me that you've been gone longer than I can say. It's an odd idea, Count, but I cannot shake it off.
You must think back, madame. Perhaps some half-forgotten moment in your past.
My past is not forgotten.
No? Then it is lost.
What's lost? What have you lost? Who are you?
You must forgive me, Countess. I have an appointment with your husband.
Tell me who you are.
Madame, I am the Count of Monte Cristo, and the world is mine.
Congratulations, Danglars. I got your message. Good day's work.
Tell me, how much did we buy of Anglo-Italian?
62,000 shares.
62,000.
Yes.
How much profit does that show?
So far, Mondiego, 3 million.
3 million?
3 million, yes, and it's only a beginning.
Who is selling?
That I don't know. I couldn't find out.
Baron Danglars?
Yes?
Count of Monte Cristo would like a word with you.
Tell him I can't see him.
Good evening, gentlemen. A charming party. I hope I do not intrude. Danglars, de Villefort, Mondiego, how fortunate. Gentlemen, I'm here to say goodbye to all three of you. I've decided to leave Paris for a while, perhaps forever. Before I go, there are certain things I've left to do. Baron Danglars, I'm in need of money. My credit on your books as of tonight is 16 million francs. That's about 4 million to cover certain stocks I sold short today. Here's a check for 10 million francs made out to cash. My carriage will be at your bank at 9 o'clock. I'll take half in gold and half in notes.
But surely...
I beg your
pardon.
pardon.
Sir, such a very large
Yes,
sum.
a very large
If
sum.
you could conveniently wait for this money for 24 hours, or at the most, 48.
I have told you, Baron Danglars, I am leaving Paris in the morning. Oh, by the way, Baron, you will be interested to learn that less than an hour ago, Anglo-Italian went into liquidation. Yes, liquidation. This moment, that stock is worth less than the paper on which it is printed.
The message from Thompson and
That message was sent on my instruction 3 days ago. You see, gentlemen, I own Thompson and French.
But isn't it true about the treaty?
As far as I know, Mondiego, there was not any question of a treaty. It means that you three gentlemen are ruined. It means that you, Danglars, have robbed the poor and the helpless for the last time.
I'll prosecute you with this. I'll issue a warrant for your arrest.
I don't think you will, Baron de Villefort. In the first place, that message was addressed to me. In the second place, since noon today, there has been in the hands of the Minister of Justice a complete record of the career of Francois Noirtier, also known as Baron de Villefort. Spy, thief, forger, informer.
Who are you?
Who am I, Mondiego? Still you don't know. I know you very well, Fernand Mondiego. And tomorrow all Paris will know you for what you are. Deserter, traitor, murderer.
Who are you? What have we done to you?
What have you done to me? You condemned me to a slow, horrible death. You killed my father. You deprived me of love, of freedom, of happiness.
What is your name?
I have but to pronounce it, Mondiego, to strike you to my feet. Look at me, Fernand Mondiego. I am the specter of a wretch you buried in the dungeons of the Chateau d'If. You guess it now, do you not? Or rather, you remember it? For notwithstanding all my sorrows and my tortures, I show you now a face which the happiness of revenge makes young again. A face you must often have seen in your dreams since your marriage, Fernan Mondiego, with Mercedes, my betrothed. Yes! I am Edmond Dantes. Countess Mondiego.
Yes, Count?
Your husband has been detained. There are matters of urgency which will not permit him to leave this house. May I see you to your carriage?
Yes, Count. I asked you a question. I wonder if your answer was the truth.
Madame?
The girl who made you suffer. I asked if you had forgiven her.
Yes. Yes, I've forgiven her.
And those who separated you? Do you still wish to punish them?
Madame, they have been punished. But my answer is still the same. It is not I who punished them. It was their own past.
This concludes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Count of Monte Cristo, starring Orson Welles. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone. Just now, I'd like another word with you on something good to eat. You know, I really believe your very first spoonful of Campbell's chicken soup will be a revelation in how fine, how deep in chicken flavor a chicken soup can be. I'm prompted to say this because I know so well from having visited Campbell's kitchens what good things are in this chicken soup and how carefully it's made. To begin with, unlike most chicken soup made at home, Campbell's use not some, but all the choice meat of selected plump chickens. But apart from this one advantage, they follow closely the old home way of making chicken soup. They simmer the broth long and slowly till every golden drop is rich with chicken flavor. And then they measure in light, fluffy rice and add tempting pieces of tender chicken meat to complete your enjoyment. Now, doesn't that sound like a chicken soup you'd enjoy? I really believe it is. And so I say, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. Have it tomorrow, won't you? And now, here is Orson Welles with news of next week's story.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. The native quarter, known as the Kasbah. As you look at it here, it's just a few lines on the map. But the reality is something stranger than anything you could have dreamed. It's only a step from the modern city to the Kasbah. But when you take that step, you enter another world. A melting pot from all the sins of the earth, a crawling anthill, a jungle of houses, a labyrinth of narrow passages and winding alleys, rotten with vermin and decay and the filth of centuries. No one knows what mysteries are hidden behind those walls. No one knows what crimes and hopes are buried in those secret courtyards. 40,000 inhabitants from all over the world, Chinese, Gypsies and Checos, Slavs far from home, and Maltese, Negroes from every corner of Africa, Sicilians, and Spaniards, hot-blooded and quick to hate, and women of every age and of every shape, women caught in the net of the Kasbah. The Kasbah which rises like a fortress from the sea, colorful, sordid, and dangerous. There isn't just one Kasbah. There are hundreds, thousands. And in that labyrinth, Pepe El Moco is at home. And he's safe as long as he stays there. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the introduction to next week's broadcast. It's what Detective Slemaine tells the detective from Paris about Pepe Le Moco, one of the greatest criminals the world has ever known, who found himself one of the most successful hideouts, a criminal ever unearthed. The Casbah. That ought to do for the Oriental music. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Casbah is the scene of next week's broadcast. The title, which we have neglected to mention, is the name of one of the weirdest, wildest places on the globe and one of the best romantic adventure stories ever put on the screen. Algiers. You remember it from the French picture and from Walter Wange's wonderful American picture. Our guest next week, the lovely Paulette Goddard. Please join us. Until then, till next Sunday night, until the Casbah and Pepe Le Moco, at this same time, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us on the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Count of Monte Cristo, Orson Welles played the part of Edmond Dantès, the Count of Monte Cristo. The part of Caderousse was played by Ray Collins. Everett Sloane was the Abbe Faria. Frank Reddick was Villefort, and George Couloris was Danglars. The part of Mondiego was played by Edgar Barrier, and that of a jailer by Richard Wilson. Agnes Moorehead played Mercedes. The music for the Campbell Playhouse is arranged and directed by Bernard Herrmann. The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you our adaptation of that colorful and successful motion picture story, Algiers, with Orson Welles and Paulette Goddard. Remember, Campbell Playhouse next Sunday evening. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ceiling Unlimited.
Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. This radio show is brought to you by the men and women of Lockheed and Vega. Our script tonight was written for us by the distinguished American novelist John Steinbeck. It's the story of a flyer and a flyer's mother. It's the story of the training of a flyer and of the prescience of a mother's love, which is older than the flight of birds.
And now we continue with John Daly in CBS World News.
General MacArthur's headquarters tonight issued a communique reporting the sinking of an 8,000-ton Jap cargo ship in the Bismarck Sea. This morning, reports told of an Allied raid on Jap shipping in Rabaul Harbor. Flying fortresses sank or seriously damaged.
Morning, Mom.
You're late. Sit down and eat your breakfast. You'll be late for school.
It's Saturday. You forgot the day.
Oh, what am I thinking of? Of course it is. Your eggs are a little overdone. Now, how did I think it was Friday? I've lost a day somewhere. Thinking about something else, I guess.
I'll go.
Morning, Jimmy. Morning, Mrs. Carter.
Good morning. Take it out of your pocket. I know what it is.
Oh, it's just an advertisement.
It's from Carl. Give it to me. I've been expecting it.
You think you're a fortune teller.
Why, I guess I am sometimes. Give me Carl's letter.
Read it. Come on, read it.
Just a moment. Turn that down, will you? Dear Mother and Dad and Jimmy, I'm sorry I don't write more and more often. Fact is, they keep us so busy there isn't much time to write. We have been seeing a little action, and I guess we'll see more. I was lucky the other day, and I have a citation. I'm going to send it to you, not to brag, but so you can keep it for me until I get back.
And a medal?
It seems
Will he get a
ages
medal,
since
too?
I went away. I don't know. I got your letters Saturday. They came through quickly. There's not much to tell, except that I am well and busy. I hope you are, too. I'll write again soon when I have more to tell. Love to you all, Carl.
He don't tell anything. He never tells anything. That's the same letter he writes me every time. I've got all of them. I'll write again soon when I have more to tell. Why don't he say what's happening?
Why, he does.
What's happening then?
He's well and busy.
Carl's pretty lucky. He's old enough. When I'm old enough, I'm going in too.
Of course you will.
Mother, when we get his citation, can I take it to school?
Oh, he might not like that. Why do you want to?
Well, nobody around here ever thought Carl was so brave.
He isn't brave.
What?
He isn't brave at all. Why, when he went in...
Come on, line up, line up. All right, you men. Cutting the shots next. Hurry up, next man. All right, hold out your arm. Watch it. Whoop, catch him, somebody. Yeah, lay him out. He'll come to in a minute. Next man, hold out your arm. There we are. Next man.
He fainted that day. He was afraid of the needle. But the next day, when he took his typhoid shot, he didn't faint. Maybe fear is the foundation of courage.
Well, he must have been pretty good.
No. He wasn't neat. He never put his clothes away.
Just a minute. Carter, haven't you learned to make a bunk yet?
Oh, yes, sir.
You call that a square corner?
But I was
Remake that bunk and do it until it's right.
Yes, sir.
He hated to be bossed. He used to sulk at home when he was told what to do. And he was never on time for anything.
What time he got, Carl?
It's 10:30.
Oh, clock up there must be fast.
Oh, my gosh.
My watch has stopped. Your watch was stopped. It's a very silly excuse, Carter.
But my watch was stopped, sir.
In the Air Force's watches do not stop. There are no wrong watches. You will walk post for 3 hours with seat parachutes, and you will think over this curious fact. In the Air Forces, watches are always right.
But he's a good flyer, all right. Look at his citation.
He was frightened. Not afraid, but frightened when his instruction began. He couldn't control his hands.
You'll freeze to that stick. You'll break it off. Now, right turn. Stick and rudder. Easy, they work together. That's good. Now hold it. All right, straighten out. And stop strangling that stick.
His heart swelled up until he could hardly breathe. He didn't think he'd ever learn. He sat on his bunk and he thought he might resign to keep from being washed out. And all the time he was afraid someone would find out how frightened he was.
But he finished. He got his wings. He flies a P-40. I hope. He's got a medal.
Yes, he can fly. Every protesting nerve is hammered into place. Hands that wanted to do wrong things, trained and tempered to do right things. Hours. Long, lovely hours. Turning and climbing, diving, flying formation, until it's deep back in his brain. So deep that he doesn't even have to think about it. The hands and heart and nerves, all part of one thing of which the ship is the other part.
I wonder if you'd rather be in Africa than Australia. I'd rather be in Africa. That's the place to be.
The squadron got its orders in the afternoon.
We will proceed to a port of embarkation this afternoon. And you will be on restriction for some time
prior to departure.
That night. His last night. He wrote a long, long letter home. 10 pages. He wrote down all his fears. His wondering whether he'd ever come back. He was on a knife edge in time and tipping into a world and a life he'd never known. 10 pages he wrote. And he tried to tell us that he loved us and that he was afraid. He tried to set for all time and for all himself what he was in the world and what his life was. He wrote about death and about fear. And when he'd finished 10 pages, he read them and burned them. He wrote, "We've got our moving orders. I am well and terribly busy. I'll write soon. When I get to where I'm going, I'll give you all the dope. Love to you all."
I wonder what he did to get his medal.
Oh, that was luck. The luck that comes from nerve and muscles forged and hammered into the mold of the job to be done. He was going home. He came out of a cloud, and there were 2 zeros below and ahead of him. It was just luck. He got the first one before they knew he was there. The other one turned and dived. Carl saw the pilot look over his shoulder. He could see his face looking over his shoulder. He saw the face in his sight. And the face disappeared. That was luck.
Golly.
Yesterday wasn't luck.
Yesterday?
The field is small. The jungle comes close in all around, and the tin quarters are hidden under trees. And the field is camouflaged, and the ships are pulled up under the trees.
All in correctly. Rendezvous with BITEs at R4 1432 CGT. Get us escort. Take off at 1502 CGT. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir. Say, Carter here's got 2 meatballs.
Wonder if any beer came in.
They met the bombers over the sea and on the way to the target. They hadn't far to go, for they were near and the bombers had come far. They flew along the green coast, and they could see the white surf piling up on the sand. There was green water, and farther out, blue water below them. And little puffs of clouds were in the sky, and far down the coast, a thunderhead, black with white edges. They saw the harbor and the fire and the ships flying in the bay. The bombers made their run, and the bombs went out. Then the Zeros came out of the thunderhead. And Carl didn't have the luck this time. He turned to attack. And as he climbed, he felt a shock. And the controls were heavy in his hands. He knew he couldn't fight. He strained about to run for it. And his motor was killed.
Then what? Then what?
He rolled clear and fell. And his hand went up to the parachute release. But he didn't pull it. I thought he'd never pull it. But he knew better. He was very near the water when he pulled the ripcord, and his body jerked. And he floated into the sea. And a Zero came down after him and ripped the water with its guns. He dove and stayed under until his blood beat in his ears. Then it was over. And he got his belt inflated. He saw one of his squadron go over and wag his ship at him. He was hours in the water before they picked him up.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, pretty lucky I found you. Current carried you away from where you landed. Yeah, grab hold. Yeah, you're pretty pooped. Here, I'll give you a hand.
Was he all right? Was he hurt?
He was all right.
Mother? Say, Mother, how do you know all this?
I was there every minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard a story written for us by John Steinbeck. An old Mercury actress, Betty Gard, played, we think, very beautifully, the part of the mother. And with her in the cast were Everett Sloane, Carl Frank, Charles Cantor, Peter Donald, Frank Reddick, and Larry Robinson. Please join us next week. Thank you, and good night, Americans.
This program was brought to you by the Lockheed and Vega Aircraft Corporations of Burbank, California. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Air. Ladies and gentlemen, the element of suspense is so vital to our story tonight that our sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer, are omitting their usual commercial message during the intermission between the acts, so that our play will go uninterrupted from spooky start to spooky finish. Therefore, let's give Ken Roberts his 45-second opportunity right now to extol the merits of that splendid... Ken?
Of that blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Those two words tell the whole flavor story. You see, every single drop of Pabst Blue Ribbon is the happy result of blending, the full flavor blending of never less than 33 fine brews. That's right. Never less than 33 fine brews blend their individual taste tones to give you that splendid flavor. Not too light, not too heavy, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through just the way you like it. Friends, these days, when your dealer is occasionally unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like, please keep on asking. For every single bottle you do get will live up to the same high standards of quality and taste. Yes, every bottle will be, as always, blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
We of the Mercury reckon that a story doesn't have to appeal to the heart, it can also appeal to the spine. Sometimes you want your heart to be warm, sometimes you want your spine to tingle. Well, the tingling, it's to be hoped, will be quite audible as you listen tonight to a classic among radio thrillers. Its author is one of the most gifted of all the writers who've ever worked for this medium, Lucille Fletcher, who wrote the greatest single radio script ever written. Sorry, wrong number.
The title of this, her terrifying little tale of Gru for this evening, is another spine-tingler by name The Hitchhiker. I am in an auto camp on Route 66, just west of Gallup, New Mexico. If I tell it, maybe it'll help me. It'll keep me from going crazy. But I must tell this quickly. I'm not crazy now. I feel perfectly well. Perfectly well. Except that I'm running a slight temperature. My name is Ronald Adams. I'm 36 years of age, unmarried, tall, dark, with a black mustache. I drive a 1940 Ford V8, license number 6V7989. I was born in Brooklyn. All this I know. I know that I'm at this moment perfectly sane. That it is not me who's gone mad, but something else. Something utterly beyond my control. But I must speak quickly. At any moment, the link with life may break. This may be the last thing I ever tell on Earth. The last night I ever see the stars. Six days ago, I left Brooklyn to drive to California.
Goodbye, son. Good luck to you, my boy.
Goodbye, Mother. Here, give me a kiss, and then I'll go.
I'll come out with you to the car.
Oh, it's raining. Stay here at the door.
Oh.
Hey, what's this, tears?
Oh, it's just the trip, Ronald. I wish you weren't
Oh,
driving.
Mother, there you go again. People do it every day.
I know, but you'll be careful, won't you? Promise me you'll be extra careful. Don't fall asleep or drive fast or pick up any strangers on the road.
Strangers, don't you worry. There's anything going to happen. It's just 8 days of perfectly simple driving on smooth, decent, civilized roads with a hot dog or a hamburger stand every 10 miles. I was in excellent spirits. Drive ahead. Even the loneliness seemed like a lark. But I reckoned without him. Crossing Brooklyn Bridge that morning in the rain, I saw a man leaning against the cables. He seemed to be waiting for a lift. There were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. He was carrying a cheap overnight bag in one hand. He was thin, nondescript, with a cap pulled down over his eyes. He stepped off the walk, and if I hadn't swerved, I'd have hit him. I almost did. Almost did hit him. Now, I would have forgotten him completely, except that just an hour later, while crossing the Pulaski Skyway over the Jersey Flats, I saw him again. At least he looked like the same person. He was standing now with one thumb pointing west. I couldn't figure out how he'd got there, but I thought maybe one of those fast trucks had picked him up, beat me to the Skyway, and let him off. I didn't stop for him. Then, late that night, I saw him again. It was on the new Pennsylvania Turnpike between Harrisburg and Pittsburgh. It's 265 miles long with a very high speed limit. I was just slowing down for one of the tunnels when I saw him standing under an arc light by the side of the road. I could see him quite distinctly. The bag, the cap, even the spots of fresh rain spattered over his shoulders. He hailed me this time. I stepped on the gas like a shot. It's lonely country through the Alleghenies, and I had no intention of stopping. Besides, the coincidences, or whatever it was, gave me the willies. I stopped at the next gas station.
Yes, sir. Fill her up, will you? Check your oil?
No, thanks.
Nice night, ain't it?
Yes. Yeah, it hasn't been raining here lately, has it?
Not a drop of rain all week.
Oh, no? I suppose that hasn't done your business any harm.
Well, people drive through here all kinds of weather. Mostly business, though. Ain't many pleasure cars out in the turnpike this season of the
I
year.
guess not. What about hitchhikers?
Hitchhikers here?
Why, what's the matter? Don't you ever see any?
A guy'd be a fool to start out to hitchhike on this road. Look at it.
Then you never see anybody?
Nope.
Maybe they get a lift before the turnpike starts. I mean, just before the toll house. But then it's a mighty long ride. Most cars wouldn't pick up a guy for that long a ride. This is pretty lonesome country here, mountains and woods.
Yeah.
You ain't seen nobody like that, have you?
Oh, no, it's just a technical question.
Oh, I see. Well, that'll be $1.49 with the tax.
The thing gradually passed from my mind as coincidence. I had a good night's sleep in Pittsburgh. I didn't think about the man all next day until just outside of Zanesville, Ohio. I saw him again. It was a bright, sunshiny afternoon. The peaceful Ohio fields, brown with the autumn stubble, lay dreaming in the golden light. I was driving slowly, drinking it in, when the road suddenly ended in a detour. In front of the barrier, he was standing. Let me explain about his appearance before I go on. I repeat, there was nothing sinister about him. He was as drab as a mud fence, nor was his attitude menacing. He merely stood there, waiting, almost drooping a little, the cheap overnight bag in his hand. He looked as though he'd been waiting there for hours. And he hailed me. He started to walk forward.
Hello! Hello!
I'd stopped the car, of course, for the detour. For a few minutes, I couldn't seem to find the new road. I realized he must be thinking that I'd stopped for him.
Hello!
No, I'm... Not just now. I'm sorry.
Going to California?
No, not today. The other way. I'm going to New York. Sorry. After I got the car back onto the road again, I felt like a fool. Yet the thought of picking him up, of having him sit beside me, was somehow unbearable. Yet at the same time, I felt more than ever unspeakably alone. Hour after hour went by. The fields, the towns ticked off one by one. The lights changed. I knew now that I was going to see him again. And though I dreaded the sight, I caught myself searching the side of the road, waiting for him to appear.
Yep. What is it? What you want?
You sell sandwiches and pop here, don't you?
Yep, we do. In the daytime. But they close up for the night.
I know, but I was wondering if you could possibly may have a cup of coffee. Black coffee.
Not at this time of night, mister. My wife's a cook and she's in bed.
Well, now, listen, just a minute ago, there was a man standing here, right beside here, and he was a suspicious-looking man.
Henry? Who is it, Henry?
It's nobody, Mother. Just a fella thinks he wants a cup of coffee. Go back into bed.
I don't mean to disturb you, but you see, I was driving along when I just happened to look, and there he was.
What was he doing?
Nothing.
You've been hitting a bottle. That's what's the matter with you. You got nothing better than do than wake decent folk out their hard-earned sleep. Now get going. Go on.
But he looked as though he was going to rob you.
I ain't got nothing in this stand to lose. Now on your way before I call out sheriff folks.
I got into the car again and drove on slowly. I was beginning to hate the car. If I could have found a place to stop to rest a little, but I was in the Ozark Mountains of Missouri now. Few resort places there were closed. I had seen him at that roadside stand. I knew I'd see him again. Maybe at the next turn of the road. I knew that when I saw him next, I'd run him down. But I didn't see him again until late the next afternoon.
I'd stopped the car at a sleepy little junction just across the border into Oklahoma. Let a train pass by when he appeared. Across the tracks. He was leaning against a telephone pole. It was a perfectly airless, dry day. The red clay of Oklahoma was baking under the southwestern sun. Yet there were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. I couldn't stand that. Without thinking, blindly, I started the car across the tracks. He didn't even look up at me. He was staring at the ground. I stepped on the gas hard, veering the wheel sharply toward him. I could hear the train in the distance now, but I didn't care. Then, something went wrong with the car. It stalled right on the tracks. The train was coming closer. I could hear its bell. Heard its cry, its whistle crying. Still, he stood there. And now I knew that he was beckoning. Beckoning me to my death. Well, I frustrated him that time. The starter had worked at last. I managed to back up, but after the train had passed, he was gone. I was all alone in the hot, dry afternoon. After that, I knew I had to do something. I didn't know who this man was or what he wanted of me. I only knew that from now on, I mustn't let myself be alone on the road for 1 minute. Hello there. Hello. Like a ride?
What do you think? How far you going?
Amarillo. I'll take you to Amarillo.
Amarillo, Texas?
Yeah, I'll drive you there.
Gee.
Hop in.
Mind if I take off my shoes? My dogs are killing me.
No, go right ahead.
Oh, gee, what a break this is. Swell car and a decent guy driving all the way to Amarillo. All I've been getting so far is trucks.
You hitchhike much?
Sure. Only it's tough sometimes in these great open spaces to get the break.
Yeah, I think it would be, but I'll bet, though, if you got a good pickup and a fast car, you could get to places faster than, well, say another person in another car.
I don't get you.
Well, you take me, for instance. Suppose I'm driving across the country at a nice, steady clip of about 45 miles an hour. Couldn't a girl like you, just standing beside the road, waiting for lifts, beat me to town after town, provided she got picked up every time in a car that was doing 65 or 70 miles an hour?
I don't know. Maybe she could, maybe she couldn't. What difference does it make?
Oh, no difference. It just... Crazy idea I had sitting here in the car.
Oh, imagine spending your time in a swell car thinking of things like that.
What would you do instead?
What would I do if I was a good-looking fellow like yourself? Well, I'd just enjoy myself. Every minute of the time. I'd sit back and relax. If I saw a good-looking girl along the side of the road... Hey!
Did you see him, too?
See who?
That man standing beside the barbed wire fence.
I didn't see anybody.
Right there.
There was nothing, just a barbed wire fence. What did you think he was doing, trying to run into that barbed wire fence?
There was a man there, I tell you. A thin, gray man with an overnight bag in his hand. I was trying to run him down.
Run him down? You mean kill him?
I'm trying to get rid of him. Or at least prove that he's real. But you say you didn't see him back there. You sure?
I didn't see a soul. As far as that's concerned...
Well, watch for him. Watch for him the next time. And keep watching. Keep your eyes peeled on the road. He'll turn up again. Maybe any minute now. There! Look there!
How does this door work? I'm getting out of here.
Did you see him that time? Did you see him?
No, I didn't see him that time. And personally, mister, I don't expect never to see him. All I want to do is go on living. And I don't see how I will very long driving with you.
I'm sorry. I don't know
what came over me. Please, don't go.
So if you'll excuse me,
Please, you can't go. Listen, how'd you like to go to California? I'll drive you all the way to California.
Pink elephants all the way? No, thanks.
Listen, please, just 1 minute.
You know what I think you need, big boy? Not a girlfriend, just a good dose of sleep. There, I cut it now.
No. No, you can't go.
Leave your hands off of me, do you hear? Leave your hands
Come
off
back here, please. Come back.
She ran from me. As if I was some kind of monster. A few minutes later, I saw a passing truck pick her up. I knew then that I was utterly alone. I was in the heart of the great Texas prairies. There wasn't a car on the road after the truck went by. Trying to figure out what to do, how to get hold of myself. If I could find a place to rest, or even if I could sleep right here in the car. Just a few hours. And sleep. Just along the side of the road. I was getting my winter overcoat out of the back seat to use as a blanket. Just as a blanket. When I saw him coming toward me. Coming toward me. Emerging from the herd of moving steer. I didn't wait for him to come any closer. Maybe I should have spoken to him then. Fought it out then and there, for now he began to be everywhere. Whenever I stopped, even for a minute, for gas, for oil, for a drink, a pop, a cup of coffee, a sandwich, he was there. I saw him standing outside the auto camp in Amarillo that night when I dared to slow down. He was standing near the drinking fountain, a little camping spot just inside the border of New Mexico. He was waiting for me outside the Navajo reservation where I stopped to check my tires. I saw him in Albuquerque where I bought 10 gallons of gas. I was afraid now. Afraid to stop. I began to drive faster and faster. I was in lunar landscape now. The great arid mesa country of New Mexico. I drove through it with the indifference of a fly crawling over the face of the moon. And now he didn't even wait for me to stop, unless I drove at 85 miles an hour over those endless roads. He waited for me at every other mile. I'd see his figure, shadowless, flitting before me, still in its same attitude, over the cold and lifeless ground, flitting over dried-up rivers, over broken stones cast up by old glacial upheavals, flitting in the pure and cloudless air. Beside myself when I finally reached Gallup, New Mexico this morning. There's an auto camp here. It's cold. Almost deserted this time of year. I went inside and asked if there was a telephone. I had the feeling that if I could speak to somebody familiar, somebody that I loved, I could pull myself together.
Number, please.
Long distance.
Thank you. This is long distance.
I'd like to put in a call to my home to Brooklyn, New York. I'm Ronald Adams. The number is Beechwood 9970.
Thank you. Thank you. What is your number?
My number is it's 312.
Albuquerque. New York for Gallup. New York. Gallup, New Mexico, calling Beechwood 9970.
I'd read somewhere that love could banish demons. It was in the middle of the morning. I knew Mother'd be home. I pictured her tall, white-haired, in her crisp house dress going about her tasks. It would be enough, I thought, just to hear the even calmness of her voice.
Will you please deposit $3.85 for the first 3 minutes? When you have deposited $1.50, will you wait until I have collected the money? All right. Deposit another $1.50. Will you please deposit the remaining 85 cents? Ready with Brooklyn. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Mrs. Adams' residence.
Hello? Hello, Mother?
This is Mrs. Adams' residence. Who is it you wish to speak to,
What?
please?
Who's this?
This is Mrs. Whitney.
Mrs. Whitney? I don't know any Mrs. Whitney. Is this Beechwood 9970?
Yes.
Where's my mother? Where's Mrs. Adams?
Mrs. Adams is not at home. She's still in the hospital.
The hospital?
Yes. Who is this calling, please? Is it a member of the family?
What's she in the hospital for?
She's been prostrated for 5 days. A nervous breakdown.
Nervous?
Who is this calling?
Nervous breakdown. My mother's never...
It's all taken place since the death of her oldest son, Ronald.
Since the death of her oldest son, Ronald. Hey, what is this? What number is this?
This is Beechwood 9970. It's all been very sudden. He was killed just 6 days ago in an automobile accident on the Brooklyn Bridge. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Sir, your 3 minutes are up. Your 3 minutes are up, sir.
And so, I'm sitting here in this deserted auto camp in Gallup, New Mexico. And so I'm trying to think. I'm trying to get hold of myself. Otherwise I'll go crazy. Outside, it is night. The vast, soulless night of New Mexico. 1,000,000 stars are in the sky. Ahead of me stretch 1,000 miles of empty mesa and mountains, prairies, desert. Somewhere among them, he is waiting for me. Somewhere I shall know who he is and who I am.
Orson Welles will be back in just a few seconds to tell you about next week's production of the Mercury Summer Theater. But first, The makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon wish to remind you that though you may not be able to get Pabst Blue Ribbon every time you want it in these days of grain restrictions, it is well worth your while to keep asking. For every bottle you do get will continue to live up to its name. And speaking of grain restrictions, not a single grain of wheat is being used in the brewing of beer and ale. And the grains that are being used by breweries are not the grains wanted for famine relief. Now, let me repeat. When you do get Pabst Blue Ribbon, you can be sure this truly great beer will be, as always, the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. As always, blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Now, here is Orson Welles.
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we bring to your radio another Mercury favorite. We hope a favorite of yours. You've asked for it many times. We've performed it many times. Jane Eyre. And Jane will be played by a Mercury actress who was heard tonight and has been heard so often on our shows. One of the most gifted people we know in our business, Miss Alice Frost. Jane Eyre, then, with Alice Frost and your obedient servant. That's the same time next week, same station. Please join us. Until then, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer, for all of us on the Mercury Theater, including Bernard Herrmann, who wrote and conducted the music on this program, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
More than one half of all our nation's workers make their living in the food industry or a related field. One of the largest groups in the food industry are the grocers. Next week in Chicago, the National Association of Retail Grocers, which represents more than 500,000 retailers, is holding its first post-war convention, at which problems of food distribution will be discussed and new ideas and methods will be worked out to better serve its customers. The makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer salute the grocer, who is doing his very best under trying conditions to keep America well fed. This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Orson Welles on the Air, featuring the old-time radio performances of the legendary Orson Welles. Welcome back to Orson Welles on the Air. In this episode, we'll hear from This Is My Best, a series that ran from 1944 to 1946 on CBS Radio. Welles guest starred in several of the early episodes, and from episode 27 on took over as producer, writer, host, and star, till he was fired by the director. That's neither here nor there. The episode we'll hear today is titled Anything Can Happen, an episode from April 24th, 1945.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles, inviting you to listen to Anything Can Happen on Cresta Blanca's This Is My Best.
This is My Best, America's greatest stars in the world's best stories. Presented each week by Shenley's Cresta Blanca wine. Wine of friendly nature. Pride of the vintner's art. Symbol of hospitality. Compliment to honored guests. A wine to serve proudly, saying, this is my best. This is Cresta Blanca. C-R-E-S-T-A? B-L-A-N-C-A. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Now, here is our producer.
Orson Welles again. Anything Can Happen by George and Helen Papashvili is not so much a story as a collection of people, pretty wonderful people. So I think we're lucky that our cast tonight includes some pretty wonderful performers. Edgar Beria, Constantine Shane, and Peg Lecentra among them. As a book, the original of tonight's dramatization topped and is still topping bestseller lists. It was a Book of the Month Club selection, and as I understand it, any resemblance to persons living or dead is just as it should be. At any rate, when you've heard us out, I think you'll agree with J.P. Markland that if there's to be any revision of the immigration quotas, let's have more Georgians. The capital of this particular Georgia, by the way, is not Atlanta, but Tiflis, the hometown of Joseph Stalin, where presumably, as in America, anything can happen. To Helen Smith, 568 North Irving Pitchell Street, dearest Helen. I think I call you Helena. Sounds better the way I pronounce Helena. Okay. Dearest Helena. Before you and me get married, first I think I make confession. 6 months after I arrived in America, Helen, I weep with shame upon your shoulder. Already I am jailbird. Happened this way. Had my first American-bought suit on, purple striped tie with handkerchief to match, and the real Yankee Doodle hat from straw. I felt happy and full of prance. 5, 6 other fellas and me is going for Sunday walk in public park. Suddenly we see beautiful tree, all foaming over with white blossoms.
Flowers. Most beautiful flowers I've ever seen.
Fine sight calling Ingles dogwood.
I'm going to pick them. Take bouquet to my girlfriend.
Good idea. I'll pick flowers for Lady Francie.
Hey, use your brains better, my friends. Why spoil trees?
Oh, plenty flowers for all. Come on, give me boost up.
Here's a fine branch.
Stolen flowers, too lazy. Shows no respect.
Hey, Carrillo, look. I think we got enough.
Sure. There's a policeman coming. Let's get out of here.
Here, Georgie. Hold the rest of my bouquet.
Well, where are you going?
I have to tie my shoelace.
You have to tie your shoelace?
George Papashvili, charge. Defacing public property, violation of ordinance number 10351. How do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honesty.
Young man, address the court as sir.
Yes, sir.
This officer says you and your friends were destroying public property.
Yes, sir. Dogwood Street. Someone speaking, I'm holding.
Have you any proof of this?
No, Highness. Friends was with me that they can't come today. They all plead guilty. Send in fine cheaper than to lose day's pay.
Well, why didn't you do that?
If I'm guilty, I admit, Your Honesty. But if I'm not guilty, no man's going to make me say I am. Just as much a lie to say you're guilty when you're not.
How long have you been in the United States?
6 months.
In court before?
No, sir.
Ever in trouble at home? Assault or kill a man?
Yes, sir, many times.
How many times?
How many times? Hundreds, man, I'm killing. After first year, I never counted it anymore.
Well, where was this?
In the war. I'm sniper. It's my job to shoot all Germans, you see. Your honorable gentleman...
I understand. Officer, I believe he's a truthful man. This time you were probably mistaken. Case dismissed.
I'm free. I can go now.
Yes, before you go...
Yes, sir?
Step up here to the bench, young man. I'd like to shake hands with you.
What they tell me is true. In America, anything can happen. Comes now winter of 1932, same by old calendar. And it grieves me to report that I am not yet rich. It's condition called depression. First, factories went, and one by one, little shops where somebody made a few pennies, closed, left the empty windows staring like dead eyes in empty streets. Each day, more and more found pink slip means don't come back tomorrow. Why? Stock market, some people think, but how can stock market reach out and take my piece of bread? In house where I live, things is going bad with them, too. Friday, I stopped in my landlady to pay my rent.
Please be to sit down, Georgi Ivanich. Join me in glass tea.
Oh, thanks, Anna Fyodorovna. Your distinguished father keeps well?
My father is, pardon the expression, old fool. He thinks he's still somebody because he was once admiral in Tsar's navy. Here he is.
Oh, my babushka. Such long faces. Good evening, Georgi Ivanich.
You're looking fit, Your Excellency.
Cut this cake, Father. Be pleased to take some, Georgi Ivanich. Is my father's name day?
Excellent cake, Babushka. As good as the Tsar's own chef prepared for me on my name day at Kronstadt when I was Admiral to the Imperial Navy.
Go ahead, enjoy, Papasha. Who knows if you live to see another? Is any use to struggle more, I ask myself. Perhaps to die now is best thing. Give up. Stop living. Why not?
Well, maybe you wouldn't enjoy that any better either, Anna Fyodorowna, once you tried.
Oh, I know what we do. We go somewhere else. For that, at least, America is good. No matter where you are already, is always left another place to go.
Where we go?
Well, that takes time for deciding. Be quiet for a moment while I think.
Well, what's everybody so quiet about?
Hush, Luba. Your grandfather is thinking.
Hello, Luba. What you learned today in school?
I don't go to school anymore. I quit.
Quit?
Quit school?
I've taken a job.
Doing what, Luba?
Usher in the movies.
Usher.
Oh, how much it pays?
I see every movie, 3, 4, 5, how many times I want, free.
The theater. She has it from me, the theater. How I loved. In Petrograd we had bucks.
I have finished thinking.
Yes, Papasha.
This time we will go where everybody's speaking Russian. We go in Alaska.
They don't speak Russian in Alaska, Grandfather.
He's right, Excellency. Tsar sold to USA.
Gossip. Nothing but gossip.
To pay his gambling debts with was the way I heard it.
Yes, to Alaska. And the thick, quiet snow will fall and fall, frosting over the houses and the churches like little cakes. The bells will ring, and we shall see again the shining faces of our peasants. Yes, we all go. You too, Georgi.
Oh, but my junkyard. Why throw my job away? I don't want to go to Alaska.
Georgi. To go alone is impossible in the wilderness. Wolves be chasing us. A woman weak, helpless. A child only, a frail old gentleman. We be eaten alive.
Anna Fyodorowna, please, don't cry.
The hand of God rests heavy on the widow.
Gold! Is gold in Alaska? Just my mind. Of course you come with us. We dig for gold.
Okay, we dig for gold. Don't cry anymore, please, Anna Fyodorowna. Don't cry. It makes your tea weak.
Good. Only I have an intention to be a movie star, so I decided we're going to Hollywood.
Where is that?
In California, Hollywood. You go west.
Shall we not perish? Wolves be running alongside beside our droshky, closing in on us. We perish on the tundra, on the frozen steppe of Nebraska.
You are listening to Orson Welles' production of Anything Can Happen on This Is My Best, presented by the Cresta Blanca Wine Company. According to an old legend, 3 things are necessary to help make the invited guest feel at home: good company, good wine, good welcome. And when you include a 4th of your own choosing, good food, it all adds up to hospitality at its best, especially when you choose a fine wine to play host at your dinner party. A fine wine such as Cresta Blanca California Sauterne. To your hospitality, the golden wine lends an extra charming, friendly touch. It seems to say to every guest, we're so glad you could join us tonight. This excellent Sauterne has a distinctive dry character that always awakens the hidden flavors in fine foods and creates pleasing taste harmonies. It's a light-bodied wine with a delicious full flavor and a delicate aroma all its own. You will especially enjoy Cresta Blanca Sauterne when you serve it well chilled, for it's the crest of quality and wine since 1889.
All right, here comes part 2 of Anything Can Happen.
Straight. Steady at the helm, Georgy Ivanovich.
Excellency, you've guided us the worst possible road. Why we don't take number 12 U.S. Highway out of Detroit?
My boy. You never learn. Experienced travelers always take the back road. That way you avoid the highwaymen, Tatar bandits, and marauding gypsies.
Day by day, I rode along and watched this wide, beautiful country open up before me. The automobiles going so whizzing past, the proud motorcycles, the turning tractor treads, and the people. Mennonites from Russia, Bohemians from Prague, and Irish section gangs and Welsh slate miners whose voices rose and fell like singing birds. In little while, in painted homes in Iowa, what they call first settlers, families was pioneers from Ohio and Vermont. And before that... Now I don't feel bad no more about my broken language or my stranger ways. Now I see everybody in America is foreigner. Only different. Some come early and some come late. On we go on until about one day into Colorado, when His Excellency said he would take wheel and give me rest a while. I close my eyes, and when I open up, we are miles off road.
Now, Grigory Ivanovich, do not say anything in haste that you might regret later. I can explain everything, the way this happened.
I don't doubt it. Whatever it was, I don't doubt it.
So, his truck bust. We separate, and Georgy Ivanovich comes later with truck when he gets repaired. We send you money to fix truck from cost.
Where do you expect to get money in Los Angeles?
I have nephew, sister's oldest son. He lends me.
Know where lives this nephew?
Why, certainly I know he's my nephew, isn't it? Oh, worry no more. I send the money immediately. General delivery.
Almost a week passed. But last one morning, I went into post office.
Well, here's your letter.
Thank you. But no, it wasn't any letter. It was postcard from His Excellency.
In here, okay, arrived. Thanks be to God. Weather fine. He was twice on beach. Saw movie star in fish market. Your friend, Grigory Petrovich Vorontsov, Admiral, Imperial Navy. Postscriptum. I didn't find my nephew yet. Don't worry. I keep looking.
With not eating and working terrible hard on truck in desert, I was some fine sight, I tell you, when I finally come bedraggling into Los Angeles. I finally place Excellency wrote me, but there wasn't there no more. Landlady gave me address in Hollywood. I ring fancy doorbell. I wait.
Georgy Ivanovich, come in. Come in.
Oh, it's you, Georgie.
Luba, what has happened to you?
What's wrong with me?
Pink fur you're wearing. Pink fur. Boy, I like to see animals that thing come from.
Georgy Ivanovich.
Well, Anna Feodorovna, your work's all done. We unload the furnitures right now, huh?
We don't want that old junk.
You don't want old junk. Your mother's furnitures we brought all the way.
We got all new furniture. Put it on the scrap heap.
What's the matter with your daughter, Anna Feodorovna? She gone crazy?
Worse, dear friend. Much worse. She is in movies now.
By now I am nearly
3 years from old country. And all that time, I never heard one word spoken in our language. Georgian. Once on my day off, I took plenty time, got dressed up, went over to university. Such big professors, I thought maybe one of them somewhere can speak Georgian. But professors shook heads, and one took book down from shelf.
Well, my boy, you realize you speak one of the few tongues in the world that is unrelated to any other language group?
Traces of Sumerian may be noted in it, I believe.
Then they asked me to speak to them in Georgian. But what was use of that? To speak without hope of an answer is to beat on a split drum head. So I shook hands with them and went away. After that, I began to carry songs around with me in my throat, as some have pocket pieces to touch. When I walked along, I sang little bits that wouldn't stay out of my head. I was singing that way. I went down to the new laundry for my shirt. The man behind the counter stared when he took the ticket from me. But I was getting used to that.
Hey, you know, you're singing a funny kind of language, all right? What do you do over there, hey?
I guess all languages are funny to those who are not speaking them, mister.
Yeah, well... That's pretty good, huh? That's all right. Hey, let me tell you, we got a fellow work over here. Everybody call him Uncle John. You know, he speaks a funny language, too. You know what he do? He put a piece of ones in the newspapers. Hey, I guess it was about 10 years ago. And he said like this: I pay $1,000 to anybody what can speak my language. That's what he say over there. A few people came, but nobody could speak him. Hey, you wait a minute over there. I call him. Uncle John! Uncle John! Who sings Stars na Pot?
Stars Weber So at last, I hear my own language. After 3 years.
3 years? 3 years, and yet you complain? Think of me, my son. Today, I have heard the sound of home for the first time in 30 years.
And after that, every night, when my work was through, I would go there, and we would talk together in Georgia. We never got tired. The words rolled out from our mouths like the Kura River comes down a stream, and our ears were full of hearing. Of all fair sights in world, the best, yes, ever the best, is to meet with face of friends in land of the stranger. I didn't see Uncle John for a couple months or even a year at a time. But whenever America go too fast for me, with moving, different jobs, never twice people's faces, I took pleasure to think about Uncle John. Always somewhere, whatever to say. So, now Helena, my dearest wife-to-be, is almost completed my confession. Only one thing more yet I should tell. When I bring news about you that we are engaged for marriage, all my friends, Anna Feodorovna, His Excellency Admiral from Imperial Navy, Uncle John, Georgian, all greet me with long horse faces.
You take big chance, Georgi Ivanich.
To marry with American girl? Big chance.
You say so. Name 3 good reasons.
First place, American young ladies don't like foreigner names. One young Russian knew him well. Immediately he married American young lady. She made him go to court to take the name Gerbert Goover.
Gerbert Goover? What for?
For honor after the president. Now, next election, Gerbert Goover don't win. How he feels then, that Russian fellow.
No good he feels.
We haven't told you the worst. American young ladies tip bud guts.
Bud guts? What's bud guts?
Bud guts means writing down monies before you spend.
Before I spend, writing down?
You stop in Russian club, drinking glass vodka, piece herring maybe for your stomach. You have to write down in bud guts first. I'm drinking vodka, 35 cents. Eating piece herring too, 10 cents.
I don't believe you. Can't be true.
Well, there's no use making him feel bad. They are promised to each other.
Aye, that's right. Damage is done.
Well, I didn't pay any attention to them, and anything was fine. So now, Helen and I have family in America. Sister with sweet face that smiles. Even grandmother. Should have everybody a grandmother to make a dignified ornament for house. So I live under bright blue sky in my shining world until ladies is planning for wedding company. Remember? Your grandmother is discussing.
Now, if you want to invite 10 or 11 people and 15 more of us here, we'd better count on about 30, I suppose. Now, patty shells, 4 chickens.
I beg your pardon, you say 4 chickens?
Well, yes, George. Do you think that would be too much?
Grandmother, let's we face it. On subject food, never twins shall meet.
Suppose we do it this way. You tell us about a wedding breakfast in Georgia.
Well, first comes fishes. We get Uncle John to do the cooking. Maybe white sturgeon smoked over hickory, mountain trout fried in sweet butter, a kalmakis, big fish baked with sliced lemon in mouth, then caviar.
Oh, why, it sounds like a real good shaw dinner back home in the state of Maine.
What comes next, George?
Gracious. Is there more?
Well, next comes the meat. But first off, turkey, then shashlik and the roasted ox, and after... So at last, my Helen, a big day arrived. We married, you and I. Wife and man together. Our home by keeping secrets from each other. What Uncle John told you?
Another recipe.
Another recipe? My God, what was this one for?
If you want to be happy married, he told me, at least once a day say to your husband, I love you. And whenever you sit down to a table for a Georgian, remember only too much is ever enough.
We drank a lot of toast today. For everybody as himself, for the children, for the mothers and fathers, for our hostess and our host. Now, I'm going to propose something different. Excellency, please to stop cracking nuts and listen to me.
Sorry, Uncle John.
Well, this little glass is for home. I see a lot of American faces around. I'd like to tell them we are pleased to see them at our party, especially since we had honor to be at their white table, which is United States in America. We tried to be good guests. I hope we were. This is one home. Lots of other kind of peoples we are here too. Georgians, Russians, Greeks, Latvian, Estonian, Irish, regular league nations. I drink for all those homes too. And it gives me hope when I see us sitting down so peaceful together. Maybe the whole world's gonna learn how to do it too. After all, it's only enjoyable way to live. So, for home.
I drink with pleasure. For home. Its floor is the earth. Its roof is sky. For home.
Cuesta Blanca wine joins the audience here in Hollywood in applauding Anything Can Happen, Orson Welles' production on This Is My Best. In a few moments, Mr. Welles will be back to tell you about next week. A clever hostess soon learns that when an unexpected guest drops in for dinner, a fine table wine often saves the day, especially when she serves a fine Cuesta Blanca California table wine with dinner. This excellent wine always lends grace and charm to the occasion and helps make the unexpected guest feel that special preparations have been made for his enjoyment. Then, too, a fine table wine like Cuesta Blanca adds a supreme flavor touch to the simplest meals. Among the many wines of Cuesta Blanca, you're sure to find the one specially suited to your taste. You may prefer a red table wine such as Cuesta Blanca California Burgundy or Claret, or a white table wine like Cuesta Blanca California Sauterne. With simple meals for the family, or when you entertain, serve Cuesta Blanca, the crest of quality and wine since 1889. Now, Mr. Orson Welles.
Well, our show next week is finally Don't Catch Me, and our star is my favorite actress, Miss Rita Hayworth. Please join us. Until then, I remain, as always, obediently hers.
Our musical score was composed and conducted by Bernard Katz. The motion picture version of Anything Can Happen will be produced by RKO Radio Pictures. Don't forget, next week, Rita Hayworth and Orson Welles will star in a radio adaptation of Don't Catch Me by Richard Powell. And remember, whenever you dine, dine with wine, and make it the best wine. C-R-E-S-T-A? C-L-A-N-C-A. Cuesta Blanca. Cuesta Blanca. This Is My Best, prepared in collaboration with Whit Burnett, editor of the book This Is My Best, is a presentation of the Cuesta Blanca Wine Company of Livermore, California, and came to you from Columbia's Playhouse in Hollywood. Vern Smith speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Of Orson Welles for this week. You can find more old-time radio at relicradio.com, a variety of different types of shows, and links to all the other Relic Radio websites. There's also a donate button if you'd like to help support this and all the shows. I appreciate it if you're able to help out. Thanks to those who have, and thanks for joining me today. I'll be back soon with another episode of Orson Welles on the Air.
Campbell Soup presents The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ernest Chappell. Tonight, the Campbell Playhouse has the signal honor of presenting for its first performance on the air one of the classics of the modern American theater. The winner of the Pulitzer Prize for the best play of 1938, Our Town by Thornton Wilder. There was much talk when it was first produced in the theater because it was performed without scenery or props. The lovable, garrulous stage manager filling in gaps and explaining things as he went along. Tonight, Orson Welles plays that part. And young John Craven is with us as George, the role he created in the original stage production. Now, before we introduce you to Our Town, a word from our sponsors. To nearly everyone, it seems to me, the words chicken for dinner have a thrilling sound. They bring thoughts of delightful eating, the kind we associate with holidays and special occasions. Think as far back as you can among your own family's favorite foods or those of any family you've ever visited. Can you remember any dish more widely prized than chicken? Well, I think this widespread liking for chicken accounts to a large degree for the tremendous popularity of Campbell's chicken soup. And I can promise you that as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. It's chicken through and through, from its golden surface to the very bottom of your plate. Its broth glistens with chicken richness. Its fluffy rice is filled with chicken flavor. And there are tempting, tender pieces of chicken meat. During the last 5 years, people everywhere have discovered how downright good and homey Campbell's chicken soup is. If you haven't tried it, why don't you? Because I'm sure you'll pronounce it every bit as fine as the best chicken soup you've ever had. How about this weekend? And now, Orson Welles in Our Town.
This play is called Our Town. It was written by Thornton Wilder. In it, you will hear Miss Patricia Newton, Miss Agnes Moorehead, Miss Effie Palmer, Mr. John Craven, Mr. Ray Collins, Mr. Everett Sloan, Mr. Parker Finley, and many others. The name of the town is Grover's Corners, New Hampshire. It's across the Massachusetts line. Longitude 42 degrees, 40 minutes. Latitude 70 degrees, 37 minutes. First act shows a day in our town. Day is May 7th, 1901. Time is just before dawn. Sky is beginning to show some streaks of light over in the east there, behind our mountain. Morning star always gets wonderful bright the minute before it has to go. Only lights on in town are in a cottage over by the tracks where a Polish mother's just had twins. And in the Joe Crowell house where Joe Jr. is getting up so as to deliver the paper. And in the depot where Shorty Hawkins is getting ready to flag the 545 for Boston. There it is. There it comes now. And so another day begun. There's Doc Gibbs coming down Main Street, coming back from that baby case. Here's his wife coming downstairs to get breakfast. Doc Gibbs died in 1930. New hospital's named after him. Mrs. Gibbs died first, a long time ago, in fact. She went out to visit her daughter, Rebecca, who married an insurance man in Canton, Ohio, and died there, pneumonia. But her body was brought back here. She's up in the cemetery there now, in with a whole mess of Gibbses and Herseys. She was Julia Hersey before she married Doc Gibbs in the Congregational Church over there. In our town, we like to know the facts about everybody. And that's Doc Gibbs now. Here comes Joe Crowell, Jr., delivering the papers.
Morning, Doc Gibbs. Morning, Joe. Yeah, Betty.
And here comes Howie Newsom delivering the milk.
Yeah, Betty. What's the matter with you? Come on. Morning, Doc. Morning, Howie. Hey, somebody sick? There are twins over at Miss Gorlowski's. Twins, eh? This town's getting bigger every year. Morning, Miss Gibbs.
Morning, Howie.
Bacon smells good.
Everything all right, dear?
Yes, I declare, easy as kittens.
They can be ready in a minute. Sit down, drink your coffee. Children! Children! Time to get up, George. Rebecca?
Yes, Mama.
You can catch a couple hours sleep this morning, can't you?
Well, Miss Wentworth's coming at 11. I guess I know what's about to. Her stomach ain't what it ought to be.
All told, you won't get more than 3 hours sleep. Thank Gibbs, I don't know what's going to become of you. Do wish I could get you to go away someplace and take a rest. Think it'd do you good. George! Rebecca, you'll be late for school.
Bobby! Emily, you'll be late for school.
And that's Mrs. Webb now, next door to the Gibbses, getting her family up for the day.
Bobby, you wash yourself good, or I'll come up and do it myself.
I'll put away your books, Emily. You know the rules well as I do. No books at table. As for me, I'd rather have my children healthy than bright.
I'm both, Mom. You know I am. I'm the brightest girl in school for my age. I have a wonderful memory.
I'll eat your breakfast.
The Webbses have 2 children, little Wally and Emily. Emily's 14. And there's 2 over the way at the Gibbses, Rebecca and George. George is 15.
Mama, George is throwing soap at me.
I'll come up and slap the both of you. That's what I'll do.
We've got a factory in our town, too. Hear it? Makes blankets. Cartwrights own it, and it's brought him a fortune.
Speak to your father about it when he's rested. Seems to me 25 cents a week's enough for a boy your age, George Gibbs. I declare I don't know how you spend it all.
Oh, Ma, I got a lot of things to buy.
Strawberry phosphates, that's what you spend it on.
Well, I don't see how Rebecca comes to have so much money. She has more than $1.
Well, I've been saving it up gradual.
Well, dear, I think it's a good thing every now and then to spend some.
Mama, do you know what I love most in the world? Do you? Money.
Eat your breakfast.
There's the first bell.
Walk fast, but you don't have to run. George, pull up your pants and knee, and don't slouch, George.
Wally, tell Miss Foster I send her my best congratulations.
Mama.
Remember that?
Am I pretty?
You look real nice, Rebecca, and I'll pick up your feet.
Goodbye, Mama.
Goodbye.
Good morning, Julie.
Good morning, Myrtle. How's your cold?
Well, it's better, but I told Charles I didn't know I'd go to choir practice tonight. Wouldn't be any use.
Well, just the same. You come to choir practice, Myrtle, and try it. Well, if I don't feel no worse than I do now, I probably will. While I'm resting myself, I thought I'd string some of these beans. Let me help you. Beans have been good this year. I decided to put up 40 quarts if it kills me. The children say they hate them, but I notice they're able to get them down all winter.
Thanks, Mrs. Gibbs. Thanks, Mrs. Webb. Folks, most every morning, Mrs. Gibbs goes over to Mrs. Webb's, or Mrs. Webb visits Mrs. Gibbs. So we'll just leave them there, visiting, and skip a few hours in the day at Grover's Corners. Well, now, it's middle of the afternoon. All 2,642 have had their dinners, and all the dishes have been washed. There's an early afternoon calm in our town, a buzzing and a humming from the school buildings. Only a few buggies on Main Street, the horses dozing at the hitching posts. You all remember what it's like. Doc Gibbs is in his office tapping people and making them say, ah, and Mr. Webb's cutting his lawn over there. 1 man in 10 thinks it's a privilege to push his own lawnmower. No, sir, it's later than I thought. There, the children come home from school already, and here comes Emily Webb, George Gibbs.
Hello.
You made a fine speech in class.
Well, I was really ready to make a speech about the Monroe Doctrine, but at the last minute, Miss Corkin made me talk about the Louisiana Purchase instead. I worked an awful long time on both of them.
Gee, it's funny, Emily. From my window over there, I can just see your head nights when you're over in your room doing your homework.
Why, can you?
You certainly do stick to it. I don't see how you can sit still that long. I guess you like school.
Well, I feel it's something you have to go through.
Yeah.
I don't mind it, really. It passes the time.
You're just naturally bright, Emily, I guess.
Well, I figure it's just the way a person is born.
Yeah. But you see, I want to be a farmer. And my Uncle Luke says whenever I'm ready, I can come over and work on this farm, and if I'm any good, well, I can just gradually have it.
You mean the house and everything?
Yeah. Well, thanks. I better be getting out the baseball field. Thanks for the talk, Emily. Good afternoon, Mrs. Webb.
Good afternoon, George.
So long, Emily.
So long, George. Emily, come and help me string these beans for the winter. George Gibbs let himself have a real conversation, didn't he?
Why, he's growing up. How old would George be?
I don't know.
See, he must be almost 16.
Mama, I made a speech in class today, and I was very good.
You must recite it to your father at supper. What was it about?
The Louisiana Purchase. Just like silk off a spool. I'm going to make speeches all my life. Mama, will you answer me a question serious?
Seriously, not serious, dear.
Seriously. Will you?
Well, of course I will.
Mama, am I good-looking?
Yes, of course you are. All my children have got good features. I'd be ashamed if they hadn't.
Mama, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, well, what I mean is, am I pretty?
I've already told you yes. Now, that's enough of that. You have a nice, young, pretty face. I never heard of such foolishness.
Oh, Mama, you never tell us the truth about anything.
I am telling you the truth.
Mama, were you pretty?
Why, yes, I was, if I do say it. I was the prettiest girl in town next to Mamie Cartwright.
But, Mama, you've got to say something about me. Am I pretty enough to get, well, to get people interested in me?
Emily, you make me tired. Now stop it. You're pretty enough for all normal purposes. Come along now and bring that bowl with you.
Oh, Mommy, you're no help at all.
We'll have to interrupt again here. Thank you, Mrs. Webb. Thank you, Emily. A lot of time's gone by. It's evening now. You can hear choir practice going on in the Congregational Church. Hear it? All the children are at home doing their schoolwork by now. Yeah, the days run down like a tired clock.
Emily.
Hello.
Hello.
I can't work at all. The moonlight's so terrible.
Emily, did you get the third problem?
Which?
The third.
Oh, why, yes, George. That's the easiest of them all.
I don't see it. Can you give me a hint?
I'll tell you one thing. The answer's in yards.
Yards? How do you mean?
In square yards.
Oh, in square yards.
Yes, George. Don't you see?
Yeah.
In square yards of wallpaper.
Oh, square yards of wallpaper. Thanks a lot, Emily.
You're welcome. My, isn't the moonlight terrible? Choir practice going on. I think if you hold your breath, you can hear the train all the way to Kampuka. Hear it?
What do you know?
Well, I guess I better go back and try to work.
Good night, Emily, and thanks.
Good night, George.
Good night, Martha. Good night, Miss Wheelock.
Here comes Mrs. Webb, Mrs. Gibbs. Some of their lady friends home from choir practice.
I'll tell Mr. Webb. I know he'll want to put it in the paper. My, it's late. Good night, Irma. Real nice choir practice, wasn't it? Mr. Webb, look at that moon, will you? Hate the weather, for sure. My, I hate to go to bed on a night like this. I'd better hurry. Those children will be sitting up long hours. Good night, Luella. Good night, Mabel. Good night, Susan. Good night, Julia. Good night.
And now, folks, there's some more things we got to explore about this town. This time we're going about it in another way. Going to look back on it from the future. You know, the Cartwright interests had just begun building a new bank in Grover's Corners and had to go to Vermont for the marble, sorry to say. They've asked a friend of mine what they should put in the cornerstone for people to dig up 1,000 years from now. Of course, they put in a copy of the New York Times, a copy of Mr. Webb's Sentinel. He's the editor at Sentinel. We're kind of interested in this because some scientific fellows have found a way of painting all that reading matter with a kind of glue, a silicate glue, make it keep 1,000, 2,000 years. So we're putting in a Bible and the Constitution of the United States, a copy of William Shakespeare's plays, and what do you think? You know, Babylon once had 2 million people in it. All we know about them is the names of the kings and some copies of wheat contracts and sales of slaves. Yet every night, all those families sat down to supper, and the father came home from his work, and the smoke went up the chimney, same as here. And even in Greece and Rome, all we know about the real life of the people is what we can piece together out of the joking poems and the comedies they wrote for the theater back then. So I'm going to have a copy of this play put in the cornerstone, and the people 1,000 years from now know a few simple facts about us. More than the Treaty of Versailles and the Lindbergh flight. See what I mean? Well, you people 1,000 years from now, in the provinces north of New York at the beginning of the 20th century, people ate 3 meals a day, soon after sunrise, at noon, and at sunset. Every 7th day, by law and by religion, was a day of rest, and all work come to a stop. Domestic setup was marriage, binding relation between a male and one female that lasted for life. Guess we don't have to tell you about the government and business forms, because thing people seem to hand down first of all. Let me see now if there's anything else. Oh, yes. At death, people were buried in the ground just as they are. So, friends, this is the way we were in our growing up and in our marrying and in our doctoring and in our living and in our dying. And now we'll return to our day in Grover's Corners. A lot of time's gone by. There's George up there in the window talking with Rebecca.
Get out, Rebecca. There's only room for one at this window. You're always spoiling everything.
Well, let me look just a minute.
Well, use your own window.
I did, but there's no moon there. George, do you know what I think? Do you? I think maybe the moon's getting nearer and nearer, and there'll be a big explosion.
Rebecca, you don't know anything. If the moon were getting nearer, The guys that sit up all night with telescopes would see it first. And they'd tell us about it. And it'd be in all the newspapers.
George, is the moon shining on South America, Canada, and half of the world?
Well, probably is.
Well, folks, there it is. Another night, Grover's Corners. There they are. 9:30. Most of the lights out. I know there's Constable Warren trying a few doors on Main Street. And here comes Editor Webb after putting his newspaper to bed. All right, Editor Webb.
Evening, Bill. Evening, Mr. Wells. Quite a moon. Yeah. Night, Mr. Wells. Who's that up there? That you, Myrtle?
No, it's me, Papa.
Why aren't you in bed?
I don't know. I just can't seem to sleep yet, Papa. The moonlight's so wonderful. And the smell of Mrs. Gibbs' heliotrope. Can you smell it?
Yeah. Had any troubles on your mind, have you, Emily?
Troubles, Papa? No.
Well, enjoy yourself. Don't let your mother catch you. Night, Emily.
Good night, Papa.
I never told you about that letter Jane Crowfoot got from her minister when she was sick. The minister of her church in the town she was in before she came here. He wrote Jane a letter, and on the envelope, the address was like this. It said, Joan Crowfoot, the Crowfoot Farm, Grover's Corners, Sutton County, New Hampshire, United States of America.
What's funny about that?
Oh, but listen, it's not finished. The United States of America, continent of North America, Western Hemisphere, the Earth, the solar system, the universe, the mind of God. That's what it said on the envelope.
Oh, what do you know?
And the postman brought it just the same.
What do you know?
That's the end of the first part of our broadcast, friends. Second part will begin in just a minute.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Thornton Wilder's Pulitzer Prize play, Our Town, starring Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment or two, we will resume our presentation of Thornton Wilder's Pulitzer Prize play, Our Town. While Orson Welles was taking us through the streets and byways of our town, I fell to thinking of everybody's hometown and the changes that have taken place there. Not only the physical changes and the new faces, but the changes in habits. For instance, not so many years ago, people discovered the joy and refreshment and health benefits of drinking tomato juice at breakfast. Well, that was certainly a change for the better in the eating habits in my town and yours. Then there was a time when women felt that only homemade chicken soup was good enough for their families. Well, this too has changed, for people have discovered the same good chicken eating in Campbell's chicken soup as in the best of homemade soups without the fuss and bother of preparing it. It's evident that a great many families have found out how good Campbell's chicken soup really is because we're called upon to make more and more of it. Have you had it lately? Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Thornton Wilder's Pulitzer Prize play, Our Town, starring Orson Welles with John Craven.
Well, folks, 3 years have gone by. Yes, the sun's come up over 1,000 times. Summers and winters have cracked the mountains a little bit more, and the rains have brought down some of the dirt. Some babies that weren't even born before have begun talking regular sentences already. A number of people who thought they were right young and spry have noticed that they can't bound up a flight of stairs like they used to without their heart fluttering a little. Some older sons are sitting at the head of the table, and some people I know are having their meat cut up for them. All that can happen in 1,000 days. Nature's been pushing and contriving in other ways, too. A number of young people fell in love and got married.
Yes, mountain got bit away a few fractions of an inch. Millions of gallons of water went by the mill, and here and there a new home was set up under a roof. Almost everybody in the world gets married, know what I mean? In our town, there aren't hardly any exceptions. Most everybody in the world climbs into their graves married. So, it's 3 years later, it's 1904. It's July 7, just after high school commencement. That's the time most of our young people jump up and get married. As soon as they pass their last examinations in solid geometry and Cicero's orations, looks like they suddenly feel themselves fit to be married. It's early morning. There, you can hear the 545 of Boston. Here comes Howie Newsom delivering the milk. There's Mrs. Gibbs and Mrs. Webb come down to breakfast, just though it were an ordinary day. I don't have to point out to the women in my audience that both these ladies cook 3 meals a day. One of them for 20 years, the other for 40. No summer vacation. Brought up 2 children apiece. Washed, cleaned the house, never a nervous breakdown. Never thought themselves hard used either.
Well, Ma, days come. You're losing one of your chicks.
Frank Gibbs, don't you say another word. I feel like crying every minute. Sit down, drink your coffee.
The groom's up shaving himself, whistling and singing like he's glad to leave us. Every now and then he says, "I do," to the mirror. But it don't sound convincing to me. What? Why, Julia Hersey, French toast.
Ain't hard to make, and I had to do something.
I remember my wedding morning, Julia.
Now, don't stop that, Frank Gibbs. I tell you, can't stand it.
I was the scaredest young fellow in the state of New Hampshire. I thought I'd made a mistake, for sure. And when I see you coming down that aisle, I thought you was the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. But the only trouble was, I'd never seen you before. There I was in the Congregational Church, marrying a total stranger.
How do you think I felt?
Good morning, everybody. Only 4 more hours to live.
Where you going?
Just across the grass to see my girl.
Now, George, you take an umbrella. I won't let you out.
Good morning, Mr. Webb.
Well, George, how are you?
I'm fine. Mr. Webb, do you believe in superstitions?
Well, what superstition, George?
Oh, you know, about a bride and groom not being supposed to see each other on the wedding morning.
Well, you see, on a wedding morning, the girls' heads have to be full of clothes and things like that. Don't you think that's probably it?
Yes. I never thought of that.
Girls have to be mighty nervous on a wedding day.
I wish a fella could get married without all that marching up and down.
Well, every man that's ever lived felt that way about it, George. Hasn't done much good. It's the women that have built up weddings, my boy. From now on, they have it pretty much they like. All those good women standing shoulder to shoulder, making sure that the knot's tied in a mighty public way.
You believe in it, don't you, Mr. Webb?
Oh, yes. Oh, don't you misunderstand me, my boy. Marriage is a wonderful thing. Wonderful thing. Don't forget that, George.
No, sir. Mr. Webb, how old were you when you got married?
Well, you see, I'd been to college. I'd taken a little time to get settled. But Mrs. Webb, she wasn't much older than what Emily is. Oh, age hasn't much to do with it, George. Not compared to other things. George, I was thinking the other night of some advice my father gave me when I got married. Charles, he said, Charles, start out early showing who's boss, he said. Best thing to do is to give an order, even if it don't make any sense. Just so she'll learn to obey. And, he said, if anything about your wife irritates you, her conversation or anything, just get up and leave the house. That'll make it clear to her, he said. And, oh, yes, he said, never let your wife know how much money you have. Never.
Mr. Webb, I don't
So I took the opposite of my father's advice, and I've been happy ever since. But that'd be a lesson to you, George. Never to ask advice on personal matters. George, you going to raise chickens on your farm?
What?
You going to raise chickens on your farm?
Well, Uncle Luke hasn't gone in much at chicken raising.
Brooke came into my office the other day, George, on the philo system of raising chickens. I want you to read it.
Charles, are you talking about that old incubator again? I thought you two would be talking about things worthwhile. Good morning, George.
Well, Myrtle, if you want to give the boys some good advice, I'll go upstairs and leave you alone with them.
Now, George, I'm sorry, but I've got to send you away so that Emily can come down and get some breakfast. She told me to tell you that she sends you her love, that she doesn't want to lay eyes on you. So, goodbye, George.
Myrtle, I guess you don't know about that other superstition.
What do you mean, Charles?
Since the cavemen, the groom should never be left alone with his father-in-law on the day of the wedding, or near it. Now, don't forget that.
Now, I have to interrupt again here. You see, we want to know how all this began, this wedding, this plan to spend a lifetime together. I'm often interested in how big things like that begin. You know how it is. You're 21 or 22, you make some decisions, then you're 70. You've been a lawyer for 50 years, and that white-haired lady at your side has eaten over 50,000 meals with you. How do such things begin? George and Emily are going to show you now the conversation they had when they first knew that, the saying goes, they were meant for each other. Before they do it, I want you to try and remember what it was like when you were young, when you were 15 or 16. For some reason, it's very hard to do. Those days when even the little things in life could be almost too exciting to bear. And particularly, days when you're first in love. When you're like a person sleepwalking and you didn't quite see the street you were in. Didn't quite hear everything that was said to you. Just a little bit crazy. Do you remember that, please? Now, they'll be coming out of high school at 3 o'clock. George just been elected president of the junior class, and it's June. That means he'll be president of the senior class all next year. And Emily's just been elected secretary of treasury. Don't have to tell you how important that is. All right, George.
Can I carry your books home for you, Emily?
Thank you.
I'm awful glad you were elected too, Emily.
Thank you.
Emily, why are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you.
But you're treating me so funny.
Well, I might as well say it right out, George. I don't like the whole change that's come over you in the last year. I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings, but I just got to tell the truth and shame the devil.
I'm awfully sorry, Emily. What do you mean?
Well, up to a year ago, I used to like you a lot, and I used to watch you as you did everything, because we'd been friends so long, and then you started spending all your time playing baseball, and you never even spoke to anybody anymore, not even to your own family you didn't. And, George, it's a fact, you got awful conceited and stuck up, and all the girls say so. They may not say so to your face, but that's what they say about you behind your back. It hurts me to hear them say it, but I got to agree with them a little, and well, I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings, but I can't be sorry I said it.
I'm glad you said it, Emily. I never thought that such a thing was happening to me. I guess it's hard for a fellow not to have some faults creep into his character.
I always expect a man to be perfect, and I think he should be.
Well, I don't think it's possible to be perfect, Emily.
Well, my father is. As far as I can see, your father is. There's no reason on earth why you shouldn't be, too.
Emily, I feel it's the other way round. That men aren't naturally good, but girls are. Like you and your mother and my mother.
Well, you might as well know right now that I'm not perfect. Not as easy for a girl to be perfect as a man because we girls are more nervous. Now, I'm sorry I said all that about you. I don't know what made me say it.
No. I guess if it's the truth, you ought to say it. You stick to it, Emily.
I don't know if it's the truth or not, and I suddenly feel it isn't important at all.
Emily, would you like an ice cream soda or something before you go home?
Well, thank you. I would.
Hello, George. Hello, Emily. Well, what do you have? Why, Emily Webb, what have you been crying
Oh,
about?
she got an awful scare, Mr. Morgan. She almost got run over by that hardware store wagon. Everybody always says that Tom Huckins drives like a crazy man.
Well, here, take a drink of water, Emily. Let's see. Say, you look all shook up. There. Well, now, what do you have?
I'll have a strawberry phosphate, thank you, Mr. Morgan.
No, Emily. Have an ice cream soda with me. 2 strawberry ice cream sodas, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, sir. Tell you, you've got to look both ways before you cross Main Street these days. It gets worse every year. 125 horses can go over corners this minute that I'm talking to you. State inspector was in here yesterday. And now they're bringing in these automobiles. Best thing to do is just stay home, I guess. Why, I can remember the time when a dog could lie all day in the middle of Main Street and nothing would come along to disturb him.
Mr. Morgan. Oh, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, yes, Miss Ellis. I'll be with you in a minute. Now, here are your sodas. Well, enjoy them.
They're so expensive.
No, don't think of that. We're celebrating. First, we're celebrating our election. And then, do you know what else I'm celebrating?
No.
I'm celebrating because I've got a friend who tells me everything that ought to be told me.
George, please don't think of that. I don't know why I said it. It's not true.
No, you stick to it, Emily. I'm glad you spoke to me the way you did. But you'll see, I'm going to change so quick bet I'm going to change. And Emily, I want to ask you a favor.
What?
Well, if I go away to State Agriculture College next year, will you write me a letter once in a while?
I certainly will. I certainly will, George. It certainly seems like being away 3 years, you'd get out of touch with things.
Yeah. You know, Emily, whenever I meet a farmer, I ask him if he thinks it's important to go away to agriculture school to be a good farmer.
Why, George.
Yeah, and some of them say that it's even a waste of time. And Uncle Luke's getting old. He's about ready for me to start in taking over his farm tomorrow if I could.
My.
And like you say, being gone all that time, meeting other people in other places, if anything like that can happen, I don't want to go away. I guess new people aren't any better than old ones. I'll bet you they almost never are. Emily, I feel that you're as good a friend as I've got, and I don't need to go to other towns to meet other people. Emily, I'm going to make up my mind right now. I won't go. I'll tell Pa about it tonight.
Why, George, I don't see why you have to decide right now. It's a whole year away.
Emily, I'm glad you spoke to me about that fault in my character. What you said was right, but there was one thing wrong in it. That was where you said that I wasn't noticing people. And you, for instance. Listen, Emily, you say you were watching me when I did everything. I was doing the same thing about you all the time. Sure, I always thought about you as one of the chief people I thought about. And I always made sure where you were sitting in the bleachers and who you were with. And we've always had lots of talking and joking and everything. And they meant a lot to me. Of course, they weren't as good as the talk we're having now. And lately, I've been noticing that you've been acting kind of funny to me. And for 3 days, I've been trying to walk home with you. But something's always gotten away. Yesterday, I was standing over by the wall waiting for you. And you walked home with Miss Corcoran.
George, life's awful funny. How could I know that? Why, I thought
Listen, Emily, I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to go away to agriculture college. I think that once you've found a person you're very fond of, well, that is, who's fond of you, too, at least enough to be interested in your character, well, I think that that's just as important as college is. Even more so. That's what I think.
I think it's awfully important, too.
Emily.
Yes, George?
Emily, if I do improve and make a big change, would you be... Well, that is... Could you be...
I am now. I always have been.
Oh, I guess this is an important talk we've been having.
Yes.
Now, before we go on to the wedding, there are still some more things we ought to know about this marriage. I want to know some more about how the parents took it, but what I want to know most of all is, you know what I mean, what Grover's Corners thought about marriage anyway.
Julia, when I married you, you know what one of my terrors was in getting married?
Oh, Shaw, go on with you.
I was afraid that we weren't going to have material for conversation more than would last us just a few weeks. Yeah, I was afraid we'd run out, eat our meals in silence. That's fact. But you and I have been conversing for 20 years now without any noticeable barren spells.
Well, good weather, bad weather. Ain't very choice, but always manage to find something to say.
What do you think? What do you think, Julia? Shall we tell the boy that he can go ahead and get married?
Oh, there you go, putting the responsibility on me.
Well, I'll go up. I'll go up and say a word to him right now before he goes to bed, huh? You're sure, Julia? You got nothing more to add?
Well, I don't know what to say. Seems like too much to ask for a big outdoor boy like that to go and get shut up in the classrooms for 3 years. Once he's on the farm, he might just well have companions, seeing he's found a fine girl like Emily. People are meant to live two by two in this world. Oh, yes, Frank, go up and tell him it's all right.
Yeah, I'll call him. George? Oh, George.
Yes, Pa?
Can you come down a minute? Your mother and me want to speak to you.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, Lord, what a fool I am. I'm trembling all over. Nothing to tremble about.
Now we're ready to go on with the wedding. on during the wedding. Can't get them all into one wedding, naturally, and especially not into a wedding at Grover's Corners where they're awful plain and short. This wedding, I play the minister. Take that part. Gives me the right to say a few more things about it. For a while now, the play gets pretty serious. See, some churches say that marriage is a sacrament. I don't know what that means, but I can guess. You know, like Mrs. Gibbs said just now, people were made to live 2 by 2. Now, this is a good wedding, but people are so put together that even at a good wedding, there's a lot of confusion way down deep in people's minds. And we thought that ought to be in our play, too.
Why on earth I should be crying? Suppose there's nothing to cry about. Come over me at breakfast this morning. There was Emily, eating her breakfast as she's done for 17 years. And now she's going off to eat it in someone else's house. I suppose that's it. There they come.
Wish I were back at school. I don't want to get married.
George, what's the matter?
Oh, I don't want to grow old. Why is everybody pushing me so?
Why, George, you wanted it.
Why do I have to get married at all? Listen, Ma, for the last time, I ask you...
George, if anyone should hear me, now stop. I'm ashamed of you.
What's the matter? I've been dreaming. Where's Emily?
Gracious, you gave him such a turn.
Oh, cheer up, Ma. What are you looking so funny for? Cheer up. I'm getting married.
Let me catch my breath a minute.
No, Ma. You say Thursday nights. Emily and I are coming over to dinner every Thursday night. You'll see. What are you crying for? Oh, we've got to get ready for this.
I never felt so alone in my whole life. And George over there looking so... I hate him. I wish I were dead. Papa! Papa!
Emily, now. Don't get upset.
But Papa, I don't want to get married.
Emily, everything's all right.
Oh, why can't I stay for a while just as I am? Let's go away.
No, Emily, now stop and think.
But don't you remember that you used to say... All the time you used to say that I was your girl. There must be lots of places we can go to. Let's go away. I'll work for you. I can keep house.
You mustn't think of such things. You're just nervous, Emily. Now. You're marrying the best young fellow in the world. George is a fine fellow.
Oh, but Papa...
George?
Yes, Mr. Webb?
You're giving away my daughter, George. You think you can care for her?
Mr. Webb, I want to try. Emily, I'm going to do my best. I love you, Emily. I need you.
So, if you love me, help me. All I want is someone to love me.
I will, Emily.
If I'm ever sick or in trouble, that's what I mean.
Emily, I'll try.
And I mean forever. Do you hear? Forever and ever.
Do you, George, take this woman, Emily, to be your wedded wife? To live together after God's ordinance, the holy estate of matrimony, with our lover, comfort her, honor, and keep her in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others. Keep thee only unto her so long as ye both shall live. Answer now, George.
I do.
Don't know when I see such a...
You, Emily, take this man, George, in the state of matrimony. Wilt thou love her, comfort him, honor him, keep him in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto her so long as ye both shall live. Answer, Emily.
I do.
Married 200 couples in my day. Usually get it wrong. Do I believe in it? I don't know. M marries N. Millions of them. Cottage, the go-kart. Sunday afternoon drives in the Ford. The first rheumatism, the grandchildren, the second rheumatism. Deathbed, reading the will. Once in 1,000 times, it's interesting. Well, let's have Mendelssohn's Wedding March. This time, 9 years have gone by, friends. Summer 1913. Gradual changes in Grover's Corners. Horses are getting rarer, and farmers coming into town in Fords. Everybody locks their house doors now at night. Ain't been any burglars in town yet, but everybody's heard about them. You'd be surprised, though, on the whole. Things don't change much at Grover's Corners. We're up at the cemetery now. I don't know how you feel about such things, but this certainly is a beautiful place. It's on a hilltop. Windy hilltop. Lots of sky, lots of clouds, often lots of sun and moon and stars. Come up here on a fine afternoon, you can see range on range of hills. Awful blue they are up there by Lake Sunapee, Lake Winnipesaukee. Way up, if you got a glass, you can see the White Mountains. Mount Washington, where North Conway is, and Conway, of course, our favorite mountain. Right here, all around it. Jaffrey, other towns, East Jaffrey and Peterborough. Dublin, there, quite a ways down, is Grover's Corners. Yes, beautiful spot up here. Mountain laurel and lilacs. I often wonder why people like to be buried in Woodlawn, Brooklyn, when they might pass the same time up there in New Hampshire. Over there, the old stone, 1670, 1680, strong-minded people that come a long way to be independent. Over there, some Civil War veterans, too. Iron flags on the graves, New Hampshire boys. Had a notion that the Union ought to be kept together, though they'd never seen more than 50 miles of it themselves. All they knew was the name, friends. The United States of America. The United States of America. I went and died about it. Now, this here is the new part of the cemetery. Here's your friend, Mrs. Gibbs. Remember her? Let me see. Here's Mr. Stimson, organist of the Congregational Church, and over there's Mrs. Soames, who enjoyed the wedding so much. A lot of this. Editor Webb's boy, Wallace, whose appendix burst while he was a Boy Scout. Went on a trip to Crawford Notch. Well, there's some living people. There's Joe Stoddard, our undertaker, over there supervising a new-made grave. Here comes a Grover's Corners boy that left town to go out west.
Afternoon, Joe Stoddard.
Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Oh, let me see. Do I know you?
I'm Sam Craig.
Gracious sakes alive of all people. Well, I should have known you'd be back for the funeral. Well, you've been away a long time, Sam.
Yeah, I've been away over 12 years. I'm in business out in Buffalo now, Joe. But I was in the East when I got news of my cousin's death, so I thought I'd kind of combine things a little and come and see the old home. Yeah, well, you look well.
Yes, I can't complain. Well, it's a sad journey for us today, Samuel.
Yep.
Yes, I always say I hate to supervise when a young person is taken.
There's old Farmer McCarty. I didn't know he was gone. Used to do chores for him after school. He had lumbago.
Yes, we brought Farmer McCarty here a number of years ago now.
Why, this is my Aunt Julia.
Yes. Doc Gibbs lost his wife 2 or 3 years ago, just about this time. Today's another bad blow for him, too.
Joe, what did she die of?
Who?
Why, my cousin, Emily.
Oh, didn't you know? Had some trouble bringing a baby into the world. Let's see, today's Friday. It's almost a week ago now.
Did the baby live?
No, it was her second, though. His little boy, about 4 years old.
Now, I'm going to tell you some things you know already. You know them as well as I do, but you don't take them out and look at them very often. I don't care what they say with their mouths. Everybody knows that something is eternal. It ain't houses, and it ain't names, it ain't earth, it ain't even the stars. Everybody knows in their bones that something is eternal, and that something has to do with human beings. All the greatest people ever lived have been telling us that for, I don't know how long they've been telling us, 5,000 years, and yet you'd be surprised how people are always losing hold of it. Something way down deep that's eternal about every human being. You know as well as I do that the dead don't stay interested in us living people very long. Gradually, they let hold of the earth. The ambitions they had, and the pleasures they had, and the things they suffered, and people they loved. They get weaned away from Earth. That's the way I put it. Weaned away. Yeah. They stay here while the Earth part of them burns away, burns out. And all that time, they slowly get indifferent to what's going on in Grover's Corners. They're waiting for something that they feel is coming, something important and great. Aren't they waiting for the eternal part in them to come out clear? Some of the things they're going to say maybe will hurt your feelings. That's the way it is. Mother and daughter, husband and wife, enemy and enemy.
money and miser, all those terribly important things kind of grow pale around here. And what's left? What's left when memory's gone? And your identity, Mrs. Smith.
Lord, let me know my name, the number of my days, that I may be certified how long I am to live. Behold, thou hast made my days as it were a staff long. Mine age is even as nothing in respect to thee. And verily every man living was ever best.
Who is it, Julia? My daughter-in-law, Emily Webb, will I declare. What did she die of, Julia? In childbirth. Childbirth. I'd forgotten all about that. Mine wasn't like awful and wonderful. Hello. Hello, Emily. Hello, Mother Gibbs. Hello, Mother Gibbs. Emily. Hello. It's raining. Yes. They'll be gone soon, dear. It seems thousands and thousands of years since I... How stupid they all look. They don't have to look like that. Don't look at them now, dear. They'll be gone soon. They're sort of sharp little boxes, aren't they? I feel as though I knew them last 1,000 years ago. My little boy is spending the day at Mrs. Carter's. Oh, Mr. Carter, my little boy is spending the day at your house.
Is he?
Yes. Yes. Look, Father Gibbs is bringing you some of my flowers. He looks just like George, doesn't he? Mother Gibbs, I never realized before how troubled and how in the dark live persons are. That's all they are from morning till night. Just trouble. Mother Gibbs, one can go back. One can go back there again, into living. I feel it. I know it. Why, just then for a moment I was thinking about the farm, and for a minute I was there, and my baby was on my lap as plain as day. Yes, of course you can. I can go back there and live all those days over again. Why not? All I can say is, Emily, don't. But it's true, isn't it? I can go and live back there again.
Yes, some have tried. They soon come back here.
Don't do it, Emily. Emily, don't. It's not what you think it'd be. But I won't live over a sad day. I'll choose a happy one. I'll choose the day I first knew I loved George. Why should that be painful?
You not only live it, but you watch yourself living it.
Yes.
And as you watch it, you see the thing that they down there never know. You see the future. You know what's going to happen afterwards.
I'll choose a happy day anyway. No. At least choose an unimportant day. Choose the least important day in your life. It will be important enough. Then it can't be since I was married or since the baby was born. I can choose a birthday at least, can't I? I choose my 12th birthday.
All right. February 11th, 1899, Tuesday. Do you want any special time of day?
Oh, I want the whole day.
We'll begin at dawn. Remember, it had been snowing for several days, but it stopped the night before, and they'd begun clearing the roads. Sun's coming up.
There's Main Street. Why, that's Mr. Morgan's drugstore before he changed it. And there's the livery stable.
Yes, it's 1899. 14 years ago.
Look, there's Howie Newsom. There's our policeman. But he's dead. He died.
Children, Wally, Emily, time to get up.
Mama, here I am. Oh, how young Mama looked. I didn't know Mama was ever that young. Oh.
You can come down, dress for the kitchen fire if you like, but hurry. Oh, good morning, Mr. Newsom.
Morning.
Oh, it's cold.
Getting below by my barn, Miss Webb.
Think of it. Keep yourself wrapped up. Oh, Charles, coffee's ready when you want it. Oh, and Charles, don't forget, it's Emily's birthday. You remember to get her something?
Yes, got something here. Where's my girl? Where's my birthday girl?
Well, don't interrupt her now, Charles. You can see her at breakfast. She's slow enough as it is. Hurry up, children. It's 7 o'clock. Now, I don't want to call you again.
I can't bear it. They're so young and beautiful. Why did they ever have to get old? Mama, I'm here. I'm grown up. I love you all, everything. I can't look at everything hard enough. There's the butternut tree. There's Mr. Morgan's drugstore. There's the high school forever, never, never.
very happy birthday to my little girl and many, many happy returns. There's some surprises waiting for you on the kitchen table. That and the blue paper is from your Aunt Carrie. And I reckon you can guess who brought the postcard album. Found it on the doorstep when I brought in the milk. George Gibbs. Must have come over in the cold pretty early. Right nice of him.
George, I'd forgotten that.
Now, chew that bacon slow. It'll help keep you warm on a cold day.
Oh, Mama, just look at me once as though you really saw me. Mama, 14 years have gone by. I'm dead. You're a grandmother, Mama. I married George Gibbs, Mama. And Wally's dead, too. Mama, his appendix burst on a camping trip to North Conway. We felt just terrible about it. Don't you remember? But just for a moment now, we're all together. Mama, just for a moment, we're happy. Let's look at one another.
That and the yellow paper is something I found in the attic among your grandmother's things. You're old enough to wear it now, and I thought you'd like it. Your father has a surprise for you, too. Don't know what tis himself. Here he comes.
I can't go on. Oh, it goes so fast. We don't have time to look at one another. I didn't realize. So, all that was going on, and we never noticed. Oh, take me back. Up the hill to my grave. But first, wait a minute. One more look. Goodbye. Goodbye, world. Goodbye, Grover's Corner. Mama, Papa. Goodbye to the clocks ticking. And Mom's sunflowers. And food and coffee. And Noyan dresses and hot baths and sleeping and waking up. Oh, Earth, you're too wonderful for anybody to realize you. Don't a human being ever realize life while they live it every minute?
No. Saints and poets, maybe. They do, some.
Mother Gibbs, I should have listened to you. Now I want to be quiet for a while. Oh, Mother Gibbs, I saw it all. I saw your garden.
Did you, dear? Look, it's clearing up. The stars are coming out.
Here's one of them coming back. That's funny. Ain't no time for one of them to be here.
Goodness sake.
Mother Gibbs, it's George.
Dear, you just rest yourself.
It's George. He's thrown himself down here. On the ground.
Goodness, that ain't no way to behave. He ought to be home.
Mother Gibbs?
Yes, Emily?
They don't understand much, do they?
No, dear. Not very much.
Well, most everybody's asleep in Grover's Corners. There are a few lights on. Shorty Hawkins down at the depot has just watched the Albany train go by. At the livery stable, somebody's sitting up late and talking. Yeah, it's clearing up. There are the stars doing their old crisscross journeys in the sky. Scholars haven't settled the matter yet, but they seem to think there are no living beings up there. Just chalk, fire. Only this one is straining away all the time to make something out of itself. Strained so bad that every 16 hours everybody lies down and gets a rest. It's 11 o'clock in Grover's Corners. You get a good rest, too. Good night.
This concludes the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Our Town by Thornton Wilder, starring Orson Welles with John Craven. In just a moment, Mr. Wells will return to the microphone, but first a word on behalf of our sponsors. Earlier this evening, I promised you'd find Campbell's chicken soup every bit as good as the finest chicken soup you've ever tasted. I'll go further than that. I believe you'll find it even better. And I say this for two reasons. First, because thousands and thousands have welcomed Campbell's chicken soup with downright enthusiasm and are now serving it regularly. Second, because I've seen how Campbell's chicken soup is made. Campbell's use all the good meat of plump, government-inspected chickens. Long and slowly they simmer the broth till it attains a glistening golden color, till every drop is rich with chicken flavor. Light, fluffy rice is added, and to complete your enjoyment, tender pieces of chicken meat. I'm sure you'll be delighted with Campbell's chicken soup. Enjoy it this weekend. And now, if you please, Mr. Wells, will you tell us about next week's story?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, next week, what transpires is an entertainment called The Bad Man, for which purpose I am luring in the character of Pancho Lopez, the brigand, the beautiful Miss Ida Lupino, all the way from Hollywood into my fiendish clutches, and a good time I think will be had by all. Anyway, until next Friday night. Until The Bad Man, hurriedly, our sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Friday evening when lovely Ida Lupino at the screen joins him in that fabulous stage hit of the 1920s, The Bad Man, a story of love and laughter in old Mexico with Orson Welles himself as a bold and not over-successful bandit. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And so tonight, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air open a new cycle of broadcast dramas with a radio production of their greatest stage success to date, Shakespeare's Caesar. And here is Orson Welles himself to tell you about it. The director of the Mercury Theater, the star and producer of these programs, Orson Welles.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Julius Caesar was produced last year by the Mercury Theater without benefit of toga. Inevitably, it was as timely last October as it was 1,650 years after Caesar's murder when Shakespeare wrote it. And it is as timely today. Shakespeare's great political tragedy about the death of a dictator, which is also the personal tragedy of a great liberal, exists in all times without identification or special reference to any time. Its story is real Roman history, and its source is the Roman historian Plutarch. From the Plutarch text, for the medium of radio broadcast, we have arranged a running commentary on the action of the play. No voice is better known, and none could be more suitable than that of radio's outstanding news commentator, Mr. H.V. Kaltenborn.
And so tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System begins the new series of the Mercury Theater on the Air with Orson Welles' world-famous production of Julius Caesar, starring the original New York cast. Orson Welles as Brutus, Martin Gable as Cassius, George Coulouris as Antony, and Joseph Holland as Caesar, with music by the celebrated American composer Mark Blitzstein and H.V. Kaltenborn as the narrator. Mr. Kaltenborn.
This is the history of a political assassination, the killing of a man who tried to make himself king. It is an account of how the murder was prepared, how it was carried out, and what happened later to the men who took part in it. When the Civil War was ended, Caesar was 55. By Pompey's death, he had made himself the most powerful man in the empire. His countrymen now made him dictator for life. Honors were conferred upon him which seemed to exceed the limits of ordinary human ambition. A conspiracy was formed against him, headed by Cassius, one of Pompey's generals, whom Caesar had pardoned after the Civil War. The 15th of February was a national holiday, and there was a huge gathering of the people. As Caesar went through the streets, a strange voice was heard in the crowd, warning him to prepare for some great danger on the Ides of March.
Beware the Ides of March!
Caesar paused for a moment, and then, as the voice was still, marched on between the rows of soldiers who guarded him.
Caesar, my lord. I hear a tongue shriller than all the music cry, Caesar.
Caesar!
Ah! Who called? Speak! Caesar is turned to hear.
Beware the Ides of March.
What man is that? What sayest thou to me? Speak once again. A soothsayer bids you beware the Ides of March. Set him before me. Let me see his face. Come from the throng.
Look upon Caesar.
He is a dreamer. Let us leave him.
Pass!
This was the day on which Cassius, the leader of the conspiracy, first came to Brutus, the most honored man in Rome, and tried to enlist his aid.
What means this shouting, Cassius? I do fear the people choose Caesar for their king.
Must I think you would not have it so?
I would not, Cassius. Yet I love him well. But wherefore do you hold me here so long? What is it you'd impart to me?
I cannot tell what you and other men think of this life. But for my single self, I had as lief not be as live to be in awe of such a thing as I myself. I was born free as Caesar, so were you. We both have fed as well. We can both endure the winter's cold as well as he. For once, upon a raw and gusty day, the troubled Tiber chafing with her shores, Caesar said to me, "Darest thou, Cassius, now leap in with me into this angry flood and swim to yonder point?" Upon the word, accoutred as I was, I plunged in and bade him follow. And so indeed he did. The torrent roared, and we did buffet it with lusty sinew, throwing it aside and stemming it with hearts of controversy. But ere we could arrive the point proposed, Caesar cried, "Help me, Cassius, or I sink." I, as Aeneas, our great ancestor, did from the flames of Troy upon his shoulder the old Anchises bear, so from the waves of Tiber did I the tired Caesar. And this man has now become a god, and we, petty men, walk under his huge legs and peep about to find ourselves dishonorable graves. Men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings.
Now the games were over, and Casca joined them. He told them what had just taken place in the forum.
Speak with me. Aye, Casca. Tell us what hath chanced today.
Why, there was a crown offered Caesar, and being offered him, he put it by with the back of his hand, thus, and then the people fell a-shouting.
Who offered him the crown?
Why, Antony.
Tell us the manner of it.
I can as well be hanged as tell the manner of it. I saw Mark Antony offer him a crown, yet was not a crown neither, 'twas one of these coronets. And as I told you, he put it by once, but for all that, to my thinking, he would fain have had it. Then he offered it to him again, and he put it by again, but to my thinking, he was very loath to lay his fingers off it. And then he offered it a third time. He put it a third time by, and still as he refused it, the rabblement hooted and clapped their chopped hands, and uttered such a deal of stinking breath because Caesar refused the crown that it almost choked Caesar. For he swooned it and fell down at it. And for mine own part, I durst not laugh for fear of opening my lips and receiving the bad air.
Did Cicero say anything?
Aye, he spoke Greek.
To what effect?
Those that understood him smiled at one another and shook their heads. But for mine own part, it was Greek to me. There was more foolery yet, if I could remember it.
And so it is. For this time I will leave you. Cassius, what you have said I will consider. What you have to say, I will with patience hear, and find a time both meet to hear and answer such high things.